Got this thing here, everything. Let's see. That same person. Next. It's me, Mario. Not that one. What's the deal, y'all? What is the dealio? Schmilio. Oh, yeah. It's Saturday. You know how it gets on Saturday. Had to watch that fight. Had to watch that fight before I got on. Yeah, boy, did it. The boy has done it. New gifter. Somebody give me? Did they? I don't see nothing on there. It's weird. What up? What's the dealio? King in the building, man. Go ahead and hop up in the box. Y'all can hop up in the box. Look at this stuff start. What the heck? I'm glad I looked down. I think it went away. Thank you. Thank you anyways. What's the deal? Be loved. Welcome to the live. Turn this camera. Oh. Just finished watching the fight. Oh my, he gonna give me. That's why I was all over there. Thank you, man. Thank you anyway. I don't know. The first one had missed me, I think, because I didn't even see it come up. This dude in the tub, my bad. Let me see. I already know what not to do with that. Remember, I happened last time I did that. Let me not talk about the tub. Let me put my sticker up. My Be My Guest sticker. That's a new one, man. You got me on that. Now I feel like the kid. What the heck is KL? I don't know that one. You got me on that one. You got me on that one. Yeah, I just got done watching that fight too before I got on here. I ain't gonna lie, I was going for the other guy because my friend was going for the main guy. He been going for him for years. I'm like, man. But that was a good fight though. But we see the advantage my man's got. It showed the short people ain't no joke, I'm put it that way. So back in the day, my great-grandfather, who is Irish, had to hide he was in my... Oh, wow. Yeah, he a beast for sure, man. He can work that, he can work that height, man, for real. They kept swinging over him. But it seemed like soon as it was about to get real, as soon as it was about to, like, I seen Garcia was about to just start turning up because he was like, forget it. He got caught the first time, got knocked on the ground, but I see he was adjusting. That caught him with that body shot, it was over. I want to see this convo since I'm Crolio. Alright. You said your great grandfather was hiding, he was Irish. Oh my. That's because we living in a world now where we want to be accepted or whatever, you know. We want to be accepted. But you know, as you grow older or you figure out things, it's like, shoot, everybody is meant to accept you, or you ain't supposed to be. I mean, you ain't meant to be accepted by everybody, even your own family, though, because like you don't know what intentions people have and stuff. People might look like you, but you know they hide their intentions just because they, you know what I'm saying, it's like a chameleon type thing. So that's why you gotta go with people that are willing to accept you with your thought process, your character, and all that. So we be trying to work it, and then that's another thing. We be trying hard to try to work to change somebody to make them fit us or whatever, and that's where we mess up at. You know what I'm saying? Somebody gotta want to do that themselves. Shouldn't have to force nobody to like you or accept you or, you know what I'm saying, love you, all that stuff. You shouldn't have to force nobody. They gotta grow on that on themselves. That'll stress you out more trying to, focus on that. But that's some stuff you really have to figure out as you get older or you grow in life. At certain because you at the end, I mean, when you start off younger, you just want to be loved and accepted and liked and loved. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people they don't know what love is at a young age. But I'm just saying, you just want to be liked and put it that way. Organic connections, yeah. Oh yeah, I know you gonna like this topic for sure, King. That's why I'm gonna keep putting this up because the reason why I'm putting this topic up is that's really my primary focus on this app in general. It's besides trying to motivate people, help them out, but I do that for my content and stuff. But I really want unity with everyone. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like we can find something that we all have something in common in that we can unite together because I feel like a lot of our people that have the same, you know what I'm saying, that's on the same stuff as us is just, they come in different forms, they come in different beliefs, they come in, it ain't gotta be, it ain't the gender, it ain't even, none of that stuff. They come in not even the same skin, I mean that's just they come from the same thing you trying to do and all that stuff. So, it's all about really the mental and you know, the intentions and all that stuff because everybody's intentions is not the same. So a lot of people is out here for themselves and stuff. They got a lot of people that's out here that's, willing to put you down to get themselves up and all that. So, that comes all around. Hey, my room just jumped up to 18 when I put my head up. The heck? But yeah. But that's the point. That's why I'm putting this up here. I'm asking these questions just to just figure people out and get people to, just to think more. So I'm up for this debate because, like I said, I'm on really, like I said, my primary thing. It really for the it's a bunch of things I can't say, but that is one of my main things is unity. And it ain't just unite because of your skin. It ain't just that. It's unite off of mentality, intentions, and character and all that stuff, and love. Whatever, all that. Happiness, love, peace. Anybody that's on that, type of thing. Can't unite. We can't trauma bond and think that's some unity and all that stuff because that's just gonna hurt one another. Because all trauma bond, all you're gonna do with the trauma bond is soon as somebody don't meet your, what you or disagree your way of thinking, and then that's gonna split apart anyway. That ends nasty most of the time. So that's some stuff we need to make like a healing unity. Let's do that. You know what I'm saying? How we have different forms of heal. Actually, I just came with a little saying and stuff. I'm gonna make that a saying, or I was gonna make it a topic or a saying, but I think it's more of a saying or something that I'm just really focused on. I put down. I said, "Don't just tell me about your problems. Tell me what you're doing to grow from it." Because a lot of people they just like coming on here to tell their problems, and they want to keep talking about. I went through this, I went through that, and all this stuff, but they doing nothing to get out of what they went through and all that stuff. And that's like, I just hate that stuff because I me myself, I took in time. You know what I'm saying? All it takes is you gotta take time for yourself to help yourself grow and all that. You gotta really want it. But the thing is, people want them they want people to help themselves and all that stuff, and don't really want the help. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to do what it takes and all that stuff because everybody want a shortcut to to healings or shortcuts to just everything in life anyway. All that stuff take time. People just not patient enough. I was hearing about, oh, you don't get your time back and all that stuff. That's true though, but then again, like, what you doing with your time though, that's what really matters. We talking about you don't get your time back, but you gotta change what you what you really what your main goal in life is. Like, most of the time people when they say that, they looking like, oh, my main goal is to be in a relationship, but you spending all your time in that, and then you damaging yourself more and more because you're not ready for what you want and all that stuff, because everybody want to jump in something that they're not even ready for. They get hurt. The next minute you on this app talking about, I don't like this group, I don't like, what I'm saying, all this silly stuff because we all wasn't ready. We don't want to take accountability for our choices and stuff. That'd be the problem. But let me see something real quick. What's the deal, Anonymous in the building, man?
Yo, Yo, what's happening, dog? What's happening, man?
Is my stuff low? I don't hear nobody.
Yeah, I
Can
think
you
you're
hear me?
good. I can
Oh, there we
see.
go. Okay, I hear y'all. The solution is dismantling anti-blackness. The solution is dismantling white supremacy. What's the deal, Lalomar? Alright. We're all mixed. No one race another. Or another, we're all mutts. That's what and I'm glad some people is thinking about that too. That's what I'm saying. By now, all of us probably mixed by now, and everybody it's crazy though. They still want to find a way to separate from each other. Well, you don't look like me and all that stuff. But then again, somebody that don't look like you is more of you than what you thought you was. That's what be funny though. But what you were saying, beloved? What's the deal? Welcome to the live.
What's up? How are you? How was it? How was the day? First of all, let me ask a genuine question. How was your day? How did it go for you?
I'm good. Even though I was going for this person in boxing, but they lost though. But because my friend was going for the other person, I like doing a little competition thing. But hey, it
Oh.
was smooth though.
I love the UFC. I love MMA. I love the Bellator matches.
Oh
I
yeah.
just I just like it.
hmm It was a boxing match that came on. It was a big boxing match too. Two of the biggest stars fighting against each other.
Hmm.
hmm
Who and who?
Hi.
Who was fighting?
It was Ryan Garcia against Tank.
Oh shit, Tank's a beast. Oh,
He's a
excuse my
beast. I'm gonna put it
language.
that way. He most definitely a beast now for sure. Yeah,
Did he win?
he won.
Mm.
I must have spoiled it for people, but hey, he won. He got a body shot on him in the seventh round.
Ooh.
Couldn't take it. Hey, that height disadvantage can be an advantage sometimes, I guess, because Ryan kept swinging over him. They leaned on him and caught him open like boop. It was over.
What is it that they say? Don't catch you slipping. Don't catch you
Right.
with your head down, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hey, but would you say, majority of people kind of not? I'm gonna say majority of people, cause I don't want to say not
Your
what
stuff
people.
sound low. He must got a new mic or something.
Loyal, you're real quiet, honey. You're blocking
Okay.
your speaker or your
Can you hear me
mic. You're
He
still
sound
real
like he
quiet.
bought that mic that I bought a while ago. That's why I had to
now?
switch it out.
All
It
right, I
was
got you. One
like
second.
he got that mic I bought a while ago. That just was making me mad. When I heard it replaying on my YouTube, I'm like, no. I'm like, no, I can't even hardly hear myself. I see what they talking.
Yeah.
They talking and stuff. That's funny.
I had the same thing. I was trying to do karaoke online one night and no one could hear me. And I'm like, I have this shit loud. It's super loud in here. I don't get it.
Man. And people was telling me that too, but I thought it was my soundboard I had that was doing that, but nah, it was the little mic I think I had. It was or the microphone, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you a little bit better, sound like.
If
Um,
I'm real close.
let me try to rejoin. I'm gonna drop down real quick.
All right, cool.
Alright. Let's see, so they said I got solution is dismantling white supremacists. Solution is dismantling anti-blackness. Well, what they gotta? They didn't never answer my question though. Uh, She said the solution is dismantling. That ain't what my topic say. I said, what about mix? They ain't got nothing to do with mix. We talking about tearing down another car, another whatever. That's the problem. That ain't been working.
Healthy. Oh, that's a play on words. I like that. The solution is dismantling anti-blackness. Um, I think that if more people actually stood up for different people of color and be like, no, this shit is wrong. This shit has to stop. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah. I think that unity could come if people of color felt safe. If they felt safe in every space they were in, regardless.
Mm-hmm. Everybody need to
Yeah.
feel
Can
safe
you
with
hear me
one
now?
another, low key though. That's the thing. We just gotta find out where we can be safe at. Cause we can't even say that, cause we not even safe within ourselves. So we can't. That's what I'm saying. That's why we can't really do that. We just gotta find a safe place for everybody for real. But we gotta figure out who the ones we gotta be with and who the ones we gotta stay away from. And like I said, it's deeper than what our appearance, or deeper than what we see with the naked eye.
Oh, for sure, Jake. Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot of healing on for everyone.
For everyone,
Once
most definitely,
once
and
they
unteaching and reteaching.
once they get to the root of where they're hurting at, that's making them angry,
Hmm.
then we can grow from there. Once you figure it
What
out, then you can be like, okay, what do I do with this?
Promote good behavior, accountability,
Mm.
and fix. So
what
yeah,
do
that's
you
most
think it's gonna
definitely what I
take to
talk
get to
about. Is
that point?
accountability.
I'm sorry, Loyal. What'd you say?
Can you hear me better or is
Yeah,
it
yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I was gonna say, I mean, what's it gonna take? I mean, for it to get to that point, though, is there gonna have to be some like, some extreme type event, in that sense, for something like that to actually happen, or like
I think it take a lot of communication. I'm put it that way, with one another, and trying to build understanding with everyone, or as much people as we can. But you'll be able to figure out just through just talking to people and stuff, and building relationships with everybody instead of segregating ourselves.
Or amigo,
right,
Just like we be
yay!
doing now. Just like we doing now. We figuring out more and more people, everybody way of thinking and all that stuff. Like I said, that's why I always say understanding is the key to life. I'm gonna keep on sticking with that. I don't care what everybody talking about. But
Yeah.
when we do that, we'll figure things out. We'll build solutions and find some stuff we can all work out with.
Or
facts,
amigo, will
yeah.
you come up in the box, man? Because you have a lot of knowledge and you have the right way to say things that people will understand and you break it down easier. So that would be real dope if we could.
Yeah, Omega, you gotta. I'm in the box now, so you know you gotta
Uh
come.
huh. You already know. Hey, who is Hormiga? I wonder who that guy is.
Ooh,
He
Ant,
seemed like
real
he's
ants.
cool. It's like, nah. That's
yeah.
funny. You
Vengas
asking
aquí,
that
por
he a whole
favor,
mod.
amiga.
Mhm. He's a whole mob, but nobody knows him. Okay.
It would have to be too funny around trying to play it off like I don't know nothing.
I'm
He a
gonna go
mod.
ahead and just let you say that then.
He be
Oh,
tearing niggas up.
you pass it on to me. We gotta get you in here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Dude, that's a topic, man. Deep
Oh
topic.
yes, it's gonna be getting talked about for. I realize I gotta talk about this for a good minute, just so I can get the
Kev,
people that I need in my stuff.
I'm mad at you,
Right.
Kev.
What
I said
happened?
what I was and you mispronounce it, but I'm gonna help you give you some
Oops,
clarity. I am Creole.
Creole.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, Creole. So I'm in the south of the South. So
Louisiana.
Creole ethnicity is African from different countries, French, Spanish, and a few other things mixed up. So we're as mixed as it gets in the South. Most of the time, most people cannot tell what race I am until I start talking, until
Uh,
they hear my culture and my stance. But
mm,
man, just to throw something in the middle of this, the thing about on our side, right? I was in the military, so I'm open to everybody. I really could care less about race,
there you
but
go.
I'm also understanding of the, I call it the black culture. I don't call it the black race, because how we respond and how we behave is based off of what our upbringings are, right?
Hmm.
And the one thing about the black culture, the challenges that we have internally, is not knowing our origin. Most of the ethnicities and races in America know their origin, whereas you have black culture that says I'm from Africa, not realizing Africa is the biggest continent for one. Number two, have no ungodly clue which country they're from, which each country yields a different type of culture, personality, tribe. So we have a lot of people that are confused. And the easy way I can explain that, if you've ever talked to someone who has been adopted and don't know their birth parents, there's an internal frustration that they live with for a long time
Yeah.
because they don't know who they are and where they originated from. And it's this internal fight. So within the culture, you have a bunch of people who don't know who they are. On top of that, then you're in an environment where you're not accepted. You got this passive racist behavior. You have these systems that have been designed originally to oppress. So you got a lot of
Yo.
stuff going on. It's layers and layers and layers to it. So like, if anybody think they can give one answer to it, then it's flawed because it requires, it's a complex situation. It requires multiple answers from everybody, not just the black community. It's from every community. And when my friend Beloved said, yeah, people have to become sensitive to the origins in this country as to what happened to the African American community and why they think the way they do and the behaviors that's associated with that. It's a very, very complex thing. It ain't simple. It ain't easy. But you got to take it a piece at a time and work within the areas in which you're knowledgeable at the same time.
Right? We can only go at baby steps because if we try to rush it, something's gonna fall off, and it's not gonna be the way that we should be. We should be just loving each other and not worrying about shape. We should not be worried about like religion of other people. We shouldn't be worried about none of that. None of that. It doesn't matter. Like, what matters at the end of the day is if you're an asshole or not.
Right.
And look, I agree with you. That sounds good, but you know what? If you ever try to love somebody that don't love themselves, it's difficult. In the black community, we don't have enough self-love because we've been taught to hate ourselves. So for us to get to the point where we love everybody equally, it's a big task. And I'm saying it as a whole. I'm not saying as an individual. There's some of us that have figured it out and we got it and we try to guide others. But I could also understand the pains and hurts of those that have not figured it out yet. You know, you have not been taught to love because everything about us has been deplorable in this country. You know, your hair ain't right. Your skin color ain't right. Your size ain't right. The way you talk ain't right. You know, y'all ghetto, y'all hood. And when you heard that enough, at some point you start accepting that as the norm of who you are, and it's not a pretty look. So loving yourself is hard. Loving everybody else is hard when you have not been taught to love yourself, which is why I always teach. Look, I'm not pro-black. I'm for black. I want black people to elevate and to learn more about who we are so we can get along with everybody else. But it's hard to get along with others when you can't get along with yourself.
I like that, man. You say you ain't pro-black, you for black. I like that.
That is nice.
I really like how you put that because it does start from within first. And so that's the root of it, right? You're not good with yourself. So building each other up, whether it's just a conversation and like we're having now, you know, to show people it doesn't have to be hate. It doesn't have to be
facts.
Just show them love. So that way they're like, oh, hey, that's what that's supposed to be then. They don't want anything from me. They're just giving me food. Soul food. So, you know, it's feeding a spirit. It's making someone just a part of their day, just lift them up a little bit. Help them build them.
You know, at the end of the day, it becomes a trust issue, you know. You know, as far as the black community, what happens is how we respond to people is based on the history of trust. And that's every ethnicity that we run into. And me and my wife get in these conversations often, you know. I'm very liberal when it comes to, you know, understanding people because I'm prior military. So I know what it's like to deal with different races and not assign a behavior. But at the same time, when there's a history in YT America of oppression and you start doing well and then you meet that one racist person, it kind of sets you back. It tears you down, you know, and that's what it does. Because I've been in combat situations where I realize that race could be superseded by purpose. I tend to bounce back faster, but I know my counterparts in my black culture and community that they can't do it. They haven't had enough positive experience to override the negative ones. So I'm always the happy medium. You know, I'm the person. Okay, my skin complexion gives me a less fearful, less intimidating presence. So I use that to bridge conversations between my darker complected brethren and sisters, so that we can start to build the trust and teach them how to identify that racism is not simply an issue amongst one race in particular against ours. It could come from different angles. We have to recognize the personalities of racism more than the color of racism and fight it that way. But it requires only the mature-minded people that could have that dialogue, because everybody's not mature enough to have those conversations because it turns into these angry back and forths that cause more destruction than construction.
And that's just coming from a hurt place.
Right.
Which I can understand. And you know, the thing about it is racism is something that needs to have a therapeutic approach to it. The problem is there's a lot of people who don't have an understanding of therapy that's igniting people and don't know how to de-escalate them. So the conversation about racism have to be held by those that have enough intellectual capacity to fight through the negative responses they might hear when you talk about it. But instead, you got a bunch of traumatized people talking about it. And I reckon I worked in a mental health facility for years, and ain't nothing worse than people that all have mental health issues trying to help each other. It gets
Right.
chaotic quick and fast in a hurry. So it's like you got to bring in a therapist. Like, hold on, y'all gonna have to be quiet and listen. Let me mediate this conversation so we can get somewhere. But as long as y'all in the room by yourself, y'all just look. I got a book, right? My book. One of the things I wrote, and it's copywritten. Y'all heard it a million times, but here's the full phrase: hurt people, healed people, heal people, broken people, break people.
Well,
That's the whole phrase.
how would you explain racism to somebody that never experienced racism, and not just they experienced racism, but also like their culture is they didn't come up their culture that's not racism. I mean, I'm trying to explain the best way I can, but
Yeah, that's a good question. My opinion, I'm gonna say opinion with a capital O, is racism is a superficial judgment of somebody based on the external appearance of someone.
well, that's the
It doesn't even.
definition.
Yeah, and so I tell them, say, imagine this. Imagine you assuming that the brown box had nothing of value in it just because it's the brown box. And I'm assuming that the white box has something in it of value just because it's the white box. And then you open them up to your surprise, the white box had a piece of trash in it and the brown box had a piece of gold. If you experience that and you continue to choose the white box over the brown box based on the external, that's racism.
Yeah,
I
you're not.
get you.
Yeah,
Like
that would
a
be.
prejudice towards a certain
It's
sector.
external. It's all external. It's all external judgment. It's
Yeah,
external. It's judgment based on external appearance. It's superficial.
external. Okay, that makes sense. Right.
And
Glad you
people
put it in
without
there.
emotional intelligence to have the
I love that
conversation
word.
and get through it.
She done tapped on my favorite word,
What's that? Emotional.
emotional intelligence.
My
That's
favorite one is
the
emotional control.
yeah. You can't control it without intelligence.
I thought that's why I said which one came first. I thought it was that. I thought that was. I
But
didn't know which one was first.
intelligence. The word intelligence means to be able to reason and make decisions and critical thinking basis based on experience and knowledge. So the more experience, the more knowledge you have, your ability to make those decisions is what returns into what's called IQ or intelligent quotient.
Oh, so I was looking up that too because I was wondering if was hearing that before. I always had that little thing, and that was another thing because I always hear it like I was being funny. I ain't being funny, but it's something I had noticed that women they don't like the word emotional control, and I used to say emotional control, and then they'd be like, "No, much intelligence" or something like that. So I used to always like, I was like, well, what's up with that word? But I had to look up. That's why I say I looked up what was more important between emotional intelligence and control. But I don't know. It told me control was more important. I thought, but I think it's ain't controlling within intelligence. I don't know. I
No,
gotta look that stuff up.
I think you on to it. I mean, we can exchange the word control for another word they might not like, which is
Uh,
manipulation. And
or
manipulation is not always negative.
management.
Management, emotional
Yeah.
management, whatever. It's all the same
Yeah.
thing, but depending on people's experience, they're gonna have these feelings on the words you use. So I try to use the word that appeases the audience. But control, management, it's all the same thing.
Where
Mm-hmm.
we
It's
going
just a
with it
matter if it's
though?
a positive or negative experience.
Where we
To
going with
me,
it? Emotional control, emotional manipulation.
emotion. Sorry, real quick. Emotional intelligence to me means that I'm not going to take what you say as a personal attack because I've grown past being petty and in my feelings. I'm unbothered when people like insult me or whatever because I know that that's projection.
Mm-hmm.
My man asked an important question too. He said, "Where we going with that?" Well, you know, emotional intelligence and
That's
control and management is important because anytime you talk about racism, it's going to stimulate the way somebody feels emotionally, and that's not always based on the facts. So to have emotional intelligence allows you to have the conversation in a way that's mindful of the emotional responses you're getting and respond. Like if somebody responds angrily, do I keep pushing it and ignoring their emotional response, or do I find a way to curtail my dialogue so that I can open them up to have a real conversation? So it becomes a very, very important aspect of even having the right conversation when it comes to even dealing with racism.
Then you have to have emotional intelligence to have that conversation. Then
Absolutely, absolutely. Because emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize your emotions as it relates to somebody else's emotions.
Hmm. You know what I had thought about though? Don't So hold up, because one of them, I think the reason why I don't speak on that so much, I guess, or I speak more on control, because I always think about working within yourself first before getting with somebody else. So I think that
Yeah.
when you control yourself, you know what I'm saying, because it comes with self-control, self-discipline, and all that stuff. That's the reason why I probably admit I throw emotional control in it, because when you can do that yourself, then that's the reason why I feel like why it's probably come from, because once you do that with yourself or understand yourself or whatever, then you'll be able to understand, the next person, you start be able to communicate better with the next person once you got yourself in check. Because sometimes you could be mad at the game or something like that, something that don't even, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
something that don't talk back, you know what I'm saying. As long as you got emotional control, you ain't got to break your controller, you know what I'm saying, something like that. Well, that's how I look at it. That's, you know what I'm saying, just it's like a self
Kev,
thing.
since I met you, I've heard you talk several times about your journey.
Yeah.
And what I loved about you, why I followed you, is because the recognition of what sets you in a certain mindset, and you avoid those things. That's emotional intelligence.
Okay.
I'm not going to deliberately put myself in a position to be mad or upset or frustrated with things I know frustrate me, because I need to get better in that area. And you actually control the exposure to that. Now, avoidance is not control, but regulation is control, right?
I
So
think I
if
get you now. I think I get you,
yeah,
because you can if you're aware of what the outcome can be if you don't control it, right?
right,
Then
right.
yeah, okay, I get you. So that's where the
It's
intelligence come
phases
from.
to it.
I get
It ain't an overnight fix. It's like, first of all,
you.
the first lever of emotional controlness is awareness.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Are you aware of the things that are triggering you or making you feel a certain way?
But what are we
Now,
controlling? Like when we say, I know emotional intelligence, but what are we controlling when we talk about emotional control?
Your
Control how you
emotions.
express your
negative,
emotions.
yeah, negative emotions. And when I say it, I'm thinking about a negative emotion, right? Anger is not bad to me.
Okay.
Negative expressions of anger is bad. If it becomes destructive versus constructive, I think anger is a feeling
Yeah.
everybody should feel because it's an alarm system. But
Yeah.
we should control what we should be controlling is our response to our emotions that we're displaying or
Uh-huh.
feeling
Mm-hmm.
as it relates to the audience that we're in presence of.
So you say
By
like
myself, I could
de-escalate a
scream.
situation.
What's that?
You can de-escalate a situation before you get out of hand. You can
Yeah.
control that situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's high level. Yeah, that's high level emotional intelligence right there.
Yeah.
And I had to live in that environment. 24 people with mental health conditions of various types. I'm in the room by myself. I had to learn to have emotional intelligence. Somebody calling me the N word, and I understand that he's in mental health crisis. That ain't
Exactly.
easy for him. Some of the texts couldn't handle that. I could. I understood that he wasn't in the right mindset. But if I wasn't in the right place, I would get emotional with him. So my
Right,
emotional
right,
intelligence
right.
level is low. But if your emotion could trigger mine, then I gotta assess that my emotional intelligence level is not where it needs to be. And I want to get better at that.
Hmm.
Your feelings on that are valid, though.
Yeah, you're right. Validation and then demonstration is two different things.
Right.
It's okay to have that feeling, but how you display it and how you respond is going to be constructive or destructive.
Right.
Do you want to work, or do you want to fight? And that's psychology 101, fight or flight or freeze. The choice is always up to you, but which one builds community is what you got to think about. Going back to the original topic, right?
Hmm.
What Kevin
Right.
said, I'm always going to choose what builds the community better.
Unity.
And everybody's not at that level, and I know that. I'm not crazy. I know they're not at that level. So I try to surround myself with community building mindsets that understands that you need emotional control in order to do that. I'm right now I'm the only black member in an all white board in our community over here. The only one. And I understand how they think, understand their upbringings. So I'm not going to let some of the little sly comments throw me off my game. I have a
Hmm.
bigger purpose than that.
It's literally them three things I talk about every time I'm on my live. It's going to even make a lot of that stuff work. Like how you said, how you gonna talk to somebody, you know what I'm saying, or understand who. So it's literally them three things that I always talk about, which you're gonna always keep hearing me talking about, which is, like I said, the emotional control. Then is putting your ego, that pride and ego, which is part of emotions though.
Mhm.
But putting that ego to the side, 'cause that's like the main thing that really
Yeah.
that's putting us where we at, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause we always let our ego lead us and make us do things, and you know what I'm saying, that's what make us us stubborn. That's what makes us all that stuff, whatever. I mean, it's good ego too, but I'm just saying, you just got to be aware of it. And then the next one is accountability. Once you got them three things, once we really kind of work and focus on that, that really can help us,
That's it.
unite and grow. Just grow in general. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, man. I love your last word, Kev, because I coach an entire company staff. They come with me on Thursday and Friday. I got a dose dedicated every other week, one-on-one. The topic this week was accountability, and what I did is I introduced the signs of people who don't have accountability as their forefront. One, the top of the line was blame. Is always offsetting the reason for the happening on somebody else. And excuses was another one. So, I mean, there's a list of them. But the reality is, in order for me to be in control of myself, I have to accept responsibility for all my outcomes.
Yep.
And I have to accept the responsibility of trying to figure out how to manipulate those responses to get the outcome that I want. In other words, I'm in control of my destiny. I can't give you control. That's not going to work out too good for me if I'm under your reign and you could determine how I feel. I want to determine how I feel, therefore I have to take control, and sometimes I have to accept the one thing that people don't want to do. Maybe I don't have enough knowledge or information or experience to get the results I want.
Miss B Love, what you feel about accountability?
Accountability? I love accountability. Accountability is how we grow.
Almost got married, so I'm talking. Hear a woman say that. I'm talking Jay. I'm talking.
the way the
What
way I
kind of
see
mess?
Hold
the
on,
way
let
I
me
see
follow
accountability.
Santiago. This dude is an interviewer. He asks awesome questions.
Yeah,
Hold on,
he
let me
said
make
he
sure I
been in my
follow it.
life for a minute. He just got his
I
live
love his
access now.
questioning, man. The questions he asks is phenomenal.
No, I
Yeah.
mean I'm here. I'm here, man.
So
Don't even matter. Age ain't nothing but a number when it comes to knowledge. I tell you that
Right,
first and
exactly.
foremost.
I mean, and that's what be making me mad about even with that ego stuff. I be hearing people be trying to disqualify people because of their experiences or their ages and all that stuff. I'm like, dog,
Bro, I
that's that
relate because
ego.
I relate. They look at my picture and assume my age. Shit, I'm damn near 50, and they don't even know it. They're like, "Hold on, you too young." I says, "Am I really?" When I tell my age, I'm half the time the people that challenge me is younger
Right.
than me.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
tell my niece that in the morning when I'm trying to get up. That's
But
funny.
I want to hear it. She said she love accountability.
Yeah. So to me, when you're personally accountable, you take ownership. You're not telling people, "Oh, you should have."
Oh, oh Lord, she done hit the big topic: ownership. How much of your own emotional real estate do you own?
Oh, yeah. I know that leaders value respect in every relationship. It's really about gratitude. If you're a leader, you're serving other people, not necessarily yourself, but so everybody can get up.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
She said volumes. She said leaders value respect. I never heard that from nobody. That's volumes.
value, respect, absolutely. I run my own business, and my assistant, she understands that thoroughly. Respect is everything to me.
Yeah.
Respect the foundations that I've laid. Respect the sacrifice I've made. Respect the investments I made. Even if you don't agree with it, respect the fact that you have not done this and I have.
Mm-hmm.
And you should
That.
always want to be around other people who are smarter than you. Because if you're around people that
Absolutely.
aren't, like, fuck, good luck.
Oh,
Kev, you
what
got a
that?
smart panel, dude. I love this tonight.
I
Oh
be
Lord,
liking. That's
I'm
my point, man. and that's why I'm
I'm
trying to
not up for no
unite
reason
though.
now.
But people gonna realize that even that I know it be trigger words to a lot of people, especially on this app, that accountability, they don't realize that that's the cure to a lot of stuff and your stress that's in your life for real. That's really the cure. Like
Oh,
once you really
absolutely.
focus on just not just saying a word and really understanding what that is and even get to a point. I tell people even be accountable for the things you don't feel like you should be accountable for. It will give
You know
you a
what?
whole different mindset. I'm trying to tell you, like
Hey,
you will literally
Yeah.
be kind of relief. You really realize that you have full control of your life, even if it don't go the way you want it to. You know, it's something better. You know what I'm saying? Or you got to make a better decision. It's gonna push you to go harder because you're gonna know you're gonna stop playing blame. You know what I'm saying? You know, opposite accountability is blame. That's what that flat out is. You know what I'm saying? So People don't know how powerful that is.
No, what
Right.
you said was powerful, man. The corny part about being a man, you have to just being a man. Like you gotta like accept other people. That's being a boss. To be honest with you, you got employees they messed up. You know what I mean, you gotta take accept for that because you over them. That's the part of being
Yeah.
a man. That's
Hmm.
the corny part, but
Oh,
it's
we get to
corny.
watch them
But
light up.
you gotta
The
do it.
real amiga.
We
Buenas
about to watch them
noches.
light up in there, baby. There we go.
Oh, Blue Papa
Oh, it's about
Smurf.
to be
What's
a
up?
party tonight. Too much fire about to be in here.
Hey, how's everybody
I,
doing tonight?
I'm
What's up,
good, man.
Bobby? How you
good,
doing?
good. Hey, just so
I'm
you
doing
know ahead of
excellent.
time,
Yes,
amiga, you're
sir.
not getting me in trouble. I got some Don Julio on the hill, but we're not getting in trouble tonight. All right.
What?
I just had some beer battered pretzels, so I'm all right. You know what I'm
Oh, let me know, man. I still got a little wine and dine
Hey,
down
he
there.
still got on the leather jacket. Y'all in
We can
trouble.
unite off that lick. Oh, he he was over there macking something tonight or
saying? No, I was
something.
watching. I was
Pulling
watching
up.
Ryan Garcia get punched in the ribs. That's what I was
Yeah, I
watching.
Hey
You saw that,
yo,
know. I
hey,
know.
hey, he had a McRib tonight.
Yeah,
Mm-mm-mm.
he
I'm glad I was
you
going
know what?
for him
Tank,
too.
no, Tank. He
he
changing
had
the boxing game.
he had a
He changing the
Yeah,
McRib. That's a
boxing
good one.
game. I like that.
he the new face, and
All
right, a
right,
short guy taking it over too.
all
No,
right.
he
One,
like Floyd my man, but he changed the boxing game to money. But
Yeah.
but Tank, he knocking these dudes out. I like that.
Yeah, he is.
I will warn you guys. Once these glasses come on, we're about to get into some deep shit right now.
Bow. In too deep. There we go.
I'm gonna get
Payal.
rain boots on. It's about.
All right, let's do this. Welcome everyone to the show. We're about to get crazy. Let's talk about race. Um,
I don't
but
like
I'm
to
only gonna
ride.
I'm only gonna talk about race for 30 seconds because what's more important than race is culture.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
problem and the problem with race is that you know, we always look for something to identify with. And one of the
Hmm.
disconnection is language, your cultural language, the language that you use day in, day out, who you spend time with, who you share this language with is what's more important than anything else. And if you don't believe me, think about the dominant language that you speak, meaning how you speak most of the time, and then make an assessment of the people around you that speak that same language.
Hmm.
Is it a productive language? Is
Hmm.
it a cultural based language? Is it a race based language? Does
Culture.
anybody know the difference between culture, race, nationality, color? Does anybody know the differences?
I know it. I
Give
know
us the
now by
difference.
now.
I know the difference.
At
You
the
know, because
difference.
at the end of the day, that's where the disconnection comes. When you start
Mm-hmm.
paying attention to the language that you use, the disconnect is that when you get too in tune with your culture, then what you're doing is making it that much harder to be in tune with other cultures if
Mm.
diversification is important to anybody. Because
Brought it up.
you could sit here and defend your culture till the cows come home, but you're only limited to that culture. If that
Exactly.
culture doesn't teach you anything outside of the culture, then you have been indoctrinated to the culture.
Where are those cows going anyway? Where the hell do they go?
I don't know, but I heard they have beef.
I hear that.
Oh yeah,
So,
it's about to get really
so,
interesting.
ladies and gentlemen, before we start making a big deal about race, we need to understand that the people that cry racism the most are the most racist. And I'm
Mm.
not saying this to single out a particular race or culture. What I'm doing is this:
Whoa,
Hit dog
he got
holler.
a point, Poppy.
you,
Yo.
you are the landlord of your life. You are the landlord. You know what I'm saying? You are also a gatekeeper. So if you're going to keep the gate open, you have to watch what comes in and out of your gate. Otherwise, close the gate while you're focused. You know what I'm saying? If you're not going to watch it, don't leave it open. What I mean by that is this. You don't have to live in a racist world, even though the world is racist.
I get
Your
you.
world does not have to be racist. We're not saying that racism doesn't exist. Of course we know that you have to be an idiot to say that racism doesn't exist. But how much of that racism is inside of you? Because if you take a defense to it, then you're always on the lookout for it.
If you're mad.
That makes sense.
So
That makes sense.
I'm in the deep south, so I'm gonna throw some out there. So
Mm-hmm.
there's a component in which racism is reactionary and systemic, right? When there are systems that are designed specifically, like I'm in the South, there's laws that's specifically designed to impact a particular group of people based on their race. And it's known. That's when it gets challenging. Like Armiga, I agree with you. You know, I'm gonna say, I can't say, I'm gonna say 95%. But then the reality, that's reactionary racism in which the system has made it clear that we're trying to limit you motherfuckers. And now you're trying to fight through that, and the fight for you is harder than everybody else. Now, me, I'm of a different cloth. I don't give a damn how hard you make it. I'm going to get it any goddamn way. Period. But my peers don't have the same resilience I do. So now I got to fight, push, pull, and help them get there at the same time. But I also understand that they don't have the same resilience I have, and that's what makes it challenging for a entire group of people.
Yes, and
And
95
stop
is
being
not a
slick
not
back there.
95 is not a bad percentage. I'll accept that all day. Because there are going to be exceptions to any
Right,
comment or any opinion or any feeling that we have. So
right.
most of the time when I speak from the objective side. I try to speak facts. I try to speak relevant information. I try not to move the goalpost. But again, if you don't have control of your feelings,
Facts.
your
Emotional
your
intelligence.
boundaries are very limited. Your
Yeah,
capacity is limited because there's always going to be that element of feeling, that element of disdain, that element of separation. You see, people
yeah.
need to understand what we identify with. If you identify with a loser, guess what you are?
Mm,
If you identify with a racist, guess what you are?
Right?
If you identify with intelligent people, guess what you are? Okay? So
Smart.
what you identify with is important because if you believe that you can't do something, so help me God, you're not going to do it.
mm-hmm.
Boy, that was a strong fact. I mean, Armiga. I'm gonna do an Armiga type thing right now. I'm gonna ask you a question because you good at
Uh-oh.
asking questions. So, would you clarify for us what the process of identifying what a particular person is?
When you identify with someone, you believe in it, you live it, you look for excuses to stay in it.
Mm.
It is your personal individual hamster wheel, aka mental treadmill.
Yep.
So it's a choice, like what you said. Your peers are not there yet. It is your choice whether to go forward and put that level of emphasis into them or work more on yourself to make yourself stronger and be a better leader as opposed to a equal peer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I love me some real Armiga.
And if I could add to that as well,
Yes,
Please do.
please.
I lost my train of thought. Shit.
No, it couldn't have been that easy.
It was. It was.
That's a, that, it'll come back to you. It'll come
Yes, it
back to
will.
you.
Just remind
Um,
me what you just said because ADHD brain. I'm
The
sorry.
identity.
we're talking about identifying. Identification is who you resonate with. Identification
Right.
is
Oh
who
yeah.
you rock with. Like, where
And
is your identification
so,
is another word for comfortability level. How about that?
so
Right.
let's dig into that, right? So, in identification, the first thing in identification is superficial. It's what we see that we feel that we resonate with. And that could be anything. That's if I identify as a woman, a single mother, a father, whatever ethnicity you are. It's all superficial. It's not an in-depth exploration of why we should connect. So we first identify with the superficial aspects of human being. You identify with human beings and not with monkeys for a reason. You identify with human beings, not bears for a reason, because you don't look like them. And the proof of that is if you see people who graduate high school, automatically high school and military is two of the options, right, that most people explore. And when they get there, the first thing they gravitate towards is the thing that looks the most like them.
Mm-hmm.
That's more of relative identification. Now you understand that identity is two things: is
Right.
who we think we are and
You
who we
believe.
identify with.
Absolutely.
Those are two different things. Because I could, behind closed doors, say one thing, and when I'm amongst people, I could have the etiquette to go with the flow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So watch out for those. That's number one. Number two,
Chameleons?
yes, those people that can switch up, they have the ability to just, it's a very low level, keep up with the Joneses kind of thing, right?
Mm.
So those people that want to identify as a boneless chicken, that they want to identify as a pair of jeans.
This dude say boneless chicken.
I'm about to
Hey,
identify somebody's bank account. That's what I'm about to be.
Oh. I'm
so,
about to
so, so,
identify as 66 years old so I got to draw Social Security.
there you go. You see, now, if you identify with that, then you'll get tired faster during the day.
They
I
gonna catch you
identify
being
with
a
needing a
chameleon
nap.
quick.
I need a nap.
Oh,
I need a nap.
I'm just saying. Listen, at the end of the day, we look for comfort in things that will never be comfortable. Let me say that one more time.
yeah,
We look for comfort in things that will never be comfortable, and they're uncomfortable for a reason.
right.
Usually, uncomfortability comes with change. Change is the antichrist for many people because it's too hard,
That's what she
what I'm
said.
saying, for people to change. But
Yeah,
unfortunately, this is what people don't think about. We change every 5 seconds. We change every 10
Boy,
seconds. We
you're
are not the same
right.
person we was a minute ago. We're not the same person we was this morning. We're not the same person we was last night. So we change more in a natural, organic way than we do us putting the pressure on ourselves to evolve. And we do it all the time, yet we avoid it. That makes no fucking sense.
I agree. And I remember what I was going to add to when you were saying before, when you have to move forward and you're around people that aren't uplifting or above you to help you learn some shit, like, there's a season for everyone. You have to move forward, you have to leave them, and that shit hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, we talked about leadership, right? And then we
Yeah.
got into the conversation of that true leadership may be subjective, and I thought about that, Kevin. Let's eliminate the true leadership and let's just say that there's good leaders and bad leaders, right? And it's semi subjective depending on who's scaling what good and bad is, right? But for the common understanding folk, they know the difference between what a good and a bad leader is. A bad leader can lead you and enable you into a situation which is not productive. A good leader will empower you because a good leader will have this thing about you saying that if I lift you up, we both rise. But if I rise by myself, I'm only limited to your capacity. See how that works?
Right?
So a good leader will take you place, will show you, like that old saying, you teach a guy to
Yeah, help
fish.
you grow.
Exactly. But if you don't teach him to fish, he'll rely on you. You die, everybody dies. How does that work?
Yeah. The Reliance leader.
Yeah.
So that's how it works. Think about this. If you hang out with people that have a limited capacity, there's your capacity. If you want to know where your wall is, if you want to know where your highest level you could be, look at the three or four people that you talk to. There it goes right
I
there.
thought you said the 304. I'm like, whoa, that's the wrong way to
No,
look
no,
at
no.
it. I get
Look
what you
at
mean.
the.
No, he said 3 or
I was like,
4,
we messing up
Kevin. I
already.
know
We
it's
got a
late.
bad
Not
leader in
3 or
here.
4.
There go a bad leader. Don't listen. We're
Now,
not
he
looking at
just said
them.
the 304 leader. Like, dang.
Look at the 3 or 4 people that you talk to the most. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. It's really wild because if you're the
Man.
strongest in your circle, then what are you gonna learn?
Right, exactly. I feel you on that. I feel
Not
you.
gonna
Right.
learn, but you're gonna hear about all the dumb shit they did.
That's okay. It comes with the territory, and that's part of adulting. When you're an adult,
True.
you know that there's opposition. You know that there's going to be comfortable conversation, uncomfortable. Sorry, there's going to be somebody is gonna get offended, and
Mm-hmm.
a good leader
Yeah.
understands that and can work through it by already knowing in advance that there will be opposition. So instead of you getting
Yes.
me on my feelings, I'll say, I expected that, not in those exact words, but I expected some opposition. So here, this is what we're going to do about opposition. Let's
Yeah.
practice leaving your feelings behind because you cannot have an
Yeah.
intellectual conversation with someone who is not in control, has emotional control,
Man,
or knows how
I
to critically think.
I had a run in with my assistant with that very thing you just said, Amiga. And I had to be in a position where I can actually have a conversation with the person who was in an emotional mindset before entering into a room with about 40 people that had an emotional mindset. But yeah, you gotta be ready for opposition when you're in that position.
Mm-hmm.
People that call themselves leaders have no emotional intelligence, control, management, whatever we want to call that shit tonight. They're not fit to be leaders because what they're going to do is they're going to migrate their mindset and whatever the feeling is, and it's not always
Mm-hmm.
productive to growth and unity at the same time.
Exactly.
That's fighting in the Denny's parking lot, not want to be there.
That right? Oh, because
That's why I can't
where
get
I'm
with
at,
them rooms like that. It just be
we fight
annoying.
at we fight in the Waffle House parking lot over here in Louisiana.
Let me shine some light on something. The same way a bright person, right, a strong person walks in a room and everybody notices this strength of this person, it's the same way they notice when you don't fucking belong there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So the only way they know the difference is your confidence level. Where does confidence come from?
Absolutely
Comes from
right.
knowledge. Because the
Hmm.
real true freedom is having knowledge. Let me say that slow. True freedom is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Why? Because when you know things, they can't shake you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's applied, and when it's applied, it becomes wisdom.
Yes,
And
that's
that you can
discernment.
spread and share.
That's correct. That is correct.
There we
So
go.
Confidence,
the
understand
whole thing
knowledge.
about doing things going forward is making sure that it doesn't come from a place of reaction. Reaction comes from
Mm-hmm.
emotions. Emotions come from feeling. So
Exactly.
here's the thing. When it comes to feelings and emotions, we don't even know when we're at the bottomless pit of it. And then you start realizing, how did I get here? And then you stop it when it's on its way to the point of no return. Then you stop it before it gets to a point that it evolves into something else. And then you get it when it first comes into your mind, you stop it mentally, and then you avoid it and become responsible. It takes a process in order to get to a point where you are living in the now and the past and the future have nothing to do with you being in your own presence. Nobody can move you when you get to that point. Trust me, I do it every day. I am not moved by peasants. And what I mean by
Not the
peasants, I don't mean
peasants.
financially. I mean people who do not put the effort into their mindset to become better.
You mean
Yeah.
you feeble-minded people?
You peasant.
You're a
He didn't
peasant
spit
if you
in the
don't do
screen.
shit. If you always relying on other people to do things for you, if you're not autonomous, and they don't have to hold your hand for everything that you do. If you're not a victim and play the victimization role, then you're on the right track. But all these things take time, understanding, patience, perseverance, tolerance level, you know. You got to understand the language. If you want to be here, you gotta let go and unlearn half the shit that you learn. It's not easy to do
Exactly.
that.
Yeah.
It's not easy, but it
Yeah.
has to be done. Because if you want to keep going in circles, then just continue doing what you're doing. I guarantee you that you'll stay right there.
Exactly. You're stuck until you learn the lesson.
Be stagnant.
So I come up here sometimes and I sound a little bit arrogant. I guarantee you that it's not coming
No,
from
you
a
ain't
place of
arrogant,
arrogance.
concrete. You ain't
It's
Then
coming.
arrogant.
what the hell you're talking about?
You're telling the truth, man.
I put the work in, and nobody can take that away from me. You know, like it takes forever to get to a certain place, and only one mistake will bring you right back to where you started. So keep in mind that if you are surrounded by people who don't want the same thing you do, you're not just fighting yourself anymore. You're fighting the people that are in your circle.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say, I had to let go of a lot of people. Some came back, and some I don't have to share or coexist any space with them whatsoever. That's what it means by loving from a distance, because you should love everyone, but you don't
Right.
have to be in their face. You don't have to be in their life. They don't have to be in
That
yours.
comes with growth, man. Can't be sticking with something that's holding you back.
So that's where I'm at with this whole race thing. I don't talk about it anymore because I talk more about culture. Because if it ain't about race, it's about nationality. There's always going to be something wrong. Everybody has something, some type of prejudice. I don't care who you are. I don't care how school you are. I don't care where you've been. You could be 100 years old. There is always going to be some type of prejudice in every person. It's just how
Yeah.
many prejudices do you have?
That now that is fact. I don't care who you are. We are all prejudiced on some issue, whatever that may be.
And
Racism is an external thing, but what I love, Armiga, that you said was the fact that we're all basically, I'm just paraphrasing you. We're in an environment where racism is going to be there, whether you like it or not.
No matter what.
And how you respond to it and what you choose to focus on is
yo,
going to be your world. But most importantly, what we don't talk about enough is culture. That's where I wanted to get. We don't talk about that because even within, let's just take, okay, we talk about the black African American race. There is subcultures in that. If you start talking to enough black folks, you know what you're gonna hear. There's a difference the way they feel about people off the East Coast, West Coast, and in the South, alone by itself. When I went in the military, these people thought, they asked me, said, "Hey, y'all wear shoes in Louisiana?" And I'm like, "What the fuck is you talking about?" Yeah, we wear damn shoes. And this is from us, right? So there, I recognize quick, fast, and in a hurry. That's some big cultural stuff that we have not crossed. You asking me that dumbass question like y'all got free and we stay here with no shoes on type shit. So we don't talk about culture and upbringing enough, which actually causes more divide than racism itself. But that's a hot topic that nobody want to talk about.
No, no, that's a good topic actually. We talking about like in between black folks. No, that's a great topic actually. But I mean, that's a good topic though.
You know, I love when people tell me things like, well, how would you know? I already
oh
know.
my.
I already know what
This
that
and
means.
this
I
is
already know
why
what
I'm gonna
that
keep
means.
this topic up for a good minute. I'm gonna keep talking about it. I'm gonna put different parts, but different little things in it because that's the point. That's the point of this topic is to show that none of this stuff really matters. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying it's matter in the world, but I'm saying if as long as we can change our mindset on the way we look at it, we can really realize the real problem. It has nothing to do with what this is up here, all this, because we really can. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that shit
It's the truth.
got me,
It's the
TT.
truth. It's Kevin. It's the
What's
truth.
up, Kanai?
This is why I say that I am one of the top people in the world when it comes to race. You know why? Because you saw my video. I believe in my race before I believe in your race. My race is the human race. What race is yours?
I'll take that
That's the
too.
that's the only race that actually exists. Shit.
Exactly. Now we're talking because when we feed into the division, right? And what I mean by division is there's things in life that you can't change. The color of your skin, unless you suntan, I can't be dark unless I suntan, right? Unless somebody's dark and they bleach their skin, they can't be light skin, right? There has to be something that has to be done externally in order to change someone's skin. So if you can't change the color of one's skin, what can you change? You can change your culture, can't you?
You can change the
No,
way you think about that.
That's a culture.
we
Yeah.
can't change the
Mentality
culture.
is
Right, right.
culture. Mentality. Culture is mentality. That's what culture really is.
You know, the thing is, when people don't take the simple approach towards a word like race. The word race implies that we're in a competition to see who's going to get there first. And when we look at race and you identify color with race, if you took and started having people run, color is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. And then we're competing based on external factors, but we don't ever
Right.
look at, we don't ever
The
look at the
internal.
culture. We don't look at the abilities. We don't look at the intelligence of groups of people, which intelligence comes from multiple quote unquote races around the world. When you ask people, who do you think the smartest group of people are?
The people that can run the fastest.
Well, you get. I want to give a shout out to Kanai. I haven't seen Kanai in a while. Everybody, watch your mouth. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Kanai is in the audience, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
I
we gotta
feel so blessed. My TT is in here.
get her in
um,
the tell
Shout out
Kanai
to
come in
her,
the
man. She
box.
that I've seen that lady when she started, and now she is,
She created all of us.
she's
I know.
solid, man. She's so solid,
Shit,
and
I'm
God bless.
connected to y'all because of Kanai. Shit.
I know I was saying that too earlier. I said because I seen Tony on earlier. I like, look at that, look at all of us. We done branched off from Kanai and stuff. Now we all becoming grown folks now.
She
Look,
officially has a title of TikTok mother.
yeah. She's an auntie for sure. You know what I'm saying? Mud's still in the
Yeah.
house too. What's up, Mud? You see, that's another group too, the Love Bug Central group. You see, like people need to pay attention that there are groups now that are starting to pull back from certain people when they realize how difficult people are. Like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
okay to be difficult, right? But not difficult to the point where you disrupt shit and move the goalpost. You know what I'm saying? If we're trying to get to a certain area in life, we got to identify where we at right now. But people want to jump the
Facts.
gun and be anxious about the future and then hold all that resentment and all that guilt that's part of your ego and your pride that has to do with the past. Why don't you just sit down one day and just breathe the air that's around you? And why don't you go outside, take a walk? I don't know what is it that's going to get you started, but whatever it is that can clear your thoughts, that is the only way you're going to solve problems.
No,
So
my phone died. That's
people talk
what
about
it is.
overthinkers, right? Overthinkers.
Well,
Overthinkers,
I be thinking
they
about this.
suck. They suck. I'm gonna tell you why.
Man, well, I
Because
suck because I overthink, man.
well, this is what I mean. This is what I mean by that. It's a lot of self-inflicted suffering.
Yeah.
Um, you only need to think when you're solving a problem. The rest of the time, you need to shut your brain off.
Hey, Omega, let me back you up on that. Mark Twain said this. This is a Mark Twain quote. He said,
Uh-oh.
many things in life I've worried about, most of which have never happened.
That's anxiety. That's not the only description of anxiety, but for the most part, anxiety is making assumption about something that haven't happened yet.
What if? If you
mm,
start your day off with what if, you're already in trouble.
If
we
you
getting somewhere. We hitting some
let me tell you
stuff.
something, if you get up and you touch the ground from the bed and you don't know what you're doing, you're in trouble.
You ever heard that saying, be ready before you have to get ready?
Yes. And that's true. And all this is all prep. That way you go from accountability, awareness, accountability. Oh, I added something. Check this out. So here's the steps to become responsible, right? It starts with awareness. Then it's taking ownership, right? And then there comes the apology. Not just the person you did it to, but to yourself for failing yourself, right? Then
Yeah.
comes the consequences. And then comes the change of behavior, the discipline to avoid it, and here you got responsibility.
Responsibility. Right?
Be an adult, ladies and gentlemen. Stop the bullshit.
There we go. I like that. I like that.
It's the consequences that I wasn't getting with all these discussions. Like I kept forgetting that you have to face the consequences. Before you have a change of behavior, you have to face the consequences. But people
Oh yeah, for
skip this
sure, man.
consequence step,
Thanks for coming up.
right? They skip the
All right,
consequence
beloved.
part. They go right into change of behavior, and they forget that they got to pay for it. They don't want to pay for it once they change their behavior. They'll be like, well, hold up a second. I changed. I'm a changed man. Yeah, well, you still got to do that time.
Right.
Exactly. You gonna still get held
Consequences. Hey,
accountable.
consequences don't cancel debt.
Yes, beloved, I see that. But, at the end of the day, look, We put too much effort into
Well,
things that keep us right where we at.
I don't want to lose this thought. When you were saying like, all right, you were saying that, all right, cool, consequences. It does, because just the other day I was like, how come there's people? It be like they do 30 years in prison, and they're a changed man. But it's okay for them. They it's okay for them, like they can change. But you're right about consequences. I never put consequences inside of the equation. You're right about that.
Man,
I
look,
was fucking up. I was fucking up because we
um,
had this discussion several times. And King, you've been there for like 3 or 4 of these discussions. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I haven't, but
look, you know me, I love definitions, right? So let's just break apart a word real quick, real
Oh,
simple.
let's get it.
Consequences, right? The word con in any language means with, and we forget the other part is sequence, right? That means
That's
with a
correct.
sequence. That means that when something happens with the sequence that's already been predetermined, these things are going to happen whether you like it or not.
That's right. It's already been written.
Right. It's predetermined. There's is basically it's the laws of gravity. What goes up must come down. I don't care what you
Mm-hmm.
throw in the air. It's coming freaking down. And if it don't come down here, it's coming down somewhere. That is the law of gravity. That's a consequence of throwing something up.
Okay, now let's break that word down even further. Let's break that word down into a noun and a verb because there's a difference between as a consequence of and facing the
keep
consequences.
this in suffix.
Yes, there's definitely two different things
Yeah.
here. So as a result of, as a consequence of this action, this happened, and then you facing the consequences in an accountability state.
Uh-oh.
So there's a verb and a noun there. However you
Yes, it
want to
is.
rock it, that's up to you. But there's an
You said
action
you
in
said
there, and then there is something that happens as a
consequences.
result of.
Consequences.
That word is very strong because consequence is another word for process.
Oh, there you go. With sequences. There we go. Go ahead, Armika. Take it away.
It's a process, and if you don't believe in the process, it will never work for you. If you don't do everything you're supposed to do in the steps of any process, you will revert back to the step that you decided to ignore. It
That
will.
part.
You will not have a complete process. You'll always feel like something is missing. Now let's go back to identification. That's the problem with identifying with things, is that people always have the need to be a part of something. That's why people join gangs, because they're not getting what they're supposed to at home. There's other reasons why people join gangs. But one of the hierarchy of from Abraham Maslow, it's a hierarchy of needs with basic needs going
Yeah.
all the way up to self-actualization. In between there's relationships, and there's also being a part of something, there's self-esteem. If you don't work on these things, there's always going to be something missing in your life. You
What
know,
is
so
that?
it's called a hierarchy of needs.
No, I'm
You
Yeah,
saying
have
what
to.
Pablo's.
what are they missing?
It depends. Everybody's missing something because
Right.
self-actualization is a very small percentage.
They miss
Self-actualization means you reach to a point where you really, really, really know yourself. You
they
really, really
missing
do.
love. That's probably what it is.
Love is
And
part.
so
Love is part. Love is part of the hierarchy of needs, but it's not at the highest level. It's at the basic. It's a basic need. Love is a basic need.
It's a necessity.
Yes,
I'm
they're all necessities, all of them.
uh-huh.
So
And what it does is let's tie it all together. And so we talking about psychology. Let's bring in physiology, right?
mhm,
Physics. So in physics, there's
saying
laws that
physiology.
abide in everything, right? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. We don't think
that's
about that stuff, right? That an
mhm,
object in motion remains in motion until acted upon by another force. We don't think about all those laws interacting with one another when it comes to sequence, right?
Not in motion, stay in motion.
Yeah,
a,
right.
a ball doesn't roll unless the floor is a little slanted.
Come on, man. So when you start tying all these basic principles together, that's what one of our favorite quotes. Anybody's been around me long enough knows methods are many, principles are few, methods change, principles never do.
Hmm.
When you start tying principles together, you get a grander understanding of life. Now, once you get a grander understanding of life, you go back and take your decision making and see how the consequences of your decisions have impacted your journey. And is it actually leading you to where you're intending to go? And if not, then I have to go back and make new decisions But I have to understand that there are still consequences that's already been put in motion based on the previous decisions I made.
Correct. And you can't overlook them, so you have to deal with
Can't.
the consequences while you make adjustments.
Which is why religion tells you to forget about your actions and your consequences. And that's why people that's deep rooted in religion, not spirituality, often fail in the long run.
You guys got good topics, man. I mean, I'm just listening, but y'all going everywhere now.
Yeah, we because it's all relative. If we could look, it's hard to just talk about one subject without talking about all the relative factors. And that's why people are
Interconnected.
not successful, is because again, I'm gonna say it again, there's always something missing. There's always something
Always.
missing. There's
No, I'm
always
here.
something
I'm
missing.
listening to it. I
That's
love it.
that's why
Actually.
my favorite topic is holistic healing. You have to look at everything. You can't look at one thing. You gotta look at everything. And the problem is most people refuse to look at everything because sometimes everything looks overwhelming.
It does at first because you're not familiar with it, and
That's
but
right.
once
Unfamiliar.
you keep touching it over and over, you get the feel for it.
That's
There was
right.
a pun in there.
Right. That's it. Your
Once
success
you
looks
keep touching it.
overwhelming. Relationship longevity looks over. Everything looks overwhelming, but I agree with you 1,000%. But once you touch it enough, you realize that it's normal. It's the inevitable. It's the ultimate game, and I just need to be patient enough to learn it.
The ultimate winner in life is, listen, I'm gonna tell you what I believe wholeheartedly is the ultimate winner in life. It's the person who's cool, calm, and collect. It's the person that has emotional control because they understand the functions of emotion, that they come from feelings, and once it becomes an emotion, then it's a reaction.
Uh-oh.
Once you
Yes,
understand those
indeed.
things, once you understand those things, then you can stop it before it goes further. But if you don't
That's part.
understand what the steps are, you're going to get caught in between step number two and step number four. You're going to
I'll
get
say
caught in
that.
between step one and step three.
I'll debate on
Yeah.
that.
You can, please.
You said the most successful person in life, and you put those things. Um,
Cool, calm, collected, emotional intelligence, self-control, um, and has the ability to rationalize by critically thinking and understanding, what are the counterparts to productivity. That's a successful person because that person can't be broken.
I'll say the most successful person in life is the person because as humans, like I think we when we get older, we want to chase like the happiness, like we want to chase happiness. But I think a person that achieve like self-sustained happiness is the most successful person in life.
Well, you know that happy is a temporary feeling. What you're really looking for is joy.
Oh, boy, you done stole the words out of my mouth, man. Give them back.
You have to find joy, peace, and love in order to be at your best. In order for you to be at your
Yes.
best, and you shouldn't have to go to a person or to a place in order to find it. It's supposed to be inside of you. So young man, I am
Yes.
agreeing with you. We just got to speak the same language. Happy is temporary.
Temporary state. Yes, it is.
Joy is where it's at because you feel joy from the morning to the night. Happy comes and goes.
Joy. Anytime you felt happy is because somebody gave you joy. Their joy created the happiness. Joy, happiness
I
is
always
is
wanted
is
to fully know what that meant, though. Too. I'm glad y'all talking about that, though. I think
Joy
I
is the
heard that
deep.
earlier.
Joy is the ocean, and
Okay,
happy is a glass of water.
yeah.
so that's something that's already deep rooted into us, right? That they gotta get found, basically. Just like peace, like I think we got that in us, but we just gotta figure how to get back to it. Cause I heard
Well,
like
well,
most of
well,
that stuff
well,
is
well,
called, yeah,
well, Kev. A lot of people have never found peace. A lot of people have never found joy. A lot of people have never
Yeah.
found love. So you're not
There's
born with any of that.
that's what I
You're
said. I
born.
said, is it
You're
in us?
born
That's
with.
what I was saying.
You're born with unconditional love until you find out the truth about your parents,
yeah.
and then that unconditional shit goes out the window because you're like, wait a minute, I thought these people were like super gods. They're just humans like everybody else. You understand? They were just my
You said a
parents.
lot of people haven't. You said they haven't found. Wait, hold up.
He
Well,
said,
a lot of people will live their entire life never finding peace, Kevin.
Yeah.
But what
Facts.
would be your
Hey,
like with that then? Because I get what you're saying though, but don't you gotta have some type of some type of piece of life just to even move or live, right?
Well,
That's what I
A,
thought.
mo-
so
a moment, a
the thing
moment, a
is,
moment.
hey,
Look, a moment in time in silence is not peace. Peace is peace, love, and joy are long-term processes. They're not something that
now,
comes and goes.
amiga, let me give you a alley oop on this one, right?
Go for it.
So the planet is called satisfaction or gratification. The countries or the continents on that planet are peace, their joy, they're all those things you keep identifying as satisfaction, right? Ultimate satisfaction requires you to visit each continent. There's moments of peace, right? Then there's moments of joy. There's all these components, and there's a city within joy that's called, the capital is called happiness, right?
I
Now, if you know
agree.
anything about traveling, you could travel to a place, it's good to visit, but if you live there too long, it's not comfortable. If I am happy too long, that is not a satisfactory mindset. I am
Okay.
Say
supposed
wait,
to,
hold on. Say that one more time because that's important for people to understand. Say that one more time.
if I visit happiness too long, that's not a satisfactory mindset. I am supposed to experience sadness. We only view what we call negative emotions as negative because we don't think we're supposed to be there sometimes. But it's what gives you the understanding or the value of why happiness is important, but ultimately leading to joy because joy controls happiness and sadness.
All right,
It's
can I
satisfaction.
explain
That's
something
like
to
the
y'all?
biggest.
Can I explain something to y'all real quick? Can I explain something to y'all real quick?
Please.
All right, so I just got in the chat and I hear everything y'all talking about, whatever. So the questions was, race and ethnicity. Like I say, what's the first person? What, blah,
Just say
What
what
percentage?
percentage.
of
Go
race,
ahead.
ethnicity makes your
Yeah,
race?
what percentage of race and ethnicity blood makes your race or ethnicity? I can't say that word. Ethnic background. I had to do that yesterday. I was getting messed.
Ethnicity. Okay. So basically, I feel like people have to realize at the end of the day, like, um, we are all of the human race. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
I'm not trying to negate skin color and the struggles of black people or white people. I'm just trying to say, at the end of the day, we are the human race. You feel me? So it's like we're all being controlled by something or someone or something like that. Like we all, like everyone, everything like that. So when people get heated about like, oh well, I'm black and this and that, or I'm white and this and that, it's like, bro, do you even know what the fuck you talking about? Like, do you even know what you're fighting for? Like when people
Hey,
when no
Miss Deb.
no, I'm dead ass. But like, when people are in political parties, they be like, "Oh, I'm fighting for this, I'm fighting for that." I'm like, "But do you mean that?" Because then you ask them about one aspect about it, they be like, "Oh, well, I'm not fighting for that." And I'm like, "So you're not fighting for that?" Or you ask somebody else, like, "Oh, you fighting for that?" No, I'm not fighting for that though. Like, y'all sound dumb as shit.
Can I ask you a question?
We all the human race, bro. It's
Can I
white, light, brown, dark, whatever. Who gives a
Yeah.
fuck, bro? We're all human beings.
ask you a question?
Ask me a question.
Yes.
What's the question?
The question is, do you believe that there are people that just like to fight?
Oh, absolutely.
There's
No,
people that
no,
just fight,
no.
right?
I definitely, I know. I believe there are people that love to fight, but I'm gonna push it further when I say people love to sit in the anguish, and people also love to sit in their anger and insecurities. That's what it is.
Well,
Good
That's
that's a
what
Lord.
it
I
is.
love this.
that's comfortable. You see,
That's what it is.
that's another
That's,
comfort level.
yeah, that's what it is. And I'm not wrong for saying that shit. I know I'm dead ass right. I know I'm right.
Go ahead. Do your thing. Talk your ish.
I mean, that's my
I'm not
name.
gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue or debate with you when you're right.
Oh, I
When a
like that
person is
comment right
right, I
there.
do.
People gonna
That's my
realize that
name. That's my name. That's
we are
my
all
name.
mixed. I like that comment. I need to pin that one if I can.
Kev. Hey,
No,
time
no,
out.
no, 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 no,
Can we
no,
get,
no, no, no.
hey,
Let
can
me
we
tell
have
you something.
a
Let me tell you
30
something.
second break?
We are not. Hold
Okay,
on.
let's get it. Let's get it. Yeah.
Can we get a,
Yo. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. We are not all mixed. We are not all mixed. We are all different. but in
We
our
mixed.
differences.
No, baby, we all mix. Do
We
your
mixed. We
DNA. We
mixed.
all
I already
mix.
talked about this a while ago by now.
Okay, whatever. But
Do,
we are all our own folks. You feel me? Like I mean, like it's like okay, I can appreciate like y'all are all my brothers and sisters. Y'all are my brothers, the niggas in here. Yeah, y'all my brothers and whatnot. And it's like we can all agree on the same topics and shit like that. It's still at the same time like I understand how other black people are more ignorant to the topics or like ignorant to the facts. You feel me?
I do.
And to be ignorant is not to be like it's not like not that you're dumb, but it's just you're not knowing.
No,
And
ignorance is usually an
I put
emotional
ignorant
state.
just means you just don't know. Huh?
I say
Well,
ignorance is usually an emotional state. Even ignorant people, when you present facts to them, they still want to side with how they feel. It's
well,
always
that's
an
that
emotional
that
state.
that that's different levels to ignorance.
No,
There's
no,
the
that's
end. There's the there's
that's
the
angry.
there's
That's
the,
angry. That's angry. Because
yeah, but
ignorance,
there's different levels to ignorance.
I would say, because I believe in ignorance. As ignorance is just dumb and not knowing. Like you don't know. Like you don't know the facts. So when you're ignorant, you just don't know the facts, and that's okay. Because I can teach you the facts. That's cool. That's cool.
Well, what I meant by ignorant, like what I meant by different levels of ignorance, is that there are people that don't know because they weren't exposed to it, and there's people that don't
Yeah.
know because they don't want to know.
There we
Exactly.
go. That's
Yeah.
what I'm
Like
talking about.
you don't just don't
It's
know.
an
You don't
emotional
know the
that's
state.
facts. You
stubborn.
don't know
The
the facts.
only thing that keeps you from not wanting to know is an emotional mindset.
It's that
Period.
ego.
Yes,
That
yes,
ego I was talking about
ego.
earlier.
Every you could say
Here we
we
go.
could all say
Stubbornness.
56 synonyms. It's all gonna go back into feeling.
You know what ego is? Emotions getting out of hand. EGO.
No, you right. No, you right though. No, you right though. We laughing, but you right though. Dog. Like you right though. You're right though.
Hey, hey,
Because
I want to go back to. I'm gonna talk about this because I know you probably. The reason why I say a mix, just I'm gonna tell you this: do a DNA test and let me know if you 100% of whatever you say you are. That's what I'm gonna tell
But
people.
I got about 10
And
different
they
ethnicities
scientists
in my
already said it's
background. I've
about
done
like
it.
scientists already said we got about now. We got like 20 things in this already. It already done
I'm
said
a hundred.
that.
Yeah.
Listen, y'all.
I'm
I'm a
65%
hundred.
of African and everything else is, oh Lord,
Some
goodness.
other, I'm 110%. I'm 110%, man. When I tell you, I'm 100% South Sudanese. I was born in Egypt. I came to America in like 2007. Like that's when
Wait,
I.
you said Vietnamese and Egyptian?
No. Sudanese, South Sudanese. I'm
Sudanese and Egyptians.
South
So
Sudanese.
you, so girl, how you 110% of two different places?
No, I'm 110% South Sudanese. I was born in Egypt and lived in America, but I'm South Sudanese. Both my parents are both South Sudanese.
But that's not a race though. You got the DNA on that to back that up? Cause I got my DNA with me.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta see that DNA for
Yeah, I
real.
gotta see
Cause
it.
by now, I'm
It
not
broke
even
her
thinking
down for
about just
two.
the. I'm not even thinking about just our parents. You gotta think about your parents, your ancestors,
Right.
all that.
And the lies them
Somebody
It's
mixed in
motherfuckers
a
told.
piece of that. Somebody did some mixing. Ain't no way.
My grandfather had three wives in South Sudan, and had my
Oh
mom.
Lord. And
Yes,
it was all from South Sudan?
yes, all of them since South, like my whole
You know
family.
that for a fact.
Yes, I was not. None of my.
Girl, stop lying.
I'm not his
Nah,
sister.
she's rare. I'm gonna put it
I'm
this
messing
way,
with you.
then.
Don't get
I
mad at me.
swear.
Hey,
I
talking
yo,
my
I'm gonna
shit. I
say
talk
she
my
rare. I
shit.
gotta see the
I'm always
papers.
messing.
no. Listen, cause you see my name, right? Oh no, I ain't even learned English until like 2009, 2013, like clear English.
I'm gonna look at your
Clear English
page. Let me
to
see.
speak
Let me
clearly
see
like
what you
this.
all about.
Come to South, bitch, come to Baltimore and see me for real life. Fuck you talking about? Like, don't
Let
play
me
with
see
me.
what you're talking about. I'm about to follow you. I'm about to go check you
Ego
out.
is definitely in the
Yeah, check
building.
me out, huh? What?
Hey,
DMV is definitely in the building.
I be in Baltimore, so
All right, so come see me then. Fuck you talking about?
I
You
go
gonna?
check you out.
I'm gonna come check you.
All
Yeah,
right,
draw that blood. Get her to spit on something.
all
But
Oh
right.
no,
No, no,
that ain't
no,
sound right.
no.
That ain't
We'll
sound.
Shout out Baltimore, man. Shout out
y'all trying to
Baltimore.
play with me. Y'all trying to play with me, but like I'm
no, no,
telling
no.
you,
I
I'm
pull up. I don't
American.
play.
I know my heritage.
Nah.
I know where I'm from.
Nah, we talking about the science of it all. Like I know me, I done my DNA test and it's modifying over time. I know that the primary part of me is from the Congo. At the end of the day,
Were you
Bantu.
born in
I know
America?
that.
Was you born in America?
Yeah, that's irrelevant though. I'm
Right. So
military,
see,
so let
this
me tell
is
you what. Where you born at is
you
irrelevant.
see the
But
difference.
I know that I'm also French. I'm about
The
50%
difference,
French.
the difference there is I wasn't born in America. I didn't come to America until like
Said
2006.
50% French.
That don't matter. My ex-wife was born in Germany and she black and white.
I didn't come to America until 2006. I was born in 2001.
How
My
about
mother was. I was in a refugee camp in Egypt
Hey, look,
in
my
2001,
friend.
and then
What I'm
9/11.
telling you is I'm a soldier, so I know none of that
Listen,
matters.
dog. Listen, dog. Listen. I was in a refugee camp in Masr in Egypt, and that's when 9/11 happened. They were like, "Yeah, nah, y'all can't come this year." So then we had to wait longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. Then we came here eventually. So
how about if I
that's
tell
my
y'all?
real life.
Check
Like
it
y'all
out.
gotta
Check it
feel
out.
like I'm
How,
never.
how, how about if I tell y'all that the two different times that I did that test, I got two different results.
Yeah, it changes over time,
So
and I love.
Wait, what test?
maybe I
What
was in a
test?
bad mood and I was I was one thing, and then I guess when I did the swab, I was in another state of mind and I became something else. Is that weird or what?
What test, bro? What test?
The I did the blood test, I did the urine, and I did the swab
For what?
to determine my heritage, my ancestry.
That happened to you for real?
I'm dead ass. I'm dead ass. National Geographic gave me one answer, and this new shit that came out gave me another answer. So you know what I say? Fuck it. I don't
See,
care
I ain't.
because at the end of the day,
See, but
Hey,
like King, I was in the
but
Then we was
service
just
too.
talking about that
I know where
stubbornness
I'm
earlier,
from.
right?
that's what we just talked about though.
Yo,
But
I know where
see
I'm
that
from. I'm
when
gonna
you
know
have no
exactly where.
identity, you gotta try to find some identity. That's what I'm talking about. When
Right,
Exactly.
you
to
know
relate to. Yes.
That's that loser
yeah,
ass shit. That's that loser ass shit. I know exactly where the fuck I'm from, and I know where I'm from, and when I came to America and everything like that. Nobody gotta tell me nothing.
And we believe
I'll give
you,
a
and
fuck.
we believe you. I'm just telling you that when I tried to find out information about myself, the two or three different times that I did it, I got a lot of different answers. So at the end of the day, I'm part of the entire world. How about that?
I
The
got a
difference
better
is,
question. Once we learn where we're from,
the
why
difference
have we
is,
not
no,
adopted that
no, no,
culture?
no, no, no. The
All right,
difference
cool,
is,
cool, cool, cool.
you
I
try to
got a
find out,
good
you
answer for
try to
that.
find out your identity through tests and like, and programs and tests and things like that. I know mine through experience. I lived that shit, so
And you
I
say
don't know
you
what
was
the fuck you
born
talking
in
about.
Egypt, and then you say you went to Sudan,
I was born in Egypt.
and then you say Sudanese,
I am South Sudanese. I'm South Sudanese. I was born in Egypt.
different countries.
My family's
Yeah.
refugee. We were in a refugee camp in Egypt.
Yeah, Egypt is the mecca of mixing
You not
people.
know that? Like, come on now. And now that's on you, nigga, to know your history. The
Oh, I
fuck?
know my friend, I know my history very well. As a matter of fact, go
Okay.
pull up my page and go look me up. I
No,
know
I'm
history
not
very well.
knocking
Egypt
you,
is the
mama.
mecca.
I don't even
I'm
feel
not
like it. I
knocking
don't even
you.
want to. I don't even want to. I don't care to. But
I'm
I'm
not
from.
knocking
See,
you.
look, my friend, look. Just so you
I'm
know, the fact you don't
Sudanese.
care about other people's
All right.
perspective is limiting you already.
No, she
All right.
cool.
All right. All right. All right.
She
All right. All
cool.
right.
She
Y'all
good
got it. Y'all
peoples.
got it. Y'all got it.
No,
Y'all.
I'm not saying she's not good people. I'm saying
Nah,
the
y'all win.
mindset,
Y'all win. Y'all win.
emotional
Y'all win.
intelligence,
Girl,
what
better.
we
Y'all
talked
better.
about
Girl,
earlier.
better. Girl,
I
better.
don't want to hear nobody else other than myself.
No, I want to hear what she. I want to hear her out.
You got this, bro. You got this, yo. You got this, cause this is.
No, nobody can take that away from you, ma'am. No, nobody can
No, we
take away
can't.
your
Not at
history. You
all.
can't take that away
Y'all
from me.
can, but I don't need the disrespect, so it's cool. Y'all got it. Y'all got it, though. Y'all got it, though. Y'all got it.
Um, dang.
Shout out B-Mo. Morant.
You do know that disagreement is not disrespect, right? So I understand, and that's where the emotional intelligence got to
No,
kick in
no,
at though.
no,
But
no.
just because,
I'm
He
from
wasn't
Philly,
but
so
disagreeing.
listen,
y'all
listen
know
real
how
quick,
cousins.
listen real quick.
He was disrespecting.
Nobody was disrespecting this room because I don't let that happen in my room. You just took it as
He kept trying
disrespect.
to say,
That's what it is.
"Oh, that never happened to you. That never happened to
You
you."
did. I'm literally saying. I seen what was going on. You just took it as disrespect because he was disagreeing with you. That's all it is. But the thing is that you got to understand that
Trying to tell me where I'm
everybody
from.
don't agree with each other all the time. Everybody don't have to
I'm
believe believe each other. You know, it's just like that.
Tell
But
me
you
where
can't
you're
take it
from.
Yeah,
personal because
but you know what? If we talk over people, that's the first sign of disrespect.
Yeah, it is.
And then telling me where I'm from?
He was
Nigga,
only
what?
he listen that you don't know King. He was only joking with you. He would never take
I
away
don't give a
from
fuck
where.
if you joking or not, nigga. You don't fucking know me.
Are you
There's
taking it
nothing
to
there's
heart,
there's
mama?
nothing
No,
else I can
that's
say.
disrespect. That's
You
disrespect.
taking it to
I'm
heart,
sorry.
mama?
all right, let's just change the subject then.
There's nothing else that
Yeah,
could be
I'm
said
a,
when it comes to that.
It wasn't
I'm
really
gonna
it
be,
wasn't really
I'm gonna
that
be quiet
serious
because
though, but hey,
it wasn't serious at all. I mean,
what
it's just us
it,
having friendly conversation. But I'm gonna be silent on this topic
that's
since
what
we
I be
have
meaning
sensitive
about the
people.
emotional control, man.
Well, like I said, we could either
And
learn from
most
each
definitely
other
in this
or we could
room
stay
that
in the
get
same
held
spot.
accountable in here.
Like I said, we
Well,
could
as
learn
she
from each
should though.
other.
As she
We
should. She felt that way. As she should.
Most definitely, but it's still emotional control to hear each other out. We can't hear each other if you're talking off your feelings. That's one thing that
Yeah,
that's
we
how we
go
got to build
nowhere.
understanding. You know what I'm saying? So if you get your feelings in a situation, then sometimes the situation just ain't meant for you. You know what I'm saying? Once you learn how to control that or try to understand that, you know, like I said, my room, and like I say a lot of times, my room is not like that. I don't sit here and try to, you know, I'm not doing stuff based off your feelings or the way you feel or my feelings is validated type stuff. I don't do that stuff. Like I said, we ain't come with no solution or nothing, you know, or trying to build some type of understanding. It's kind of pointless because while I'm about to argue about some stuff that I've got some whatever, you know, I'm not about to do that. If you feel that way, if you tough in whatever you believe in, then stick what you believe in. Nobody should be able to tell you
Yeah,
nothing different. But the thing is, you got to just understand that everybody don't have to believe you. Everybody don't have to agree with you or nothing. But you can't take that as disrespect because somebody don't agree with you. Or you know what I'm saying?
facts.
That's not disrespect. You know what I'm saying? The
And,
only
and,
now
and it,
it comes emotional disrespect when you, like I said, now that's what was the opposite. She took, like I said, some people take disagreement as disrespect. But like when you get to cussing and stuff at people that's not cussing, right? Or when you get to talking over people, that's where disrespect is. So it's like she reflected the disrespect and took it as disrespect. So that's why she came that way. But it's not like that. We got to learn how to disagree. We got to
yeah,
learn how to disagree and respect each other. That's all it is.
it got
yes.
so bad. Kevin, have you ever seen me booted out of a room before?
You said what?
You ever seen me booted out of a room before?
No.
No.
Never. I got booted out of this room because somewhere her or whoever's following her viewed what she said as disrespect, and I got booted out. First time ever. Years in this shit.
Yeah.
That's when it gets
Did
too
it?
emotional for people.
I was
Oh,
just interested in what she was talking about. That's all.
I was interested in what she was saying too.
right.
Yeah.
But the thing is that, you know, we can't tell where anyone is from. We can't tell that. It's not something that you could take away from someone. But if you feel a certain way that you've been disrespected, then you address it. You don't take it to the next level and then the next level
Yeah.
and then become rebuttal. It becomes a rebuttal. Like, okay, I feel like you disrespected me, so now I'm gonna curse and now I'm gonna talk over people. So now you're doing that. Remember what I said? There's like different prejudices. Everybody
Yeah.
has prejudices. So now
She took
you
it to
have
heart.
you have multiple things going on right here. You understand?
She
You
took it
gotta
to
you
heart.
gotta
I don't think she put prejudice or racism in it. She took it to heart, though. I
I
say
was just
that.
yeah,
no,
you
I was just
gotta
giving an example, not to
yeah.
say that she was prejudiced, but remember when I said that everybody has a prejudice? Well, everybody has feelings.
Right. You got people, you gotta hear people out, right? I can assume where I think, like for example, right? Let's just take the same topic. I've taken a DNA register and it tells me where I'm from. Do I know for a fact that's where I'm from? No, I don't know.
Hell
Right? I
no.
don't have any conclusive evidence other than what I've been presented. So if somebody presents something better, I'm always open to that. When you become closed to other information, other viewpoints, then you put yourself at an emotional disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, the only way you can grow is to be receptive to the insights of others who may have information that may extend beyond what you've done.
That's how
Open
learning
minded.
disorders that's how learning disorders evolve.
Yeah.
Miss Dale, what's the deal?
Hey,
Is
Kev.
that
How you
How you
doing?
Deborah?
feeling? How you
Oh,
Hey,
yes it
feeling?
is.
King. Hey, panel.
What's
Um,
happening, Dad? What's
hey,
happening?
I just
Super chat
came
in the
up
house.
because I think the young lady was disrespectful because she was calling King nigga and all of that cussing and
Yeah,
whatnot. And
I'm
I
used to
also think
that.
Yeah, I mean, but it's disrespectful because,
Yeah.
like she said, you don't know her, but guess what? She don't know you. And
Mm.
the
Right.
bottom line is, she's young, and I think
Hmm.
she thinks she's entitled because, I only been in
Yeah.
America since 2007, and nigga, woo, 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 woo.
Well, I know
But
she didn't learn that shit in Egypt. I'll tell you that much.
Shay, she
yeah,
didn't realize, hey, she didn't realize I'm in the South. So the way she was talking, you say that around here, you gonna get hemmed up. You can't even
okay,
do that kind of conversation. But I'm respectful. And what I understood was her stance and her mentality and her limitations and understanding. And that's what she
absolutely,
didn't get is
That's that
that
emotional
absolutely,
sometimes,
intelligence.
yeah, you're not you limited on your perspectives whenever you start getting to the negative side of the emotions. All emotions are good,
exactly,
but whenever you are on the negative side predominantly, you ain't right. You got to shift over,
exactly.
girl. You can't hang right there. That's a bad spot to be in.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And then like when you cannot listen, you want everybody to listen to you, but
Hmm.
you don't want to listen to anybody else. That's a problem. So
Yeah.
that seemed like a problematic young lady to me. And I don't know
Yeah.
if at this time she's willing to open herself to learn
Nah, she
and
young though. She young, like you
I
said.
got,
She young,
I
yeah,
yeah,
got,
that's
she,
I
what I
got,
say. Yeah.
I got a daughter older than her, so I wasn't even offended. I was
Or
like,
I'm gonna say,
I know
yeah,
this.
I would
I
just
I
say, I
I, I
just
got
say,
I, I got pubic hairs older than that.
see, I ain't gonna do that though. I don't like doing the age thing, but I'm just say that she still have a lot of growing to do, like just
yes, she do.
emotionally and all that stuff.
As
That's what
we
it is.
all
Because there's some
do.
people that's her
Absolutely.
age that can handle themselves well and all that stuff, but you could tell it's like it's still some like that's why I said a lot of stuff she literally said it kind of contradict or it contradicted a lot of stuff she just literally talked about. And that's what we
she,
was. And then I'm talking. We was talking about the
she,
stubbornness. We was talking about the
yeah,
control and all that stuff. And she actually
yeah.
just showed us exactly why our problem is why we can't unite right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
read a label and stuck to it, man. It's like,
Yeah.
you believe everything you read on the label, and other people who have other experiences sharing with you, and you got mad because it didn't match the label you read. That's all it
Pretty
was. It's
much.
like,
Well, look, at the end of the day, what I learned from this is she was born in one place and then she came over here and she had to visit two different types of cultures. Maybe
Exactly. I was trying to
maybe
figure
maybe
that.
three,
yeah,
maybe
I was
three
trying to
cultures.
figure out what was going on. I mean,
And that's
Yeah.
where the problem. When you ask that question, you did it in an innocent way to try to understand. Does she understand that Egypt and Sudan are two different countries? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So all we're
Right.
saying is
yeah. That's the point.
we're not contradicting you. We're
Right.
trying to make sure that there's no contradiction so that we can move forward.
Yeah,
Right.
because she been ported through so many different systems.
and she also
It's
said
like,
refugee.
yeah, so you see that's all I heard was I've been traumatized. I don't know where the fuck I'm at and who I am, but I've grabbed this identity and I'm gonna stick with that because it's what I believe in. And that's cool and
Exactly.
that's fine. But when you start interacting with other people, you gotta set yourself aside to get a greater understanding of people. The
That's
human
it.
race, not just your
That's it.
race.
That's how
And
she
then,
started. She started really well. She started really well when
yeah.
she said that
Yeah.
she believes in the human race. So she started really
Mm.
Yeah.
well.
And
It's
Leanna
fun.
said we
Oh, my
got to
bad.
show grace. We needed that at age to help bridge the gap. Yeah, we do have to show grace, but
Yeah.
you got to be willing to listen too when you're
Yeah,
young. You don't know
receptive.
everything, so
Yeah.
you know and everything get an understanding. And so if
Yeah,
you only understand your perspective, then you'll never grow, and that's the bottom line.
That's
But
correct.
Kev,
I don't.
thank y'all. I'm still in rehab, and I appreciate you letting me up. I was
Oh yeah, for
just
sure.
strolling. I
I'll,
saw
I'll,
you
I'll,
on.
I'll pray for you, Deborah.
Oh yeah, for
Thank
sure.
you
Right, I
so
did
much.
too.
I
For sure.
appreciate everybody.
Mm.
So keep doing what you do, Kev. You got to
Oh,
I
stay
need to
safe.
start praying.
oh yeah,
Shoot.
for sure, man. Thank you. But man,
That's okay. You know what
that
I'm
was a,
saying?
very good example though.
That's
But we was
It
necessary, though.
was.
It's
It didn't
necessary.
even fluster me emotionally. It's like the only thing I
yeah.
was like, damn, I got booted out this damn live. I've never been booted
That
out
was
alive.
weird though. It ain't say
Yeah.
no. It wasn't no content violation. I hope it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. That's
Okay,
why I
that's
know.
weird.
Like, okay, so one thing I manage social media. So if you get your friends listening, they can report a person getting booted out of any type of environment
Uh huh.
whenever the person is offended. So you can come in with a partner and do that. So
Okay.
when she got hyped up, I was really preparing myself. That's why I came back so quick. That it's a possibility, and it did happen. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the thing about it is these conversations are healthy because we get to hear where people's mindsets are at, which is the objective of your lives, Kevin. Is like we want to bring people to another level. So I love the people you have in your panels because we're all objectional. You know what? I agree with most. You know, fortunately, most of the people you bring in here, I'm very open on perspectives. So I agree with a lot of them in their perspectives. But then
Mm.
I have a perspective too that might
Yeah.
you might not agree with. The problem is
Exactly.
I agree with you, but you don't agree with me. You know, because I see both sides of the coin and I just want unity to happen and harmony to happen at the same time. When you bring
Mm-hmm.
younger, and I don't know them through the age thing like that, but when you bring younger people in there, they don't have enough experience typically or generalized that can actually relate to accepting somebody else's perspective. And
Mm-hmm.
when I heard her talking, I already knew where this was going. I was like, okay, but what I'm not going to do is let you feel like you right all the way, and I'm just going to accept that. I am
I feel you.
confrontational on that point. I'm going to share my views, but I'm also willing to hear your views
Mm-hmm.
at the same time. Now, it becomes a matter of can you accept my view? Because I can accept yours. And that's where people fall apart
Let's
most
be
of the
honest
time, you know.
though. There ain't no girls' opinions on this show either. So, you know what I mean? I got old girl up there. I've been in this live for about like 2, 3 hours now. You know what I'm saying? We had like
Right.
a few females on this show. You know what I mean? It's all men's party right now. Let the females talk at the end of the day.
Absolutely. We got Tiziana in the house.
This usually
Tiziana, tell
always
me.
have females, and that's what I'm saying. This ain't no difference thing though. Always have a lot of.
I
I
know.
actually have
Yeah,
more
We
chicks
got
than men
I'm
in
a
we
here
got a
human
female.
being
sometimes.
first,
Poppy, I
you
know.
know.
Trust me, I know.
I'm a
What
human being first, you know, and then the rest comes. So we should remember that because sometimes, you know, it's like I wish that I could be seen as a person. You know, it's like forget the fact male or female. You know, do you know what I mean? Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
Hmm. You don't
it
like
does.
being
It
I
does.
got
generalized in that group of people that might have a negative connotation. I guess that.
you. Right. I feel you
What
on
do you
that.
mean?
Now,
What?
again, we're always going to talk about what a person's capacity levels are, what their boundaries are, what they can
Yeah.
and can't do, what they do and don't work with, what triggers and what doesn't. I've dealt with all my triggers. I've dealt with all my PTSD. I've dealt with everything. I've dealt with it all. I'm not saying that I'm perfect, but I'm at a place right now where I understand it and I control it. And I don't allow people to put me in a place where I don't want to be.
Oh, oh, Don, I love that. I remember that in therapy, you know. And finally, I took the courage to do that because, you know, my kids, they're very loving and they said, Mom, you better get your stuff together, you know? And then, you start this journey, right? And you understand that your parents, they were not so perfect, you know, that you are a little bit messed up, but because you are a good person, you work on yourself and then you become better, right? And when you come on places like this, you assume that you did the work, right? That you're not coming on an app to,
Yeah.
you know, to show your instability. And do you know many cases that I see around? And my heart cries like, if I tell him that he need therapy, he's gonna chew me, you know. But you know in your heart that they do need therapy, right?
Right.
Because you've been there before and you're not a mean person, but you learn also to remove yourself from certain environment because you don't want to trigger them, you know enough that there's something wrong with them, but you don't know how to tell them. So with people like that, I just remove myself, because I don't want to damage a situation. So if I cannot help it, I remove myself. But that
She just created emotional. She just solidified the conversation we had earlier, which is emotional maturity.
Yes, and it's all
Emotion.
about adulting. This all
Right.
falls under becoming an adult. And now I want people to understand, and we've stated this 1,000 times. Just because you reach a certain age doesn't automatically make you an adult. Just, you know what I'm saying?
That.
Like I want people to
Ooh,
stop
that part.
thinking that when you're 18 you're entitled to do this, and when you're 21 you're entitled to do that. All right, you can do it by the law, but that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that you know how to handle it, or you belong, or that entitlement belongs to you. You know, a lot of things
Well
could be
said.
earned and they're not. You understand?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you some more, okay? Because the lady that just left, I believe that there is a reason why things happen, right?
Mhm.
So the lady that she just left, she says something very deep, and it really got me, that she's in rehab, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I understood one thing, that for a while I become an addict myself, because it was either hypocrite or numb yourself from reality, right? So understand that now I'm no longer in addiction because I learned self love, right? And I'm trying to find my better self. And I'm not going to allow nobody to unbalance me. But when I hear a person that trying to get out of addiction, I think about a very sensitive person that cannot take society because probably is a black sheep and called the injustice, right? So, because when you call the injustice, now you're being put in a, you can be bully, you know. I remember I was a fighter as a child, but then as an adult, I become a mother, so I had to put my fighting back because I had to raise these children, right? But what I'm trying to say out of all this, we
No,
need
listen.
to find a society that is not a hypocrite, that the law is good for the poor, but if you're a billionaire and you're an alive people, all you have to do is pay money and you're good. You understand? People like me, to see a system like that, it's very painful to see. So the only thing that I'm gonna be the light, I'm gonna still call out the injustice and see what happens. That's the only way I'm living from now on.
And that's a simple that's, you see, I was taught a long time ago to treat everything like a kid with a kiss, which means keep it simple, stupid. Okay? So when when we make things more complicated than they need to be, then that's where all the complexities come, because we know damn right that something took too long that should have been done in a very fast way. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are things that we know, hey, this took way too long, it took way too much energy, and we know this because we feel these things. So
Yeah, like trigonometry, right?
correct, correct.
Like trigonometry. It's just like to find a complicated way to tell us bend over some more because we're gonna go after it. You know, it's terrible. If you think about it, because the level, if you're a little bit an intelligent person, you know that you've been here before. You know what they're doing. Yet you have to comply to the crazy people. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
Yes,
don't
that
go against the
bad.
grain, man. Don't go against the grain. Make it easy and simple. I agree with that.
and that's where I'm at in my life. I've made so many mistakes in so many different areas, but a lot of them came from not knowing the key to life. To me, the key to life is balance. Knowing when you've done too much or when you haven't done enough, that will save your life.
Exactly. Exactly.
Think about it. Think about how many times you caught yourself saying, wow, I said that extra sentence. I said that extra word. I actually did. I took it to a new level that I shouldn't have. I could have kept it here, but here I go again, pushing the buck and trying to be this and trying to be that, or not caring enough or not putting the right sense of urgency into something that's a priority.
Mm.
It is what it is. And that's very important too. Taking that approach, understanding what it is meaning that you accept things from what they are, because if you don't, then you're going to end up fighting everything that you come across.
Mm.
You know what?
learning now. I'm learning that when I get to that kind of energy, I'm no longer efficient in society. You know, I learn in therapy to don't talk from emotion. You know, and just to be the light. And if somebody is interested, he's gonna be drawn because when I started this healing journey, it was like that easy. All you have to do is no BS and just accept yourself. So I would not go on top of the mountain and scream it to everybody, but I learned a key lesson on that one. So now I'll just be the light. And
That's
I'm
a
not
beautiful
really.
thing. That's a beautiful thing. Let me give you an example of culture block. Right now, I'm writing something, right? Look, and I have a list of all the staffing jobs, like all a list of hiring agencies that that will hire you, LinkedIn, Indeed, Monster, and so on, right? But in order for you to get a job through these places, you have to have a resume. Sometimes you need a cover letter. Sometimes you need salary requirements. Once certain cultures hear that there's a resume, they're already turned off. They're
I
already turned
know.
off. They are already turned off. Why? Because the word resume represents, hey, Journey, the word resume
Yeah,
represents
I like
competition.
Tourette's.
yeah,
Think about the word resume. It translates into competition. Like, wait a minute, why am
yeah.
I going to put my resume there when there's going to be 100 people doing the same thing? Okay, so then the only job that you're going to obtain is if somebody gives it to you or you fill out a regular application at the job.
You see, the problem here is this: they taught that from
Most people.
childhood they don't teach to children that they do have a mind and is powerful. It's the opposite. They teach devalue. If you're poor, if your parents are poor, you have no chance. It's like beat you up, beat your mind up, beat your
Of
mind up,
of course,
and it's done on
because
purpose, right?
look, well,
Because the moment that I decide that my mind is powerful, they got no power on me.
Tell them again, mama.
correct, correct. I'm 100% with you on that. You see, the thing is that we have to learn how to think independently. We have to start growing some cojones and being able to come to bat for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We have to be able to step up to the plate and say, there are things that I need to learn and go ahead and learn these things because the information is available for everyone. I was talking about resumes, right?
And you said
Okay.
culture also.
Yeah, the culture, without a doubt. Culture is not about race. Culture is about style. It's about indoctrination. It's about how everybody else, the consensus of that group, does things.
Exactly. You said the people, certain cultures don't want to fill out a resume.
Correct. Certain cultures,
Yes.
and the
But let me
cultures that
tell
I'm
you what
talking
is
about are the victims. That's a culture.
right. Oh yeah.
Victimization
No,
is a culture.
actually I call it a victim mode energy because before starting the healing journey, I was a victim. I was the best victim ever.
So the victim is
Just,
a
you
culture.
know,
I gotta
it's
look
a
at the
victim mode.
Yes,
definition.
What I'm
yes,
trying
yes.
to say is this, and it is no joke. This is my life story. I don't mean to be funny to nobody, and I have compassion for victims, right? What I'm saying by that, at one point I was a victim as a child, right? What you don't realize if you don't heal, that your body's adult, but you're still that child. And what it is like now you're no longer a victim, but you're acting like one. You know,
Correct.
does that make sense?
Yes,
So I had to realize that yes, something bad happened. Yes, probably I'll never get the apology that I deserve. But that doesn't stop me to still trying to have a somewhat happy life. I do have that power.
that's correct. And to go in a little bit deeper, Santiago, anything can be a culture. like living in a healthy culture.
Yes.
You
And to
understand what I'm
know
saying?
more than one culture. Because to me, the way that I think, if I wasn't bilingual, if I didn't know two different culture, I could not think that way. It's like it's hard for bilingual people or people that come from two different culture to be put in the box,
That's
because
correct.
we already know two types of living, totally opposite, and they're okay because they live in the same house. So it is possible live with different culture and different background. Just you need a willingness and no fear.
Yeah, fear is a
Look,
culture.
if you don't want to call it a victim culture, I would say this was going on now. I would say the trauma bond culture. I'm gonna say that then.
True.
That's the one of the biggest cultures right now in this in this world right now.
It's
That's
That's
what I'm
true.
saying. Cultures are determined by modern society. Look, society is what determines a masculine, feminine person or a
Yeah.
feminine, masculine person. You know, because if you look all these things up, a lot of these things don't even exist. This comes from the this comes from what everybody else is thinking. This is why I don't think like everybody else, because I refuse to agree with things just because the majority of people believe it. I don't care how many
what
people believe it. If it's wrong, it's wrong, and if it's right, it's
I
right.
need
You know what I'm saying?
understanding on that. Then you said it's no such thing as masculine and feminine.
Like, when they say a masculine feminine woman or a feminine masculine man and stuff like that, it's either you feminine or masculine. You understand what I'm
But you
saying?
need
Like,
Oh, okay.
both. Like you say, you need balance to keep it a buck. Like a masculine man, he can be masculine as a lion, but he can be gentle as a gem. I mean, I said gem, not gem. The lamb. He can be gentle as
okay,
a lamb.
look at it
You need
this
both.
way. You
Has
look at it, look
something
at
to
it, look at
say
it
Do
this
about
you
that
way.
believe we got
partner.
different roles?
Hold on. Look at it as an alpha or a beta,
I'll get
right?
back to your joint.
I'm
I
I,
got
I'm
you.
an alpha when I need to be an alpha, and I'm a beta when I need to be a beta.
So it's
Exactly.
balance, yin yang.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's about doing what you're supposed to do given the situation at hand. You
Yeah.
might have to be an alpha for 3 weeks straight. You might have to be a beta for a couple of days, a couple of minutes. It's just doing
Yeah.
what you're supposed to do with whatever
Yeah.
situation is happening in front of
Eh,
I agree
Now,
with you.
nevertheless, those remember this is like I believe that a balanced person, woman or man, have masculinity and femininity, and if he's a balanced person, know when to use one or the other, right?
you.
Yeah,
Right.
I
Many
agree.
times I've been accused, especially from partner, to be the man, and I
Oh,
don't like to be the man. But if I've been abused before, and if my manhood had to come out to say I'm out the door, you will
no,
not do
you
that to
don't.
me, then
You,
be it.
you
You
don't have
know,
to say manhood. Like you can say masculinity. Like you had to use your mask.
masculinity, is that
I don't use
protection.
listen, I don't use any of those words because that's what separates us. There's a lot of things that people
But
keep putting in the masculinity and femininity department when they're human things. You know,
Oh,
see, that's
Poppy,
what I'm
I
trying
got
to
so
you.
tell you.
so
Right.
I'm gonna answer this. Oh boy, right here, my man Kev. Yo, is it there's roles? Yeah, definitely are. I grew up on roles. Definitely are.
right. That's what I'm about to say. So I'm getting to that about this. Okay, with the masculine. So I understand we both have both. We got both of them, right? And I get you
Yeah.
saying balance. We got to have balance with it, right, or something like that. Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. I think the balance will have to be between. To make the balance because I think we need each other in a way, because what make it balance is because we're different. Because I was about to ask, do you think? Oh, I should have asked, do you think we the same though? So because we
No,
are
of course
different,
not.
right? And I think it's built, and we gotta match how we're built. I'm gonna put it in that way.
I
That's
don't
what
need
I'm
no
saying. So,
man, Poppy. I don't need no man. You know what I'm saying? I need a woman. That's balance for
But,
me.
but, but that's
exactly,
not
that's
that's
what I
not
mean.
that's not what I'm saying is this. Look, this is what I'm saying. There are differences between men and women, yes, but not all the differences that people keep talking about. Like they keep pointing fingers and saying that females are like this and males are like that. A lot of that
No,
shit
no,
is
no, not like
bullshit.
that.
You
Not
understand?
that
Okay.
deep.
For
I'm just saying
example,
that I'm talking about based off the build, right? To make balance, right? That's why we got two different roles. to
Yes.
make. That's why we need each other, right? To play our different roles to make that balance. I
Yeah.
don't think we're supposed to have that balance within ourselves. Because why we doing two things that we only,
All
that we
right,
built as? We're doing
let me
two
give
parts
you,
that.
let me give you an example. I raised my daughter who's 18 years old without a mother for 13 years. If I
Right.
didn't start understanding femininity, then me and her would not have a
Yeah.
good
I'm
relationship.
not.
I have to
I feel you
understand
on
it.
that.
You know what
I
I'm saying?
feel you on
So
that. But
I'm
she
telling you this
still.
from experience. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you on that, but I think it's still a two-parent household is way better than just one. But I'm just
Oh,
saying,
Of course, two
without a
has is
doubt.
better than
But in
one.
my but all right, you're 100% correct. But that didn't work out that way for me.
yeah, I
You
understand it,
understand?
but I'm not talking. I'm just talking general. I'm not talking like personal. I'm just saying in general. Like if we was to like to do it the way that I feel life is supposed to be built, you know what I'm saying? Because of course it don't go the way we. A lot of stuff just ain't go the way. But I mean, everything happened for a reason. But I'm just saying, just the way we are built or whatever. That's what makes the balance, right? The husband, the man usually
Yeah.
teach the man, the woman
Husband and
teach the
wife.
woman. You know what I'm saying? So then it grows from there. You know what I'm saying? But
Absolutely.
And
life happens.
can I say
Absolutely.
something more that is so true for me? Okay. I am one of those person. I love to cook. I love to have a clean house. I love to tend after the clothes. It's like when I have a family, I really like to take care of my family, and I can be that if I feel protected. I feel that I can trust. I
Right.
can be all that. If
But do
there's
you
no
feel?
more trust, there's no more trust. I can become a 180. I can be the opposite. Do you understand what I mean?
But the question is, those roles and those responsibilities, do they belong to women or men? They belong to both.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You understand? That's what I believe wholeheartedly because
Why we
again,
different then?
this is the difference between being independent or not. I don't want to rely on no one for those things. Not, I don't want to rely on someone that provides human things. Now, if I'm super busy and I'm doing a lot of other things, if you want to step up to the plate and help me get those things done, now we're working as a team.
I wish I could make a baby myself.
Well,
That
hold
would
on,
be lovely.
hold on. If you guys get into it,
How
what is the
did that one
definition?
come out?
What's the definition of a gender role then? All right, cool. The cooking and cleaning, I could do that myself, but is that a gender role that I'm cooking for myself?
The only gender role that I know is that women could give birth and men can't.
Hey,
Gender role, I'm putting it this way. I'm not talking about that little petty stuff. I'm talking about like men are really built to protect. We're not about to send no women off to war and all that stuff to sit there and fight for it because they got both the abilities and stuff. We just
what
know that
about
we're
this?
built different. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not. No, the women they usually trying to be the nurturers and stuff. That's how they supposed to be built. That's what
I'm
they're
not.
built for.
No, the
You
I
women
know
they
get that.
usually
what the
try
heck?
I
That
get
junk
that.
echoing bad. What the freak?
I get that.
All right, why he get his mic together? What about this? What if she protect you how you step out the house every day and everything? You need your emotions intact. She got home on check. She could protect your emotions.
I'm gonna say
I
something very
can't disagree.
controversial.
I cannot disagree with that, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. Look, the gender roles have been inflated. You understand what I'm saying? To a point where women are supposed to do this and men are supposed to do that. We don't live in that world anymore.
I want to say something very controversial, which it happened in my life experience.
You love
I
it.
never understood one thing, right? Especially with my ex-husband. It's like, why does a man, if a woman said, look, we have children, and I know by now that me and you were two different energy. It will never work. But because we have a child, let's be a friend and do the best for this child, right? There are some men that will protect you until you sleep with them. The day that you no longer want them physically, they become monsters.
It's a sensitive subject because the baby's involved.
Yeah,
Right, and you talking
that's a
about something.
factor.
You talking
That's a
about something
factor.
different too.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
was,
that's a
but
different
I
that's a
wanna
different
agree.
factor.
I wanna
but I
agree
was
with
about to
real.
hold
Like,
up one quick sec. I just wanted her to say this one part real quick. I was just gonna say that my thing is the reason why I feel it's so important is because I'm not about to have my girl. The thing is I'm gonna unalive for my girl and my kids, right? I'm not looking for her to sit here and because she's capable of doing it. She's not about to. I can't even live like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that I'm here to protect mines and all that stuff. I'm not looking for my girl to protect me. That's my thing. That's just how we're built, you know what I'm saying? I'm
Right.
making sure that she can take care of the kids and she can make sure she can bring something else new after and I know that I did my job. I'm not about to have her not try to play because she can play my role and stuff. Oh, you know what? I can do it. I'm trying to be I wouldn't even be able to live with that right. I don't even feel right doing that. You know what I'm saying? I just think that we're really built different. We made different to make balance with each other, not just to balance ourselves or try to not depend on one another. You know what I'm saying? I think I forget it's another word
I
though, but
agree.
we are here on
I
this earth is like that because we can't do none of this stuff by ourselves. We
Right.
can't
I
make a kid
agree.
by ourselves. We can't none of that stuff. We can't be trying to fix it to make it to this modern situation that's going on because like back then it started here for a reason, but we trying to change things because things is changing, but it's still like stuff go back to biology no matter how we want to look at it, and it was made that way. Our maker made us this way because if we really all was supposed to be the same, we would have been the same. We would have been, you know what I'm saying? We wouldn't be
False.
relying on balancing each other.
She said,
That's
"Fuck,
false.
what you gotta say, mommy?"
But because this is exactly the reason why race and ethnicity is major. Because I'm not talking about anybody else's race. In the African American, in our race, who we are as people, we've always played both roles. Men and women have always, for centuries, for decades, has played both roles.
You
Because we
said
came to
culture
America
or
and we've been
race.
whitewashed to believe that shit has to be separated. Like
Mm-hmm.
Right.
men gotta play this role, women gotta play that role, and
Mm-hmm.
that's how it's supposed to
Yeah.
be. So,
That
Kevin,
that's
all
not
due respect,
separation.
you're
That's
whitewashed.
balance.
But
That's balance.
it's not
Why would
balanced
a
because
woman do what a
stop,
man is doing and
Kevin,
a man doing
Kevin, can you
how would you
agree?
ever
Whitewash?
that would be like that's unbalanced, right? If we
No,
both
it's
doing the
not
same
because
thing, right?
it's never following white people rules have never worked for us.
That
Show
is
me
not no
where
white. That's
us.
what I'm saying. That is
Yes, it
it's not
is,
white
Kevin.
people rule. I don't know why you're saying that though.
Women
Who
have
taught you
always
that?
played both roles as men in
Who
African
taught it only
American
makes
history.
sense.
Stop, but it has. It
It
has.
only makes sense.
In
What
the
make you think
black
it's white people
community,
rules?
we have always played both roles. Men have played women roles. Women have played men roles for decades. Our people have always played both roles. This is why I say that y'all black men in America has been so whitewashed by the white man that y'all are
That
so
don't make sense
delusional.
though. I'm not about to
It's
have no like I said, I'm not about to have no
delusional.
woman going to no war for me. That's
But
stupid. That's stupid because we can play
do your
both
research in
roles.
history and show me where a
That's
black woman has never
crazy.
been in war. We've
I
always
will
been
never
in
have
war.
no women
In
sitting here
Africa,
fight for me
but
when I'm
we've
supposed to be
always
here to
been in
protect the
war. That's what
women.
you want. That's
That's
that ego.
crazy.
Like how you talk about your ego.
That
That's your
that's
ego
crazy. Like who
talking.
would ever go against
But
that? I would
that's
rather have men
your
fight for women.
ego talking, Kev.
What the
I'm
heck?
not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying to you
That
is,
don't make sense.
unrealistically, for us black people, that's unrealistic. That is your
Somebody got
ego
to be
talking right
YT to
now.
say that makes sense. That don't make
No,
sense.
no,
What
but
the freak?
do your research, Kev.
I don't have to
Black
do
women and
research. It's
black men
just
have
common
always
sense.
played.
Literally,
It's
even
not
though common
common
Oh,
sense ain't
sense.
common,
pause.
but still.
It's
We on
not.
one person talk. That's cool.
It's not common sense, Kevin. Do your research. Black people, we
I
have
don't.
always played both roles in history. Always, going back decades. We have always played both roles in
That's where we
history.
had it messed
That's
up.
that white person mentality that you have to
No, it's
think that
not. No,
we
it's not.
don't.
No,
Yes,
it's
it is.
Can I
It's
not.
an
say
ego thing.
something though?
Kev,
No,
do your
can I
research.
say something? Can I say something? When I hear something like this, I get it's not emotional, but it's like I get like shaken. It's like it's okay to see a different way without. It's like it doesn't have to be black or white. You know,
It
people
is
have
That's
because
how
their
they do it. That's the reason
our
why I
race
got
has
this up
brought
here
us
because people
our
always
natural
finding
race.
some way to separate a situation
It's
instead of just
not
looking at the
because
real
in
problem and
history have
solution.
taught us, right? This is how we come
No,
up with these
no, and I'm
so-called
unteaching that. I'm
statistics and
unteaching that because I'm
numbers
not
and
going by what
how
somebody
our race.
told me. I'm going by what makes sense. That's called using
But
my mind. I'm
Kevin,
not going. I'm never have to read up on none of that stuff.
yeah,
It's just
it's
I
your
go what
you
makes
life.
have to
sense.
though. That yes, it is because show me where in history
I just use so
that
many
black
examples.
women stop from basically what you're saying. Show me in history where black women
I don't care
did
about
exactly
history. I
what
don't
you
care
did.
about that. I'm trying to make my new history. I don't care about history. If you never noticed that. I'm trying to learn from it so I don't have to relive it.
Wait, stop, Kev. But then you contradicting yourself because you just said you want tradition. Traditional marriages it was based off of history, right? That's something that you're
Who said
repeating
something about
yourself.
traditional? Nobody was talking about that.
No,
If
he
you
didn't
don't
say
want to repeat
traditional. I was
history,
Right.
listening to the whole
change it.
conversation.
That
He didn't
doesn't
say
make
nothing about
sense.
traditional.
I didn't say
That
nothing
doesn't
about
make
traditional. You took it
sense.
as traditional.
Wow.
I just said we got roles.
I'm
That's
not
what I
trying to pick his
said.
side or anything. I'm
But
really
that
looking
is
for the conversation. He
that's
ain't
Yeah.
history though. You're repeating something that's already been done, right?
No,
Yes,
I'm
it is.
not. I'm telling you that that's what we're on this earth for. It only makes sense.
Who said
This
that? Who said that?
biology said the
No,
way
it did not. Show me
that
where
I can't make
biology
a
said
baby
any of
like
that.
you says that. I mean, all this stuff
No,
says
history
that.
have
The way
said
I'm
we
built
don't.
says that. Like
Show
this
me
stuff is
where.
common sense. And
It's not common
you're
sense,
trying
Kevin.
to add some stuff to make it fit your modern. That's why I said we're not about to use this because
It's
my
not
life is
modern.
like
It's
this. And we got to adjust
history.
to it to
You
say that
can
is
research this,
invalidate
Kevin.
what biology made. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about some stuff that's supposed to work when it worked the right way. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about because we made mistakes or we made
Facts,
it. You know what I'm
love.
saying? I'm not talking about that to try to adjust it and make it fit how it is. I'm saying what's supposed to work, what's possibly supposed to work, or how it's supposed to be. That's what I'm saying. I don't have no white tea person telling me that's what this is. It's just only some of this stuff you can figure this stuff out on your own.
No, you're taught that.
I
How
have
you,
a question for
all right.
both of you. Do you guys believe in evolution? Do you believe
Yeah,
as human being do we evolve?
probably mentally and stuff, but not that the monkey to the human thing. Not that one.
What I'm trying to say is this: if you keep on doing the same thing, expecting different result, those are craziness, right? We're not. It's like history keep on repeating itself. So right now at this point, I want to make a new history, and that's what I think the host is trying to say. Because isn't that so?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But in
Right.
order for you to make a new history, you have to take the ideas of what we so-called was taught and change it totally completely. You cannot take the structure of history and tweak it to your then that's not changing history.
What you
That's
think my
repeating
topic
it to
up here
tweak it.
for? Like
What?
this, I ain't have to get taught this. This stuff right here, that's what I'm trying to show. This stuff don't really matter. That's the point of me putting this topic up here. But I know it's one thing and I noticed that's what triggered you, right? Because you didn't like that I said roles, and you thinking I'm talking about what?
No,
No, that's what I already know. That's what it is, though. But you didn't like
it's
that, and
not
you
the
feel like
rules.
because I'm going based on what he taught. No, like I said, I'm not going off taught. It's the way we're built, what we're on here, what makes balance. That's what I'm talking about. We're not here to
Kev,
do the same thing as each other because we would have been the same as each other. That's what I'm trying to get to you. I don't have to, nobody have to teach me. I don't have to read up on it. It just makes sense. But I forgot you think men and women's the same already. So of course you're going to think like that. Now that's somebody that taught you. Don't put that on me because somebody taught you that.
nobody
They ain't
told me
teach
that.
me that.
Nobody told me men or women.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
men
was
or
the
women are
feminists that
equal.
taught you that stuff that men and women are
No, it's
equal. Yes,
not.
they
It's not
taught
a
you that.
feminine thing. It's a history and scientific thing.
All right. I guess whatever.
So what do we gain from this? Are we saying that men and women are different?
She's saying they the same. That's what she believes.
I believe that there are certain responsibilities that both the man and woman can do.
Yeah.
I believe that men can
Yeah.
cook, right? I believe that men can take care of the children. I don't
Yeah.
know if men are as good as women are when it comes to that nurturing stuff. You know, that they carry the
Right.
baby in their stomach for 9 months and they have a personal bond with this baby, you know what I'm saying? And this baby comes out of their body. So there's no way on earth that we can compare to that, you know, without a doubt.
Right.
Yes. So I've learned this after free marriage, right? The next time I love to cook, I love to clean, but I want a paycheck. If I do that, I want my little paycheck, my
Oh,
weekly paycheck,
what an
because
allowance.
I
It's like, no, he's not
love,
talking shit.
because that's it. I'm doing it, but I want my
A
paycheck.
paycheck or an allowance? Which one is it going to be?
It's always I enjoy do this. I will do
No
it for free
alimony.
because I like it too much. But when the argument happen, what I do in the house is it becomes nothing. So
Crazy
at least I
though.
want a paycheck so I can prove that it was something.
Believe me, if you doing that, right? Or you saying if you talking about like with your man, right? Right? I think you talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why I said with that, you don't even have to worry about feeling like you doing it for nothing because if you got the right man, he's gonna do his job to where you don't have to need anything. That's what I'm saying. That if you get
That's
the
right.
right one,
And he gonna
that's his
compensate.
role. You know what I'm saying to make sure the family is good. You know that's why he out there busting his butt for and all that stuff. Everybody got to do work because all of us be trying to find a way to get out of work. All of us have to do work to even progress in anything. We got to do work within ourselves already. You know what I'm saying? So it's just people be trying to find a way to find the easiest way or easiest route, and then a lot of people only worry about their happiness more than what they got to do to move up. You know what I'm saying? Like, happiness don't get you nowhere anyways. That's like a temporary thing, and there's many forms of that. You just got to find the one that's gonna help you grow though. If you really focusing on happiness and stuff.
Yes, absolutely. But you
Yeah.
know what? Always, I know also that I'm a particular one, right?
Mm,
So it's okay. Maybe there aren't many men that can deal with me, but I'm happy regardless, right?
yeah.
So that's not it. But I was trying to put a joke. I'm trying to have comedy with my life experience. To
Nice.
say next marriage, if it happen, and I'm okay, even if it doesn't, I want to accept it.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I just
I
learned
like
that
the
today.
laugh.
Well, I ain't learned it, but
I'm,
somebody said something.
my bad, Kev. No, I like the laugh too. That's good that you put comedy in this whole situation because it was getting out of hand for a second.
Yeah.
But I like comedy.
Yeah, you gotta laugh. I was just about to. That's what I was about to talk about. That's what you got. If you laugh, you instead with your, especially with your triggers, instead of getting anger at someone, if you do a laugh instead, I heard that's like the one of the best. Which I've been doing that too. But I was listening to this motivational thing earlier today, and I was like, yeah, I was like, that's crazy. I be doing that too. Like I be laughing at my triggers and all stuff that
No,
used
it's
to make me
cool
mad. You
though.
just do.
You know, people conversing, throwing words across the room. Like I like that. It's cool. Like y'all getting to know each other. I like that. It's cool. Ain't no problem.
Hmm.
Look, at the end of the day, one of the biggest fights in a matrimony or in a relationship is the fairness. The fairness fight has been going on for a long time because who's to say that you're realistic to come out and say, well, you do this, right? And I do this, and then you might feel as though I'm not doing enough because of how you feel about the things that you do. And it could go on forever. But at the end of the day, when two people are level headed, you know what I'm saying, they learn from each other, they compromise,
Compromise.
they on each other's team, and that's where the balance comes in. Because if we're both doing the same thing, then who's taking care of the shit that you understand what I'm saying? The other
Right,
things
it turned to
that
competition. If you had
yeah,
that
it's
certain mindset,
crazy.
it started turning to competition. Like, okay, I'm doing the same thing you do. No, like I said, like you just
They
said,
don't
it's a
see it.
balance or
Women don't see it that
compromise.
way. Women
That's
don't
what
see
it
it in the
is.
competition aspect, though. I understand exactly what you say because we do, men, we like competition. Because I tried that one time with my girl. She was like, "Why are you in competition with me?" You know, we like
Mm,
competition.
yeah.
Truly, truly. I know exactly how your girl felt because one time when I quit smoking, right? I said I'm gonna run half a marathon, right? So I start to go and run every day. And my ex, he was there every time running, almost like tried to compete with me. And I was like, let go of me. I'm doing my thing. Like it's not a competition. But I remember vividly told him the day of the run, can this be, can this day be just for me? Can you handle it?
No, she
I,
right.
I I had to learn the hard way how to do things. I grew up in a very machoism environment in my house where the man goes to work, the woman stays home, and she does this, and the man doesn't do have to do shit except go to fucking work. But I never agreed with a man being the only one working. That's number one. Or that just because he goes to work and works his 40 hours, that he don't have to do nothing else. I've always disagreed with that shit. There are some other shit that men can do to help out around the house. You understand what I'm saying? So again, and then there's
Exactly.
so
You're not the only one. I
but
felt
then there's
you.
Till
there's
today.
but there's hold up. There's other situations where there's different types of work. Sometimes men got to get up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to go to a hard ass job, man, where it's all skilled labor and body. You know what I'm saying? There's other jobs that people wear a suit and tie and they don't really do as much physical shit. You know what I'm saying? Who's to say which
Right.
job is more stressful than the other? But you have some women that will iron their clothes, make sure that their clothes is ready, always have a hot meal waiting for them, always supporting the man that's doing this. But again, I never agreed with a man that all they have to do is work. I never agreed with that.
Hey, I
That's not
don't. Hey,
enough.
look, I don't mind if I could stay home and my girl work then without her complaining and stuff. I
Get
said
on.
take care of the baby and stuff or whatever. I'm just gonna do that then. But don't say nothing when you come in. That's all I'm saying.
Hey,
I
you
do all
said the
the
key
housework and
word.
all that stuff, but
You
as
said the key word.
long
Take
as we
care of
got
the
balance.
babies. It has to be balanced, right? So
Yeah,
watch this story. This just happened to me recently. So because I'm single, I like to empower women in my community. If there is a
cool.
family
Wait,
like
wait. I gotta ask you a question then. So I like you said that word empower. So what's
yeah.
what type of way you empower women? Like
So
what's
for
you like? What's
example,
example?
no, I tell you. So there is this single woman with two children. She does have a relationship with the father, but she doesn't have a car, right? So if she need a ride to the store, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna drive her to the store, let her do her things, bring her back home. It's not much, but it make me feel good, to help somebody make their day. Anyhow, I go there to pick her up and she was supposed to be ready. And I knock at the door. The father of the children come at the door and said, "Oh, she's trying to put the little baby to sleep." This is the story. She cannot leave the house unless the children are asleep because he cannot handle them both if they are awake. And this is the father.
He can
But
handle.
you understand
He can
how
handle that.
terrible is the situation?
He choosing not to.
It's like, you know, it's like, and I used to complain with about my ex-husband. At least they knew how to handle their own children. At least was that fortunate. Now it's to this level. A man said, "I have ADD, I cannot handle my own children, but I can stream for 20 hours on the PlayStation." It's
Look, man.
incredible.
I'm telling you, don't let me
Let,
sit
let,
at home. I will be on PlayStation.
let me share something with you
Young
guys.
love.
Check this out. Check this out. I had to leave my career in order to be there physically in sight for my daughter. You understand what I'm saying? I had to leave a very,
Yeah,
very, very good job. And I had
yeah,
to learn how to scramble, how to make ends meet with crumbs, with the little bit that I had, because I
yeah,
wanted to be there and not be an absent parent to my daughter. I wanted to, and then along the way, had to learn all this transition, try to understand females. I have a deeper respect for females because I raised my daughter pretty much by myself. Trying to
yeah,
understand what they go through, which is very difficult to understand. And there's a capacity level that a man will not ever understand about a female. You understand what I'm saying? Um,
yeah.
but I work from home. I changed careers. Now, what I'm talking about with a man that goes to work, right? Oh, he has to go to work because if he doesn't go to work, then we fall apart. Should it be that stringent upon anyone, the man or the woman, that if something goes wrong in that era, that everything falls apart? That means you're living check to check. That means you're living in survival mode. That's a
You
relationship combination thing.
You mentioned one thing before, and I'm gonna add one thing to that.
Hmm.
And I'm listening to this whole live. You mentioned consequences, and then now you're mentioning something else. Also, sacrifice. Those those two things are like right. They sticking with me. So consequences right now, and you say you had to sacrifice something, and that is being not just a man, a human being. So I'm gonna say
Correct. Correct.
sacrifice.
Correct. Sacrifice, but sacrifice is only validated if the sacrifice is to evolve or to grow or to put yourself in a better position. Because if you make these sacrifices and there's nothing that comes from it, then they're not really good moves. Now, let's go back to the man that goes to work, right? 40 hours, whatever the case may be. This man should not be settling for just working in the same job. This man should be learning how to become a supervisor, learning what it takes to progress in his job so that he can give more. If the only job that a man has to do is go to fucking work, then you're telling me that he can't grow in his job either? Think about what I'm saying. If the only thing that's expected of a man is to go to work and provide, right? Pay the bills, discipline, and go to work, then where is the growth?
You can't even have a vacation.
Exactly. Where is the growth if you're not going to better yourself to elevate in your job? You can't elevate at home, right? You're not elevating in your job. So you're not growing, you're not leading by example, you're not helping your family go further. As the kids grow older, the expenses get higher. So if you on the same salary than you was 10 years ago, you're not growing.
I mean, that's a different story. That's a way different story because as long like my dad, I was raised by a single dad. Food was in my stomach, clothes was on my back, and I was complaining about it when I was a kid and everything. But you know what? Like he kept me tight. I was like, where I grew up in a nice neighborhood, but I went to quote unquote neighborhood school and everything. I ain't have what they had, but when I went to their house and I had my own room, I went to their house and I'm like, just because I don't got the same sneakers as y'all, like my place is way better than y'all. I don't know
That's
if that makes
subjective.
any
Exactly.
sense, but
That's subjective, right?
no, it
Well,
wasn't subjective.
hang on.
It wasn't subjective.
In this country, there is a different experience depending on the pigmentation of your skin. So
Wait,
we need to
I'm not
keep
talking
that.
about race right now. Like I never was
No.
Right,
about
we did get
race.
back to that though.
I never was about
Well,
race.
that it sounds like that a little bit.
It sound like
No.
that. Word.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I mean, I get it. Again, listen, we could talk about 20 different subjects. Look, keeping up with the Joneses, trying to be somebody you're not, living outside of your means. Mindset, like when you're poor, you understand what I'm saying? That's more about your mind. When you're broke, it's more about financial. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
We could talk about
but
this
they
till the
do it
cow
in
comes home.
purpose.
But
They
but
do it
without
in
growth,
purpose.
what I'm saying is this.
You said
Look,
that.
let me give
Yeah.
you an example. $1 today is not going to be worth the same dollar next year, right? If we go to April 23rd, 2024, the value of the dollar is going to be less. So you can't continue to do the things that you do and expect to keep up with what's happening in this world. It
Yeah.
has to have change. It has to have evolved. It has to have some type of progress because otherwise you're selling yourself short and you'll always be behind the ball. That's all I'm
Yes.
saying.
I just want to make a little bit because I've been talking and I don't know who's that, but he say what is like. I just want to make you understand one thing. My in my evolution, I understand that true living is to discover who we are, what is our gift in life, how to be happy, and like right now I'm working on find a job that I love to do and I can make a living
Hey,
because
Poppy, I
I'm no
heard
longer.
everything you were saying. Sorry to cut you off, Mama. I heard everything you were saying. We'll touch on it after Mama, Mama talk and everything. But that's a different subject.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, look, it's all relative to just learning what you can do so that we don't make any excuses and we don't point the victims, become the victims. Grab life by
Yeah.
the balls, excuse the French, grab life by the balls, learn
Yeah.
as much as you can, build
Yeah.
your knowledge, build your vocabulary, build your reading comprehension, work on your feelings, work on your emotions so that you can live a stress-free life and live a long, peaceful, joyful, lovely life.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm doing.
That's all it
Exactly.
is. And when we focus on money and money only, then the money becomes the tyranny of our balance. Without money, we're not happy. Without money, we're not successful. You know what I'm saying? So we
No,
don't work on
every
ourselves
time that I
because
did, listen, every time I didn't think about money is when they came to me. So it's a law of attraction, truly. It's
that's part of
just,
it too.
yeah,
That I agree with that. You have to be attractive to the things that you want because you want all these things. You're not willing to work for it. You're not willing to climb the mountain. You know what I'm saying? You're not willing to put the level of effort and urgency into the things that are necessary for you to grow because somehow we all feel entitled to have these things that we should have had these things already or we should have got it from our parents. No, we have to put our foot down and say, this is what I want out of life. This is what I need in order to get there. And I'm going to do the best I can to try to get there. That's it. There's nothing else. There really is nothing else. This goes for relationships. This goes for parenting. This goes for jobs. This goes for schooling. You put the right level of effort that is necessary in order for you to go through the process, period.
yeah.
I agree with you.
You hit it in the nail, it's like especially in some family, it's all about when they look at their parents, especially when they get old, they think, cha-ching, when they pass, I'm getting that house, I'm getting that bank account. That's so terrible. My father told
I'm
my
sorry.
father
I'm
one
sorry. I'm
time.
sorry. Hold up. I'm sorry. I'm laughing, and the only reason why I'm cutting you off is because there are people that I know that are waiting for their parents to pass away so that they can have their apartment.
That's terrible.
That's
That's
crazy.
my father. Do you know what he said one time? My father, he said, "I love you so much, children of mine." They went, I'm leaving you nothing because I will hate to see you fight for money. So I'm gonna make sure that I leave you $0. And I love my father. He didn't leave me nothing. I still love him to death. Oh, I love him a lot. A parent doesn't need to leave you anything to have him loving you. It shouldn't be like that, the relationship.
The day, the parents' true job is to guide and support, and to make sure that they give as much wisdom and knowledge to their children to avoid the things that keep them compromised. It's very simple. You support your kid, you lead them in the right direction. Whenever your kid comes to you and asks you a question, you don't get into your ego and start fighting with them because you're embarrassed that you didn't know something. That's the opportunity for you to learn and grow with your child.
That's the
True.
problem, man. People don't admit
Wow,
when they
sir,
wrong.
you have some wisdom in there. It's rare to find, so I
I live it.
compliment you.
I
I,
agree with
I,
her
I, I,
also.
I live it. I practice it. I do a lot of reading. This is what I do every day, ladies and gentlemen. I pray, I read, I write, I exercise, and I tend to my children.
How'd you get so disciplined?
It takes a lot of fucking work. It takes you to understand that you have to live in the now. You have to be present in your own life for something in your life to actually happen. We have to stop waiting for something to come in the mail or somebody to knock on your door or you feel like you deserve something that you didn't work for. You read about these things, read about emotions, read about emotional intelligence, read about critical thinking skills, and understand what it takes to be a good leader. You know what I'm saying? Like all the qualities that we have to obtain in order to live a stress-free life. It's a beautiful life. It is a beautiful life. But it takes so much from you to get to this point that you do feel drained. I'm not gonna lie, I
The
feel great about it,
consequences,
but I'm
the
drained.
consequences brought this up to you.
Hey, I hope to become a millionaire. I don't know how because we need people like you, sir. And I will just pay you to teach to other men because if more men will have that concept and more women will have the
Mother
other
teacher to a woman
concept,
too, they equal.
right? Oh, yeah. I know. I used to
I
be.
teach you, I teach human things, and the first thing that you have to do on this earth is stop being
Right.
subjective to too much separation. Is there separation on the surface? Yes, there's a difference between men
Yeah.
and women. Yes, there's a difference between black and white. Yes, there's a difference between Hispanic and white, Hispanic and black. Yes, there are differences, but if we get caught up and cling to that, all we're going to focus is on the separation and the negatives. We never focus on the commons and the
Exactly.
positivity. You understand? That's
I'm
the
gonna put it
problem.
Yeah.
this way. Sometimes we need separation to build balance. Sometimes too, man.
I
Some
get
people.
that. But as
That's
long
like
as it's
that's like
realistic,
everybody trying to drive the boat, and some people need a paddle on the side to make the boat not just go one way, right? You
you
know
see,
what I'm
but
saying?
now we're talking
Sometimes
about
every
submissiveness. We're talking about
no.
submissiveness and leadership. You have to
I'm not talking
learn
about
when
that.
to
I shouldn't have
let
said that. I
somebody
should have
lead.
said that. All right. Say all four of us got a side, right, on a boat. You don't have to be the front of the boat. Okay. If I'm paddle on this side, you paddle that. That's how we gonna make the boat go forward. But if somebody is sitting here paddling on my side, right,
You're gonna
and
make
then
a
I
left.
got that boat gonna be going in a circle, right? That's what's gonna
Yes,
happen. You know what I'm
yes.
saying? That's what I'm talking about. So that's what creates balance, because sometimes you got to. It just depends on what you separating in. Like, separation ain't a bad thing either, but it just depends on what you separating on, because sometimes you have to might have to do something different from somebody else to build something. That's all it is, or to move forward in something. Just like we was talking about that diversity. Remember saying the power of diversity, something like that. That get us more powerful. You know what I'm saying? Because
Well,
we all got our own paths of how to get somewhere.
it's a beautiful thing, Evan, but the truth is that we should be focusing more on separating our ego and our pride from where we need to be. We need to start learning how to catch our feelings and emotions before they get to a point where they're destructive, where they are incapable of producing, when they cause stress, not just in you, but in the people that are trying to coexist around you. That is the true separation. Separate yourself from the things that hold you back from being a productive person in society, as an individual, and for the village. And
Mm-hmm.
that's discipline. That's that discipline that you was talking about, Santiago. Like I'm at a point in my life where I know. See, a lot of people know what's good and bad, but they still do the bad. You understand what I'm saying? Like
Right.
I know what I did was wrong. I just don't understand why I did it. Me and Kevin had this conversation exactly 5 months ago when I bring out the fact that 95 to 90 to 95% of the bad decisions that anybody has made in their life is tied to a feeling or an emotion.
Right.
Think about that. If 95% of the shit that we did wrong in our life is tied to an emotion, then we have to fix the emotionals. We have to fix the emotional, because it's the emotional that's leading us to continue to make this insanity, the mistake of repeating history. And why do we keep repeating history? Because we're not addressing the right thing. We're going to point fingers and say, no, well, you triggered me. No, you were triggered. You were triggered. You were triggered. You
Accountability.
triggered me. No, certain words in my vocabulary you don't like. You don't, me and you are saying the same word, right? But you don't like my word. So then that triggers you. Why? You have to understand why you're being triggered. Who said that to you in the past? Who does that remind you of? What place does that bring you? Because if a word that I'm saying brings you into a place, then you haven't done the work. You
Mm-hmm.
haven't you haven't put the time in to deal with those traumatic experiences. And that is not taking accountability. It doesn't matter if you came from a shitty household. It doesn't matter if you came from a place where they didn't respect you. Regardless of what you went through in your life, you have to come to a point in your life where you say, yes, I've been through that, but I still got to handle my shit and get my shit together, no matter what.
Right, and you gotta realize that life don't adjust to the way you feel or what you've been through. You gotta adjust to life. You gotta actually, how you switch that around. Because a lot of times we think we just gonna express ourselves. I went through this and that, whatever. It happened and stuff, but the life ain't gonna stop at the end of the day.
It's
It ain't gonna be like,
not.
oh, you went through that, so you know what? We're gonna try to adjust our way to fit the way so you can feel better. No, you gotta find a way to fit to make yourself feel better. You got to find
I
out
have
You
a
how
know
that work
question.
with
what?
what you went through.
You know what? There is another question is like they come and tell you or affect you life because you're not the person that hurt them in the first place, but they have no courage to go back to the person that they got hurt from and tell them. When people are like that, I say, listen, it's not me the one that hurt you. Now, those words that you just told me, keep them in mind again and go tell it to the person that truly hurt you because this way it's not good. You know what I mean?
You
I
remember
hear
what
you.
Hormiga just said earlier, though, but you got to figure out why you hurt anyways or how you allow that person to hurt you.
Right.
Because sometimes you can't
Exactly.
count on going
You
back to that
can't
person to
brush it.
stop you from your hurt.
You cannot sweep it under the rug that's putting a band-aid on it. You know what I'm saying? Like when you deal with things, you deal with things completely. You understand the
Exactly.
origin of where it comes from. You understand how it affects you. That's why I'm telling you that only a very small percentage of people reach a level of self-actualization when you know who you are. If you don't know what triggers you and if things still bother you, then you don't know yourself.
Right.
I say about myself lately, I have no shame. I learn from every mistake and I have no shame. You cannot hold me on shame. Nope.
A lot of people saying some good stuff in the comments. Look, talked about opportunity in the comments. We talked about forgiveness is for yourself to release yourself. It's not to give the other person a pass. It's the forgiveness is to release yourself from the chains that are holding you back from living your life because
That's
you're
my
in your
topic
ego
next
and your
week.
pride. You understand what I'm saying? So again, the problem is that there is a lot of things that we have to do, and when you start learning about how many things you have to do, it turns people off. You're like, damn, that's a lot of fucking work. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to
I
do
know.
that shit.
That's the
But what's
thing,
better?
man.
What's better, to put the work and become better, or to continue to stay in a spiral of suffering?
That's what separates the weak from the strong. That's what that do. You know what I'm saying? Because if
We do
everybody
it. We
could be
do
a
it to
boss,
ourselves.
they would be. Everybody ain't meant to be a boss.
No, we need some people to work the factories too.
Hey,
Yeah.
People bug out. They're like, the smartest people in the world have it easy. The smartest people in the world get hired. Look, A students get hired by C students. C students are the ones that own the companies and they hire A students
Uh-huh.
to run it. So even the smartest people work for somebody else. And don't ever forget this. This is the best advice that I could tell everybody on this earth. Your boss will never pay you enough money for you to be their neighbor. You want to work 40 years? You want to work 50 years? They just raised the retirement age to 70. You want to work for 40, 50 years and not even know if you're going to be healthy enough? The average age in America is 77. So if retirement now is at 70, you're going to work 50 years to enjoy 7 years of retirement, and it's not even guaranteed that you're going to be healthy when you get there?
No.
Yeah, right.
No,
But that's
truly.
because of lack of knowledge, right? Because all you
Yes.
have to
no,
do
it's
is
not lack of
increase, yes, you
knowledge.
can, all you have to do is increase your 401k to retire at the age you're supposed to. It's preset. So let's say you make $1,000 a week, right? And they say, hey, we're going to take $20. And they're saying that $20 times whatever, how many years you have to give that job is going to equate to you retiring at 70. A lot of people don't realize all you have to do is go to your HR team and say, increase it to this amount, up it another $10 or $20 or
Exactly.
$30.
This
You can,
finance.
you can
She's right.
retire.
She's right,
No,
100%. But what
no,
I'm saying, no,
no. I
listen to
know
me.
exactly
She's
what
right
you're
about what she's
saying.
saying. But what I'm saying is,
No,
okay,
if you're talking about Medicare, you can opt in at 65. But if
no,
you're
no, no,
talking
no. We're
about
talking about retirement
No,
and a 401k
we're talking
retirement
about
plan.
retirement
four
for
one
working for a
a 401k,
person.
okay, you can go. You can drop it in a Roth also, man. Like
Yeah,
you can
but
do
a
that
lot of
right
people don't
now.
know that. That's what he's saying. He's saying that a lot of people don't know that. People think they just got to work a job to that amount of years that the job says you got to
Most
work to
people
be able
don't
to
have a
get. Don't
401k.
know that.
Most people do
A lot
not.
of
Listen, sometimes they contribute and they match what you put in. You put $20, they put $20. But a lot of companies don't
It's
have
actually
to,
pretty good.
but they don't have to offer
We usually
401k
do
or profit
5%.
sharing. What I'm saying is this. It doesn't matter how much money you have at your retirement age. If you're only going to enjoy 5 years of your life and it's not guaranteed that you're going to be healthy enough or even living to enjoy it. You go to work for
I will say
40
something
years,
more.
right? And then you
I
don't go
will
to the
say,
gym and you eat
but
like a pig. Just think about it.
but but I have a suggestion, right? Is like if you borrow money from a bank, is an investment, and you have to give them interest back, right? So at this point, is like this pension have to be an investment of my money that I give every month to them. So they're gonna have to show me what I get out of it. So if we start to use that logic, maybe we change things around. But until we have the mentality, oh my God, they give us a job, let kiss their feet because they give us a job.
Look,
We have a value, you know. We
you
need to
want
understand that we have value.
look, you want the ultimate setup? Check it out. Between the ages of 20 and 26, you put some money away in a universal index life insurance where you could get compounded interest daily, right? And then you could retire at the age of 45. You could retire at the age of 44. And you can borrow money from your own life insurance policy and pay yourself back at interest and keep that money instead of paying that interest to somebody else. You could be your own bank. But they don't teach us that, do they?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so this
I
is what I'm
agree.
saying. What is the point of following the American way when the American
Mm-hmm.
way doesn't guarantee that you're going to enjoy your retirement at the age of 67 or 70?
And
Mm-hmm.
just like you
Exactly.
said, it made me think about that when you were saying that the smartest or the C student is the one that's
Own the companies
hiring
and
the
they
A
hire
student.
the A
Cause
students.
it
That's
make
correct.
that's just like with college though. They don't teach you how to own a business or try to. They teach you to work for somebody most of the time. When you go on and
Yes,
get all these
yes.
degrees and stuff, it's to be under somebody else. That's why they are the A student or A plus student
No,
or
no,
whatever.
no. But excuse me.
That's not necessarily true. It all depends on what field you're going into.
I just said
But
That's
it. That's why I
it
that's
said
true.
also
majority
helps
of the
you
time you
That's
going to
open your
college to
mind
work
up.
for somebody else.
that's true as well.
College also help you open your mind up.
Yeah, most
That's
definitely.
what I learned.
College, people don't understand what the true thing of college is. Listen, the fundamental gains that you get from college is one, you're rubbing elbows if you're going to a place because sometimes you
Okay,
could do it online, right? But
agree
you
with that.
meet people when you go to college, right? That's number one. Number two, you're learning to observe what opportunities are. You're learning how to deal with your emotions. You're also learning that you cannot solve problems if you're not in the right mindset to do that. You do learn those things in college, believe it or not, because
No,
it's
I
called critical
believe
thinking
it.
skills.
I won't
You know
say
what I'm saying?
number two, but I agree with that.
I'm just saying there's a lot of benefits that people do not see from college. And usually the person that's telling you that you don't have to go to college is the person that didn't go to college.
Yeah,
But
and
it depends on
knowledge
what
is
you're going to college
power.
for, though.
All I'm saying,
No,
all I'm saying about college in this country, a person should not have to worry to have to pay a debt back to just want to have knowledge. It's like having a person that say, okay, so I'm gonna get this degree. Now, when you get the degree, you have the stress of the alone. It should not be the condition of the college degree.
And
We should make
okay.
sure
All right, how
that
about
the
this?
I'm
Look at
saying
it like
that
this. Look, check it out.
That's because in America we owe everybody, so the money gets recycled.
Absolutely.
They have to get money
my
somewhere
thing,
to recycle it.
my
wait,
thing is they getting
he
these
was saying
degrees and
something.
ain't doing nothing with it a lot of the time. It's a lot of people that's out here
Because they
doing it.
get degrees in fucking philosophy. Look, man, for years, the whole world, guidance counselors, teachers, the news, the media, social media has been saying since I was young, get jobs in cybersecurity, get jobs in programming, get jobs that have to do with computers so that you could have a safe job. Because the future, if the job that you're picking is a job that's going to be obsolete, whose fault is that? You go into a profession that is not even going to exist in 10 years. Who did that disservice? You did that because you're not thinking of the future. Some people just work and are happy just having a job.
Well, he's right about the liberal arts degrees.
Yeah, I mean, but
But
look, there is a level of liberal arts, and there is a level in philosophy that you can reach
No,
where
I
you can
understand that.
excel. You know what I'm saying?
But
But
some
I
people
understand that.
go there for their for what they interested in sometimes too. Like they start building interest, or some people go there to because what they parents taught them, like you need to do this, make the most money, so they start working some
right.
stuff that they really not even
Oh,
interested in. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought a career is something you enjoy, right? That's what I
well,
would
we
have
well, hold on.
thought.
We going back to college though. Like, all
Right.
right. So, what did you learn from college?
Me myself.
Either or.
Oh,
I ain't go to
I
college.
learned a lot of things from college that I didn't even learn from my parents. I learned some basic stuff from college. I was embarrassed
It was
because of the
basic.
things
Yeah,
that I
that was
wasn't taught
basic.
from home. You know what I'm saying? Like, believe it or not, I've learned I learned a lot of interpersonal people skills from college. Like I learned how important it is to raise your vocabulary. I've learned how important it is to learn how to communicate, how to channel and express yourself in an eloquent fashion. You know what I'm saying? And where that stems from. I've learned a
Yeah,
lot
but
What?
of things that
everybody
I was
not
supposed to
learning the
learn from
same
home.
thing you
Hold on. I
learning.
got you. I got you.
Kind
What
of,
did
it
you learn on the
depends.
streets?
I
I'm
just said
sorry.
that.
What did you learn on the streets?
Oh, I learned that people worship the craziest person in the block.
No, we
Like
talking about articulation and eloquently expressing yourself. What did you? How did?
I learned how to be a bully in the streets. I learned how to avoid being a bully in the streets. I learned how to idolize things that didn't lead anywhere. I
But
learned
you
how
knew how
to
to
be
you knew how to swave your words though. Also, you know how to
well. I when I was in the streets, I could sell water from a fire hydrant. Yes, I could sell hot coffee in the beach. Yes, I could sell ice to an Eskimo. Yes, I can. But it didn't help me in being realistic. It didn't help me balance. It didn't help me learn how to multitask, how to schedule, time
What do you
management skills.
know? What
You,
do you
you you
know
don't
that
think
helps
so? You
you out?
don't think the combination of two made you a better person? I think that's what he's trying to get at.
I'm
Like
not
the combination of the two.
I'm not denying that the things that I've learned in the street didn't help me. I'm not saying that. But what I didn't learn from home, some of the things that I didn't learn, like how to be a person, how to be a good character, you know what I'm saying? I didn't learn that from home and I didn't learn that from the streets. I learned that in college.
What? I feel
I'm,
like that's all the
I'm
way
not gonna.
opposite. That's
I'm
weird.
not
How do
gonna
you
take up
learn
too
your
much time.
personality at college?
Because you're forced to be surrounded by different races,
There,
different backgrounds,
I don't
No,
know
different
I agree
about
with
that.
that.
ethnicities, and
there's something
forced
called.
you're forced to be and
Like you
an
said, rub
adult in that
elbows.
situation. Like if I don't like
Yes,
a white tea
exactly.
person in the streets, I can say whatever because guess what?
Oh,
We have freedom of speech, right? In college, they make
Exactly.
you stand
you
on
talking
your
about
word.
socializing? Then that's what you
But
talking about. So the people you
we
Right.
still in the
socialize with,
streets
that's where
though.
you
Okay.
learned
Okay,
that
I
from,
get what
There's
though.
a
you're saying,
name
but we're
for it.
saying we're in the streets though. I can say
But I'm
whatever I
saying they don't
want to
have a
whoever in the
school
street.
for that. School don't just
No,
teach
there's
that.
a
That's
name
something you
for
have
that.
to
No,
observe.
there ain't no
But
school for the hard knocks.
Man,
There ain't no school
can
for
I?
right.
that.
But
Look,
what I'm
I just
saying
want
is
to say.
school will make you take accountability for
That's
I
disrespecting
not
just
someone,
true.
right?
exactly,
Yes, you would. You
exactly.
I've learned how to be a survivor in the streets with
Man,
no,
man,
no, this is what I learned in the streets. We have done so much for so long with so little that we are now qualified to do anything with nothing. That's what I learned from the street. How about that?
I know what
Okay?
accountability
may I
is. I ain't have
speak?
to go to school for that. What the heck? That don't
May I
make
speak?
sense.
May I speak? I want to explain something to you. First of all, they don't teach economics, so we're already behind the eight ball.
What
When I
kind of
went to school,
economics? What kind of economics?
social, uh, uh, financial, they don't even ethics is gone thrown out the window. They don't teach none
I,
of that stuff.
you're talking about
So
financial literacy. Okay.
yes, I am.
Okay.
And
I
I
agree
want
with
to
you.
explain something to you though. There's something called education and versus education. And they set that up long before I even was born. I'm 62 years old. And I can assure you, your education you don't get till you go out till you leave home. Because that's when the real world hits you.
Right.
I
That's
agree
life.
with that.
That is life. The other one is education. Let me tell you why the education system was born. There's just picture this: 200,000 students across America get out of school, graduate out of school. Where are they going? Where are the jobs? There are none. So they came up with the liberal arts so they could put you back in school to learn the same mess that you learned in high school. You learning the same exact stuff. My advice
Well,
to people is to do this: get your kids to go to a skilled technical college, a
Like a trade
technical school,
school? A trade
because
school.
plumbers don't even exist anymore. Plumbers can write their own ticket. I'm telling you what I know. They write their own ticket. They live in mansions because nobody wants to be a plumber. Become a bricklayer. Understand how to build because that's where the money is. If you can't build, you can't control nothing.
Then you don't present
So
any value.
that's right. The value has to be in yourself. You have to teach your kids the first 9 years is very important to children. You got to make them understand that first of all you need to respect yourself because if you don't respect yourself, ain't nobody gonna respect you. I raised three hard-headed little boys by myself after their daddy beat the crap out of me. Let me tell you something. I have lived through it, and I can tell you, you will scratch and scuffle and do whatever you got to do if you're a mother to take care of your children, just like a father would. We are no different. The only difference is the way you put your pants on and the way I put mine. Let me tell you, I worked just as hard. I went to school, and my kids will testify to this. I didn't miss nothing. I showed up at every single event they had because that was my job. My job was to take care of them and show them that hard work will pay off because you need to work. You need to learn how to work smarter and not harder. All what I was doing is I went to school, and then when I got out of liberal arts school, I said, "Oh, wait a minute, y'all done lost y'all minds. I didn't come here to redo this." I hurried up and took the test. I tested out everything I could test out of so I could get in nursing school.
That's good. You see, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. Look, the
You have to
first
have
time
a
that I went to
plan, though.
school, look, the
You
first
have
time
to
I
have
went to
a plan.
school, when I went to school the first time, I was I don't know, 18, 19, 20, right?
I was
And
14
I didn't
when I
have
went to college.
I didn't have the same direction or mindset or understandings when I went to school later in life when I picked and chose and I did the research of what I wanted to learn that was going to help me, not just at that moment, which was 12 years ago, but what's going to help me in the future, what's going to create sustainability, what's going to create consistency, not something that's
Then
going to last for
you have to
five
push
years.
you have to show your kids what works and what doesn't. And the first thing I taught them was about money. The first thing I did was when took them to the bank, opened up them a savings account, and I made them understand that Mama's finna go do one thing. I'm finna go LLCS. We're gonna become a company. And when you cut the grass, guess what? That's payroll. You have to build your wealth. Ain't nobody gonna hand you nothing. So I ended up explaining to them, you got to do your due diligence. Nothing's free. You want to wear Nikes? You better go cut some yards. And then you take 10% of that money and you can keep it. The rest of it has to go in the bank because you have to teach them if you don't save a dime, you will never have a penny. And
You
that's a
need to
fact.
teach them how to open up a business account.
That's right. You have to teach this stuff because you got to research it. You got to everything's on Google, but just don't take the first thing Google got to say because guess what? We like me, people like me, putting that stuff in there. That's the computer, and we make mistakes. So always Google. When you Google stuff, Google as many of the same subjects as you can. Get your knowledge together. But finances is the biggest crippler in this country because we don't understand it because they don't teach it. So therefore, you have to
Exactly.
self-teach yourself.
Exactly.
Look,
You have to do that.
when I was
So school don't teach.
when I moved to Florida, right? When I was young, I took a
I
real
would never
estate
went there.
course, right? But I took a real
Schools can
estate
teach
course,
you that. It
right?
just depends on what
Hold
school
on,
you
hold on.
go
I ain't
to.
hear him. He said, what
Yeah,
type of
but
course you
but
took?
but but
No,
poor kids can't afford those schools.
what a real
I
estate
I
school?
I worked hard. I
You
worked three jobs
can.
and I was still poor
You can
because
still, I mean,
and,
the
and
grant
they
is
No,
they
great.
actually got scholarships to really good schools. But when you get there, there's a trick to that.
No, you can go to
Sports
school. You gotta
scholarships
be
ain't worth
smart
a
now.
dime.
when you come from
Sports scholarships ain't worth a dime.
when you come from a low income family, school is free.
Yeah,
Not
I
in
was
my
about to say
no,
that.
not if
I was
you
about to
working.
say that.
Excuse me. I went to school to become a registered nurse.
I'm not
I
saying
was a
your
traveling
time.
nurse.
Not
So
your time,
no,
Emma. But it's free now. You can go to like a 2-year community college for free if you come from a
my
low.
children. Okay, now y'all have to look at this. My children are 40, 41. and 43 years old. I'm
Okay,
not talking about today. I'm talking about back then.
And you
There
could
was nothing free called.
enroll
There was
into
nothing called free if you had an income,
Oh yeah,
because
I
that
think we
income
finna
do
went.
talk
you
about
That
current right
income went
now.
against
do you
you.
know how
My
long
husband was a firefighter.
you know how much tap you know how long Pell and tap has been around?
Yes, I do, and we tried that. My
Okay,
husband was a firefighter. He worked
I'm
for civil
55 years
service.
old. It's been around my entire life.
Uh, can you just listen? My husband was a firefighter. He worked for civil service. He was also in the military before he went to civil service. So
protect the
therefore,
side.
when he went to civil service, his grade of pay went up as an officer, non-commissioned officer. So I go to school. I become a registered nurse. That between that and him and me traveling nursing is big money. The first place I went to was to Alaska. Alaska pays for you to be there on top of your salary.
But why
I
didn't
made $100,000,
Oh, y'all got
why
and
that.
I
didn't
So
stayed.
you
if you made
why didn't you
100,000, you could have afforded their college.
Excuse
Definitely
me,
could
there's
have.
three. I had three kids, all in
Okay,
college at the same time.
okay.
You said he went to the
That's a lot of
service.
money. Y'all can think it ain't, but trust me,
No,
there's
it
so much.
is. But what I'm saying to you is when your husband passed away, you know, for decades, long as your spouse was in the military, your kids could have went to school for half
No, 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 no,
price.
no, 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 no. Excuse me. Let me straighten that up, because he was married to somebody else.
It don't
He
matter
died.
who signed
Oh,
the
but
birth
He
now, but
died.
hold
certificate
on.
between
He
Now we're
he
you.
was
talking about a
already
whole
out.
crazy
No, no, no.
circumstance.
He was already out the military, so I didn't get no benefits. I
It
was married
doesn't
to that
matter
man for
because I
27
just got
years.
the same benefits for my dad, and my dad was at the
27
military
years.
before he had me too. Your children are still entitled because that's their father.
27 years. He wasn't their father. He just
Uh,
stepfather. So
I,
27
I,
years, I was
I,
married to this man. When I went to go file for his benefits, they gave them to him, and then the minute he died, you know what they told me? Excuse me, ma'am. You even the life insurance policy was not in my name, and I thought it was. You see, you got to look at all the fine print when you are married, because you don't know what your spouse is doing. You can say, you can say he loves me, he got my back. Yeah, he had my back as long as he was living. When he died, he didn't have my back. He had his kids back. He had kids and I had kids, but I treated all the kids the same. Now he did help raise my kids. Don't get me wrong. He provided for them. He stayed with them when I was on that road, but I always got myself back home. I never took a job I couldn't get back home on, except for the first time when I went to Alaska. And the only reason I went to Alaska because Alaska paid better than anybody, and they still are. Alaska will pay you. Anybody that goes to Alaska will pay you not only your salary, but they will pay you for your kids to be in Alaska. They give them a check also. That's how. I mean, if you look at the whole economic situation we are having right now today, the United States is in trouble.
Uh-oh,
People,
AJ in the building.
people ain't gotta believe me, but I'm just telling you the truth. Facts are
yeah,
fact.
but I understand that, but that's your
So,
truth.
so
I just gotta say everybody
I
got
worked
their own.
hard. I did. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I
but
worked
yeah,
hard so my
everybody
That
do.
kids could
you see
have.
that, but let's get to a point because what you're describing is more of your portfolio, your life
Right.
portfolio. All right,
But
so
but but I'm
but let's
but
generalize it because not
when
everybody
you
went through
do
what you
that,
went through.
when you tell somebody your life story and your portfolio, that's a learning tool.
Yeah,
Take the stuff that you can carry with you, add it to your portfolio.
I
Just
agree
but
like
with that,
just like
Mama.
that
But
little
but
card.
you had the floor. Let him have the floor one time.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done because like I said, I just want to tell y'all that
That's good
economics
though.
and financial economics and social
No,
economics
cool.
is
No,
just
no,
not taught.
stay in this. Let
Yep.
go. Just we just passing
Actually,
thoughts across the room.
I'm working.
That is a great point. The economical one, I agree with you 100%. I can see that.
The information is out there. This is what I'm trying to say. Like
But
right now, more than ever, nobody look. Right now is the worst time to play victim in the history of life because the information
I
is
don't play
crazy.
victim.
And I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general. You're taking it personal, and that's why I'm trying to remove the personal from your personal story. I want you to speak on behalf of life, not your life, but everybody's
That
life, so that everybody can resonate towards it.
for the
You
most
understand?
part, that is everybody's life.
No, sweetheart, not
No, the way
everybody
you
has a
said that,
husband.
I was
Time out.
about
Not
to.
everybody has a husband that's married to somebody else,
No, no,
and
no, no, no,
we're trying to
no.
get
Now I ain't
kids in
talking about the
college. You're
husband
talking about
part.
okay.
I'm talking about when life hits you, it is in real time. It doesn't matter who you with, where you at. If something goes
All right.
wrong, one thing goes wrong, you're back on
That's
square
living.
one.
That's. I'm sorry. You are describing someone that's living in survival mode or check to check. How about that?
That's right.
All right. Guess what? That's wrong to begin with.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
Okay.
You're
Okay.
teaching
Okay.
your
Then
kid.
I guess it's right to be in the
Are you
danger
not teaching
zone.
your kids two different things? You're teaching your kids one
No, I am not telling. I
education.
am not teaching my kid any of that negativity because I don't want
It-
history to
It's not
repeat itself.
negative. It's
Okay.
not negative if you look at the positives of it.
You
I am a
notice
very
that
positive
no
person.
matter what I've said, it's nothing that I've said.
No, but no, honestly, Mama, like living in survival mode. I've been there. I mean, honestly,
We all been
seriously,
there.
We've
We've
all
all
you
been
been
don't
there.
there.
have you don't have to live like that. That is a negative way to
Exactly.
live.
I'm not about to teach my
Mhm.
kids.
There's a lot of things that you said, with all due respect, ma'am, and I respect you 100%. But there's a lot of things you said that was self-inflicted. There was a lot of things you said
No.
that you could have. What do you mean, no?
What did I self inflict?
Almost the
That's
whole
just
thing you
life.
said, it was like really you was expressing what
Sweetheart.
happened, but you
Where there's options, where there are options, and you're not knowledgeable about the options, you did that to yourself.
But I was knowledgeable.
Mm,
Because when it happened, I figured out that I could go to a shelter, take my children, get them out of that environment so that they can learn respect.
It's coming from the
Because
heart, and it's cool. You know what I mean, it's cool.
I
It's
love
coming
the
from the
story
heart.
because you're sharing it with us. I do, and I respect you for it. But it's not
I,
getting us
I re-
anywhere because this is your situation.
okay, that's fine. I understand what you're all saying.
I respect what you're saying, and you know what? I'll
And
pray
you
for
know,
you, and
Oh, thank you very
I
much.
no, can I
accept
say
that.
something though? Can I say something though?
Sure.
Because I don't want hurt that we go harsh. You know, sometimes part of the healing it is to say things out loud
That's it.
and you know what? If this was the environment where you
All
felt
right,
safe
hold
to
on,
say
Mama.
it,
That's cool
it's
too.
good.
It's cool. That's cool. I'm on everybody's side to keep it a buck. But
Right.
if you literally if you come out and you say some words, you gotta listen to some words too at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
That's equal.
Exactly.
I
Because
understand.
we're here
I'm
to
listening.
learn. Yeah.
I've been listening all this time to you all.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm
Because
listening
we all
now.
come
You got the
from a
flow.
good place, you know. We're here to help each other. We're not here to drag each other down, right?
yeah.
I agree.
All I'm trying to do is share a different mindset, right? I'm not. I understand that there's going to be opposition. We said that a long time ago, but it cannot be a personal opposition unless you're representing everyone else that this could benefit.
No,
Does that make
exactly.
sense?
Yes. No,
All
no.
right.
Yes, it does. I just want that we have an
Hey,
understanding.
I
Be-
did listen to everything you all said. I've been down there a long time.
And I
I'm making
appreciate
Mhm.
your story.
comments.
I want you to really
And
understand that I really do appreciate your story, and thank you for sharing it.
I understand that, and that's fine. But to me, the only way you learn is through stories.
No,
I
sweetheart.
learned through my grandmother telling
I'm
me
sorry.
stories.
Wait, time out. That is false information, and I'm going to stop you there.
My grandmother,
There are 12 ways to learn. You said that that's
yes,
the
there
only
are.
way.
But
That is a
that was
false
my
statement.
way.
No, but that's a false statement.
Okay, fine.
You cannot come up here and say there's only one way to learn. You are
For
spreading
me, I
ignorance.
should have said there was only one way to learn from me.
So that's
Okay,
now,
there you
I'll
go.
Yeah.
correct that.
She's
now we're
learning.
on the
Yeah.
I'll
now.
correct that.
Right, but now we're on the right
Be-
path. The only way we can learn in this setting is by listening to each other.
be-
Uh,
because I'm gonna tell you
Listen,
one thing.
I've been down there
I
listening, and I've
no,
stated
no.
my opinion, and I'm finna get off of here because I'm gonna
Let
go back down in the
let
comments.
let me help you a
Okay,
moment because I
I'm not
didn't know there
upset.
is
No,
12
no, no.
ways.
I'm not
I
upset. I'm just
No,
very
I
direct
I'm not accusing you of that.
as a
I
as
say
a
that you
boss, as
I,
a
I can
boss.
I can
I'm
No,
see
it's
you.
all
grateful.
love. It's all love. It's cool.
So
I
I'm just
can
gonna
see
back
Yeah.
down.
you. I can see you as a very calm, cool, collective lady that's been through a
Yes,
lot,
I
and we could
am.
learn, and we could learn a lot from you. But you still have a
Yeah.
lot that you can learn yourself.
Just keep it a
Was
We
I
buck,
not
man.
down
all.
there listening?
I think I know it all too. To keep it a buck, but
I
I
didn't
don't
say
know
I
it all.
did.
No,
I
I'm
didn't
talking
say I
about
did.
me.
Hold on.
I'm talking
Don't
about
She
me,
attack
going
man.
me.
personal again.
Hold on. I don't attack me. I
No, I'm
didn't
No,
talking
no,
never.
about
no,
I
me.
no,
It's
never
no,
one
not
sir.
you.
time
No,
said
Look,
sir.
look,
I
look.
knew
Hold
it
up.
all.
Just
I
take
was
us.
telling my story. That's how
Just
I
one
got my
second, because
children
you.
to
It's like.
understand positivity.
Yeah, 1 second though, 1 second, man. Because it's not, the thing is, we're not trying to make that. That's what we're trying to get you to realize is we're not trying to make things personal. Or we're not trying to get you to take it personal either. Everything we talk about is just something for the general, or the general mass, or the bigger
I
people, for
understand that.
everyone to understand.
Like I said,
You know?
maybe I came
But
from the wrong angle. I
yeah,
apologize
but
for
no, it
that.
ain't the wrong angle though. But I'm gonna say this. But with your situation, would you teach that to everyone else? What the heck?
She wanted to say her piece. She did what she had to do. She came, she conquered. You know, and I have nothing against her at all. I just wanted her to understand that
Where AJ
if
go?
you're gonna come up here and say your personal story, you cannot make that everybody's story.
But during her time, it was everybody's. I get what she was saying. She's saying during my time, this was everybody's story, because during those times there was hard like that for a lot of people.
I hear you. I look. What I'm saying is this, man.
But yes, we
Since
have evolved over the couple of decades she's been in school. There have been new programs and this,
school has
that.
been free. Look, check it out. School has been free for people of lower income since I'm gonna give you a year that I know of, 1983.
But that
That's
wasn't in
that's
every
that's
state
that's
though.
for no, it's not in every state.
But
But
that's
if
what
we're
she's
talking,
saying. She's saying from her experience, probably whatever state she was living in, that wasn't an option
yeah, but
because
don't you
that
think
she
that she
had
could have
two
told
house
us where
incomes.
she came from and we could have learned what state that affects instead of you
I
understand what I'm
mean,
trying to tell
but
you?
we know that today, no matter what state you live in, the laws and rules and regulations are all different. We don't need to know what state she in. Her story is her story. We can all kind of somewhat relate to it. Like how some people say in certain
But
states
what was
they
the
suffer
point
with
though?
more racism or
No,
more
I'll
Yeah, but
give you
colorism.
that.
That
there's
doesn't
but then
mean we don't all
I'll
if
give you
we're
that.
not gonna identify which states offer what programs, then we're not helping anybody.
We just
Exactly.
talking now.
Right.
We just sharing experiences. I was about to tell you guys that when I was young, I went to real estate school, and then her answer was, "Well, not everybody could afford real estate school." Did you hear that part? Nobody asked how much is real estate school. Nobody's asking the right
No, I didn't
questions
hear that. I didn't
because
hear
it
that part.
becomes personal. There is a time and place to share your story, and then there's a time and place to have an objective conversation about elevating ourselves with facts. And
So,
facts
do
work
you
for
think?
everybody.
Yeah, but I have a question on that one. Do you think that is intentional? Is intentionally
No,
taught
no,
to
it's not
people
intentional.
think that way?
No, no, it's
No.
survival.
Not
Like we said,
nothing.
we're
Not
talking
we
about
already we
survival.
already addressed that. Nothing is intentional. We have to do things on our own.
You just gotta be aware.
All I was saying was when I went to look at how corny the point that I couldn't even get out. I went to real estate school and I learned real
Right.
estate, and then I had to unlearn everything I learned from real estate school because they don't do it that way in the real world. That's all I was gonna say.
Exactly.
I was
Yeah,
Exactly.
actually
but
trying to agree with her,
okay.
but I couldn't get the word in.
No, and I understand what you're saying, but that process right there, right? When I went to therapy, because who I am today is because of therapy too. I have learned how to process and talk without emotion. You understand? I
Thank
was
you.
never taught by my parents how to speak without being emotional, because it was either nothing or 100. So to find my balance, I had to go to therapy, read a certain material, understand why I was doing what I was doing, and then I start growing. Do you understand? Not everybody is equipped to do that.
That's not.
Okay, look, let me
And I
give you an
want to answer
example.
that with Island too. She said it's not. That's common sense. Common sense ain't common no more. Some stuff got to get explained in detail to get true
So
understanding in it.
everybody don't know different states have different laws. That is common sense.
No,
No,
We
not
all
don't
on
answer
everybody
the
the
knows
point.
that.
Don't
No,
answer the
not
point.
everybody
yes,
knows that because
everybody do because
some
thousands of
people
people in
never
this
even
conversation
left.
know.
Some people have never
Yeah,
even left their neighborhood. How could you say that?
yeah. I mean, that's not common sense. Yeah,
That
Right.
that's
How could
is
not.
you
common
say
sense.
that? That you can't. No, it's your common sense.
But she got a point though because a lot of people don't know civil I forgot the word for this study, but a lot of people don't know that they don't. So I'm not knocking her though because it is
If people knew what the law was, they wouldn't break it.
everybody's lawyer.
Exactly, Michael. Who don't know that?
I
Everybody
mean
But
that's
they
know
right
but
from
but hold on,
wrong,
but
there's
they
different
still
laws.
do. But they still do. So
but
is
that's
that
right
common
from
sense?
wrong.
They still do what?
They still break
Break
the law.
break the law.
Is it
That's
still
right from
common sense?
wrong.
Yes. You break the law. It's still common sense. What you did was common
That's
sense.
common sense. Right from wrong is common sense. You break the law,
Yes,
Exactly.
consequences.
right.
Exactly.
Right, but not,
But like
but you can't say that everybody knows common sense. That everybody knows. Everybody does not know right from
no,
wrong.
but what she
That.
was saying, like common sense, when like the state level and the federal level, everybody don't know that.
Look, let me give you an example. Somebody in the
It's
comments.
been all over the news. So just people just
Listen,
oblivious to things.
let me make this quick point. Look, somebody in the comments said that SUNY, which stands for the State University of New York, didn't have free college until recently. And I'm saying that if you are in a certain income level, TAP and Pell, which are grants that they give for people that come from impoverished families, right? Offer this as a free and even room and board, depending on what was your economic structure at home. Now, check this out. If you are the age of 18, you don't have to use your parents' income. You could go independent and say, I don't make no money, and you qualify. Did anybody know
You
that?
still got to pay some type of tuition. And once
You,
again, that goes varies from state to state.
no,
Okay,
no, that's federal. You don't.
Y'all gonna
No,
realize common sense
not
ain't common no
really,
more. So we got to stop
because
this common sense thing.
No,
Cause
That
also like
is
if you talking about the Pell
that
Grant,
is the grant is federal, but
yeah, but
depending
there's
on the state, depending on the
states
tuition
offer
of that
grants.
college, it's not federal. That's a state thing.
Okay, it doesn't matter who's charging, it's about who's paying.
right.
You can't argue this. If something is federal, then it's available in the 50 states.
Yes.
If something is state, municipal, or local, then that pertains to the county, the city, the block, the corner, your building. That's
Mm,
different.
mm,
You
yeah.
have
well,
you have
the
different
Pell Grant,
levels. You have different levels
the Pell,
in awards.
the Pell Grant is granted to every citizen in the United States though. You
We're
don't
not
have
saying I'm not
a low
saying that. What
income
I'm
level.
saying to you, right? If one college costs 100 grand and the other one costs 50 grand, regardless of how much if everybody was to get $2,000, you're still gonna have to pay a balance to whatever college you go to, depending on how much it costs.
No,
I
Yeah, but
understand what
can
you're
I
saying.
say
What I'm saying
if you
is,
y'all
take a
gonna
something?
loan
realize
out,
how
Island don't take a L.
if you
Y'all
take a
gonna
how
loan
is
realize.
not
out,
No,
taking
no,
an L?
no. If you
I
take a
said
can
you
loan
I
out,
say
don't. Now you don't.
something?
but the Pell Grant,
And thank you. It runs out.
How about if we all mix all the information that we're trying to put in here? Because
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to say that I don't know it all, but I know what I know
I
because
know I
I've
don't
been
know it
through
all.
it and I've helped people
Yeah,
obtain money
and
for
I can
college.
admit when I'm
yeah,
wrong.
and you know what? I
And we
I
all
I
went to
had
school at different
children that
times
they
because
went to
when you went to school, it
college.
probably was free for you. I'm telling you, for a person that is in college now that been getting those Pell Grants since I was 18, that I
there's
still
another
had to
grant
pay
too.
a
It's not just
balance.
Pell. There's another one too.
Well,
Period.
it depends in which state you live.
There's 11, listen to me, there's 11 federal grants for
Mm,
college, right?
mm-hmm.
And then, like I said, some states offer things, some states don't. Some cities offer things, some cities don't. Some boroughs offer things, some don't.
Exactly.
We're saying
Exactly.
the same thing.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm saying is that there are many more ways than the ways that you're talking about to get your college paid.
Yeah. For example, my daughter, right? Um, it's a, I know what to do and how to guide her to make sure that she didn't get out of college education in debt, up to the neck. So I guided her, right? So when people, their age, they were saying, and their children, they were bright children, and they want to go to college, they say, oh, I can afford to send them to college. And I will say, why? And they will say, well, we don't have the money. It's like, well, let me ask you a few questions. Did you ever went to college? No. Did your husband ever went to college? No. Do you know that if your child is the first college graduate, and you and your husband never had a degree, they have a free tuition for 4 years? There are law out there that they're not aware of.
That's what
And
I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
That part, Tiziana, and I want to let everybody know that if you, nobody can go to college without filling out the FAFSA,
Yeah, that's a start.
Yeah.
the
We know
federal
that.
application for student aid. You cannot, and it's
No,
federal.
you can go
So
to
the
college. You
federal
can go
funding.
to
I
college
work
without
for
filling out
a
the
state
FAFSA.
university.
You just
I
gotta
work
pay
for
for
a
it out of pocket.
Yeah, you either pay for out of pocket, but you have to understand that some students, whether you're first gen or I work in the disabilities department, some students can't take 2 or 3 classes. You actually get penalized if you don't go full time.
Exactly my point that I'm making. It all depends on what's going on. No
Can't
one
take
goes to
a L.
school exactly 100% for free. She just proved
Right.
my point.
No, you
Well,
said that you can.
and that's what I'm, what I will agree to is that there are different state fundings that come through. Like in
Thank
California,
you.
we have the Department of Rehabilitation, and a lot of people think it has to do with rehab and sobriety and all that. No, it has to do with disability. So you can actually get your tuition paid for to go to school because the whole goal is that they want you to be a working member of
Is
society.
that a 2 year college
So,
Isn't
or
that what
4 year?
Hormiga was saying though? I thought.
No.
yes.
Yes and no. I
What
get
the?
what you were saying though.
No, I'm asking, is that
Can't
a two
take
year
it
college or
ill.
4 year college?
I listen to me. I would love to just say one thing. When I come up here, I don't want to argue with no one. Sometimes I do, right? But it's hard for me to identify when a person is only speaking of their capacity.
Yeah, they're
I
they're
want to learn
biased,
new
right?
things too, right? I want to learn new things too, right? I do. But I'm never going to learn anything if my way is the only way that I'm going to have the conversation. All I'm trying to say is that there are an extreme amount of lucrative ways to pay for college. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, we're not disagreeing with that.
That was the whole point.
But
That was
No,
everybody,
literally the
no,
whole
the
no,
whole
point.
because my
I've
point
been
was saying,
disagreed on
right?
since the beginning.
But that's not the point that everybody was disagreeing with. And I
Oh
think that's
my.
where Kevin is confused at. Everyone is saying is yes, there might be 11 programs, right? In the whole entire federal programs, right? But each state, you might only be able to get 3 out of 11. And another state might get 4 out of 11. And another state might get 5 out of 11. That's what we're saying. We're
But
not
every
saying
every
that there
every
aren't
citizens get that
11
Pell
Dog,
Grant.
you
programs.
know I can
Every
rewind all this
citizen
how
get
this
that Pell
started,
Grant.
man. You
If you
go.
do your
Listen
FAFSA,
to
every
me.
citizen get that Pell Grant.
The only difference will make is the tuition in the school. That's the only
Yes,
difference
that's what
is
I'm
that some
saying.
schools, yeah,
That
but
wasn't
not
even.
everybody, we're not talking about going to
But the
Harvard or
funny
Ivy
thing
League
is that
school. You
wasn't
know what
even
I'm saying?
y'all argument though. That's what make it funny. She just
That was
turning it
the
now because she just
argument.
lost, and so she's changing
No,
the
no,
No,
argument to
I
no.
did
something
not. I've been
else.
stating
I
that
ain't
since
gonna
the
lie,
beginning,
that was a good
No,
Kevin.
I
argument.
literally could rewind this, and I will put
Oh
this on the
my
thing because
God.
I seen what happened. You can't twist this.
Here's the challenge.
Cause
Here's the
he was
challenge.
talking about look, he was talking about that she was like, well, you gotta pay for it. Or you was saying something like
I
that.
said,
And
and
No,
some
he
shit
was
will
like,
still,
oh, well, there's
some
many
shit will
ways to
still
pay
have
for
to
it. That's
pay
what he was
for it,
talking about.
even if they have those things, depending on the state. That was my whole statement.
well, the
Well,
state money is
But I
here's the
agree with
challenge.
that 13, but I agree with
You
that.
have to understand that when you go to college, you can start at a community college. Yes, it's cheaper. You can get certain grants. Community colleges are cheaper.
And
and
it can be
then you go
free
to a
too.
university, and it's also what you're learning. The first 2 years of community college is all repeating high school. So you're paying for a
Ah,
repeat.
I
no,
think
some
It's
high schools, some
English,
high school don't teach
math,
that stuff, man.
science,
somebody said that too.
history. It's repetitive. It's very repetitive.
You
So
don't
what
get
are you
into your
paying
course.
for
You
it?
don't get into your course of study until you're a junior in college.
Right, exactly.
But what we're talking about is this.
It depends.
All
Hey
I'm
Thompson,
trying
let
to
me switch
say
you out real
is that
quick.
the
To Zena. I gotta
the
learn how to say
the
your
the
name.
information,
Yes.
right?
Let
All
me
I
switch
said
you out real
was
quick.
that we live in
Okay.
a day and age right now where information is in abundance. It's available at our
Sir,
fingertips,
I agree
right?
with you.
We could have great conversation, but we've been stuck on a circle for the last hour and a half, debating about something that is not even debatable.
And it
You
went
understand?
all the way off topic because I was literally it ain't well, we wasn't on topic, but I was asked my question was like, how do you? I said you learn. I said you don't have to only. I mean, you were saying learning accountability in college, and then I was talking about getting taught stuff.
Correct.
A lot of stuff you can learn, which I feel like you can learn a lot of stuff outside of it. So of course I didn't go because you saying that people they go
Right.
they gonna say that all that
No,
stuff,
but
but I'm
wait.
saying that a lot of stuff college don't teach. Like they don't teach you how to
I'm gonna say this.
Right.
conversate.
I'm
They
gonna
don't.
say this real quick.
Seeking you will find.
I
Yeah,
got
they
y'all.
teach
Yeah.
you
I got y'all.
accountability.
I
They
got
don't
y'all.
teach
Can I
you all
say
this.
one thing? I'm gonna say this. I learned something from this conversation, though. I'm gonna say that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point. That's the point, though, right?
Most definitely.
You see, the whole point was this. Santiago made a statement. He says he talked to me about hard knocks. Yes, I did learn the school of hard knocks.
Mm-hmm.
It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not. It doesn't have some of the fundamentals. It doesn't have some of the interpersonnel skills that you need. It doesn't have trades, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so you learn how to bubble, you learn what the come up is, you learn how to save money, you know how to go to the store and save some money and buy everything that's generic, you know what I'm
That's
saying?
deeper
And
than that.
everything that's on sale.
It's
You know what I'm
deeper
saying? Of
than
course
that.
you learn all those things,
Now I
but that
know
doesn't
that.
mean that it's right.
I will put it this way, and the reason why, because that's like more of a, it's a personal thing. Just like you saying personal, but in personal, everybody got their personal experiences and stuff. That's the
Hmm.
reason why I had said what I said, because I haven't went to college and I learned a lot of that stuff that we talking about with the accountability and how, and discipline and all that stuff. And that's the reason why I was saying that you don't have, I was just saying, I didn't say you can't learn it there, but I'm saying you don't have to, or most of the time they don't teach that. That's what I'm saying. They
All
don't
right,
teach you how to.
Right.
let me say
Yeah, I don't
something
think
really
we even
quickly.
got able to impact what you said, Kev, because she ended up
Hold
getting
on.
ready to say her
Let me
story.
piggyback. Let me piggyback on what Lovely said. When you go to college, they give you an assessment test. If you do well on these assessment tests, then you don't have to take the prerequisites. You know what I'm saying? That, and you could actually start working on the official credits and the criteria and get through college faster. Now, if you are weak in math, or you are weak in English, or you are weak in reading, or you are weak in vocabulary, you have to repeat it. But if you pass those assessments correctly, then your English 101, English 102 is not that anymore. You start at a higher level depending on how you place on the entrance exam.
Well, English 101 is college level English. I think it's like 900 or 80. Well, it also depends on the college too, but I
Correct.
think the lower levels is like 82 or something like that, which would
Right.
be high
Those are the
school level.
prerequisites. Those are the
Yeah.
prerequisites. Right.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
once you get to the 101s and the 102s, because the 100 is the base. Okay?
Yeah.
But the 100 is the segue between not knowing nothing and knowing something. You
Yeah, because
understand?
I'm
So
taking college English 201. I can't
you see
stand
what I'm
it.
saying? You see what I'm saying? And some schools you have to take 3 Englishes. Sometimes you have to take 2, depending of your course of study.
He's definitely right. You can't argue with that. He's definitely right.
I'm
Yeah.
telling
Hey,
you
if y'all
this.
could tap and give me the
I,
10K at least, please.
I
I've
was
been
a
on for
guidance
300.
counselor. I was a guidance counselor for a long time, and I was a different guidance counselor. I wasn't the regular guidance counselor that sat in his office and waited for people to come to him. I would do training programs. I would do reach outs. I would speak to people and tell them about the future. Tell them, listen, these are the jobs of the future. Go to these schools. Do these things because then you'll be guaranteed to have a job. I was giving real advice about things that I did research on. This is how I help people to guide them to say, you may not like this job, but I'm pretty sure you'll like the $100,000 that it pays you. You could go to school for something and make 100,000, and you could go to school for something and make 40,000. That is your choice.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
That's
That
what I'm
is
saying.
true. So
So,
true.
so there's grants out there for people that are left-handed. There's grants out there for people that are black. There's grants out
Yep.
there for people that are bald. There's grants out there for females. There's grants out there for single family members. There's grants out there for people that have Indian ethnic backgrounds. There's grants for almost everything on earth, and the school itself, while you go to school, can give you a list of scholarships and grants that you could apply for while you're
Let's
there
not
as
talk
well.
about them ethnic backgrounds. We just
So
got
hold
into
up.
it earlier about that. Oh,
I'm just
y'all wasn't in
saying.
here. Y'all wasn't in here. Well, I knew she was gonna show
But
her
it's the
colors. I seen
same.
her. I seen her
It's
before though.
also
There's a lot of scholarships out. All I'm
it's
saying
the
is,
same thing with
look, all right, how
scholarships and
about
grants.
this?
They got them for
How about
everything.
this? How about this? How about this? School is not free by any means. Let's agree on that. It's not free. But there are ways to subsidize the payments to pay for college.
Yes.
Okay? There are 100 ways. So I'm going to change the way I said it, but it means the same thing just for the sake of this conversation. But there are, and I said it 10 times, for impoverished people, people in a low income, they have a surplus of availability. Now, usually when there's an economic problem for a person, it usually comes with lack of education. So they might not pass the assessment. They might have to go to a community college for 3 or 4 years, when in other people, it might take them a year and a half. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
And okay, so that's
yeah.
all I'm
You just
saying. There's a billion ways. Maybe it's not your time to go to school, to college right away after high school. Maybe you could go to the army and get a GI Bill and have the whole shit paid. But some people don't want to do it with the army. Okay, so maybe there's a
Right.
way that you can go to work, and before you pick that job, you do research on that company to see if they offer college assistance. So all I'm saying is that because we're not educated on these things, it becomes a fight, because the only thing that you have in your capacity is what you think speaks for everyone else. That's not how it works. It doesn't matter what state you live in. You could live in a teepee.
I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? And if you don't like the fact
Whoa!
that your state or your city doesn't offer shit,
well,
then
Everybody
move
hold
the
on.
mute
fucker
up.
on.
Oh,
It's
can everybody
lovely.
mute up real quick? Because
It's
somebody's
lovely making
I'm
echoing
about to
room.
real
say it's
bad,
like echoing bad.
or drop and come back up. I don't know
So,
what's happening.
Oh, there you go. They good.
like sacrifice, right? Santiago, we talked about consequences and sacrifice. Sometimes you might have to make a sacrifice and move into another place, another state, a neighboring state that might give you better benefits towards your kids' education.
Yep.
There's a lot of different ways that you can pay for. I mean, even if you're working a job, they offer those types of assistance programs as well. That do
Absolutely.
help depending on what you're doing. If you go to a trade school, if you go into the military, if you do any of those things, you have the ability to pay for your child's
Y'all better
education
sit back and
or your
Mm-hmm.
spouse's.
relax.
So
AJ
there
is
is
about
a
to
way.
speak.
The other thing that you can do also, I do want to stress, if you are looking at colleges, you're looking at furthering your education, please take a look at the institution before you spend all that money.
Yes,
That part.
AJ.
Going to, what is it? I think they had like DeVry, all of those degree mills. You
Yeah,
want to
and
make sure, hold on, you want to make sure that the whatever you're trying to do, that those credits are going to transfer, right? Because especially if you're young and you change majors, you don't want to waste your time and paid all that money and that only works at one school because it's
That's
not
true.
credited anywhere else.
because you have to understand that every curriculum is different. The
And
curriculum
every
actually
school is different.
changes. Yep, every school is different.
But
I
English
work
101 will always be
in a
English
Cal
101.
State, and we're all about diversity, inclusion, cultural reparations, all that stuff. So now they've added undergrad requirements to the degree that all divulge around cultural diversity. So now you have to take that class in order to even get your degree. Even
Yeah.
if you major in bio, you major in psychology, if you major in art, whatever, you have to take that class. The curriculum changes.
It's what they call a humanity class.
Yes.
Humanities. Yep.
Humanities, yeah.
Well, look, this is all I'm saying is this. Most people don't do research. And this is why we don't have knowledge. Because they feel that what they know is good enough. But all that's going to do is get you into an argument with someone that's at a higher level, whether you want to hear it or not. And I'm not speaking to nobody specific because I am submissive to those that know more than me. And I know when to take a step back and say, hey, you're introducing me to something that I've never heard before. I'm not dismissing it just because I didn't learn it. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, but that's the whole thing in learning, right? That you learn that when you're on a college campus because you're dealing with a lot of different types of people who come from different educational backgrounds. If you spend time
Yeah,
on a college campus, you could be talking to somebody who's majoring in philosophy, and you may not know nothing about philosophy. You can't
correct.
engage them in a conversation at a higher level if you don't know that. A college campus, you get a lot more than just what the school is offering. If
Correct.
you sit down and you have conversations with people on your campus, you may get insights into things you didn't know. You may get
Right.
insights into point of views and looking at things the way you never
What
would.
I think he was saying though, I think he was more so concerned like, all right, like if somebody got more knowledge, like yo, I learned that as a young age. Like if somebody got more knowledge, like you gotta sit down and listen. Just close your mouth and open your ears.
That's how I learned. If
That's
I
how
was
everybody
if
learns.
this there was a point in my life that I was so stubborn, I was so toxic, narcissistic tendency, very stubborn, because I was afraid and feared what I didn't know and of the unknown that I wasn't allowing myself to grow. So I stood
Hmm.
stagnant, even though I felt like I was in control, even though I felt that I was winning all the arguments through volume and through tone of voice. I wasn't learning nothing. So I was losing. And when I took a step back and said, you know what, I'm never gonna learn this way. And when I was honest with myself and I said, wow, I don't know shit. I don't know shit. I don't know shit. You know why? Because you run
Hmm.
into so many people that know more than you that it either humbles you or it triggers you,
Hmm.
one or the other. So you have to pick and choose your battle. Me personally, I've learned a lot in these conversations.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot in this conversation. But what I've also am trying to focus on is if I don't want to be on a live for 2 or 3 hours arguing about something that's not allowing us to learn. If we're going to learn from the argument, then that's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. But I'm not willing to risk my peace because we're stuck on personal feeling. This is not a feelings conversation. This is an objective conversation, and there's no room for feelings or opinions. There's no room for opinions or feelings in an objective conversation because objectivity is all about fact. That's all
Hmm.
I'm saying.
So I got a question, because I came in and y'all were talking about college, and I was trying to figure out how we got on this topic.
Because it went from talking about somebody asked a question about what was learned in college, and I went ahead and I started talking about certain things that I've learned: morals, some discipline. I've learned a couple of ethics, interpersonal skills, and how to
Hmm.
express myself eloquently, which I should have learned from
Okay.
home. And then that turned into a personal thing about that's not true because I did this and I did that. I'm like, that's not might not be true for you, but that's a lot to do with your choice and your course of action, your disposition, your level of boundary, your level of capacity. It doesn't speak for everyone, and that's when the conversation got twisted when we allowed the personal thing, which I don't mind when people share their story, but it wasn't beneficial for the consensus.
Got you. Got you. Got you. Okay.
So that's where we at.
Oh, absolutely. You can learn a lot of things in college.
I
Um,
just I made a mistake. I said college, college is free for people that are impoverished. That when a person comes from a poor family, that college, honestly, to me is free. But I
Yeah.
changed it and I said it's not free. It costs something, but there's a lot of ways around it.
Yeah. And
Including
then
tap,
what you say after that,
Pell.
Island?
I said
I'm on
something
some
for
troll stuff
everyone.
tonight.
And
Good
then
listen to
AJ
everybody.
just proved my point though, so I'm not even going to continue to discuss it
You
because
We
ain't
pro-
proved
wait, hold
no
on. We
point.
proved your
I
point.
just said
prove
what
what
anyway.
point?
anyway.
We
So
prove
I'm not gonna
Amiga's
argue
point.
with you, Kevin.
Hold on, don't
That's
play
why
him
I
like
text
You
that,
AJ
man.
just
and told her
act.
to bring her ass up here to help me. Because I don't got time for you. I
Nah,
don't got
you
time.
just
I'm
you
good.
just literally you really got your mind switched and didn't even realize that
No,
you
I
feel
did
like
not. I
you
said
already
the
was saying
same
it
thing
already. That's what
over
make it
and
so
over
funny.
again.
That's some
No,
powers.
my statement have never changed because
Hold on.
me
You
and
can't.
AJ talked about it
Hold
in the
up, Island. Hold on,
comments.
hold on,
That's
hold on, hold on.
crazy.
Island, you're trying to take credit for something that you was in opposition to. What are you
No,
talking
I
about?
was not. I was
Try to
agreeing with you.
take
What?
that.
I said it
I
goes
told her
for
she can't
everyone,
take an
and
L, man. She
AJ just
literally
agreed with me
taking
and
your
just
stuff you
said
said that
that
she went against.
they may not pay the whole thing, but it might be lower than paying the full price for the. I just said that. I
He
literally just
already
said that. That's
apologized for
hence why
that.
I texted AJ in the comments. I was like, bring your ass up here and
There
explain
was
this
a
to me.
lot of hold on. There was a lot of politics before that.
No, it wasn't. I said it depends on your state. And then Lovely came in and agreed with me.
I love it.
So
You see
agreed.
how her
They
voice
said
be
it
getting. I love it.
differently.
I
They said
love
the
it.
exact thing that I
Okay.
said in a
She be
different
making my
way.
voice get high all the
They
time. I
said
gotta make her
this
voice
is
high. I
the
love it.
delusion part. Just because I said it differently,
Yeah,
y'all
okay.
said they said that both of them said the
You
exact thing
said
I
something
said,
different, not
just
differently.
differently, and y'all agree with it, which is baffling to me. I said the
That
exact
is
same thing they
I
said.
can't wait to repeat this. You gonna be
I
dog. It's
said
gonna be
the
so
Okay.
exact
funny,
same thing
dog.
that they said. I just said
You
it
know I got
differently.
So
YouTube. Watch. You
Let's
gonna
go to
see.
the
but at
videotape.
the end
Let's
of the
go to the
day,
videotape.
at the end of the day, there may have been somebody in here who probably wanted to go to college and felt like it was unattainable. Excuse me, that's the word,
Right.
unattainable.
Right.
And you
Yes,
definitely
Adrian.
have come in and you have learned, hopefully, through this
That
conversation,
thing,
that it
AJ.
is very attainable.
That was exactly my point. My point is that the reason a lot of people don't go to college is because they've been told that it's a waste of time, or they feel as though they don't belong there, or they don't have what it takes to be there, or they don't have enough information, or they don't think that they can afford it. So all of this
Matter
is
of
all
fact,
based on negative mindset.
Hey, believe me, they
I'm gonna
gonna
drop
learn
y'all.
something
I'm
when
gonna
I do
drop
this
y'all a
post.
nugget. I'm gonna drop you a nugget if you trying to go to college. It's called FastWeb. Go
Oh,
to
Yeah.
FastWeb. That's where all the scholarships are. Every scholarship you could possibly think of is
Yep.
on there. They will
Well,
give you
Yep.
money.
hold on,
Hold on.
AJ. Is it available in every state?
Yes, it is available in every single state. So the thing
checkmate.
is, right? The reason why it is a very important site, right? I, not to like, whatever, my personal story, I didn't have money for college. My parents did not prepare for that at all. I had to pay for college through scholarships and grants. Getting on that website, I got a scholarship for having brown eyes. I got a scholarship for being the first one in my family to graduate from high school. They give you money for the dumbest shit.
Uh,
You just
Yeah.
have to
is
put
we
in the
getting
work.
somewhere?
Like Cornita
You
said,
can
That's
get a
good.
like
scholarship.
I'm a
Hold on, you can
lefty.
oh go ahead,
I'm a
lovely. Sorry.
lefty, and I got a scholarship for being left-handed,
That's
but I
good.
still owe
Oh,
money.
that sounds so
I
No, you
said
took a
familiar.
that,
loan out.
but I
So
didn't
that's
I
the
say
You
thing.
took a
that?
loan out.
Didn't I
That's
say
why
that?
you owe
Yes,
the
Oh, that
you
money.
did,
sounds
Ornita.
familiar.
Didn't
Ornita,
I
you
say
said
that?
that. Yes,
So
you
like that's the
did.
thing. That's the thing, right? You can get
You
literally
can get a
scholarships
scholarship for the
for
dumbest shit.
anything. I got a
Okay, so
scholarship.
what's the
I
problem?
got a I got a scholarship for having brown eyes. I got a scholarship. I got another
Okay,
one by sending in a video by just playing air guitar and everything else. Like you can get into college is really easy. It's really attainable.
I
So
got
if
a
you're coming
scholarship
in and
for
you didn't
losing
know
weight.
that,
You heard
I just
AJ?
dropped
I
it.
got a scholarship for losing weight.
That is awesome.
Okay,
That is
how about that?
amazing.
I've gotten about 12 scholarships in my entire college career, and that was
Yeah.
just. And you know how I got it? By filling out a one-page application and
I
then
was
doing
about to say that.
a
I
little
think the
summary.
premise. I think the premise of this whole fiasco was basically it's easy to get in college.
It is.
It's
I
easy to
love how you
find.
Not
called that.
everybody believed that
It's
though.
easier. How about this? How
I
about this?
love
It's
how you called
easier
it
to
a
get into
fiasco.
college.
No, it
Yeah,
is easy to get in
it's
college. All you gotta do is fill an application out and do your FAFSA.
but
Right.
that's it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it.
Yep.
And if you're a little behind, you take some refresher courses and they'll bring you up to par. That's
Or
it.
you go
And
to a
that's not
2 year.
state by state.
No, you go to a 2 year then.
No, the FAFSA is federal.
Ma'am,
Yeah,
FAFSA
Correct.
is
FAFSA is
ma'am,
federal.
federal.
ma'am,
That's
I
correct.
already graduated with a science and health degree. I know
Right.
how easy it is.
There
Mm-hmm.
you
Yeah,
go.
no, it is easy. It
It's
is
very easy.
easy. So here, where is the solution at? Is that we need to tell our children more about how to get through the systemic challenges that we have.
Which is it's a mind fuck. That's what it is. It has nothing to do with the system. The system is there and it's going to be there. Now you have to change your mindset, and come to a place where you say, I don't care what anybody says. I want to go to school. It's never too late to go back to school. If you don't, it goes back to the conversation because this all stems back from gender roles. When I said if a man goes to work for 40 hours, that's not enough. He got to do shit around the house. And if they're living check to check and they're living in survival mode, then he needs to put himself in a better position to make more money. That's what I said.
And you know how this really, really started? Because I was stating that majority of the time when you go to college, they are teaching you to work for somebody, not to work for yourself. That's what I was saying. That was my thing.
Yes.
Exactly.
I'm not saying, I
I'm
never said you
So
couldn't learn nothing from
I'm
there or nothing, but I'm
so
just
glad
can
you
saying,
can I
said that,
can
Kev.
I
I'm
can
so
I
glad you said that, Kev.
I want to address something in the comments real quick. Somebody put they all have dates that the paperwork must be put in. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. But that's
Yes.
anything in life. You can't sit and expect things to fall
Timeline.
out of the sky. You're gonna have to work for it, right? Yeah, those scholarships they'll give it to you easy, but you still have to do work to put. You got to do something to get it. It's
Yep.
not just gonna fall out of the sky. They're not gonna be like, oh hey, Formiga, do you want a $2,000 scholarship to go to college? They're not gonna solicit you. You got to go out there and get it. And that's
Yeah,
anything in life.
man.
That's anything in
Yeah.
life. You want a
You
good
could
you want
you
a good
could you
job?
could go,
Got to
you
do
could
that.
go, people go on Google to find out the stupidest shit, right? But they won't go on Google to say, where could I get scholarship money or grant money? You know how many
No,
freaking grants there are out there? Are you serious? There's a grant out there that'll give you the money to write a book. You can stay home and write a book. They'll give you 6 months to a year's
what the
worth
heck?
of money. I'm not talking about shorts either. They will pay your bills if you write the book. The catch is that the book has to be about
Am I
stuff that they
tripping?
want you to write.
Is Hormiga froze? Or
That's
is that
it.
me?
I'm just saying.
no,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
Maybe
back.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, you good.
I'm just
So
You
I'm
good
just
now.
saying like this. All I was trying to
Well,
do is
think about it. But,
take away the negativity of this. That's all I was trying to do. That if there's a will, there's a
mhm.
way. The information is out there. Get it. It's available. We live in a time right now of the information age. But like I said, people are not putting the effort into getting this information, and they rather debunk you than to put the effort into looking at themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
well, but
So
that I
here's
think
my
that's
question,
I think that's oh go ahead.
we always talk about how we're so indoctrinated, but yet we want to be indoctrinated. We want to be educated. We want to know. We want to learn. So
Well,
what is the
indoctrination
difference?
is, yeah, but an indoctrination is being taught, right, where you usually don't have a say so or there's no pushback. Like
Mm.
you believe in the system without any criticism or without any
Right,
opposition.
right.
That's what indoctrination is.
Oh, okay. I'm learning some stuff tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
being
then, but
indoctrinated is like a cultural thing.
right,
Yeah.
and then when you decide to go to college, you're telling yourself that I need to be educated. I need to learn something outside of me.
Right, regardless of
Mm.
what people have told you, regardless. That's correct.
But it also depends on the level of your education. So, for example,
True.
if you're sitting in a
Right.
2 year, if you're sitting in like say a community college and you're in a political science class, that class is not designed for you to argue. It's just to give you the bare
Right.
minimum. When you
Yeah,
get into the
Listen,
it's
higher
just a
levels of poli
it's a
sci,
requirement.
then you
I
would
could have
argue.
picked nursing. Look, I could have picked
Yeah.
nursing because nursing is going to be a profession that never grows old. If anything, it keeps expanding. I could have picked nursing myself, but I don't like certain things about nursing. So why am I going to put myself in a position just to make a certain amount of money when I don't agree with a lot of the things about nursing personally? So I'm not
Well,
going to put
So
myself in a place to
here,
suffer for 40 years. I'm not going to do that.
so
here's my question, Armiga, and everybody on this panel. Do you think you go to college to make more money?
That was
the
taught to us.
I think that's one of the things that people go to school for.
That's the
That
main.
is
That's
one
the main.
that is
That's the
one of
main
the
story.
things. But
That's
there's
the main,
another.
right? I'm about to say.
But there's other. One of the other reasons that people should go to college is to meet, be around different
Yeah.
diverse
And
people.
that's what I
Um,
learned. That's exactly what I learned.
rubbing elbows. You know, like you go to school with people that their parents are the owners of companies, bro. Like you want to create more opportunities for yourself by being around
Network.
people that are related to the ones who owns the companies.
Yeah, but what
They
she,
don't hang
but
out. They don't hang
exactly
out on
what
the
she
block.
talk about is it really is money. A lot of people is going there for to make more money. That's like what she's saying. Majority of the people though, but
But
we
it
should
also
do that.
creates more
Yeah, but
options. It creates more options because you are entitled
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
change
We
your
know what to do.
career, but you could change your career whenever you feel like it. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
tell people.
yeah. We
Like,
know that. She was just saying, do you feel that majority of the people, and I do feel that majority is going to make more money. That's what they're doing it for, because that's what's
yeah,
getting taught to them.
that's the first thing
But
that they learn is you go
yeah,
to school to put yourself in a better position that pays more money.
yeah, yeah, exactly. But I know what you talking about exactly. That we should go there for more stuff to expand and learn
Because
more. And
it
yeah,
offers more benefits than just the
yep,
monetary. That's all I was
yep.
saying. That there's a lot
And
Well,
they
more
learn that when
benefit.
they get there, though. They learn that when
but
they get there most of the
you
time.
have to understand that sometimes you get a bachelor's degree is nowadays like a high school diploma. It's nothing.
It
Yeah,
depends
Depends.
hold
on
Now,
on,
the
hold on,
major. It
hold on.
depends on your major.
I want to
mhm.
tell you something because we were talking about this earlier. Because once you get a master's degree, sometimes you have to certify and you have to get licensed with the state that you work in order to verify that license.
But it comes with the territory. You pick and choose your curriculum, do your research. Do not go into a field unless you do the research of your field. Do not go into a school until you know what their percentage of graduation is. Or don't go into a school unless they have a good program that places you in jobs. This is the research that we have to do before we get involved with anything. A relationship, school, work. This is the information and the questions that we need to ask before we engage and commit to something.
So I do wanna kind of bridge those two things together. Yes, people do go to school because yes, they want to do and they want to make more money.
Yeah.
The cool thing is that when you're in a college campus and you're rubbing elbows with all these people, anybody who works in business will tell you a lot of the time it's not about what you know, it's who you know.
Yep.
That's the key. It's who you know.
Yes.
It's
And you
not
meet
always
people
what
there.
you know. You meet
I
different
so
people,
agree
you
with that.
network, you do different types of things. That is really when you learn how to truly network is in college. When you're in
Hmm.
high school, that's whatever, right?
You
You
know
may
how
have
people
a
go to
friend and
school?
they own their parents own the KFC. That's cool, right? Everybody else, you know what I mean? You want to work for a Fortune 500 company. You may be in class with somebody whose parent owns that Fortune 500 company. That part
All right, how
is who
about
you
this?
know.
How
It's
about this?
about
How about
it,
Hold
this?
on,
it,
hey,
it's
did you just
about
that part
Hold on, hold on.
yourself? That's just not about.
it, it,
How many
it's
people
about
go to school?
socialization.
But check this out. How many people go to school, right? And then they learn a different way and they frown upon their culture. Listen to what I just said.
A lot of
Mm.
people.
All
A lot
right,
of people.
exactly, because they
Yeah.
find out that their culture was not the only thing available, that their
Mm.
culture wasn't right in a lot of things because there's a lot of negative mentality that comes from culture. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Mhm.
We sliding back to the topic a little bit. I like that. How we
Okay.
do that.
Okay.
I was about to
It's
say
all
that's
going to be
crazy
We
based
track.
though,
on
because that
We
culture.
happened.
track.
It's all going to be, everything is based on your culture. Your culture is your personal what do we call this? The portfolio. Your personal portfolio, your composite index is what you're made of. Your experiences, your beliefs, your household, the environment inside of you, the environment inside of your house, and the environment outside of the house. That is what makes your portfolio. That
Yes.
portfolio gets challenged when you go to school. When you go to college, it gets challenged because you get to see that people do things in different ways and they're a lot more successful than we are.
Hey, AJ, I got some. I
Yeah.
know it's off topic though, but I want to I want to mention what happened earlier. You remember when we had this good conversation with that girl Talk Yo Ish? Remember that my live from
Uh,
last week, I think.
Yeah. What about her?
Yeah, because I about to say that's why I say I be knowing people because I see them in different lives, and I know eventually they show themselves depending on what topics you talk about. So We was talking about this topic, and she showed her other side for real. She couldn't take it because she was like, "I'm 100% of what I am, and nobody gonna tell me this." And then it started getting to a point she started dang near was dang near cussing out King because King was like,
Yeah.
"Well, she just could. She wasn't
What?
used to. I'm gonna put it this way: how we talk, how we sometimes if we don't agree with each other or don't believe, you know what I'm saying? We just, it just be like we try to understand each other, but she just only wanted to be understood, and she just couldn't take it. She never seen that part of this live and stuff because that's what we doing here. You know what I'm saying? So we can learn from each other or try to get each other to understand each other's point. But yeah, she booted her own self out this one though. She couldn't take it.
Absolutely. Yo,
Yeah.
I learned a few things. I actually did.
Yep.
Absolutely. I like you. I
Yep.
like you, John Kev.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the thing. Like, like I say it all the time. People put them. We put ourselves in boxes. We put limitations on ourselves,
Yep.
right?
Yes, AJ.
And hopefully that young lady
I
takes
know it's
herself
gonna
out
be.
that box,
I know that it's gonna be five
but
o'clock,
it's
and
gonna take time.
I'm glad.
Well,
I'm glad that I have the discipline that I have. Otherwise, I would have lost my top several times during this live. But I'm not gonna lose my top for no one. But what I do dislike is when we go in circles and we can't move forward to the learning part. This is why we
Mm.
get
That
stuck
part.
in these conversations because we keep talking about the problems, the negative shit. Let's talk about the commons, the positive, and let's find some fucking solution. You understand?
Yep.
Like, but we can't
well,
because everything has to be
and
explained.
that's a good point, Hormiga, because if
So
all these resources that you have talked about, that I have talked about, the islands talked about, AJ knows about, and everybody knows about, why aren't we sharing them with everybody?
so
They
here's
need
the
to
thing.
be.
So
Because
here's the
They
thing,
need.
lovely.
nobody
Here's
wants
the
to
thing,
Oh,
hear it.
lovely.
I didn't
Here's the
forget you, Santiago.
No,
so
no, no. I
here's
was looking at his name. I mean, everybody's calling his name out. I need to know his
So
name.
my thing is that there was one day in my life that I did not know about these resources or these grants
all of
or
us.
these scholarships. But once I knew about them, I wanted to share them.
So the
Why are
thing
we not
is,
sharing
no,
that with everybody?
because that's the
Because
problem. Because that's the
we
problem, lovely. People are sharing this information. It's people don't want to listen, right?
yes,
We
yes.
now
Mm-hmm.
live we now live in a
That's
time
you, AJ.
where instead of going to college and actually educating themselves, they want to Google. They can't comprehend what the hell they just Googled because any idiot with a phone can Google something, right? I'm gonna be one. Y'all know me. I keep it real, right?
No,
Any idiot
I
can
know
Google
you,
something,
AJ. I know
but
you,
they
AJ.
don't. But because they can't comprehend it, they're out here spewing stuff. So when they're talking to
Or time
people
out,
who are
time out,
actually,
time out, AJ. I'm
hold
sorry.
on.
Go ahead.
When they're talking to people who are actually educated and trying to give them this information, they shut it down,
But
right?
I'm gonna
They
give. But I want
derail the
to.
conversation away from it.
I don't want to lose this train of thought, and I've come to this conclusion. There are a lot of people that will not accept what you're saying
Oh
because
yeah,
they
100%.
can't. Because they can't believe that they didn't do it themselves.
That part. That part.
Okay, and that is all
Mm.
emotional and feeling. Okay, because
Mm,
I've been there where I get upset with you because you are speaking facts, and I don't want to hear it because I didn't take advantage of that in my life. You understand what I'm saying? And then
Mm.
it makes me want to go against you because I'm mad at myself.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
and
I'm
that's
talking about.
but that's the projection side of it, right? So at the end of the day, the thing is like I said, there's plenty of knowledge that can be dropped, but people want to, you know what I mean? Oh, well, I felt like I'm supposed to know that, or I should have known that, and then they get upset.
Yeah.
That's not the way to
That's
go
that
about it.
lack of accountability. That's what that is.
Sometimes it
mm-hmm.
just, this is basic life. There's times in life that you were meant to learn a lesson or you're meant to learn something at that time. You may have gotten that information earlier, you wouldn't have known what to do with it
That's that school of the
at the
hard
end of the day.
knocks. I'm telling you,
That's
man.
just that
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
part.
and sometimes you're meant to suffer. Sometimes you're meant to suffer. That's where humility comes from. That's
Yeah.
where humbleness comes from.
I don't say
That's
meant to
where,
suffer, but I know we meant for like stress comes and stuff. I don't say we
yeah,
said it
where,
meant to suffer
okay,
though.
I won't say suffer.
I was
That's
okay, not
probably going to
probably
be a
not
bad
that. I
word
think we
on this
meant to like
live.
Suffer's not a bad word.
Remember when I first came on the live, we was talking about identification. We was talking about what we identify with. And too many people are comfortable in anger and suffering. This is why they can't learn anything, because they feel comfortable in the only thing that they know, which is opposition, anger, you know what I'm saying? And that's where they're comfortable at. So that's what you're gonna hear from most people. You know what I'm saying? And because
That
they're not
part.
at the point where they control their emotions, I gave you the blueprint. If you want to know how to critically think, you have to have self-control. You have to know what emotional intelligence is, and you have to know yourself. So you can stop yourself from going to a place where you don't need to be, that is going to distract you from actually learning.
Yep. But that's the thing. It just takes people to have to
Mhm.
lose that ego, and we all have that from time to time. We all have that
Right.
ego that destroys us.
Yeah, but
That's where humility comes
some people
in.
live and decide and make decisions on their ego. Some people, everything is ego
Exactly.
based. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, we all have an ego, but I don't think from my ego and I don't think from my feelings. Every conversation that I try to have starts with an objective reasoning. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Exactly.
she was speaking volumes. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of pride in it.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Of course.
There,
Pride and ego sucks, bro. They suck.
yeah, there is pride in the ego, and I think I created this acronym a few months ago, and I shared it on Kev's live, and I was like, it's an emotionally generated opinion.
Hmm.
You're
Also,
No,
I'm
100%.
trying.
emotionally
Also, Mister
generated.
me me I don't know how to pronounce your name, but let me go back to you, John.
Uh,
Mister Miga.
Who,
I
me?
wasn't cutting you.
Or miga.
Miga.
Or miga means ant in Spanish. You can call me Ant. My name is Anthony. That's my government name.
Oh, Ant. All right, Ant. All right, Ant. I wasn't cutting you short either.
It's all good. Bro, I don't get upset. You know why? Because at the end of the day, I don't sleep with nobody here. Nobody gives me money. Um, I find it entertaining when I can be around some like-minded individuals that actually want to grow. You know what
that
I'm
part.
saying? And want to put themselves in a better position. But there are some people that are just not ready for this conversation and they won't admit it.
Yeah, they
I
won't.
agree.
But
You
at
see
the end
my
of the
comment
day,
down there,
I,
Santiago? That's what I was meaning by it. I wasn't.
I don't be looking at the comments, Pop.
No, I said I wrote a comment. So that's what I was basically saying. I wasn't saying suffering was a bad word. I said I was saying when she said we were
Uh,
meant to suffer, I was saying that I would say we are meant to grow from our sufferings. That's what I was saying, or try to grow from our suffering.
no, you ain't say
But
that. Somebody else said suffering was a. They shouldn't say that. I'm like, all right, cool. No, you should. You don't get mad about not saying it. It's cool. You can say it. But
Nah,
yeah,
bro.
No,
Uh,
that was me.
Look,
That was me.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Check it out. Suffering is much more important than what people give credit for. You have to face and embrace and accept the suffering in order to go through it. You understand? You can't brush it under the rug, hit it with a band-aid, sugarcoat it. You can't do any of that shit. Suffering is essential for growth. Okay, you have to, there are some
all
things that
right.
you're going to suffer for because you might have difficulty in something that I don't have difficulty in, and vice versa. You understand? Everybody is different. So there is
Right.
going to be some type of suffering in your life. Now, how you
yeah,
deal with that, how you come out from that, that's the
That's
key.
on you.
yeah,
That's
but
on
when
you.
you
And
okay, when you
suffering
word it.
comes from. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kev.
Now I'm saying if you worded it in that way, the reason why I'm saying that I understand that suffering is part of it, but when you put it that way, you basically saying that we somebody's look forward to suffering or something like that. I think we supposed to look more forward to how we gonna get out of our suffering and stuff. I mean, we know that I
no,
know
he.
suffering is gonna be part of life, but when we say that, if we say we are meant to suffer, I think we're
If
more meant to try to grow from it. You know what
I'm
I'm
gonna
saying? I
how,
say
know
how,
it's
this.
how,
part of it.
how about
No,
this? How
I
about
think.
this? How
Hold
about this,
on.
Ev?
All right,
Ormiga.
y'all got it.
Ormiga.
Real quick, let me address Kevin. Kevin, if I was to tell you that if you actually face the suffering and you go through it, that is guaranteed that you're going to be all right. Wouldn't you do that? Wouldn't you be looking forward to suffering if you
There's
knew what the
beauty in
results were?
suffering. There's
Think about
beauty
Nobody
in
it.
want to
suffering.
go for suffering. Nobody
No,
want
no,
to.
no.
Hmm.
What we were looking forward to is getting out of the suffering.
That's what I'm saying.
Right,
That's what's going
right,
on.
right.
People linger on their trauma.
Exactly.
But
That's what I'm about to say.
They
Because somebody would
linger
take it
on
that
their
way and stay in
suffering.
it.
This is
And it's
somebody.
So,
like
but the
What
you
thing,
was about
and
that?
but what I'm saying
Getting
is
off that.
that what
Getting
I'm
off that
saying is
stool.
take it a step further, right? Take it a step further and embrace the suffering. Like move it up a notch. Not we
Only
don't.
only you
But
can
that's
do
what
that,
people.
Ormiga,
Okay, what
though.
No, no,
about
no,
this?
no.
Only
He's not
If we
the
say
only
that,
only
then
one.
Hold on,
only
hold
If
on,
we
what
hold
don't do
on,
about
that,
people
hold
then
on,
that's
hold
still in
only
on,
their
you
hold
can
trauma
on.
do
then?
that.
Y'all, hold up, hold up. Santiago has been trying to talk for a minute. Of course, he just went on pause. Come on. He was trying to say something, and then I was like, wait, what was he trying to say? I'm getting
I'm
very
not.
Everything
I'm,
confused
I'm
what
goes
he
not.
said.
back.
I'm not. I'm not saying. I'm not saying like. I'm not saying that you're going to put yourself in the position to suffer. I'm not saying that you're gonna do things on purpose. What I'm saying is that the only way to go through something is to go through something, and it takes a process, and suffering is part of the process.
And
Well,
what I mean
sometimes
about that,
people create their own chaos, though. So if you're creating your own suffering, how long are you going to linger in it? If somebody else
Wait,
prohibits that trauma onto you, or they make you suffer, how you handle it is the most important.
Hold on, I want to correct that. Hold on, I want to correct that. Nobody can make you suffer. That is a
that's what
choice
I'm
that you
getting
make.
to. I was
No,
about to say
that
that.
So the
no,
thing
That's what I'm
is,
getting to.
that
so hold on, hold on,
that
hold on.
that's what I guess it was a question, not a statement.
No,
Sorry,
you're good, you're
because
good,
I'm
you're good.
with you, AJ.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? If we're gonna have these kind of conversations, again, I don't find what she said problematic. I would just more ask to expand on it, right? Because if somebody wants to run with that narrative and that conclusion, it doesn't matter how you say it, they're gonna run with that narrative and conclusion. It does not matter, right? Now, with that being said, right, nobody can force you or make another person suffer unless you allow that to happen, right?
Exactly.
So I can't come into a
But
live and say, Kev made me suffer. No, he didn't. I
that's
either
what I'm
allow him
saying.
to allow that or I don't.
Right,
That's
right.
it.
That,
That
and I get you said though,
I'm glad you tapped into that because I think we were both going in the same direction.
No.
and I was saying what you were saying about the wording. And I want it that it means a lot when you say somebody is meant to do something. That do mean a lot. That would
Hmm.
take away from the message of what I'm trying to get. I wouldn't want to word something and say that you are meant to suffer. That's a crazy way of saying
Yeah,
something like that.
that's
I wouldn't
I
say
got you.
that.
No, you're not
I got
meant
you.
to.
I know.
It's
That's why
you're
I
not
know you.
meant to.
I know
Yeah.
you. I know that. I know that. I was just
I would
saying that.
it's
Like
just
say,
it's
sometimes
it's
words do
just
mean
it's
something.
just it's just
So
another word. Look, it's just
suffering is an allowance.
yeah,
It's
but
but
it's
what
just
you
then
allow.
it's
oh,
just another
explain
it's
that.
another
word.
way of
It's just
saying
another
it.
word for
Let
pain.
her
It's just
explain that.
look,
Let her
Y'all
explain
suffering
must
that.
is
have missed
just
the whole
another word
thing
for
I just
pain.
said.
That's
I
crazy.
guess whatever.
Well, hold
That's all
up.
it
Let her
is.
explain that. I never heard somebody say that. That kind of like you said suffering's allowance. Because I heard something like that before.
It's the truth.
It is.
Yeah, that's true.
I would
Listen,
say,
it's all about self control, understanding yourself, understanding your triggers. If you understand yourself and you work on yourself, nobody can penetrate you like that.
no,
A lot of people suffering their traumas now. That's why I wanted to slip in earlier.
Listen,
yeah, but
trauma, suffering, pain,
so
there's no change without some type of discomfort. You could call it discomfort, you could call it pain, you could call it suffering, you could call it a bit. This is what I'm telling you about the English language. There's going to be 26 different words that mean the same shit, but
hmm
because you don't like a certain word, you don't accept it, but it all means the same shit.
I
that's the
was getting
point.
ready to
Yep.
say, so we can't say we're meant to suffer because if we're meant to cry and feel pain and all that, we are meant to suffer. We're just meant to deal with the suffering and how we deal with it.
I
Not
think
all
we
I mean,
were.
crying,
that's,
not
hold on,
all
We
hold on,
crying
yeah.
is
hold on,
pain. Not all crying is pain.
hold
I
on,
No,
don't think
I'm
we
not
were
hold on,
saying
meant
it
for
You
that.
is.
can
hold
cry
on.
I'm
tears
saying
of
it's we're
joy.
meant to go and study
We,
all the phases of our
just
emotions. That's what I
just
meant
So
to
the
because
say.
we
Yes,
thing,
we
able to
so the
do
yes.
thing
something, that don't
is,
mean we're meant to do it though.
Yeah, we
so the
are
thing,
because how can you correct something
No,
if you haven't experienced it or knowledge that it's wrong or right? You
All
have
right,
to
all right,
experience.
all
You
right,
have to
all
go
right.
through it.
hold on, hold
How
on.
about this, Evan? If we weren't meant to cry, then why has everyone in the existence of earth have cried? We're born crying.
I said
So,
because you. What I'm saying is, all right. Look, what I'm no, I'm saying I don't know how I'm getting this
No, no, speak your truth. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is because you are able to do something, that don't mean that you're meant to do it. It's so
It's
many things we are meant to do on this earth besides just
it's part of
that.
the emotional
so,
cycle, Kevin.
Yeah,
but the
so that's
thing,
saying you might as well say. I mean, even though I'm a firm believer of what's men is men or whatever, but I'm just saying just to put it in that way, it seemed like that you just singling out that That's what
Can I
we're
ask a
here
question?
for, to do that.
I'm not
So
saying
can I
that
I
that's
ask a
think
our
we're
question
here
destiny.
real
to.
quick?
Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm not saying that that's our destiny, Kevin. I'm
I think
saying
we're
that
here to
that's
grow.
part of the process.
So hold
We
on.
have to go through all the emotions, all of them.
Yeah, I
So
get
hold
that.
on. Hold on. Kev, would you say that we are meant to grow?
Yes, that's what I was about to say. That's
So
the main thing I would say.
hold on. Bear with me. So whether somebody says we are meant to suffer, or we're supposed to grow from our suffering, or if I'm saying suffering is inevitable, it's all the same shit. It's all the same. It's just depending on how you said it, right?
Yep.
It's still the same thing. They all mean the exact same thing. In
All
order to
right.
grow, you're gonna have to suffer and deal with that
Okay.
No.
uncomfortability. That
Right.
is
So
I
inevitable.
got
right,
you. I
you
got
can't say one without the other. You can't say we were meant to grow and with
And then
removing
say we.
components that are part of growth.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and you guys have always heard me say this statement. You grow the most when you're uncomfortable.
Of course
Yeah.
When
you
you're
do.
Well,
uncomfortable,
That's
that's the whole
that's
thing.
when you
that's
grow
Growth,
the
the
growth,
most.
truth.
that's what growth is. Growth
That's
is coming
hard.
from something that you don't accept or something that you had a problem with or something that you did differently. With growth comes
you. Some
change and
people don't
change
suffer
and
though.
yeah, but listen,
Hold
with
on.
growth
What,
comes
Yeah, that's
change
what
and
I'm
change
saying.
is uncomfortable to most. You know what I'm saying?
Like,
what were you saying? What were you saying, Santiago? Because I think you were trying to
no,
say something. You got cut off.
I'm trying to hear both of them. I'm trying to hear Kev, and I'm trying to hear Ant too. Like he's like, Kev said, some people don't suffer, but you know what? And then, Ant
I know
said,
we ain't meant.
okay. I mean, saying Ant said, Dad, you need suffering to grow. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. So I
Yeah.
mean,
And
That's a good,
AJ
yes,
said that
yes,
there's different words
Santiago.
that mean suffering. So that's what I'm saying. Like let's not get caught up with the words because whatever word that you pick, it has to do there is pain. You could translate it
The
as
word is
suffering
meant.
or whatever you want, but
That's
there
the
is
word.
pain that comes from change
Meant.
because people don't want to change. It's the hardest thing on earth to do. And
I
that's
think
where growth comes. When you change and change is pain, which is suffering.
that word
But
meant is what is the heaviest part. It
what
ain't
the
the suffering
problem
part.
is, what the problem is though, is that when suffering, pain, hurt, trauma, all that stuff, and it's the iceberg effect. What
sure.
I'm going through now, I'm gonna project onto you, so
Some
you
people
only
even
get to
live
see
long enough
what's
to
on the
suffer.
surface. So, but I'm dealing with all the what's beneath the ocean.
Right.
So that's the iceberg effect. That's iceberg. Pain, hurt, suffering, trauma, all that bullshit that we've all been through the systemics, through the division, through the religious trauma, through everything
Whatever
that
the
we've
trauma
been
is, yeah.
through.
Cultural beliefs.
Some kids even
Yes,
make it got aborted. Some kids got aborted and didn't even get to say the suffer.
yeah, they didn't give it they had no voice. They had no voice. And here we are, and we're still alive somehow, some way. We made it through. And now we're still suffering to a construct or to a context or whatever you want to call it with all this pain, trauma, suffering that we're dealing with. And what are we projecting onto the world? What are we projecting into these people that we come in contact with?
Well, he
I'll
Oh,
tell
just
I
you
got it.
exactly what
I
you.
got it. I
I'll
think I
tell
got
you.
one.
I tell you exactly what what people project into the world. Discipline, lack thereof discipline. You see that all over this app. Oh
Yep.
my
I,
God, this is what's going on to me. I'm suffering. I can't get out of this. So on and so forth. I want this kind of life, but I don't want to work to get it. It's discipline. At the end of the day,
mm-hmm.
people suffer from discipline, right?
Exactly. From
If you're
self
staying stuck,
discipline.
hold on. If you're staying stuck in your suffering, you're not a disciplined person. You're out of discipline, but you want the prosperities of somebody who is disciplined. That is the difference.
Yes,
That's what that
AJ.
pushes to the world. You are saying we as a people are undisciplined because disciplined people don't run around all over social media trauma dumping their shit.
All right.
There's no
They
need for that.
don't. They don't.
maybe
Thank you.
they look
I
at
think I
this.
thought of something. How about this? We were meant. to make impact. Make an impact.
Depends on
Ooh.
the impact. Depends on the impact. You can
Because
take a
even I'm
negative
gonna put it
impact
even
or a
this way,
positive
like
one.
even a kid that didn't get a chance, she's a kid that ain't even born, or you know what I'm saying, somebody didn't get a chance to live life. They still made an impact to their mother, you know what I'm saying, or they made an impact to their parents or whatever. People that
Impact with intentions.
Kev, I'm gonna
At
put
the
two
end.
cents to that.
Go ahead.
Some people use this as a platform as therapeutic. You know what I mean?
yep, that's an impact too. Yeah, all that's all I'm about to say. I think we impact each other in a way. All of us impact each other in some type of way.
We're
Yes,
Well,
going.
sir.
So you're going to, right? If you want to elevate your life, right? You have to elevate the people in your life. That's why nobody is meant to be there permanently. Most people are not meant to be there permanently. Either they grow with you or you have to dump them and find other people. That's anybody.
What what do they
Every
call it,
single
AJ?
person,
Go to
A
bed
every
reason,
again.
a
single person does
season,
that.
or a lifetime.
Go to bed
Yes.
again, TT. I don't care.
So
It's a
so
new
that's
day.
what they do. So that's what they do, right? It ain't nothing personal. People just have to grow, right? Now you can take it personally and be like, "Oh, well, why does everybody leave?" Well, if you're not growing and you're not elevating, then that's probably why everybody left.
You notice
I'll
I
be
was
I'll
being
keep it I'll
slick
keep it a
though.
buck.
Oh.
You notice I, you notice I was being slick though. I had to take growth because I thought about a checkmate somebody could have got me with because I was like, no, we ain't meant to because it's babies that we ain't meant to stress. And I was like, hey, somebody gonna say something about my growth then. Well, some people don't get a chance to grow. I was like, all right, you know what? Let me hear me think of something else.
Nobody can tell me
I
No,
had to do
nothing.
the
because
island
there's
queen. I can't take an L. I'ma add some extra stuff on it. We meant to impact.
no, we ain't
They
gonna
don't
do
know
that.
you,
You ain't
man.
gonna
It's crazy.
gaslight me like that.
I
Well,
had to
you
put
ain't
it
gonna
on there. I
try
had
to
to add some
gaslight
extra
me,
stuff.
Cav.
I wasn't gonna
See,
take
this is
no
what I be
L.
talking about. This is what I be talking
Yes.
about. You ain't about to gaslight me. Don't do that.
We'll do that one.
well, what we were meant to do was go to sleep when you're tired. All right,
That
and
part.
that's what I'm gonna do because
All right.
I want to make a good impact on
I
myself,
was thinking the
and
same
and
thing.
I don't want to wait, and I want to wake up at a decent time. So by being up this late, I'm impacting my life.
That's an impact.
That part. But the thing is to sit there and say that we have impact. That's like saying the sky's blue. We all
Yeah,
impact each other.
we
There
If
we
you're
do,
go.
on a live
Facts.
with somebody,
Hmm.
so if you're on
and
a live with somebody, right, you can have impacts based on the things that are said in that live. That's the strongest person. If I'm in a live and it is full of negative energy, I can't sit there and say, oh, I wasn't impacted by that. Of course I was. I was affected
Right.
by that live, right? Whether I hit the X or stayed in there or did whatever, we are all impacted by each other. That is
But was the
inevitable.
but
At
was the
the
Well,
end
sky
what's
of the
lit to be
day,
what's
blue?
the
what you
difference, AJ?
hold on. What you have a choice in, right? This is why I always say focus on your controllables. You can control how you impact people. You can either choose to do so positively or negatively. That's it. That's it. That's all. You choose
Well,
that.
you just proved a point because you just compared what being affected is how it affects you. Being impacted is how it impacts you.
Same thing.
It's like going with outer standing based on inner standing. I don't know. That's powerful.
But it is both. That's the thing.
Right. It goes
Everybody
hand
keeps
in
separating
hand.
things,
It's both.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
It's
now
the
the funny
same.
You
It's
can
thing,
the
be
same.
impacted and
impact,
realize that
effect,
it
impact.
impacted you.
Same thing.
And
It's
but
this.
exactly.
It's the
It,
same concept when people want to argue nature versus nurture. It was never nature versus nurture. You are both
That
I
Yeah.
part.
want
at
to
the end
be
of the
I
day.
want to
it's
be
all part of the process.
Yes.
That's what I'm
Yep.
It
trying. That's what I'm trying to tell people that there's always going to be something missing in your information, and it's not until you get clarity and get the entire information that you can do something.
that part.
Hey, I'm
That's
gonna
why I
try to
say
be funny real quick.
Yes, sir.
Was the sky meant to be blue?
Well, the sky is only
Well,
reflects blue, but it's
hey,
not blue,
hey,
right?
Kev. Well, what
I was being
makes
funny because
blue?
what Adrian just said. She's like, that's just like the sky being blue. But I want
it
to know if it's
is.
meant though.
Think about what makes blue. What
Oh
colors
my
make
It's
blue?
lord.
the
All right,
ocean,
hold up.
man.
All right, we're
I
not
ain't
going to
even
get
gonna
into
go
a
We ain't
there.
gonna get
conversation
into all
about
that.
Crayola, crayon. Look, I want to do this. I want to thank all of you for having me. It's always a great experience. I respect everyone, regardless if I feel like they don't deserve it or not. But I'm a human being, and I'm very
Right.
humble, and I've learned how to, you know, have humility. things that I did not learn when I was young. I believe that
Or in
I do
college.
impact people in a very positive way. Because I choose to impact myself the same way. So I want to share what I feel because that's the type of person that I am. You know what I'm saying? I like to share goodness. I don't like to share negativity because everybody already has negativity in their life. What they don't have is joy, peace, and love. And that's what I'm trying to help people get to that place. So that's the only thing that I offer. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I'm gonna gracefully bow out because I know my boundaries and my limitations, but I won't leave without being respectful and saying that I appreciate everyone here and I like to thank everyone.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely.
We love you,
Whatever.
Armiga.
Same,
Always,
Have
Omega.
have
always,
have
man.
have a good rest of the weekend, everyone. We'll be
And
back
you said
soon.
that other, Aaron, you said love, peace, and joy. You know,
Thank you.
I heard, I heard a lot of things. You know what I mean, but
Love, peace, and joy, Poppy. Trust me,
yeah,
love, peace,
joy.
and joy is the ultimate success.
That's
Uh,
what I say. Well, I think I'm gonna switch that. I'm not gonna even say happiness no more.
I
Love,
was gonna
peace,
say
and joy. I'm gonna
myself.
stick
Your
with that.
happiness is temporary. Joy
Yeah, I
is
know.
no
That's why I
longer
said I'm gonna stick with
happy.
joy. Yeah, I'm gonna stick
Yes,
with joy.
love, peace,
Peace
and
and joy.
joy.
Yeah.
Don't let nobody contradict
Mm-hmm.
yours, and don't let nobody compromise it. All right.
I
Mhm.
like that. I like that because I just
Have a
learned
good
about
weekend,
joy
Right.
today.
everybody.
All
Have a good
right,
Good
one,
night,
man.
Omega.
everybody.
Good
Good
night. Good
night, man.
night.
We love you, Armiga.
But yeah, no, I mean, I will say, forgive my loss of patience sometimes with certain things. It's just I can't sit and listen to the excuses anymore. It's just really
Thank
where
you.
it's at. I'm
Thank you.
getting to a point where I can't. I've tried. It's becoming very taxing to listen to the excuses as to why we can't change something, or when somebody gives a solution, we want to come up with 5 million reasons as to why that hasn't worked, and we ain't even tried it yet. I can't do it anymore. Like I'm losing my patience with it. Because at the end
Good.
of the day, if I'm having an issue and I go up to one of y'all and said, "Hey, how do I solve this?" and you give me a solution, I'm not going to argue with you. I will try it. If it does not work, be like, "Yo, that didn't work. I appreciate you. You got another solution? If not, I'm going to figure it out."
Facts.
Right? But at the end of the day, I can't care
Mm-hmm.
more than somebody else. At the end of the day, you want to keep yourself in a box? Keep yourself in a box. That's fine.
I can't be in a box with you at the end of the
I
day.
just won't be in that
Right.
that prison
And
with
Kev,
you.
to answer your question, the sky is blue only to the human eyes because of oxidation.
What the? I didn't say that.
Hey, she hit you with that science.
No. I
Oh,
never. What the
I
heck did
won
we
science
have listening to
sports
my
all the
questions?
way up from my middle
Okay,
school to high school.
Island.
That was my major.
That was never my question. I said,
Yes, you
was
did.
it
You
meant
said,
to
"Is the
be
sky
blue?
really blue?" And I answered your question.
What
The
the?
sky is
No,
only
I
blue
tell
to
you,
the human
no.
eye because of oxidation. I answered your question.
You was funny. That's why we can't never get a straight.
What? Damn,
I
I
can't believe
answered the
you just did
question.
that.
How was that
That
not?
was not the question. That's what you heard. I did not say that. I literally I asked because AJ was like, that's like saying the sky is blue, and I was like, but I said my question was the sky meant to be blue? Key word. You know what I'm saying? So
It's
that
not
was
meant to
being
be
funny.
any color. It's to the human eye. It presents to be blue because of
Yeah, I know
oxidation.
that. I know that though. But you missed the whole joke, man. I wasn't
No,
asking what
no,
the
no,
sky
no,
is.
no,
No,
no, no, no. She allowed to answer your question, even if you was
that
trying
wasn't
to make
an
a
answer.
joke. That was an answer. You just don't want to take none of her
I said
answers.
mint.
That's the
Thank you,
problem.
AJ. See,
I
I
said
just need to
mint.
be tagged
I
Kev,
in the
said
CNN.
mint.
Kev,
I didn't say
Kev,
what it is, what the sky made of. I said, what is the
Kev,
sky? Is the
Kev,
sky meant to be blue?
Kev, Kev,
Yeah.
Kev. You know I love your big head self. But what? What did Island? What did Island Queen do to hurt you today? Because like every answer she don't had, you don't hit with like
Well, you
extra.
already know, because
I
she tried
ain't
to find
taking it.
everything to oppose. But
So she got an
it's part of
opposing view. That's okay. I got an
yeah, right.
opposing view
But
from you
I
most
was
of the
just
time.
correcting what she heard because I didn't. What it wasn't what I said. So that's all it was.
I know, I know, I know. I'm just giving you some
I
shit.
know, I
Just saying.
know, I know, I know, I know.
I'm just giving you some shit. I'm just saying.
I know you is. You get me right back as I did you. I just tried to get you and you just reverse Uno card me. That's touche. Touche.
Uno reverse,
Good
sir.
one. Good one.
Take that and take that draw four.
Right, a draw four, right. Ain't that something?
I'm just
Hell, you
listening to y'all. I heard the whole thing. You said the sky's blue off of oxidation. I mean, I
Man,
don't
to
know.
our
man,
eyes. It's the oxidation to our
right
eyes.
now, my sky is black.
Oh Lord.
My
So it's
eyes.
no
Oh
longer a fact,
Lord.
son.
No,
It
I'm
ain't
just
black.
listening to y'all. That's all.
Yeah.
No, you're good. You're good.
I
Yeah.
see you in here, Ormy. You snuck back in here. You can't get enough of this TikTok, boy. Come on, let's go, guys. Talk again now. It's like, no,
Well, just think about everybody on this panel. We
I ain't falling
perceive
asleep.
everything different
Yeah.
from our eyes. If
Okay.
you have no eyes, like, are they closed? Are they open? Are they why? What your
What
eyes
the?
perceive
Huh?
is what your brain perceives.
I mean,
Right?
yeah, no,
Right.
no.
How about
Well,
our
If
brain perceives stuff different
no,
too?
because at the end of the day, I
or
mean,
is it your heart?
perception.
Or is it your spirit? Or
All
is
that
it
is
your
different.
soul?
It's all of those things, but at the
All
end of the
that's
day,
different.
like some people don't have hearing. That doesn't mean that they don't exist. There are people who can't see. It doesn't mean they don't
Exactly.
exist. Like they don't exist.
Exactly.
But at the end of the
Exactly.
day, perception is
But
reality.
but somebody who doesn't have
If I was
eyes,
right.
and I think somebody put that in the comments. They said, "But what if they're blind? Like, what if you're blind and you don't even know that the sky is blue?"
Well,
Then I
scientists
guess
say
you
that
wouldn't
the
know that.
sky has no color, so that would be a
That
thing
part.
then.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well, at
only
the end
to
of the
us because
day,
we.
if you're
I'm sorry.
blind, you wouldn't know what color was anyway. So it wouldn't matter if the sky was blue or not. Like at the
Right.
end of the
It
day.
wouldn't matter. It would not matter. It
Checkmate.
wouldn't matter. Thank you, AJ.
Yeah, that's like me trying to explain sound to a deaf like somebody who's never heard sound in their life. I can't explain that,
They
right?
can
And there's
feel it
people
though.
who can see but are colorblind. I can't explain color to them. They're never gonna until they see it. There's things in life that you can't explain.
Yep. But you can
There's always
impact.
gonna be things in life you can't explain it, right? When I'm sitting there and I'm talking about gut feeling, instinct, those aren't things I can explain. They're just things I feel, right? I can feel an instinct when it says, "Hey, don't walk down this alleyway." This seems sketch.
Does,
Sometimes I can't
does
explain it. Well, what do you
does
mean,
that
Angie? Why does that
feeling
feel sketch?
does
Does
that
that?
feeling come from your vessel? Does it come from your heart, from your mind, from your body, from your soul, from your
I could feel it
spirit?
in my. I could feel it in my stomach. Is
Yes,
what it
in your
is. I
gut.
feel it in my. I
Your
feel it in
gut.
my stomach. I feel that tightness. It's like, hey, this is kind of weird. I could feel this. My body get goosebumps. The whole nine, right? That's an evolutionary thing. I can't always explain that, right? I've gotten that with people. Like, no, sir, you can't sit in my car and charge your phone. This is weird. Fuck away from me. But then there's other people. Yeah, you can come in my car. Yeah, that's fine. Charge your phone. I've done that, right? I've got a pretty good. I think I've got a pretty good judge of character for the most part. Ain't nothing happened to me yet. You know what I mean? But there's certain things you're just not going to be able to explain, and that's okay. That's part of growth and that's part of maturity. There's some things you can't explain. But at the same time, when it comes to having intellectual conversation, we need to just stop pointing out the obvious thing over and over and over again. It's just where I'm at. We can point out the sky's blue till the cows come home. Okay, now what?
You know what's sad though? A lot of stuff we feel is obvious is not obvious to a lot of people. That's what's so sad about it. Just
Well,
like
then
common
that
sense ain't common no
conversation.
more.
So then at the end of the day, then that conversation's not for that person. They're not at that level.
Or somebody might have to, cause get let me see how I'm trying to say the word. Somebody might have to put it in another way for them to notice or understand it, cause everybody get understanding in different ways too. So sometimes you gotta. It might seem obvious
That's
to you,
true.
but you have to explain it to somebody else so they could get it in another way. Sometimes it be
Maybe
biased. Some people be biased to what their information that they get, and they got to get it from somebody else.
And that's
maybe it
perfectly
might
fine.
not be that either. It may also be part of experience too.
That
Because
too.
if I've never experienced it, no matter how many times you tell me, it might not make
It's not
sense
gonna make sense.
to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
So
part.
it sometimes it's deeper than just you explaining it.
But that's
yeah,
that's
but
that that's
that
that
was the facility.
emotional
Yeah,
that's
that's
that
that
emotional
foundation.
intelligence piece. that emotional control, whatever you want to call it, that's that piece of understanding
Mhm.
and being okay that you may not understand something, right?
Right.
Everybody
But
on this panel knows about something they will never experience. We're not going to experience it, right? Just like
yeah,
me as a woman, I'm not going to understand what it's like to be a man. I will never know that.
I don't know nothing about no babies
Just
having a
like
baby.
a man can't tell me what it, you know what I mean? You're never going to know what it's like to be a woman, right? But we know that that's very obvious, right? We know that.
Right.
But some people don't. That's all I'm saying.
But having the
Yeah,
emotional maturity to being like, hey, I don't understand that, but I can respect it.
I
That's
wish
cool.
That
they
part.
knew that. I wish it was that simple. I really
No,
wish.
no, 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 no. See, that's the excuse. It is that simple.
It
Either
ain't,
people
but
get
not, it
that
ain't to
or they
everybody else
don't.
though.
What do you mean to everybody else?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying what's simple to. That's what I'm saying. What's simple to us is not simple to everybody else. That's what I'm trying to say. It do
But you're
sound
not meant
simple
for
because we,
everybody else.
huh?
Sometimes you're not meant for certain people. Certain people are not meant to understand your
Yeah,
message.
but
No matter how you break it down, you can word it to them. You can draw it with crayons. They are never going to understand it.
no, I wouldn't say never. That's what I said. That's the whole point of. That's like me saying I
Yeah.
should stop doing what I'm doing because I might not get through people. Some people it take time to get through, or some people you might not. It's
I'm
just
not saying that you don't, but I'm saying, but here's the thing, Kev. The way you run your lives, would you say that everybody on TikTok can be in here and have these types of conversations?
yeah.
No, they
That's
can't.
false.
Wait, what you say?
That's
Oh, I thought
false.
you asked me or something. What you say? Say that
No,
again.
that's what I was asking you. I said, do you think that everybody on this app can collectively come in this room and have the conversations that we have in here, as
Oh no no no
productive as
no
they
no
are?
no 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 no. They can learn
Okay, so
something out of
at
it
the
though.
end of the day, the only people you got to cater to is your audience and the people who are going to get it.
Yeah.
If you waste your
But
time trying to explain it to every single person on this planet, you are going to run out of time.
yeah.
Or you're gonna
But
drive
some
yourself
people
crazy.
gotta. But that's what I said. Some people might be on the same page, but some people might have to grow. But they can grow if they open their minds. They might not be on your level, right?
But they
But you
have to
can
want
still
that, right?
talk to them because it might bring them to another level of realization of what they didn't know. That's why I say you gotta might have to.
But
Some
they have
people it
to
might
want
take
that.
time.
But they have to want that.
Yeah, they is gonna have to want it. That's what I'm saying. But I was just saying like,
You can plant the seed.
what's
That's all
my
you have
whole
to
Well,
point
do.
is
well,
what, huh?
well, that's the thing, though, is that if we can talk about the experiences that we've been through, but you also have to be harmonious in figuring out what other people went through too.
Right.
Even though you didn't go through something that somebody else went through, does not mean you can't appreciate them for what they went through. Like it's like the acceptance piece. It's so weird,
Hmm.
Right.
you
Or to
know?
say that's no excuse because of their experience. That is an excuse for them and
All
their
right.
experience.
Right.
Exactly. But the
And the people that
difference
don't know how to take
is what I'm
accountability.
talking about when I'm saying experience
Like
or
who
excuses,
this is the thing about the
right?
accountability word, right? It's not for you to make them take accountability how you see fit. And I keep saying that to thousands
Exactly.
of people on this TikTok. Just because I take accountability one way and you don't accept it, that is not your place. Because
Okay,
guess who
That
has to
part.
live with that? I have to live with how I took accountability. Not you. Not,
That
oh,
part.
you were supposed to take accountability like that.
that
Who
word
said?
is
But that
triggering.
part.
That word
Are
gotta
you
No,
be
no,
wrong?
no,
triggering.
no.
Where that come
No,
from?
It's not
No, no,
triggered.
no,
I'm
no, no,
just
no,
saying
no, no,
in
no, no. Hold
It
general.
on,
gotta
hold
be
on.
because
it's
I
a
never
cuss
said
word
nothing
No,
now.
no,
about no
no, no,
It's
no,
a
person.
no,
cuss
no,
I
no,
word.
said
no.
I was
No, no, no,
adding
no,
to
no.
what you were saying.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. She brings up a valid point. She brings up a valid point because people do that all the time.
They
I want
You
to
do.
have to
talk
take
about that though.
accountability. No, hold on. People do that. You need to take accountability the way I take accountability. That's not that you can't do that, right? What I mean by when I say I am tired of the excuses, stop using excuses, right? Is when somebody comes up to me and they say, AJ, I need advice. AJ, I'm tired of feeling this way. They want to ask me 5 million questions. Well, what's the solution? What's the solution? I give a solution. They come up with 5 million excuses without even trying it because they want to
Account
stay there. That is the
account
difference. If you are taking
uh,
accountability and you're just saying, yeah, I do have this problem, it is what it is, that's fine. Do that however you need to. I ain't got a problem with that. What I have an issue with is if you're going to make the excuse to not do anything about it. You can't take accountability. For me personally, you can't sit there and say, AJ, I'm sorry for disrespecting you. I'm so sorry. And then turn around and do the same thing. Well, you didn't take accountability.
Well, accountability should not be, you can't tell somebody else how to hold themselves accountable. They
That
have
part.
to
Oh
hold
no, I
themselves
found out you
accountable.
can hold people accountable. We had talked about that last week.
You
I learned
No,
that. I had to
it's
learn
a
that the
difference
hard
between
you,
holding someone
you,
accountable and
you can
forcing them
call
to
them,
your
you can call
accountability.
them
That is a
out
big
on their
No,
difference.
no, hold up.
accountability.
'Cause that
Hold
word
on,
is
no.
tricky. It make everybody just jump before I even finish saying something.
I know,
Let
just
me
Finish
say
stop
what
what I
you
was
were
saying
about to
it.
say
saying.
real quick.
Just stop saying it.
What I was saying is I was about to finish it is that I learned that you can hold someone accountable, but you can't make them be accountable. That's all I was about to say. Not the
Okay,
extra.
thank you. Thank you. That was I'm in
That's what he was trying
agreement.
to say.
Hmm.
See what I'm saying? So that's the thing, right? A lot of the time, what I see on this app, right, is that somebody says one word, it triggers, and everybody cuts that person off before they finish what the hell they said. We gotta stop doing that. We gotta
Facts.
listen to it. Yeah, it hurts for a second, but hear that person out, right? Figure out exactly what they're talking about before we jump and hit them at 100 degrees, right? That's anybody on this app, right?
Anybody.
For example, Island Queen may say something that I agree with, but the way she words it may not be the way I would word it. That doesn't mean that she's wrong. It just means she worded it differently.
Hmm.
But if I didn't hear her out and I cut her off 3 words in, I didn't understand anything she said. Now I'm just arguing because I took one piece of information and ran with it. I didn't get the whole information.
I
We got to
like
stop
her.
doing that.
She's pretty. I like her.
Good.
I don't feel like being a butthole. Well, I ain't gonna be a butthole. Forget it. All right, no.
I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
just
she
saying
cool.
though.
She real cool. AJ real cool.
Always.
I love her. She one of my faves, man. Let me say it again. Get her, man.
Yeah.
So you
That's
can
all it
switch
is.
next week. I know you go.
Yeah.
But no, she would have
But
my
that's
she would have
where but that's where I think a lot of the time the misinformation and the misunderstanding and the miscommunication happens. We cut each other off before somebody finishes something. We're not hearing everything that they're saying, right? Yes, to a degree you can try to hold somebody accountable. I'm going to hold you accountable. You can't force that person to take accountability. You also can't just dictate how that person takes accountability.
That part.
The only part that
Yes.
you can
That's
control
exactly
is
what I
whether or
was
not you are going to accept them taking that accountability or not. That is personally between you. If you do not want to take the way that they are taking accountability, that's perfectly fine, and that's dandy. But you are going to be setting yourself up to failure if you're expecting people to take accountability the exact same way every time. Everybody's
you
different.
I like what you saying. I like what you saying though, but I gotta
I'm
say
waiting
this
for the
though, because
butt.
some of
I'm
the
waiting for the butt.
I know
Right, me too.
I did say but I love it because I feel like that right there, what you're saying is like that's the obvious. But I don't, reason why I don't like saying stuff like that because the way people take it, right? They when they hear it like that, that make them not want to be accountable because it's gonna give them more of an excuse to not hold themselves accountable because like, yeah, you can't make me or something like that. So that's gonna make them prolong whatever whatever problems they got or whatever, and it makes them like, yeah, you're right, because you can't make me. So it's when my time comes, is when I gonna do it or whatever. It's something like that. It get them more of an excuse when they hear it that way.
Okay.
Like, yeah,
I see where
I don't know if I'm
so
explaining it right.
I see where you're coming from,
that
Kev.
that turns
Hold on. I
into
see where
like
you're coming from. I see where you're coming from.
enabling.
I see where you're coming from, but the problem with that logic is that if they already had it in their mind that they weren't going to take accountability,
Oh yeah, you're
they
right.
weren't going to take accountability anyway.
Dang, you right. You right. I literally was thinking. It's funny because I think I was thinking that at the same time. So you right. Yeah, yeah. I give you
But
that one.
then
Exactly.
what
You
I was
right.
gonna also say is,
You right.
even if they wasn't or was gonna take accountability, it is not going to kill you, hurt you, or harm you if they choose not to. I think the problem is a lot of us
Who said
force
that?
people to take accountability on things that we know we can't change in that person. If someone's gonna tell me the sky is red and we all know the sky is blue, I can't force that person to take accountability that the sky is red. I can't beat it into them. It's nothing I can do. I have to accept that that is who they are and how they're going to think and how they're going to move and accept it or not.
Hey, Island, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Do, do you be hearing what we? Because you literally kind of repeated what we just said. Like, about literally 5 minutes ago. It's like you literally repeated the same thing.
Yes, I heard exactly what you
So
said.
you ain't get that that I understand that I think majority of us understand that you can't beat that into somebody or make somebody, you know what I'm saying? It seemed like you had to say it over again to get somebody to get the point of that. Because that word, I think I noticed it gets to you. I noticed that.
What word gets to me?
Accountability.
It don't bother me
Yeah, dude, because you literally said the same thing that we already just got done talking about. We literally was talking about that, then you said it again.
because we were still on accountability topic,
Because it's
Kev.
like you don't. It's like you wasn't here. It's funny. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, cool. Whatever.
Well, either way, even if she repeated it, I'm pretty sure somebody came in and got the tail end of our conversation, and then she just reiterated it. Now they caught up to speed. Either way, it's fine, I guess. Um,
Okay.
yeah, it's fine. Um, you know, but I think that's just I think that's just the whole thing. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it really does depend on the person, and I think we need to focus more on our controllables and stop feeling so entitled to things. I can't make somebody take accountability for something they did to me. I can't be entitled to that. I'm not going to hold myself up to that expectation and have to dealing with that letdown and that disappointment. Because at the end of the day, like I've already made peace with it. And I have to make peace with it first before I can go up to somebody and say, hey, what you did was messed up and I'm trying to hold you accountable for it. I got to make peace with whatever that outcome is. And I think that's very wise to do. That's just
I
where
feel
I'm
you
at.
on that. That's like basically practicing what you preach. Because a lot of people be talking about stuff that they didn't even do themselves, and then try to hold somebody else, aka hypocrite
Mm-hmm.
life. You know
Absolutely.
they be doing that a lot. I feel you on
Absolutely.
that.
Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of those people. I will tell you right now. I don't hate people in particular. I hate situations.
Behaviors.
You know what I mean? But the next day, I promise I ain't holding no grudges. We just didn't
Right.
get along in that one situation. That's it. That's all.
Make
Never
yourself.
got the intentions. Mhm.
That's it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But I think the other thing too is what we need to start doing is instead of saying that was not my intent, we have to understand that the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Ooh.
Most people do not come out here intending to hurt other people. That's never anybody's intent. I don't believe that 100%. Some people,
But
yes,
we
because I
were
know I'm gonna
meant
get
to
that
hurt
one.
people.
Some people are gonna hurt people, right? And you will hurt people, right? Because that was never your intention. It's gonna happen. That's inevitable. But at the end of the day,
Mhm.
right? What's more important, right? My intention or what I do? Is it the action that's more important or what my intention was?
So I got something with that then. I like that
That's my
though.
question to everybody
Oh,
on
And
here.
I think isn't
that's a
impact a
good
personal thing,
question.
right?
That's a good question, AJ.
Impact that hit people different ways, right? Impact, okay. And even that, I hear people. I like that saying she said right there. That kind of gets to me sometimes, man. But
Okay, explain.
I do understand that too. But I think you got to have a lot of understanding too on that too for that. I mean, it's a legit statement down there, right? And impact is more important than intent or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
I think you really need that's like that one where you need that both type situation. Remember we were saying the nurture nature thing? I think both of them is about as important, but it's just what you take out of it because you like you because if you okay, you make an impact on somebody, right? And and you got bad intentions behind it or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see how I can explain this though, but I know what I want to say, but it's just like I think both of them kind of evenly. It's even. You really need like both of them because your intentions got to be right to make the right impact or something
Well,
like
your
that.
your 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 intentions have to do with the end result.
Because you can make,
What
I'm
is
put it away. You can have good intentions and somebody have a bad, get a bad impact out of it though because the lack of
right,
understanding.
Yeah, you're
right.
That's
right.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Something like that.
yeah, you're right. You can have. There are people who do have really good intentions, just have really bad delivery.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
That's okay. But it takes. You know what I mean? Obviously, you know what I mean. If we're putting it back on the person who's getting that, right? So, say for
Mm.
example, somebody has good intention for me, but they just have bad delivery. right? I have to take that in a couple of different ways, right? Is processing, right? I have to process, okay, that was not this person's intent, they just had a bad delivery.
There we go.
Okay. So that doesn't mean that the delivery was always the best. We can address the delivery and be like, hey, I understand that was not your intention, but in the future, can you do this?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's it.
That all come with understanding. That's why I say that understanding. That's why I be saying that's like the top thing for real. Once you build
So
understanding, that's when you try to
are
figure that
you
out.
caring about that person in the process of your intentions?
I think it most definitely depending on the intentions behind it. Yeah. Some people
Yeah.
don't intentions is not to care about a person too. They do their intentions for
Right.
themselves. So I don't think
Right.
every intention is for is either for one or the other. But like I said, intentions is intentions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well,
Whatever the
doesn't
intention is.
intentions has a there's a result that there is intentions selfish.
It can be both.
It
You
can
just
be.
made me write something down in my journal. Like,
It's
I
both.
want to hear. Hold on. Before we go to the next thing, I want to hear from Island Queen and Santiago. If y'all got any input on my question, or if you need me to repeat it.
What's your question?
So my question is it more important to focus on the intent, like somebody's intent, or their action?
For me, it's both.
Okay.
Because in
Okay.
order for
And
me to understand your intent, I have to see the result.
okay. 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 What you got, Santiago? If he's still there, I don't know if he fell asleep.
Wake up, Santiago. He must have walked away. I don't think he went to sleep. Unless
Okay.
he one of them that fell asleep with the welcome to the live now. Once you put a pillow on here, it's over.
Yeah.
You are one. You are one.
Yeah. So you guys are absolutely right. It is both, right?
It's
You do
both for
have to
sure.
come with a level of understanding, right? Now, what I see a lot of the time is people will not only have a bad intention, they'll have a bad delivery and then turn around and argue the intention was good. What's the
Yeah,
difference there? How do you know the
yeah,
difference?
It's kind of hard to understand the difference.
that's why I say you gotta have some understanding behind that situation. That's the only way to make them both actually be valid. But that's why I say I think and I get that the impact do it's because everything is impactful, but it's just like how do it impact you and stuff. That but with understanding that gotta be over that. If you got good understanding about what impacts you and stuff, it can actually go either good or bad or it can really go good at the end of the day, depending on how you look at stuff. Because I chose to look at stuff through a positive way. But
Hmm.
yeah, it's just understanding for real to even get them two together. But that impact, we do
well,
live in a world where impact is like the biggest thing, and it will override the intentions. It will.
I like what Beloved says. She said, yes, action backs up statements of intent. So if you're acting on something, it's based on intentions. So
Okay.
how you maneuver, how you transition yourself into whatever experience you're going into, the intentions that are behind it for what you're doing, are they selfish or are they with care for the other person?
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna say this then. So, this is another thing. The reason I'm trying to think, I'm trying to see because I'm gonna come to the conclusion it's either both of them or it's either intent. Because I'm gonna put it this way about like high intention, how I look at it. Because that's how I actually solve a lot of my problems, or if I'm going through some stuff or whatever, I look at intents over the actual action. Because a lot of times the action is the one will be messing me up sometimes. Like I'm like, why did this happen? Why did that? But I look into the intent. I think about the intentions that could be behind that situation. So, like for instance, say if somebody this girl hit me in my arm or something like that, whatever, and you know what I'm saying, I seen the action, but I know the intention because she liked me or she hit me because she loved me so much and she was hurt. So that's what the intentions is. Even though the action, I can look at that, right, or the impact because she hit me or whatever. I can be like, what the heck? But I gotta, but like I said, with understanding, I can see the intentions, that she just did that because of she was hurt or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess
Well,
that's not the greatest example, but yeah, I
yeah,
get
I
what
well,
don't
you're
know.
are
I
saying.
your
messed it all up. I'll try
are
to think
your
about
Yeah,
it.
that's not the
actions,
best example, but
but
I get
your
what you're saying.
actions are driven off your intent.
Because I can honestly
Right.
tell you,
But
How you
it,
maneuver is based upon what you're trying to
yeah, but
reach.
it's the
you
intent of
gotta.
that situation. So if somebody is putting their hands on you, they don't have good intentions for you. I don't care how they want to argue that.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the
You
day,
said they put.
there's
Hold up. You said they put their
so
hands.
if somebody is putting their hands on you, no matter how much they want to argue, oh, I have good intentions, I hit you because I meant the best, I love you so much. No, they didn't. At that moment, they were wanting to hurt you. That
They
was
just
their
they
intent.
just didn't know no better. That's all I'm gonna call that though.
No,
They
no,
just
no,
didn't
no,
know
no,
no
no,
better.
no, 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 no. People know better, right?
Ah,
You can't be an adult who grew up in this
You're,
country or grew up
yeah.
going to school and being like, oh, well, I just thought it was okay to hit people.
I
Yeah.
No.
get you on that. I get you on that. But I
What?
just do I
So,
just leave room for humans though for real because I do believe humans mess up and stuff. And I was always a firm believer that we all really, to me, I'm gonna say me for everybody get. I just believe all of us don't know any better. We still trying to look for ways to better ourselves anyways, and we trying to learn a way to do better. But that's just me. But I ain't trying to say to
I mean,
everybody,
that's
oh, I do know better, 'cause I know everybody got their
yeah,
mindset.
no, no, no. Like I said, I understand what you're saying. I was just like, that's a terrible example, though, Kev.
Oh yeah.
Like, terrible.
yeah. I have an example. Sorry, forgive me, my phone keeps like glitching, so if I pause, that's why. But I was reading this Reddit story the other day, and it was about this guy who has a cat and a girlfriend, right? And his cat used to go like be indoor outdoor, but his cat got seriously injured while it was outside, and so he stopped letting his cat go outside, right? It's bad for cats anyways. Uh, anyway, so he started keeping his cat in the house. He asked his girlfriend. I think his girlfriend just came over while he wasn't home. They don't live together, and she saw that the cat was crying and wanted to go outside, and so she let the cat go outside. Maybe it was her intent to just give the cat what the cat wanted. She felt sympathy for the cat because it was used to going outside or whatever. But the impact of that was the boyfriend was stressed when he got home because he couldn't find the cat. He couldn't find the cat when it was outside. His trust was broken because he trusted that his girlfriend would listen to the rules of his house and not let the cat go outside. And then potentially the cat could get injured again. In that situation, I feel like the impact of her actions matters a lot more than her intentions because she went directly against what someone like her partner's wishes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I would say it this way then. I 100% do believe that I would say majority of people, yes, they go off impact rather than intentions and stuff. But I would say that I think as you grow, right, I think both of them, the more I keep thinking about it now, I think it's literally both of them. It can't be one because one of them, one without the other, because some people can have an intent to clean something, like you were saying, somebody can, I think you said something about cleaning, but I'm gonna use a different word, like clean something up. I'm intentionally trying to be I got the intentions to be a business, whatever, but you ain't doing no actions to do it. You know what I'm saying? I want to be got the intentions, but you don't never make the actions or you don't, something like that. So I get that both of them, yeah, both of them, like as you grow, both of them, you got to have understanding with both of them situations. But we do live in a world that impact overrides everything, and we don't look at the intentions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we also live in a world that deals with impulsivity. So how you act on something and how you impulsate yourself into an experience, impulsivity,
Hmm.
like you're so quick to respond. People don't even know how to sit in their emotions. People don't even know how to sit in their feelings. They don't even know how to be by themselves because they're so looking for somebody else to tell them that they need to validate them for who they are when they don't even know
Right,
who they are.
right, right.
You know,
That's
the
a problem, and that is a problem.
impulsivity.
If somebody gotta tell you who you are, you don't even know who you are. That is a problem.
But at the end of the
Exactly.
day, I mean, but at the end of the day, the thing is that, you know, we also, not only do people deal with impulse, we also live in a day and age where everybody's so quick to throw out the word narcissist, not realizing that we live in a narcissistic type style world anyway,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Mm,
You're in echo
agree.
chambers that are constantly telling you that your emotions and your well-being is more important than everybody else's,
Yeah.
right? So when you're constantly dealing with that, how often do you think people are going to be considerate to the other person, to anybody else around them? They're not, because now my emotions are more important than everybody else's up here. My
Exactly.
opinion is more valid than everyone else's up here. Do you see where the ego and the pride continues?
Preach.
The
Preach.
entitlement continues, right? I will never sit there and say that my emotions, my actions, or anything else sometimes are not justifiable, and I will apologize for that. I will take accountability for that because that is my responsibility. However, my opinions and everything else, I'm never going to sit there and say everybody up here has to agree with me. You can disagree with me all you want. That's perfectly fine. We can respectfully agree to disagree, boo boo. It ain't gonna be no hard feelings. But for
Right.
many people, that is going to be a problem because you are invalidating the fact that they are not more important.
Yep.
And that is the reason why when we have conversations about just the topic that we had today, the topic that we've had for the past couple of weeks, there's always that one person who comes in here thinking their reality, their perception is more important than everyone else's.
Just
And
literally
they're
got
willing to
into that
spew that because they're
earlier.
not willing to listen to anyone else.
There you go.
That's the problem. The only way to cure that is to disconnect. That's the
Yeehaw.
solution. Disconnect from social media for just a couple weeks. Take
Kev,
your
what are you
breaks.
doing?
Playing with his screen like he always do.
Yeah, I am playing. Trying to balance it right so everyone can
But
see it.
that's the thing. I mean, I feel like Kev, you and I know many people in here, we always have that conversation. Well, I don't understand. People keep making excuses. People keep doing this. People keep doing that. So on and so forth. This is why.
Yeah.
That is literally what it is. And I'm not saying that everybody does that, right? Like I don't believe anybody in here does that for the most part. Um, but overall, that's the problem. That's the reason why we run into the things in the lives that we do and the
Yeah.
things that we see. We live, everything's me, 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 right? There's no accountability. You know what I mean? And I've seen it everywhere, especially with armchair therapists, which are all over this app a lot of the time. Oh, you lost your job? Oh, it was your parents' fault. Your relationship didn't work out? It's your mom's fault.
Wait,
Not all
AJ,
those things are that.
wait. AJ, did you
Hmm.
just say armchair therapist?
Yes.
Oh Lord. Okay. I just wanted to make sure you said that part. You can continue.
Yeah, I said armchair therapist. There's a lot of unethical shit that goes on here. Um, a lot of people that I know that do practice in the field do not practice, and if they are on TikTok, they don't announce that. They're not going to announce that they work in that profession for that reason. It's unethical. It's completely unethical. But there's a lot of that shit going on here, and it's gross. So,
Mm.
but that's my 2 cents on that. That's part of the problem. They're not
That
helping.
part. Let me see your word real quick. That part.
The upward.
Come on, love. I know you got something for all y'all been saying so much stuff. Now y'all want to get quiet. Get out of here. Y'all be
No,
busting in the middle of
I'm still stuck
conversations.
on the armchair therapist part. Like
Do you know
that
what I
was a
mean
good
by?
one. No,
Yeah,
no, no. I know
yeah,
exactly what you meant. That's why.
yeah.
That's why it's a good one.
Yeah, there's a lot of them on here, and there's a lot of self-proclaimed ones on here. I
Well,
studied psychology. You read something on the internet. That's not studying.
Ouch! Don't
That
do
is
him like that.
that's not studying that profession. You read something on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, and I used to do that. I used to go and find those people's lives and be like, show your work, show your work, show your work to tell somebody online in your life that they are a narcissist because you are a licensed professional. Show your work.
Right.
Show your work, please. I dare you. Show your work. And they never can. No,
I
no,
just
no.
got
Next
the
thing you know,
degree
I'm
and just
booted out
know
the
that.
live. I'm booted out the live. That person's negative. That
Alright.
person's a narcissist.
That'd
Nah,
be crazy. As soon as you disagree, that you consider negative quick in the mud. That's just sad.
that's the
Go
thing.
with opposing view. You're negative.
You're negative. No, it's not. I'm negative. I'm just not going to agree with everything somebody says.
I've seen so many people jump to call someone a narcissist just because they have an opinion that's different than them, and I think that in itself is a narcissistic act.
Mm, yep. That part. At the end of the day, you can't. You know what I mean? It's very problematic to jump on an app and call everybody a narcissist. That is an actual disorder that people do suffer from. They do have that. That is a legitimate thing. You can have narcissistic personality traits without the disorder. Exactly what Megan said. We all have narcissistic traits to some degree. Every single one of us.
Every last one.
That's inevitable. It's what you do with
Let
it.
me. Can I say my other one though that everybody don't like?
Go for it. I've been saying stuff
About
up
the
here all
hypocrite.
night that people probably don't like.
About the hypocrite.
Go
I
for it.
feel everybody a hypocrite. I
They
know
are
everybody. No, we're not.
I wouldn't. I
And we
mean,
don't.
whether you say hypocrites, I would say paradigm.
What the heck?
I would
You just
say
got me on
I
something. What
would
was
say
that?
lukewarm.
It's the same thing. I feel like all of us are that too in some shape or form.
The
I just
paradigm.
feel like, cause reason why I'm gonna say that, I'm gonna give an example because cause like one day I'm gonna put it this way, I could tell people many times now, especially me being a motivational speaker and all that stuff, right? I can tell somebody don't do that, or get mad at this or something like that, but then tomorrow I'm gonna get mad at something, you know what I'm saying? But I know, you know what I'm saying? But it's just I'm aware of it, but it's still I'm still, being a human. I think we just made the I don't know how to put that. I don't want to say that meant stuff, but it's just we
You're gonna
unintentionally
make
or we intentionally be hypocrites. That's
you're
just what it
you're
is.
you're inevitably going to make mistakes. You are
Yeah,
inevitably
exactly.
human. You are inevitably flawed to some degree.
Yep.
Every single one of us is, right?
Mm-hmm.
We all have flaws. We're all hypocritical when it comes to certain things, and so on
Yep.
and so forth. At the end of the day, right? What we need to stop preaching and stop telling ourselves is that we have to be perfect,
Right.
Right. And,
I
and
we
well,
um
can't.
here's the thing. We need to stop pointing out the flaws that is in everybody, but recognizing their strengths.
Well, you pointed out when you see somebody suffering from it and not aware of what they're suffering from. That's when you point it out.
Hmm.
Well, at the end
But
of
if
the
you
day,
just
you
not
can.
just doing it just to do it, that's crazy. But I'm just
You
saying when
can.
somebody, yeah,
I mean, you
somebody,
can.
somebody said, I am perfect.
Sometimes.
You're perfect, Sapphic. You're perfect
I didn't
as
even
you
say.
are.
Yeah, I was like, I will be the first person to tell you I am human. I am healing. I am not
Right.
healed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I've said that many times in this live and I will say it again. I am healing. I am not healed. My propensity to fucking spaz is very likely if you come at me sideways.
Yeah.
Well,
But that's
here's the
okay.
problem. Here's the problem, AJ.
Yeah,
People
I'm
will
listening.
try to tell you how you need to heal. Nobody could tell you
Can't
how
do
to
that.
heal when
Nope.
they have never been through what they've been through, what
They
you've
can
been
give
through.
it. They can
Well,
give
at
you
the end
just
of the
that
day,
maybe advice,
There's
but
no
the
there's no
only,
time frame on that. There's
well,
if
well, and that's
you
the thing.
learn to let go of the trauma, that's on you.
At the
And
end of the day,
that
the
goes
only
way back to accountability.
But that's the
Way
thing.
back.
That's the thing. That goes back to not only accountability, but that also goes back to you are not the most important person who knows all the answers to every fucking thing.
Right.
Okay. All
Exactly.
I can do is I can light the path that I took to get through some of the shit that I've gone through, and that's about it, right? But the problem is
Yeah.
everybody wants to give advice to everything, right? Advice is kind of like opinions, which is kind of like assholes. Everybody has advice and everybody has opinions.
I hate advice.
Sometimes
I
it's
hate
shitty,
advice. The
right?
word advice
Sometimes,
I
should
got a
be a
I
cuss
got a
word.
hold
I
on,
got
hold
a
on, hold
counter
on,
for
hold
y'all
on,
real quick
hold on,
though.
hold on.
Wait, AJ not
Sometimes it's
finished.
shitty. Yeah, sometimes it's shitty, right? Sometimes it's not the best advice. But me being the person that I am, and I genuinely like helping people, I can't get upset if somebody doesn't want to take that, right? If Island Queen comes up to me and says, AJ, I got this issue, can you help me? And I give her advice and it does not work for her, or she chooses not to take that. Me, as the person who's giving the advice, cannot be that entitled that says that she needs to follow me and do everything I say. She's her own person, and I can respect that. Be like, look, this is what I would do in that situation. Do you, though? She either
Thank
takes
you,
it or she
that part.
doesn't. That's it. The problem is so many people on this app want to tell people how to heal, how to get over things, how to be in relationships, how to do this, that, and the third, but then get upset when people don't follow them blindly. People are not going to do that. You can either take it or you don't. If it apply, cool. If it don't apply, let it fly. It's okay. Go ahead,
I
Kim.
be I be saying that all the time, AJ.
Yeah, I wanted to counter that, but we got too deep now, so I can't. I don't know.
Counter it then. We ain't that
I
deep.
was gonna be. I was just gonna say that I had learned that everybody needs somebody though. I think we all need somebody, and I don't think we can do all that stuff on our own. I don't believe that one either. We always need somebody to even help
You
us with
always
our
need
healing.
you always need help, but you need to find the person who's going to be
Exactly. But
the
I was just
person
saying,
who's going to help you. The way I may
Right.
go about dealing with the way that I've gone through trauma, dealt with trauma, let things go, got to where I'm at as the person that I'm at today at 30 may not be suitable for other people. Those who are like, hey, you know what, AJ, how'd you get there? And if it applies to them and it's something that they think that they can apply to, cool. If they don't, oh well, it's going to be somebody else.
yeah, I was saying that because I know we say a lot that you got to figure it out on your own, and I think that go another one where I think it's both. We got to figure it out on our own, but then again, we do need help so a lot of the times to figure it out too, because a lot of stuff we don't know just only just for us though. That's why we needed to probably even just learning it off of a YouTube or constant. That still take another person. Even if it's a book, somebody wrote that book, and you know what I'm saying. Any other stuff,
But
we
that's,
got to learn it from other sources, but ourselves and all that stuff. I was just saying that basically I'm just saying it's a
yeah,
balance, just like both of them
it
really.
is about, it is a balance. And it goes back to that conversation we had about leadership, right?
Yeah. Yep.
People who are good at leading know when to say something, they know when not to, right? They know when to step in and intervene and when not to, right? There are times where people I love are going to go through things and I know it's going to hurt them, but I can't say anything because they have to go through it,
Yeah.
right? I have to have the wisdom to know both. And the only thing that I can do in that given point, even if I tried to step in and intervene, is just be there for support. And sometimes that's the only thing you really need to do. You don't need to say anything. You don't need to guide them. You don't need to give them any. Just sit there. Hey, I'm here if you need to cry, scream, yell, do whatever. But I also understand my limitations too, right? I don't like repetitive, right? If you come and vent to me about the same issue multiple times, yeah, I'm gonna start getting irritated. I'm gonna be like, look, you need to stop doing that shit. I don't want to hear this over and over and over again. I don't, but that's my own limitation. That's the
Yeah, that's what
human
I'm about
part
to
of
say.
me.
Every leader different too. I'm about to say every
That's the
leader is
human part
going
of me,
led by a different person.
right? And I'm not saying that you can't go through the same issue twice. Go through it twice, three times. For me, it's three times at max, and then I start to get kind of irritated because I'd rather go do something else. I'd rather have a different conversation, right? But I can't hold, you can't hold everybody's hand and walk them down there. Sometimes they have to figure it out on their own, and that's okay. That's
And
okay.
I totally agree with you, AJ.
And that's why I don't like having certain topics or conversations with certain people. Like, for example, I was in a live and the guy was talking about how, oh, you big girls need to lose weight because of X, Y, and Z. And then wanted to use Lizzo as an example. And the
You think everybody should
hypocritical
be
part,
shaped like Lizzo?
just just listen to what I'm
No.
saying. I know you about to go. That's not my point. My point is his statement was, oh, y'all all want to be like Lizzo, but Lizzo got money. Stop. You just said men didn't care about money. So why are you correlating Lizzo's weight with her money and the reason why she got men? There are women that are Lizzo's size that still get married and still are dating. So the contradiction and the hypocritical part of it is, why are you using Lizzo as an example? What? Because she's rich? Or because she got some type of money? It doesn't make sense.
She an
So you
icon
just
right now.
contradicted yourself and be a hypocrite all at the same breath.
She an icon right now. That's why
Yes,
he.
but you have to understand the intent as to why she's that icon.
Exactly.
She's not
But
the
if you're saying
icon that's
She
out
asked
there,
why. Yeah, she had
but
asked why she using it.
she's not that's the question, right? It goes back to what I'm always saying. People like to front and not ask. Oh, Lizzo's a terrible example for a role model. She's teaching all the. No, you didn't ask the right question. Why is it that these young women are looking up to Lizzo right now? That's the question. That's the
right,
one that needs to be asked. Not telling them not to look up to something because you don't know what that is. You don't know what that is.
exactly. And to downgrade the fact that she got money, the reason why she's getting men, there are big women out here that don't have money and still getting men.
That
So
part.
why are you correlating her
And
money to getting men?
that part.
If you just
Right?
No,
said
he.
men don't care about the money part, but
No, he
that's the
was.
contradiction. You
No, he.
can't. That's
I'm
no
gonna answer
comparison.
that. I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna answer. He only saying that because he was adding to why is or more why she's getting. Just it's an addition to why she. It's not the reason why. I'm trying. No, I'm gonna say that. He just added to why more of a reason why she can get more men than just the regular because she just it ain't even really the money. It's more of the fame and all that stuff because she's known and all that stuff. Whatever.
But
It's
she
like
was
Okay.
getting
man,
men
it's her
before she
status
was
or
on.
whatever.
She was getting men before she was a ghostwriter. So this
Pretty
is the
sure.
thing, y'all men don't know that because y'all see things when women get blown up and
Pretty
famous
sure.
and a bigger star. Then that's when y'all notice certain things. Women that know
Pretty sure.
Lizzo followed her as a ghostwriter. She's always had men. So when women argue this, y'all be like, oh, y'all just wanna. It's not us defending. It's a fact. She always
Yeah,
had men when she
but
was a ghostwriter, when she
it's
was unpopular, unknown, that big A celebrity that she is now. She's always had men. So
it's pretty
once
im-
again, why are you
Yeah.
equating money in her weight if men
it's
don't care about money?
plenty of pretty women out here. Why do Lizzo have to be the choice? That's what I'm trying to get to. Like, what make her
But
so
that's
special? Because
okay.
she's big.
Okay. No, 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 no. The thing is that that's the one everybody focuses on, right? When
Right.
they want to speak negatively about women making money, right? Oh, well, women, look at Lizzo. She's the first person, right? You're right. There are many women of many different sizes, many different beauty standards that are out here making money. But she's going to be the first one everybody jumps to because she's not socially, okay, due to social constructs.
She's not socially acceptable. I know
She's
what you're
not
gonna say.
socially acceptable. Exactly. She's not socially
Wait,
acceptable.
so should we I'm gonna put it this way then, because I don't know about all that. Should we make it uh I think we talked about this too before. So we should just say that make it okay for people to not take care of their health.
She
She's
But
takes
not.
who's to
she
say
takes
she's
way
not
better
taking care of
care of
her
her health
health?
than I do.
Exactly. This is my this. Then
You
this is
do
the
you
thing
think
with
she
Hold
really,
men.
I'm
on,
gonna
hold
put it this
on,
way,
hold
you
on,
think she
hold
really
on,
wanna be
hold on.
that
Kevin,
big? Why she working out
Kevin.
then?
So here's
But
my thing.
Kevin,
It go ahead, Island Queen.
Kevin. The thing is, like you said, and I agree with men. You are visual learners. But do you? She has a TikTok. Do you follow her every day? If you actually follow
No,
Linzo every
I'm not.
day, she is a vegan. She works out every
Yeah,
day.
but everybody looking at that ain't like that. Everybody
But
that's
listen,
feel they because they
Kevin,
gonna
I'm
feel
not
like that's
disagreeing with you.
And not
Hold
I'm
everybody
on.
not
who's
disagreeing
skinny
with
is
you.
working
What I'm
out.
saying is, let me
What's the
land the plane.
point?
I'm gonna get where you're going. What I'm saying to you is,
no,
certain women are naturally going to be big, regardless of
they're
how
not.
big she is.
It's a choice.
She's been that way
It's
her whole
not a
entire
choice.
life. If
It's a
y'all listen
choice.
to her
I'm sticking
story,
with that. I can care less
she
about that. I talk
talks
about that all
about
the time.
how she's always been big her whole she has health issues on top of that. She's
Hold
always
on.
going to be big her
You got a
entire
choice in
life.
your attitude and your way. That's two things
So
you really
so
have a
hold no
choice
no
in
no no
life.
hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
Kevin.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold up. Hit the pause button before we get into all that. The thing is, all right, we can't sit there and preach, okay, we have to have understanding. We have to have understanding. We got to understand things. We want to understand things. But then when people present the answer, oh, now I can't understand that, right? Yes, there are certain things, right? Not everybody is meant to be skinny, right? That doesn't mean that they're unhealthy. There are many people who are very skinny that are not healthy. I'm going to say that again. There are many people who are skinny who are not healthy, right? But at the same time, we can't sit there, villainize Lizzo for what she's doing, and then idolize bodybuilders in the gym. They are the most unhealthy people on the fucking planet. They don't live past 40 and 50 majority of the time because of the shit they're doing. But they go to the gym, they work out, that means they're healthy. That's
You
all it
think
is.
that
But
you
women
know
are
it's more
not
than health. It's
following
like
her.
bone.
Exactly. It's
That
more
weight
than
is
just
not
weight.
good for your bones though.
Yes, but
That's
some
not
people,
necessarily true.
That
that's
it's
not.
all right.
If
I
you
don't
look
think humans
into
is
it,
meant to
that's
be
not
300 pounds
necessarily
for real.
true.
I don't think so.
How do you know
She's
she's
not
300
300
pounds?
pounds.
I'm just saying in general. Cause we trying to make it acceptable. I don't get that though.
No,
I
it's
can't go
not.
for that.
It's not.
So
At the end of the
my
day,
thing is,
it's
you trying
not
to say
making
that
it
okay? If you
acceptable.
say, or people saying that you born like that, you could be born like that or whatever and all that stuff. But how is you eating? I bet money that if she wanted to lose that weight, she can lose that weight. That's
She's
a
a
freaking
vegan.
lie. That's what I'm saying.
She's
So
a
she's a
vegan,
vegan.
Kevin.
I don't. I
She's a
don't
vegan.
it don't matter. You can lose. She can lose that weight. She can't. She ain't gonna be stuck with that weight. It took a lot of eating for
She
her to get that
has
size.
lost weight, Kevin.
That's not
If you
true.
look at
No, it
her
did
when
not
she
take
If
first
she was
much.
eating
started
the
She's
same meal as me,
always been a
right?
till
big
now,
girl.
Hold
Kevin,
up.
if you
Hold
look at
up.
her from when she first started till now, her weight is totally different. She is losing the weight. The fact that y'all want her to
Exactly.
be
That's my
skinny
point.
in
She
like
can
a
lose the
year is
weight.
crazy to me.
She can lose the weight. The fact that she's losing weight is showing that she can
Hold up.
do it. That's
Hold
what I'm
up.
saying. So
Hold
how
up.
we
She
gonna
will
Hold up.
contradict
never be.
ourselves the
She'll
next
never be
Okay,
the
second?
ideal woman that
it's
y'all
not
think she will be.
contradicting.
You getting real
The
angry
point,
about a
hold up,
woman's
hold up,
size.
hold up,
Right.
hold up, hold up, hold up,
Real
Because
angry.
we trying to make stuff
hold
acceptable
up,
that shouldn't be
hold
acceptable.
up, hold up, hold up. Nobody is making anything acceptable.
I'm sitting
We're
here
trying
grinding
to give
myself off.
you, we're trying to give you understanding, Kev. I'm going based off of
I
what
just
you said. You said we have to have understanding, right? If we're talking about intent and everything else. Now, again, with that being said, if we're trying to give understanding, when it comes to men and women, we do not digest things the exact same way. If I went on the same diet, right? Say I was 300 pounds and there was a guy that was 300 pounds. The diet that he goes on to lose weight will cause me to gain weight because we do not metabolize things the same. There are other factors that women go through that does put on weight. That's the thing. But men aren't privy to that. It's no, you got to be this, you got to be that. That's not healthy. At the end of the day, regardless, is she doing something about it? Okay. Are people idolizing her because she's that? No, she's not doing that. But that's the first person everybody runs to was my point. That was my point. We didn't need to go in this whole tangent about
Okay.
health
I
or
agree
anything.
to
This
disagree.
is like,
This
hi
is left. This is
everyone.
left.
Extremely healthy, very
At
active,
the end of the day, I agree to
extremely
disagree because
talented,
I'm
very
gonna stick with it on that one.
successful. I do think that that's a good example for people. Just because she is fat
She's promoting
doesn't mean
everything
she's
y'all love.
not a good example for people.
So this is kind of like my topic because I am 5'2"
and I did weigh 300 pounds. And after doing a lot of working out and exercising and getting pinched nerves in my back constantly, and having doctors trying to give me medication for pinched nerves that would be addictive, I finally, after years of being vegan and trying to lose weight, getting pinched nerves, I finally got gastric and I lost 120 pounds.
Thank you.
And I'm kind of miserable, to tell you the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because now that I've lost the weight, it's brought up issues of my past with having to do with how people see me and feeling like I'm exposed, and also I'm tired. I'm very tired all the time because I have low iron and I have to eat a certain amount of protein. So I had to go back on my diet that I wanted to do. I'm not vegan anymore. I eat fish, and it's not something I'm like happy about. I do eat a lot of protein bars and stuff like that now, which aren't vegan also. But it's not really like, I think I was healthier and I was a lot more active and less tired when I weighed more. But I think it's not really a choice. Like, not
It's
everyone
the
has the
nutrition
option to
though.
just go get gastric. I tried hard for years before I made that decision.
Well, how you losing your weight? That's what matters though, because you saying that you feel more drained now, but what are you eating now? Because you gotta still keep up with your nutrition and all that stuff. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? It ain't had
Kevin,
nothing to do with the weight.
I
So,
eat
so at the end
fish.
of the
I eat
day,
from
you
my
still
garden. I
missing
grow
the
my
whole
own
entire point.
vegetables.
No. All right, whatever. Okay. All right, cool. We going at the end of
so
the day, I'm not never promoting it. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna promote that.
it's
I'm not gonna
not.
tell people. I'm not
We're
gonna tell
not
people to keep
promoting
eating how they
anything.
want to eat. Just be comfortable. I'm not gonna tell people
Nobody is
that you should
promoting
be this
that.
I'm not
certain
saying
size.
people should eat
I will never
unhealthy.
do that. I'm sorry.
Nobody's promoting that, and what we're
Nobody's
saying is
promoting that.
going
That's what
over
it
your
is. We
head.
try to make it seem like it's acceptable, and people's
No,
not gonna
we're
take it that
not.
way. They're
It
No,
not
is.
gonna take it that way.
no,
Lizzo is
we're
a
not.
bad example of that because she does eat healthy. She
That was
does
the
work
point.
out.
She
Not
So
does
it doesn't make any
everything
everyone
that
sense
you
to
are trying
compare
to
her to
promote.
other people because
not
she
And,
is
everyone
doing
that
the
is
work.
big eats unhealthily is my point. Like,
okay, it's
I've
the
never been
consumption
an
too. It's
unhealthy
calories.
eater.
If you eat a lot too, that does that too, right? You gotta
At the
discipline
okay,
how
It's a
much
hold
you
up.
eat.
combination
Hold
of
on.
things.
Hold on. Hit the pause button. Okay. Nobody is promoting eat like crap and gain and be unhealthy. No one is promoting
Hmm.
that. No one is doing that. No one.
She's not promoting shit.
Okay.
She's just
At the
existing.
end of the day, okay, she's just a talented singer who just happens to be out of the societal norm for beauty standards. Okay. The reason why women look up to her, or the young people are looking up to her, whoever's looking up to her, is not because she's promoting, okay, self-confidence, because a lot of women struggle with weight, even the skinny ones. And I know this for a fact, being one of them,
People is
right? In
struggling
beauty
with it.
standards, hold on, in beauty standards, according to society, I should be the healthy. Oh, I'm completely desirable. Except I've lost a lot of weight and I feel worse because I'm sick. So you mean to tell me that I should sit here and promote people to weigh what I weigh?
That's
That's
a
not
balance.
healthy.
Remember we were talking about balance, right?
That's the point. So the thing is that if
Balance,
somebody has
right? So it's a
balance,
such
so
thing as
hold
too
on.
big and too
If
small.
somebody, so if somebody has balance,
But that looks
right,
different for
and
everyone, is
and it
what we're
looks
saying, Kev.
exactly is
All
the
right,
point.
whatever.
Not everybody looks the same. Is
At the
is
end of the
every
day, I
dude
said
built
it's a
like you,
choice.
Kev? Is
I
every
said
dude built like
everything's a
you?
choice. No,
Is
but
every
I
guy built
know
like you?
right now. I know I work. I can work, and I know if I want to get smaller, I can work out and get smaller. I'm not gonna make no excuse for because the shape that I am in. Because I
Nobody's
No
realize I
making
have
excuses
full
But
because
you,
control of
Lizzo is
my
like
weight and
someone
my
in the
existing.
attitude.
comments said, their meds cause fluctuations in their weight. Like, you don't know what
uh-uh.
journey other people can be on that makes their weight fluctuate.
And I also know a lot of people,
Okay.
okay, who have gone through and have lost the weight and everything else, and it did not make them feel any better.
You talking
Because
about
at the end
feel?
of the day, you think feelings doesn't have anything to do with it?
You talk. All right,
Is
okay.
that not the motivation to want to lose
You
weight
know,
because
at
you're
the end
tired of
of the day,
feeling that
this
way?
right here, I see we equal because this, I don't know, this agree to disagree moment because I already,
All right.
yeah, I'm good
We'll
on that.
agree to
So
disagree then,
I feel you though,
Kev,
but
because I
I
don't
just
think you
can't do that
understand
because
what
it
I'm
get
saying.
to a
What's up?
point of
What's up,
promotion.
Jay?
That's what it's going to be.
I'm not
Uh,
promoting
yes,
anything.
it is.
That's the thing. No, I'm not.
If
Not
she was
you.
I'm
I'm
not
just saying
promoting
in
promoting
it,
general.
anything.
she
That's what
would
that's going to
have
be. And
ads
kids gonna
out
take it that
talking
way.
about
Kids are
this
going
is
to
how
take
you get
whatever the hell
fat.
they want to take at the end of the day. They're going to take whatever they want to take.
Yeah, but I'm not giving
There is
up on the
nothing
kids.
that you
I'm not gonna
or
say that. I'm not
anybody
gonna give
else,
up.
just listen to what I'm saying. There is nothing that you or anybody else is going to do to change that.
Okay.
They're going to take whatever they want to take. At the end of the day, okay, it's about exposure. And the way I see it is, yeah, she may be a big girl. But the thing is, she's not really promoting anything that is hurtful. She's not on her TikToks showing how unhealthy she's vegan, she works out, she does what she needs to do, she pushes her talent. What's the problem with that?
Exactly. Hmm.
Peak
She's
song
doing
loud, all that
everything
stuff.
that
I know. I
everybody
can read
said.
between the lines.
We want people to work out. We want people to be active
Like,
and eat
man.
healthy. She's doing all of that.
Now
It doesn't
She
does
been
it
was
matter?
doing that.
When
No,
didn't
she
hold
could have
on.
she?
been
Does
doing
it
that at the
matter?
beginning.
Does it matter? Does it matter? Does it matter whether
Yes,
you start
but we
today or you
can't
start
play it like she
tomorrow?
did. We didn't know how what it took for her to get there.
Does it matter? Does
Kevin,
the point is, are you the same person you were 3 years ago? Should I hold you to the mistakes you
No, but
made
I'm
3 years
working on it
ago?
and I'm taking accountability for what I've done and I'm changing. That's the thing. That's why
So is
she's
she.
working out now because she's changing. Why would she
she
So
not?
didn't
If
what's the
do
she
this just
stopped
problem?
making
now,
excuses,
Kevin. She
So
have
hold
not
on,
did
hold
this,
on.
So
this
what's
year
the
is not the
problem?
first
why
time
she
she's
losing
been
weight
playing.
now?
I'm playing devil's advocate with you, Kev. Okay? The point is, right? Just like you said, you take accountability, you're working on it. She's doing the same thing. What's the problem?
Exactly. I know.
So then what's the
I
problem?
feel you.
That
I
was our
feel you.
whole
But what
point.
I'm saying is we try to make
We're not
excuses
promoting
why.
shit.
Yeah, yeah, but I feel you. But that's why I said if she felt if she ain't had no control of it, why is she working out now? That's my whole point. And that's what I'm saying. It's a choice. Why she
Who's
working
saying?
out now then?
Well,
So
it's a
maybe she
lot of
shouldn't.
times how you eat is how you're brought up, what you're raised on, the food that you ate that your parents made for you.
Yes, and you put it in your mouth.
So should she have not eaten? I'm confused.
Okay. All right. So we gon' that's why I said we gonna keep all right, whatever. Okay,
I'm
cool.
just playing devil's
If you ever
advocate.
get
I'm
the
just trying to
messages,
understand,
stay
Kev.
the way you are at the end of the day. But we're not gonna make
I'm
no
just
excuses when
trying
we
to
get to a certain
understand,
point.
my
Like,
friend.
dang, why am I this way and all that?
Kev,
Because like I said,
Kev,
I'm
I'm
done
just
with
trying
this.
to.
Cause we can make excuses all we want.
I
You know
just
what I'm
hope
saying? Why we are the way we are
But
and
my
all that
point
stuff.
is, is all of y'all sit here and say she needs to do this, she needs to do that. She's doing all of those
You
things,
need
and
to
you're still
do
She
that.
is.
complaining.
Hey, she
So it
not me,
doesn't
so
matter
all I can
what.
do is give that
So at the
advice.
end of the day, no. But
Complaining
at the
for
end of the
her
day,
simply
She don't
existing
want
is
to
the
listen and she
problem.
want to sit there and be in a hospital with diabetes and all that stuff. That's hurtful. But at least I did my part and said what I said. You can put your feelings in it
but
and
at the
then
end of
sit
the
here and
day,
take it that way. Like,
no,
why you trying to
no.
control me?
Kev,
I'm trying to help
Calm
you. I'm trying to
down,
save you.
calm down, calm down.
Kev,
I'm just
Chill
saying in
out.
general.
You're
I'm
not
I
talking in
hope
listening.
general.
you go
You're not
just
listening.
as hard for all of the celebrities who support substance abuse, promote substance abuse through their music, and promote eating disorders through their music.
That's wrong. All that's wrong. All that's
Nothing,
wrong. I'm
none
not
of
gonna
which
take up for
Lizzo
substance
does.
abuse.
But
I
that's
hope you
more
go just
normalized
as
though.
hard.
That's more acceptable
I
though.
don't
But
care. We're not
the
about to
big
use
girl is
that
not acceptable.
all that's wrong. So you want to hear me say
No,
that though? All
No,
that's
I'm
wrong in my
just
book.
saying, I hope you go just as hard.
I'm just trying to figure out. Okay,
You
this is
do
what I'm
go
trying to
just as
figure.
hard. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why people think that.
So
I
this
just
is
like I literally when I talk about
hold
accountability,
on.
this is stuff I work on myself. I'm not gonna speak on some stuff that I'm
So
not doing
she's
myself.
doing that. Okay, but the problem is that she's doing that and it's still a
No,
problem. So
I
I'm
know what's
confused.
happening. It's we try to make it seem like we try to debunk what I'm saying because we try to use other examples
I'm not debunking
to make
shit.
somebody feel all right.
I'm literally asking questions to the things you're saying, friend. That's it. I'm trying to understand. You just said
I
she
guess
needs
if
to do
my stuff
something.
ain't meant to be
Hold on,
understood, it ain't
hold
meant to
on.
be
No,
understood.
no, 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 no. Don't give up. I'm trying to understand. You just said she needs to do something about it. She needs to do something something about it. She needs to do something about it. We just told you she is. Well, why is she doing it now? Should she not do that?
I never said none.
Or
It never went. It
should it
never
matter
went
that
like
she's
that. How you
doing
just
it?
said it. It didn't go like that. It never
Yes,
went like
yes,
that.
it did.
Yes,
Yes,
it
it
did.
did.
No, I
You just
didn't. I
did
never
just
told
say it.
nobody need nothing. I never need nothing. And then I didn't
Okay.
say that why she doing it now. There was a whole two different. That's why I say I can see how this is going right here. Now, and I can record. I mean, it's all to record. But I'm just saying I see how this is going. It never went in that type of way. When I mentioned them different things,
Okay.
when I said
Maybe I missed it. Maybe I
I said when I
misunderstood.
said why she doing it now because we just got done saying before that oh no some people can't control it. That's why I said why she's doing it now. So we're trying to blend in what I'm saying and making it seem like I put
I'm
it in that way.
trying
I
to
never said it
understand.
that way.
I'm
It was
trying.
reasons
I'm
why I said everything.
okay. 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 Chill out, bro. I'm just asking you questions. I'm trying to
I'm trying to speak to
understand.
three people, four people at one time. You keep talking about this
So,
person,
like,
take it personal. I'm
I'm
talking to
not
four
taking
people
it
at one time.
personal. I'm trying to understand. You're the one yelling and screaming.
All right.
I'm simply asking you a question, right? The thing is regardless of whether she's doing it now or not, what is the problem? At least she's
I
doing
never said
something.
that.
The
I
problem
never
is
said that
she
was the
exists
problem. That's
too
what I'm saying.
loud.
I'm not
You
asking
know
you
what?
directly.
Hey,
I'm asking as far as social media goes with everybody slamming her constantly for her weight. She's doing something about it now. So what's the problem? Who cares?
I don't care no more. Yeah, from this point, I
I don't
don't care.
care if somebody weighs 300 pounds and decides to do something about it today. Congratulations on that journey.
No, I'm about to have people. Matter of fact, no people. No, I'm gonna have people, and like I'm gonna just do this just because it's 13 people in here. I'm gonna tell y'all do what y'all feel was good for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Just do that. Just for these 13 people. You know, if you feel like this, whatever happened to you
If
because
that's
of
what you
this,
want to
whatever
take out the
it is,
conversation.
what it is, right? Say so we gonna live with that. Whatever make you feel comfortable at the end of the day, right? So we're gonna do that.
If that's
Because
what you want to get out
I
the
don't want people to
conversation.
feel uncomfortable or feel like that they have to be accountable for anything. I don't want them to feel like that 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 it's not natural, I guess. I don't want them to feel that way. So, whatever y'all feel that should be go or feel is right, go ahead and you can do that then. That's what I'm not saying you can do
I
that.
mean, I
But
guess if that's the message you want to promote, I'm
yeah,
not
yeah,
going
yeah.
against
We gonna
your
do that
no
because
pandering rule.
I don't want to make it seem like I'm sitting here trying to
I'm
bash
no,
anybody or something like. Because
you're
I know how
not.
that get
This is not.
misinterpreted sometimes. So I'm gonna say do you. You
Do
know what I'm
we
saying? That's
not?
what
Do
been
we
going.
not? At the end of the day, do we not have difficult conversations in here? I mean, look at
Yeah,
you
I'm just saying
talking.
right now, this group of people right now, I'm just gonna
No,
do
no, no,
that
no,
right
no,
now
no, no,
because
no,
it's
no, no, no,
obvious
no, no,
that
no, no,
my
no, no.
stuff sound like it's bashing or I don't know what the heck it is, but
And as
I
your
wanted to get
friend,
off this topic because I'm
and
not
as
getting
your
understood.
friend, and as your friend, okay. Thought this was a no pandering room. We have
Yeah,
difficult
but
conversations in
I'm
here
kind of
all the
fed up at
time,
the
Kev.
moment. Yeah, it's part of my emotional control right here because I'm kind of getting fed up. I ain't trying to get my head hurting.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Uh.
Anyways, it's not
What?
that serious. But all
Yeah,
right.
it's not.
So,
Because at the end of the day, everybody got their own lives. You know what I'm saying? And if they want to suffer or whatever, that's them.
mhm.
Fine, which, oh, yeah, for sure, man. But
You good?
I know that another thing is if we can't control, that's the only thing I'll be preaching about is those two things. But if we can't control that, I'm gonna say we can at least control our attitudes. Well, that's another thing. But I feel like that's one of the things that's hard to do. I know people probably make excuses about that too. You can't control your attitude. People have it. But that's just my beliefs. Like I said, those actually was
I
my
think
two
you can
things I
control.
believe
I
that
think
we.
you can control your attitude. We can only control ourselves. We can't control other people. At the end of the
Exactly.
day,
I never said I can control
yeah.
anybody's attitude. I said we can control our attitude.
Kev, do you need a hug?
No, I don't need none of that.
He's good.
Kev sound like
Uh,
he in his feelings right now.
Nah,
nah,
he's good.
not no more. I ain't
He'll be
gotta be the
alright.
one worried about my feelings. But at the end of the day, watch. That's all I'm saying.
I think he's
I'm not
just
gonna be the one.
frustrated
Hey,
that he's
guess who's
able
gonna
to
be
control
laughing
his
last soon
emotions
though?
on
I bet
a
money.
level to where he's able to make it to the gym every day or whatever his routine is, and other people can't, and he's frustrated with that.
I got a floor. I don't make excuses. Like I said, I don't
That's
make
perfectly
excuses
fine.
at the end of the day. I got a floor I can work out on. All this. Like I said, I'm not gonna speak on nothing that I'm not doing or hold myself accountable on. That's one thing I'm trying to get people to understand. So I wouldn't be speaking about something that I really don't know about. But we can
Okay.
come with all these other stuff. We can come up with it, right? But I'm gonna let everybody live in their own world. That's what I'm gonna do. I thought
But
I'd let you know
Kev,
about that.
the fact that you partially agreed with us and still
I know
got your own
I was literally
suspicions.
being sarcastic when I was doing that. I was just being funny
No, I'm not
at
talking
the
about
end
that
because
Okay.
part.
I just wanted to stop the art. I wanted to stop this misunderstanding because it's obvious I'm not getting understood because there's a lot of excuses behind it. But I said for these 13 people, yeah, I'm gonna let everybody believe this at the end of the
But
day.
Kev, you agreed that men and women are different, right?
I can care no. Yes, I believe that though. But I like I said, and I also believe, which I'm gonna say again, I
I'm
say it's
trying to
two things we
understand.
can control in our life. That
Right.
we that
Some
huh?
somebody help me understand what's the debate about so I can understand like what's going on.
We
It got shifted.
it was Lizzo got brought up, right? And so on and so forth. Which is I get it, right? But at the same time, I'm just simply asking questions and trying to understand. Is it? But I mean, at the end of the day, there's a lot of talk, okay, she's promoting unhealthy, she's promoting being unhealthy, everything else, although she is living and trying to live a healthier lifestyle, whether that be now or she's always done that. I don't know. I don't really follow Lizzo, to be 100% honest. She's got like a few songs that I know because of TikTok, but that's really about it. Um,
Why
and
she
then
ain't promote her before and after pictures?
it turned into
She
more of
did.
like the,
They did it on the gala last
Why she
year.
gotta be as I said,
And
I
then you
understand
can
the
see she
confidence
lost weight.
thing. I understand the confidence thing, be cool with you in and all that stuff. But like I said, me myself, I'm trying to because everybody, like I said, they're not gonna look at that as healthy. They're not gonna look at all what's going or her journey and stuff. They just look at it as oh she because like she even do with her cheeks out, she got to show her all this other stuff that really don't need to be promoted and stuff. Okay, let me
But
make people
Kev,
feel fair. I
she's a
don't like
musician.
that dudes promote their pews and the money and all that stuff too. I'm about to make it fair just because I know how women act or work sometimes.
No,
You know,
no, you're not gonna do that.
if you
We're
say
not
one
gonna do
side
that.
that they ain't gonna hear us. I'm just saying I'm
We're
trying to
not
be
gonna
fair
do
right
that.
now.
We're not
I'm
gonna
just
do
trying to be.
that
That's why
because
I'm
at
not
the
trying to do
no,
it
if
because
you
that's what
want to
I'm
be
trying to.
fair,
Huh?
if you want
but
to be
Kev,
fair, if you want to be
I gotta
fair,
say both sides.
no,
no,
if you
you
want to
don't.
be
But
fair,
Kev, I'm sorry, I'm gonna let AJ finish it, then I'm gonna say, go ahead, AJ.
okay. All I'm saying is we don't gotta do all that, okay? Number one, I'm not in my. I don't think anybody up here is in their feeling. We just simply having a conversation, right? Number one. Number two, if you're trying to be fair about it, how is she any different than Cardi B and Nicki Minaj?
None of
Name
them.
him. So if
None
you
of
don't
them.
promote that, so the thing is, so my point is, if you're not promoting any of that, then that just say that. Just be like, look, I am not promoting anybody
I never said
who
that.
is pushing these risky behavior. That's essentially what you're saying. You're not promoting anybody who is promoting risky behavior.
Yeah. But
That's all you
somebody,
had to say.
I think you were just saying about her being confident and stuff. I'm like, all of them can say confident. Shoot,
I'm
Cardi B can
saying
say
no.
confident. All them.
Everybody can say that. Everybody can say that. Even dudes with their pew pews can say, "Oh, I'm promoting
Yes,
confidence." Anybody can say that. What my
yes,
point is, right? My whole point with the whole Lizzo thing, right? Whether she started yesterday, 2 years ago, tomorrow, the point is that she started. Why
yes.
can't we just appreciate that
I like that you saying that
and move it
now, right? I
on?
like you saying that, but I was saying we was talking about the choice thing. I was just saying, and just like, all right, whatever. I was talking about that is she making a choice that she can lose weight now. I'm just saying when you get big, right? That was my thing, and I'm gonna go back to my main thing. What I said, well, I feel like as humans we got choices of is our weight and our attitude. We can really work on that, but it's two of the hardest things we got to work on. But we can really work on it. That's what I'm just saying. But when we be
Okay.
like, oh, I'm big and I can't do nothing about it, and yet a big person is doing something about it, that's what I'm saying. That's why I be feeling like where the excuses is coming in at. That's all my whole thing is. At
Because
the end of the
this
day, all we gotta do is own up that, all right, well, cool, we ate like we wanted to and all that stuff. We got this size, whatever. I just gotta put in work. But a lot of people just don't want to put in work.
Facts.
That's
And
all it is.
that is
ha-
facts. That is facts.
nobody's
That's
disputing that, right? I think the flawed in your statement is, right, is what AJ was saying. Men have this automatic notion. This is what y'all
Men.
automatically think. Just because someone's bigger, let's just compare me and AJ, right? I'm bigger than AJ. Automatically, you men, and this is what women are saying. We're not disputing, we're not promoting being fat, being big, or any of the things we're saying. We're saying in your DNA, like you said, men are different. We're just naturally, biologically, this is how you guys think, act, and are, right? Biologically, you guys think women like AJ is just the healthiest beings on earth. They just the
We're not
beautifulest
talking about that.
goddesses.
You about to go
Stop,
off topic
Kevin.
again.
Kevin.
I'm not talking about that.
No.
You about to go off. That's why I'm not
We're
about to
not
let you
going
finish
off.
that.
you
We're
can't
not
We're
say
talking
not
about
all
because
us
that.
we're
think that
using
way.
we're using Lenzo as an example, right? That AJ is the healthiest thing on earth, right? Just because she
I
is
am not.
small, petite,
Since
or
you got to push
whatever.
that out again.
And Lenzo is just the most fat,
I'm gonna let you express
unhealthiest
yourself.
girl ever. That's what we're saying. Why
Okay,
in the
nobody
We're
fuck
never
not.
mentioned that.
notion in your
Nobody was talking
head?
about
Okay,
that.
hold up,
Yeah, I
hold
I
know
up,
never
hold
that's
up.
said
somebody
nothing
That's
said
about
kind
that.
of
that.
Kev,
what she was
Kev,
originally talking to about when it came up.
I
Kev,
never
what are you
said
talking
anything
about?
about none of that. That's what I'm saying.
Because
Everybody want to put their own
You
stuff into the
you did not.
situation. That was
Kev,
never my
Kev,
point.
Kev,
When
Y'all
she
keep
Kev,
feeling
started
like
the
that's my
conversation,
business.
Kev,
that's what it was about.
Kev, Kev, you were taking it way too. She
That's one
wasn't
thing I don't like when
pertaining.
people put words in my
Kev,
mouth. That's
you're
one
taking
thing
it
I really
personal,
don't like,
bruh.
dog.
You're
I
taking it.
really don't like
She
that.
when she brought this up, she was not talking about you. She was talking about a live she was in previously, where that was
Yeah.
the conversation.
Hmm.
That is how we got on this subject. She didn't say you said that. She said that is usually where most people run to, i.e., men when they have this conversation online. She's not talking about you personally.
I'm talking about the. Okay, all right. I
That's
get you. I get you.
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you're taking it too personal. She's not talking
Yeah,
about
because
you
we
in
was literally
particular.
talking about a person. We was
Okay?
personally just talking about that and just shifted back to something else to make it seem like I was talking about it.
Nobody
I
said
was
that,
Well,
gang.
trying. Okay, hold up, hold up, hold up. Pause on the play. I was asking you questions to understand what you were talking about in regards to what she was talking about. That's why I was asking you questions. So if it felt personal, I'm sorry for that. I was just
No,
trying to
I wasn't
understand you.
talking about you either. I was just talking about what she was just stating out loud, and I said that wasn't what we was just talking about. I didn't know she was going that far back, or how I didn't know she was going that far back, and it made it seem like I
But
was
that
talking about it because she went so far
no.
back and saying it came from
she's
another
relating it
live.
she's relating it back to the original conversation.
You're right.
Because kid asked the
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, that's all. It's okay.
That's all.
Everybody's good. Everybody's
Right.
good.
Well, all right, but I'm trying to get on the part that he just came in at was I was talking about because after you said that I was like, man, I don't forgot we just talked about so much
Nah,
stuff.
y'all
But
good. I
they,
understand what's going on. Y'all good. Y'all good. Y'all good. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
feel
that's
like
all.
nobody not in their emotion. I just hear passion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Everybody, you know
it's
what
just
I'm saying? Not just talking to talk. I
yeah.
feel like everybody feel what they speaking. So it ain't no, you know what I'm saying? Y'all just having a discussion.
yeah.
It ain't no
It ain't
smoking.
no
But
thing.
it had went from that though. It went from that to making it seem like they was allowed or taking up for. 'Cause that's why I said at the end of the day,
Mm-mm.
there ain't no man and woman thing. Because I would recommend a man, a man, all that stuff. At the end of the day, I was just saying that it's still that they choice. That's all I'm saying.
And all
Even
I'm
if you
saying
gotta,
is,
even if it take harder work, you still gotta put in. It's no different. Just like how people be saying that we are suppressed or oppressed and all this stuff. No, we might have to do harder work to grunt to get out of what we got to get out of, but it's still possible. It's none of this stuff like we can as humans
yes,
we can lose weight. As humans we can change our attitude. That's two main things that we can do.
Men
yes.
like hold on, I want to say that
Mm-hmm.
like in
Oh,
the
go ahead.
sense of somebody can sit there and tell you like, oh, we black and we have this and that and we got to go through that. Yeah, you could sit there and complain about it, but you know what I'm saying, put in that work and beat
Put in
that.
that work.
Right, put that work. It's gonna hurt. You know what
Exactly.
I'm saying? It's gonna be pain, but you can put in that work and prove people wrong. It's your choice to do that though. You can sit there and be a
And
victim,
your
or you can
that's
sit
all
there.
I'm getting to.
Right.
That's all.
And that's okay. And that's the thing. For most people, right? I agree with you. That can be a thing. But there are, again, if we're looking at it in a human aspect of it, not just black and white, because there's shades of gray in there are things that do dictate that. And I can guarantee you, just telling somebody, oh, just be active and lose weight is not always going to be the answer to their happiness, is my point. You don't go to the gym
Yes.
because you want to lose weight. I don't go to the gym because I wanted to lose weight. Matter of fact, my reason for going to the gym is very opposite than most people. If that's your case, if
I
that's your
would
argument,
I
I go to
would
the
say
gym to
everybody
gain
had their
weight.
own reason.
We're not going to
You know
gym
what I
for
mean?
happiness either.
Exactly. Everybody has their different reason to going to the gym, right?
Yeah,
Whether that's to
I agree.
to get gains, lose weight, feel better, feel more
that's
confident,
the problem.
whatever it is,
Endorphins, yeah.
We eating for
endorphins,
happiness. That's the
whatever
problem.
it is. That we're talking about the gym. Hold on, we're gonna get to the food part. Okay, people go to the gym for multiple different reasons. Okay, then there's food, right? What people consume, also important, right? There's all these different factors that are important. But at the end of the day, if somebody is eating right, they're working out, they're doing what they need to do, I don't see a problem with that. If you're doing
Me
what you
neither.
need to do to be healthy, no matter what size you are, I don't find a problem in that. Because not everybody's supposed to be 5'3" and 120 pounds. That's all I'm saying.
Thank
You
you.
ever heard of too much of anything is not? Sometimes you
It's
can
not.
have too much of anything.
I was
Cause
just
I
talking
could sit
about
here
that.
and eat me a bunch of
I'm
apples. If I have 3 or 4,000 calories of it or stuff, that's not good for you.
The
but that's the
It
pesticides
ain't
thing.
good
alone
for
will
you,
kill
but if
you.
you drink too much of it, it kill you.
So, but
That's all
that's
I'm saying.
but my point to that being is, right? If we're going to use that, then fine, right? My whole life, because I've been smaller and my metabolism is fast, no, I don't have thyroid problems. I do have health issues now. But when I didn't, I was on a 3,000 calorie a day diet. That's excessive. And that was to put me
Balance.
at weight. That was to put me at weight because that is what the legal weight, or excuse me, not legal, the healthy weight for somebody my height is. They don't take into account your body build. I am a small framed person. I am not supposed to have a shit ton of weight on me. That is terrible for my bones. That
Right.
doesn't mean that somebody who is 130 pounds in my same height or bigger than that is that they're completely unhealthy. We have to look at the person as who they are. If they're moving, eating right, doing what they need to do, I'm cool with that. If
And
you're
you gotta
sitting
look
around eating cheeseburgers and doing absolutely nothing and eating junk and
and
complaining, then
it
by
do
all
matter.
means.
It do matter if you're female or male and your age group and the type of body build you have, and
That's
that
right.
do matter, yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
do. It do. But it don't mean it's impossible or it can't be
It's
done.
not
No
that
And
matter
I
it's
what.
not
do
that
agree with
it's
that.
But
yes, but
also
you
it
can't have
depends on your lifestyle, what's going on in your life, because sometimes you might be working 2 or 3 jobs and you don't have time to eat very healthy and you got to eat what's available and it
I'm gonna
becomes a
put it this way: if you
pattern.
got time to be on a phone or on TikTok, you
You
got
got
time to
time to
work
eat
out.
healthy. Yo,
I'm just
hold on.
saying
Can
as
I
an
let
example.
me say this one thing. When people ask me what did I do to lose weight, I don't even tell them I did anything physical first. First, you have to work on your mindset. You got to put it in
Yep,
your mind before you even make a move. And once you put it in your mind, your body gonna follow what your mind say. Now, if you could go work out all you want to, if your mind is not there, your body ain't gonna react to it. So you can work out and actually gain weight for you know what I'm saying, thinking opposite of what you're trying to do, you can work against yourself. So
mm-hmm.
that's facts. That's
Right.
facts.
Your mind has to
Mindset's
be in
important.
balance in order for your body to follow.
correct.
And
That's
that's the
right, man.
thing. And some people, right, who may have had the excuse, oh, this is impossible, this is impossible. Oh crap, there's somebody actually doing something. Sometimes people need that motivation,
That's what
right?
I'm
Oh, I
saying.
see somebody else doing it. So that's the thing. So when it comes to Lizzo, that's the reason why I never understood all the hate, right? Oh, well, she's this big girl. Why didn't she do anything? So then she does it, and then we still hate her. At least she's doing something,
And
right? She
even
may be
I will say.
inspiring. Hold on. She may be inspiring maybe those girls who felt like they couldn't do it to do it. She may just be inspiring people just to get active and move and eat right. I don't
But
see a problem with that.
Yeah, I feel all
I
that
will,
until she started getting to showing her cheeks and all that stuff.
But that's a
I will,
different issue. That has nothing to do with her weight.
I
You're
will say,
allowed to have
Yeah, but
fun
she was
and
trying to fat. She trying to make that okay. All right. You know what? I don't want to get too
no,
deep
I
in
was
it.
just gonna
But
say, I will say, like you can't satisfy nobody. Like
That's
if
fine.
you
thank
do
you.
something the way they do it, it's a problem. And if you do it the way they say they do it, it ain't. It's the way how you do it. You know, what I'm saying? You can't really never satisfy nobody. So that's how
yeah,
life is. That's how everybody operate. That's just how the world is. Like they gonna have something to say about what you do, no matter what you do, no matter how great you do it, no matter how much success you got from some shit. No matter
yeah,
what, it's gonna be a problem in somebody's eyes somewhere. So you just gotta be the best you could be of you, and it gotta be, you
yeah.
know what I'm saying? You gotta be happy.
I feel you on that.
Wait, wait,
I
wait,
I
want
think
to
wait.
hold on,
That's
hold
address
on,
what
the
hold on.
she's
comment
doing.
with was it
Hold on.
Michael?
I want to ask Trey a question real quick. Trey, you in the gym right now?
Nah,
Oh, I thought he was. I was like, was that the music I hear in the gym?
nah, that's
He's doing his
that's
thing.
playing church music.
You good?
He said, I was thinking about that. He said, how do you think we big linemen, uh, even that, I thought about something about this even seriously, because like even with that, I don't think that's healthy either, right? It's because because you in a sport. I don't think that's even healthy either. And I was thinking about this too. That's how deep it is. I was thinking about boxing and all that stuff. I don't even think that stuff is healthy because I think that bring like brain damage and all that stuff. That's why
Yeah.
Like
Muhammad
wear and
Ali,
tear
why he
on your
was talking
body.
like that and all that stuff because he took a lot of headshots and all that.
Right,
But I don't think a
Yeah,
right.
lot of that
playing
stuff is
football is
not really
not.
like these sports. I don't even think they healthy for you, like low key, because you can
But
hurt
Kev,
yourself so much.
I
They made
can
a
say
documentary about that.
I can say, Kev, like, all right, the people that deal with the brain thing in boxing, that's because they weren't blocking. that's because they weren't blocking how they were supposed to. They was getting punched in their
They
head,
forgot to
and
duck.
Yeah,
when you fight and you get punched in your head, your brain shake, and over time that'll cause damage to your brain. But yeah, you need to pick up your block.
yeah, nothing doing getting hit in the head. Yeah, but even football, right? You can get popped so hard that do damage to your body too, though. I'm just saying, even like I'm just thinking about sports
I
itself. Sports
mean,
Hmm.
is just
I mean, if you're
sports
talking
ain't
about
good for you.
activities, if you're talking about like working out activities, running's not good for you. It's terrible for your joints. Running is the
Even
worst for you.
push-ups. Push-ups are
Push-ups,
bad for you too.
Elbow collapse.
bad for your elbows.
Facts.
And that's the
Swimming's
thing. Like
good.
the best workouts that do the least amount of like damage to your joints is really aerobics and anything low impact, right? So
Exactly.
walking is fine, but you're really supposed to be doing a lot of that in a pool, technically, if you don't want to have like a bunch of joint damage,
Because the
right?
I
what is
believe if we was to eat right, we wouldn't
it?
have to worry about doing all that, the working out for real. Yeah, I think if we would just the regular had a
Yeah,
balanced meal.
but if we're gonna talk about eating right, then let's talk about food in America that's all full of all sorts of shit that's not
Yeah, I
supposed to
feel
be in
you
your
on that.
body
That's why
That's
we
anyway.
got to work.
that's also up my alleyway. I'm going back to school for environmental management, and I'm growing my own food in my backyard, trying to anyway. I'm growing a lot of garden vegetables that I try to incorporate into my meals. So if anyone wants to jump on that train with me, I'm about it.
This
You
food.
said racist against big people. No,
I'm
it
done.
ain't that. I ain't racist against good big people. But no,
You're
I
not
was just
you're
my
not
whole
you're
no,
not
my
taking,
whole
you're
my
taking no
whole point
personal
out this
offense to
whole
it.
entire thing was just I'm just saying that it is I'm a firm believer that that's a choice. It's just a choice because you could choose
I'm
if you
just
want to get smaller or
yeah,
not. That's
and
all
and
I'm
Huh,
saying.
I
and
wish it
and
was a choice. Holy
and
shit.
I'm just
Whoa,
and
Who
I'm
whoa,
said
just
whoa,
it's
whoa,
not?
saying.
Like
whoa,
you live in
whoa.
your own life. You got
Hold
your
up,
choice.
hold
That's what
up.
I'm saying. I'm trying to tell people everybody have a choice for everything in life. You got all
Yeah,
you live your life. We got free will.
but at the
Nobody
end of
can't
the
force you
day,
to do anything.
but at
Right.
the end of the
And
day, and that's where you and I will have to. We agree, but disagree. I agree with you. Yes, it is a choice, but I also believe in viewing people for who they are and what they are. Because the
Ex-
problem is it's those beauty standards, especially amongst women, that cause the most damage. That's
and
what
listen,
causes a lot of those body images, those body image issues, and causes a lot of the things that you're complaining about. Go ahead,
right?
Queen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off what you were saying, and then this is why women start doing things to their bodies, like going to get plastic surgery and the VSG, the weight loss surgery. You know those things do more damage than good. But then you said, but they lost the weight though. But what about the aftermath, the
That's because
bad
they didn't
effects that
want
it
to sit
causes
there and
on them?
work out. They want to do the microwave life.
Yeah,
But Kevin,
yeah,
you
there's no
just
discipline
complained.
in that.
Stop.
No,
But
I worked
Kevin,
my
Kevin,
ass
Kevin, this is the
off,
point I want to
man.
make. You just complained about Lizzo doing it the natural way, and then when the lady in the box just said she
Who
got the weight
complained
loss
about
surgery,
that? What the
you
freak?
just
I swear
congratulated
you like
her
putting
for
words in
losing
people's mouth.
hundred
Why do you
pounds,
do
though.
that? That junk
You
is
just
irritating.
congratulated her for using 100 pounds, though.
Why do you do that? I never said anything
So
like
hold
that.
up, hold up, hold up, hold up. In order to get like a gastric bypass surgery, it's not just a quick. It's not like you wake up, go to the doctor, and they just put that. Like you have to show
I
them that
had to
you're gonna
go
do the
through
work.
6 months of therapy, lose 40
Yeah,
Yeah,
pounds
it's a
before the
lot.
surgery.
and the
Before the
reason why
surgery, I
they
had to lose 40 pounds.
and the reason
And
why they do that is one, it's for health reasons, and two, it's because once you get that type of surgery, you have to be on special diets, pretty much. I think
For
for
the
for
the
the
rest
rest
of
of
rest
your
your
of
life.
my
life.
life, I
For the
can't
You
rest
even
of your
can't.
chug a
life.
glass of orange juice without throwing up now.
Yeah,
Like I said, it caused more harm than good.
that part. So
I
like at
know
the
a
end of the
lot of
You
day,
people
don't
that
know
do
that.
it.
huh?
I thought you be throwing your own narratives in here just because you just be just that's weird. I don't know why you do that. I
Kevin,
swear I
you
don't be
just
saying none of
did,
this
did
stuff. You just be throwing this
AJ,
stuff in
did he
there and I don't
just
even be talking
complain
about that.
about Linda? We just say she working out the natural way.
I never said
But
You did.
okay.
if anyone wants
Um,
to
Did I
start
say that?
learning how to garden and grow their own vegetables, hit me up because I'm growing all kinds of shit in my yard. I got lima beans.
I feel you, but I live in the city. I can't do that.
Actually, believe it or not, you can.
Put
Put in your put in
It
your
just
lawn, your
Where?
grass.
you just have to. Hey, hey, I used to grow when I lived in
on your
apartments
balcony,
because
you got
no, no,
space
hold on, hold
probably.
on, hold on. When I lived in apartments, like if I could grow it outside, I could, but I live in Colorado, right? So I can't grow things all year round because no. But I used to grow like tomatoes in my fucking closet, like different things in my house.
Oh
Like
yeah.
if you can get creative and figure out how to grow
Swe-
shit in your own house.
Sweetheart,
I'm
I stay in Florida, South Florida.
Man,
That
I bet
you
man
say Fort
Quentin, you know you
it
be
ain't
Lauderdale?
putting
it
them
ain't none
that
of that
green
happening.
bean
Oh,
inside
That's
your
where I
house
just
somewhere.
moved from.
Check me out. Hold on. It ain't none of that happening because you got too much elements that's around that's gonna tear that up. That ain't gonna allow that to grow. That's what
Yeah,
I'm trying to
the
say.
animals, the
You
Are you
wildlife.
got
talking?
animals, you got kids, you got weather, you got all type of nonsense.
Oh yeah.
yeah, unless you're growing it in
Did
your
you say
house,
you're
it's
in
gonna
Fort
be
Lauderdale? You're right by
All
me.
all I
Right.
say is if a person would have forced growing that green bean stuff, they gonna find a way to do it. They gonna make it happen.
you can't.
Even
Yeah,
the
but the
mango
problem with
trees be
that,
barely making it.
All
yeah.
right.
I mean, you could do it in your house. I think they have like those green rooms or
Them
whatever,
lights
those
No,
and
little
you
stuff,
grow
could
man.
get
rooms and
on
stuff you can
Amazon.
buy.
I paid $7.99
Um,
for a grow light bulb. You could put it in any light in your house.
I
I
feel
did it
you.
in
yeah.
mine.
I'd
Now
rather just move to the
depending
country and just have it.
Right. I
You know
feel
what I'm
you on
saying?
that though. Yeah.
now depending on how you want to do it though, you can. I mean, you can buy the light bulb, but they also have like those portable grow houses
Yeah, I
or
seen
little grow
those.
little things you can do. I know a lot of people use it for the elevations. You know what I mean? I don't know what I can and
I,
cannot say on TikTok sometimes. I
bro,
ain't
I
trying to
agree
step
with
on
you.
no banana peel.
Just like how you could have them herb plants, like you could grow them inside
Hmm.
your house too. I understand what you're saying. It's possible.
Yeah, yeah, you could definitely do it. I mean, it just depends. But the only problem that I do see that can be problematic with that is your light bill's gonna go up because you got to keep that light on for a long time. But I think they've made them to where it doesn't suck out as much energy now. Like
Did
when
Yeah,
you
they
they
just
first
make
started
the
putting
hold
them.
up?
light.
Queen, did you just agree with that guy down there and that's what I've been saying all this time?
We didn't disagree with you. We said no matter what, no one's
Dog,
built to be
that
small.
is so crazy. That was my
How,
whole
AJ,
message.
didn't we just say that? That
Yeah,
everybody's not going to be a size, your size. There are women
yeah.
that still want to be big no
That
matter
is
how
not
much
what
weight
he
they lose.
said though. He said
Yes,
though he
he said,
Kev,
said, look,
but
Kev.
we didn't
the
disagree
way
with you
you
with the
eat
eating
matters and the
though.
way you think matters.
But we did not disagree with you on that,
That's
Kev. We
basically what I was
disagree,
saying.
but Kev, we
Hold
did
up,
not
hold up,
disagree with you
hold
on
up,
that.
hold up, though. Hold up, bruh. What is going on?
Right.
Like, because I feel like every time she try to say something, you coming at her extra hard. Like, do y'all gotta work something out or what? Are you guys good?
Let
No,
him
look at the
finish.
comment. Look at the comment. I'm just saying it's weird that somebody don't understand me until somebody else say it. That's crazy.
But sometimes, Kev, like you said, you may say something one way, and somebody may, take that.
But I feel
Somebody
like
may be,
people purposely
hold
do
on.
this.
I don't think it's that
Yeah, I
personal, to
do.
be honest. I mean, that's fine. You're entitled to that, but I don't think it's that personal. Um, I don't think that she's doing that purposely. But either way, I
Oh, see,
mean,
I'm about to win
I'm
today. I
just,
see.
I'm just trying to figure out like what's going on. Because like, since I've been in this live, it seems like every time she says something, you coming at her extra hard, and I'm like, bruh, you good?
Of course, because like I said, if you not getting the treatment, you ain't gonna notice what's going on until it happened to you. But I can understand you on the outside looking in. Of course, you probably wouldn't notice it though.
But
I
Kev, we
get it.
never
But
disagree
you
with
know
you
what?
on the eating
I'm gonna
part.
keep this to myself because like at the end of the day, right? It is like kind of one. It's on a. I am kind of on this thing. I'm gonna. I ain't gotta explain myself, but
You don't gotta explain nothing. I'm
it's
just
not
trying to
seen
make
right
sure
now.
you
I'm gonna
good.
put it this way.
Yeah, I'm not. But maybe I'm missing it, and I'm sorry for that. But I'm just making an
No, you good.
observation.
No, you good.
You know what I mean? I'm getting it's getting a little concerning at this point. Just a little bit, not a bit. But what were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about growing stuff. Yeah, we can definitely. I mean, I think you. I mean, there's always like if there's a will, I always believe if there's a will, there's a way.
I
You
see
want to do it,
Dennis
you gonna find it.
in the comments. Dennis was saying that they're trying to make the food unhealthy and keep our minds weak, and that's absolutely true. That's
Yep,
why I'm trying to grow my own stuff. And if you think you don't have space, you probably do somewhere. If
yep.
you don't mind, host, can I show you some of the vegetables I'm growing?
Yeah, don't matter.
I don't know if you heard me.
I said it don't matter. Yeah, I said it don't
Oh,
matter.
here you go.
Oh, that's
This
cool.
see this little pot here is sweet potato, and you could probably fit that like on a balcony somewhere outside. And I probably got three or four in there, and it doesn't take up much space at all. And I just want to show you guys like how little room you need. If you have like a little balcony space, if you get like a foot by foot container, throw some dirt, throw some seeds, and it'll grow if you water it every day. It's so easy. And it's important to like be able to feed yourself in this way because they do want us stupid and they do want us fat sitting at home in front of the TV. That's what they want. But
Yeah,
see how small these pots are? Just put it like out on your balcony, out on the side of your house, and put packet of seeds. I got some okra over here growing, tomatoes, trying to grow some celery over here.
That's what's up. I like seeing what I'm seeing. That's what's up.
And it's real easy. If you guys want to if you have questions or anything, I'd be more than happy to help anybody out for growing their own food. No pesticides and stuff. These are some green onion. I use this shit all the time, like every meal pretty much. But yeah, man, it's easy. We should all
Morgan,
be
right? That's how you say your name?
normalizing it, you know?
Miss
I had
Morgan.
go ahead.
What state do you live in?
I'm in Florida.
Oh, okay.
It makes
What
it a
part?
lot easier, but if you have an indoor space with grow lights, you could do a smaller version. Or if you just wait till summer, because a lot of these plants, they don't bloom till the summer. You can move them out or get a, like, I don't know who was saying it, greenhouse.
yeah. You can actually make them. I made a, I made one. I think
Onion.
at like my old house. With just like some wood and some glass, and you can make like a makeshift like greenhouse that way. It looks kind of like a bookshelf, and you can stick stuff in there.
Yeah,
But
it's not
listen,
expensive. Like this thing here, we found like crates and we took
I'm
the
just good at
crates
being poor.
apart.
Don't mind
Yeah,
me.
dude, I got crates from the side of the road and took them apart, right? And we just like rearranged them and used the wood to make this standing like plant table thing instead of buying something. Everything's cheap. Just make it yourself. Do it yourself. And
Yeah, I live
seed
in New
packets are
Jersey,
like a
so
dollar 25. These tomatoes cost $1.25.
yeah. I live in New Jersey, so a lot of that will have to be like indoors.
It's possible still.
Yeah.
But I'm a drop though, because I'm a I want to get up at some point tomorrow and be somewhat productive. Um, Kev, it's always a pleasure. Um,
No, for sure.
you're gonna be back Wednesday, right?
Probably, probably so.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right,
Cool.
have a great
Cool.
day. Nice meeting you.
All
Yep.
right.
Nice
See you
meeting you,
later,
Trey.
AJ.
Trey, I'm gonna give you a follow. And whatnot. You were the one I think you said you lost a bunch of weight, right? You were like 300 something, and
Me?
now you're
y-
two something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was me.
It
that
was him,
was
but I think Trey also put that in the comments too.
yeah,
Oh
that
shit.
was something that I had accomplished. Yeah,
That's amazing, man. That's amazing.
I
Congratulations.
appreciate
Definitely
it.
wanna commend both y'all on that. That's awesome. Keep up the good
Hey,
work.
who was the other
I will
person,
see
Megan?
you all
Me, yeah.
later.
Oh, congratulations! That's what's up. You did it too. Yeah.
I had a little help. I got the gastric finally, but I've been also trying to eat much healthier
Right.
and working out.
Mm.
Well, I'm gonna drop too. Thanks for having me.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right. Nice meeting you. All right now. Kev, you got some more topics, bro?
Let's see what we got.
You just vibing out.
Oh, well, let me see. Like how I do this real quick. Yeah. Oh, let me see some. Well, how did you feel about this topic in general? Hold on, let me put it up a little bit bigger.
I mean, I feel like I came in. You talking about the one that you got on the screen right now?
This one right here. Yep, yep, yep.
Do you feel mixed culture could be a solution or a problem? Why not? What you mean by that?
Well, the first part is what percentage of your race and ethnic background, blood makes your race and ethnic background. Then the second part, do you feel mixed culture can be a solution or a problem? So I was just saying, if we was the mixed cultures.
Oh, my bad. I see the two. I just skipped past the first one like I ended. But nah, bust it down to me to what you mean to the first question. I'm gonna answer that, and then the second one.
Uh, I just want to know because I know a lot of people. Because the only reason why I'm doing this is because I'm so focused on unity, and I'm trying to and I feel like unity. I'm just explaining about my intentions and stuff because I believe like unity is deeper than just skin, and it's deeper than just beliefs and gender and all that stuff. I think it's way deeper than what we be seeing with our eyes and stuff. I think it's like more of an internal thing that we can come together as, or mental thing, and all that stuff.
Yeah, I agree with
So
you. I agree with you 'cause I
basically,
deal with energies. I deal with energies. I don't see color. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
thank you. There we go. Thank you. So that's why I asked, because I'm trying to basically asking this just to get to people, because I know everybody like to claim I'm this, I'm that, whatever. So that's why I asked the first question is what percentage basically is your race or ethnic background. 'Cause I don't like saying this. Ethnicity. I just can't say that word for something. That's weird. I think I learned something. What percentage of race or ethnic background blood makes your ethnic? Because a lot of people they claim this stuff, but they don't even really know like in their DNA what they fully is. They just claim it because we gotta claim
Yeah.
something because it makes some type of order anyway.
Right.
But people be literally getting mad over this stuff. Like, hold up, you're not this because you don't look like how what I'm saying all this stuff. Or you like we don't really know. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, who is
That
who?
that that is true and facts. Right. Right. And by a person coming from that type of side of the community, that consciousness and all that. Right. With the At first, we were saying one thing, but what you said, we don't know. And what I would say what we do see, or matter of fact, I'm gonna say what we do know, because that's what we see today. What we do know of, we American. We was here.
Yep.
We was born here. This is where we
Yep.
was at when we was alive. We ain't experienced that what was said over there, and all that was we was born here. So all I know
Right.
is America. So my blood is American. I'm a black American. That's what I
You
know.
said too much. Now I gotta add you. You said too much. I was over there. I be holding my. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, you feel me?
To answer the first question, yeah.
Yeah. All right. The thing is, the reason why this question is set up just because I want to, just like I got this one girl got mad earlier or whatever. She said, I'm 100% this or whatever. And just because we didn't believe her, because I'm like, I feel like by now that everybody literally is mixed by now. We got way more than, and I already heard scientists already said by now we already got about at least I think 5 to 20 different things in this already or whatever, something like that. But she was like, "No, I came from this. I'm 100% of this. My dad and my mom was this." But I was like, "What about your your mom's mom?" And you know what I'm saying? And the ancestors far back, like somebody did some type of mixing between that time. I said it's kind of rare to be pure or 100% of whatever you claim you are. So that's all I was trying to get. But she
I
wasn't trying.
seen where what was that thing where people sending their DNA results, and they come back with the
Like
thing,
the
and they tell
maternity
you
test.
Talking about
and simple.
DNA ancestry DNA. What is it? Yeah,
Right.
ancestry DNA.
There you go. Do you know that they just came back and said that that was like the things that it was doing were false? Like they can't tell what people got in their body, so people
Right.
spend their money to get to see what it is, and it was a lie. Now they don't know. They just came out with a article talking about that. That's funny.
That's crazy. I didn't even know that. That's wild.
Yeah,
And
do your
that was
research
another
with
thing that they
that.
were trying to get through. Old girl here from earlier. It was this chick, like I said, it was this chick, this younger chick that was in my room. They was trying to get her to like, dog. She said even if you got your DNA thing, he said that he was saying that I went to another DNA place and it said something else
It says something
that they was
totally
me.
different.
Right. And she was like, no, I'm 100% I'm 150% of what I am. When she was like, she just wanted to stand 10 toes on. I'm like, all right. Did she start getting mad? You're not gonna tell me? I'm like, okay, all right. So I feel like we not about to be able to get nowhere. And she booted her own self out of here. Yeah,
I saw that shit.
150%. She said that she was 10 toes, and we literally were just talking about stubbornness and ego and stuff. She literally was talking about that with us and all that stuff. And guess what
And
she
right
do right after that? Contradict herself.
now, all right. Do you feel mixed culture can be a solution or a problem? Why not? Um, how can I answer this question? All right, my perspective, the way I look at the world. I mean, yeah, God created all things in different ways, different shapes, different colors, different sizes, different this and that, right? And this is just my belief. I didn't think that he made us just to be stuck to one thing. You feel me? What makes the world beautiful is because it got different colors.
Yep.
What makes the world beautiful because it have all colors and they come together and they create other things. You feel me? So
Hmm.
to answer that question, it's like I mean I understand when people be like, hey, you need to stay over here and you need to be blah blah blah, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, I don't think he put us together mixed to be saying like, okay, let's be separate. That's silly.
Right. That's how I'm like, I don't. I'm about to add. I just add you, but I'm about to add you again. But yeah, exactly. I said eventually we got to figure a way to come together. That's why I feel like that's you know what I'm saying. Should be the goal. We are separated though, but we got to find ways we are common with to come together or get with the people that's on the same boat as us, or whatever. Like I said, that's why it said like even if we were trying to go to the Bible, right? Even with the judgment, when people be like, "Oh, you can't judge and stuff," when I read up on that, it's really judging the appearance, and people take that part out of it. It's supposed to be an internal or righteous judgment, which is internal. Now, when we judge an appearance, that's a whole different thing. Like when you sit there and say that, you know that they look that they oh, because you look like this, you got to be a sinner or something, something like that. It's just crazy. No, you're supposed to actually have like a righteous thing or righteous type of judgment or whatever. And I'm like, dog, it's like it's basically telling us that we ain't
Right.
gonna know from our naked eye how a person is, who a person is, or whatever. That's basically what it's telling us.
Yeah, I feel like that might cause a problem. We're not. I don't know. I'm not saying we should accept people for who they are and their differences and try to understand, but I don't think we should merge
Why so?
Expound on that. Watch. Yeah.
because that's why we have different races and ethnicities and backgrounds and things. Not to say we shouldn't understand and respect them. That's why that's reason why it's like that. So we can understand. I shouldn't want to be Italian if I'm not Italian. Like that's not who I am. That's not built in my DNA. Like I would never understand their struggle, their way of thinking, their thought process, who they are. I can try to understand and try to appreciate it and accept them for who they are, but that don't mean I should try to be them. I
Do you
think
think it's
that's
any other way
That's
you can unite though,
that's
instead of
not what
them type of ways?
you
that's not
can
what we
unite
saying though.
and that
Right, I
doesn't
know
mean
you.
I
That's
have
what I'm
to
saying.
I don't have to, but we don't have to mix. We don't have to mix. I can unite and still be separate. You don't believe men and women aren't the same, right? So if that's the case, let's take away men and women are different than to say men and women are the same. If you're not going to break that analogy, why try to force this?
No, you
Because in mixed
weird.
culture, we talking about humans, and we all are humans. So
Right. I'm not disagreeing
I'm,
with that, but we're also meant to be different.
yeah,
We're not
I'm
all
not
meant to
saying that.
think
I'm not.
and
You put
be the
it. You
same.
talking about two different
right,
things. You talking about
you kind of agreeing with what I'm saying. If we meant to be different, so what's wrong with being all right? Okay, I got it.
right. 'Cause we literally
You
did say
you
that
got what I'm trying to
we're
say, right?
different, but to come together. We saying come together. We're not saying to be exactly the same. I'm not saying that. We're just saying we meant to be different, but we got to find ways to come together. Just like a man and a woman is different, but we can't have a baby unless we come together. So we
Come
have to
together.
find something to come together. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we can that's what I'm
Right,
saying. We
but you
can
don't gotta
come
be me.
together.
You don't have to be me for us to come together. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying, we don't have to mix cultures to come together. I just have to respect and understand your culture. That's it. We don't have to mix cultures. Your primary care doctor was right. The mass is on the smaller side. We'll confirm with the new images, but it should be manageable with medication. No surgery needed.
Mhm.
I mean, I mean, I'd be surprised when we look at these different countries and stuff, and then we be thinking that these people be so different from what we are, and then they turn to find out they got black people just like us.
Yeah.
Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Indian. It just we all over the place and we mix. We already are mixed in different cultures, so it's like we are in everything already.
Mhm.
Yes, but I think when we talk about culture, it's more deeper than that. We don't do the same analogies as they do. Like they believe in only two children. In America, how many children people have? More than two. They believe in boys should be born first in certain parts of China and Korea, and then girls second. Like we don't believe in that. That's what I mean by certain things. I can accept that because that's who they are, and I can love them to death, and we can agree to disagree on a lot of things. That don't mean I have to absorb their culture, their actual culture, and be like, I want to be a part of that.
And I like how you said that. It's something like you said we can agree and to disagree on a lot of things. So instead of looking for differences, why not find the similarities and come together in that way, right?
I'm not. That's I'm saying that we can do that, but
Yeah, you
our
could do that
culture.
if you mix. If you mix, I ain't saying you gotta mix the same beliefs and all that stuff. I'm just saying when you mix, I'm saying mixing no different from what's going on now. Because we in America, we all mixed in here with different type of cultures and stuff. We don't have the same thing. But now it's an American culture, right? So maybe we can have a Earth culture. What about that? A
Basically,
It's
Earth
basically,
culture.
because it's because of the trauma though. Why we would
So
never truly mix.
yeah, but I was just yeah, I feel
No, I get what you're saying,
that's
and I'm
reality.
agreeing with
Yeah,
it,
I
but
understand the reason why it's not like that.
yeah,
Now I know that,
it would never
but I'm
truly
just saying
really
I feel like
mix.
it'd be better once we get it together. Once we get it together, or find people that's with the same mentality, because I believe we got a lot of people with the same. I ain't gonna say mentality, but we got the same. They got the same intentions as us. That's what we go back to that attention stuff. Remember attention and all the impact. We got the same intentions, but we just spread it out and different. Because like I said, I'm gonna put it this way: it's good people and it's just bad people, or it's evil people and no whatever. And I think that they're mixed in with the group that we think that's because we going at with external vision or the way we communicate, we don't see that because we don't like the energy thing he was talking about. 'Cause our energies is spread it all around. We some people that got good energy, but they just in different forms. They might be in white skin or they might be in a Chinese skin or something like that, but we got the same exact energy and attention. That's what I'll be meaning. That's how we can come together.
Like fast what you saying, and I gotta agree with what you saying because it's like sometimes we be caught on the what we see because the color, and then at the
Hmm.
end of the day we all the same. Like we all is energy. Like we all go, you know what I'm saying? Come from the same
Yep.
source. You can sit there and argue like, hey, we don't. I'm like, well, God, the universal law saying something different. And that's facts. That's what we see. You know what I'm saying? And when you take flesh away, we all the same thing.
Exactly. When we get buried the same way, we boo boo the same way.
I think with it, I think it's a little bit deeper than that. I think
That's what
it's
she said.
more of the no. I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm actually agreeing
I was
with you
saying that
guys.
that's what she
I
said,
feel like
Joe.
that's deep. That's really deeper than deep. That's then the rabbit hole deep. But go ahead.
Right.
I get
But what I'm saying is like the forced narratives like that that we put out in the world, like let's just use the government as an example, right? The government will put out a forced narrative that, oh, a certain ethnic group of people hate Americans because of X, Y, and Z, right? And we all know some people will absorb that and take it to the ends of the earth, like, yeah, I don't like this group of people because of X, Y, and Z, right? And that's how a lot of the hatred and the disagreements come about. I think
And
once we start doing our true self-awareness, I'm gonna call it that, our true honest self-awareness, and get to know different people, it will be better as a collective whole.
right. And that's why we doing what we doing. Oh, that's why you bypass what they're putting out or what they teaching us, and so we could teach something different. Remember, like I was talking about before. Sometimes you gotta unlearn things and relearn something new. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff we have been taught certain stuff, but we gotta unlearn it to learn something new and look at it a different way and teach it a different way from what they put out. So that's
I
how we
mean,
can come. That's how we can do that. Do
I
different.
agree, but I think it's a little bit harder because like the only
What?
way we would truly get the true answer if, let's say, I would know somebody from Thailand, right? And I would get, their perspective, like, because America, it's they kind of control a lot of the narratives about other countries. And unless we're traveling outside of those, traveling to those countries and getting the true real understanding of it, that it's a little bit harder. I think that's why I kind of semi like social media, because it gives me the raw perspective from that person that lived there, so I could get a better understanding, of the people that live there.
Hmm. Well, what you watching over there?
I'm not actually watching anything. That's my friend. She's watching A Good Doctor.
Um, but yeah. But at the end of the day, my point is, I know we can, even though I know it's hard or not, I know it can be done, or we can find a solution. Even if it got to go piece by piece, or it might not be in our lifetime, it's still something we can still start, or we can still try to, it might not ever have, but at least still try. You know what I'm saying? Or save as many as we can, or help as many as we can. That's how I look at it as. Instead of
Yeah, like I have friends
because
from all different ethnic backgrounds. Like,
yeah, and that's the whole point of me saying it, putting this topic up here, which I'm gonna have this up a few times because my life is so based off of unity, and that's what I really my whole goal on here for real is some type of unity. Is I'm gonna keep putting this out just to basically to let people know that this stuff really don't matter. We making this stuff matter though. Of course, the world making it matter, but I'm trying to let them know it's bigger things and bigger problems in this world that we overlooking because we letting this stuff right here block what our connections with others. That's what it is. Or we block our learning or understanding of other situations because
that's
we looking at stuff like this.
And sometimes we let other people thoughts and ways and how they feel dictate what our heart say. Basically, what I'm saying is
Yep.
we feel like sometimes just like that television and internet could be a gift and a curse. We sometimes look at that and that is programming, paid programming. Remember that? When we used to watch TV, we'd be like paid programming. You used to read the little
Right.
thing, right? So over time. You know what I'm saying? They was instilled into our subconscious mind how we supposed to look at things, and then that it kind of put an image in our mind like, oh, this is how life's supposed to be. But sometimes when you go into reality, you don't even see nothing that you saw on the television or nothing like that. But it's so instilled in your brain, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna go the way this is the way it's supposed to be. This is where it's supposed to be. I'm supposed to be over here doing this. I'm F them. They don't like us. Blah blah blah. But it's crazy.
Yeah. Now I got my loud voice back. I forgot about that. I'm back. Now I sound like I'm in a podcast again. But yeah, feel that. I feel it.
Oh, you could connect your your microphone.
Yeah, yeah, I know I sound different now. Put my headset back. I had to charge my phone for a little bit because I got to pick my struggle. It's between the microphone or the charger.
To change the gears a little bit, not that stare off the situation. I want to ask you a question. You do
What's
podcasts,
that?
right?
No, not yet. I will. I want. I probably will eventually. If the more I grow, yeah, eventually. Cause yeah.
The reason I asked you that, I like that topic you put up there, and I like the people that you have around you. They sound very intelligent. I like the way they
Oh
were speaking, right? So, bruh, you trying to do something? We could, man. If that's
yeah.
that's a way, I'll be trying to do something too. But I want to
Oh
build stuff with a team. Like I don't want to be like, hey, F everybody. I don't need no, but nah, man. It's
yeah.
better just because you just said you try to come together, have unity and stuff like. Man, you come together and we can create something, man.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Oh yeah, we can do that because I actually been talking to AJ about that too. Though I'm talking about doing something. I think a few of us we can get some stuff together. That's why I'm trying to build some stuff though, so we can have some stuff. Do you Because I see it's this other thing. It's this website. I don't know if you know about. It sound funny though. I think it's called. What was it called? Clapper. It sound
I
funny.
actually think I got. It's like a another part. It's like another TikTok, like an
It's like
off-brand.
TikTok. Yep, I just
Right.
downloaded it.
I got
Yep.
one in the background just in case they were saying TikTok was gonna go ban. I got it.
Yep. That's what I got too. So I'm gonna add you on there too because they got a little radio thing on there. I wonder how that. I think that worked like a podcast. I think 'cause you
Hey,
got like 20 people in the
let,
thing at one
let,
time from what I heard.
let me put you on game about
Yes.
something. Let me hold on, Queen. Let me put you on game about something. Now look. Now I noticed this too. You saw you got a platform that be in the background and it be small numbers, right?
Yeah.
Go over there and dominate before it even blow. Just think
Mm-hmm.
about before when this was musically or TikTok, this and that, bum bum bum, how people blew in the beginning and they kept bum bum bum. If that's what you see over there, we should go over there and handle that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
And
okay.
I like they ask you like, hey, you want to request your music? Like you could really submit your songs to Clapper, and I guess
Mm.
right, you get where I'm going, and I do make music, so you
Oh, you
get.
about to make me cop off this thing right now and go over there. Yeah, I do gotta build that page up. I only got on there a couple times.
And hold on, let me see where you at on. Man, you 16, man, you good, man. You up there? Yeah.
Man, a lot of that stuff, most of them, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, most of them like paid followers for real. They just what you call it? I was trying to it's ads. They was ran off ads and stuff or whatever. So yeah, they ain't really
See, I got my following
people that miss
organically,
them.
but we still are two people, and you put one crowd together with another. It's still see, I'm the type of person. If we doing something together, my crowd gonna see you. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? So it's like that's what. Yeah, I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying, though.
Yeah. Is that Mr. What Up though in the building? What's the deal, man? My boy, my Detroit brother.
Not your Detroit brother.
Hmm.
Kev.
We say what up though around here.
No. Kev. um I was trying to I'm thinking about well I'm trying. I'm not gonna say think, I'm trying. I gotta figure out how to go about it. I was trying to buy my own radio station
Yeah.
so I can do like podcasts with different topics on different days.
Mm.
That sounds smart, right?
You said a whole
You
podcast,
should do that.
do it.
Right.
You got some money I don't know about. I knew something was up about you.
Yeah, I'm trying though. Nah,
He seriously got me thinking about that though. That clapper stuff, I might end up doing. I do gotta build that page up though. I ain't gonna even lie. I do
Yeah,
want to
see,
do that though. I want to do that radio thing too on there and see how that is. I
I
wouldn't
feel
mind doing like a podcast thing on there.
I feel like nothing happened coincidental. Everything happened for a reason. Just
Oh
like
yeah.
you finna check that out. Now you gonna be like, okay, bro, say he finna go over there. We talked about that, mama. Let me go ahead and try to figure this app out before it blow. Cause I
Yeah.
feel like it got potential. It really do.
Yeah.
Oh, the same with CapCut. Cap out. How you say it? CapCut?
Uh, uh, yeah,
Oh,
CapCut, the one that made the
CapCut.
edits. Yep.
Yeah, that over there too. They be recommending stuff like, hey, this is popular. So you need to make this and that. I'm like, oh, all right. You throwing me hints. All right.
Oh, I be looking at that too, but I never pay attention to it. But I just never. That's weird. And you put me up
See,
on game on some stuff for sure.
the thing
Kev,
It's
you
the
is,
never
type of
used
stuff. That's what I
CapCut?
be saying is that you right about that. Everything happened for a reason. Cause they got me in my brain like
see,
maybe something had to
the
push
thing
me to
is,
do.
fam. The thing is, fam. Like, all right, you got the people that just like the content. The people like the, you know what I'm saying, the platform. But you got the people, the content creators, right? I
Yeah.
look at it a little different. You know what I'm saying? I be looking at things a little. I'm like, wait. I look at other people how they create content, what they do, what they apply. You know what I'm saying? What cause people to react, all that. And I just be looking. I'm like, bruh, I could have did this. I could have been here, but if I would have worked right there, it would have built up to that. Then it's like, okay, I got these other apps around here. You got TikTok, but you sometimes for some reason somehow they in cahoots with each other. And I'm like, you could go to CapCut and it'll send you to TikTok, and it put things together. But that CapCut is an app itself, and it'd be like, hey, you need to post here, to get your followers up, blah blah blah, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, that is kind of right. That's right. That's true. Like if I post, that's another follower. That's another gainer. Like, man.
That makes sense. Dog. Yeah, I just followed you on YouTube too. But yeah, I gotta see your what is it? Is it the same name on Clapper?
Hold on. Let me see. I don't really. Oh, my other phone dead.
Man, I can't believe that fight went like that. That dude, I guess it's cool though. Javante get him.
Yo, you get me?
Yeah,
I said, you seen that fight last night, bro?
yeah, I seen it. Yep.
Man, McCullough said something. I told him because I said, bro, do you know? I'm like, he knew who it was, but I went to talk. I'm like, bro, Tank, man, I got my money on Tank all day. Bro, when he hit that boy with that knockout, it was so. I said, bro, he just wait till the perfect. He gonna hit him, bomb. Not the
Mm-hmm.
last one. I'm still kind of like, what was that? I understand they said he hit him in the liver, but if you look at that punch, I don't know.
Yeah, he told him up with that, whatever it was. I only went for the other one because my friend been going for this dude forever. I only went for the other one because I know he was super fast and he got the range. But he got him. So he got him. He the new face now. So hey,
Yeah,
it is what it
Tank,
is.
Tank is like Floyd Mayweather / Tyson.
Yeah, he is strong for that little size
That
he
boy,
got and stuff.
and he know how to fight. He know how to box. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? He know how to box, and he in his prime. He winning. He becoming something great. That boy from Baltimore, and you can see it. You can see it. He get better every time he fight.
Yeah, he do. I ain't gonna even lie.
Like how you said, he the new face. He is. That's
He
facts.
the new face for sure, nah, right. And I'm a for sure believer in that. I'm a believer, nah. I just only doing that because I like going against my friends with that competitiveness stuff. I'm like, oh, you going for him, so I'm going for him.
It's the same thing when everybody used to be like, "Hey, LeBron, hey, Kobe," and then I was like, "Man, Derrick Rose," when he was in his prime, and then he got hurt, and that shit hurt my feelings.
Right. That's funny. Oh, he got me
So
on
now,
that. What you
so
call?
since he got hurt, I just jumped on the Golden State Warriors because you know everybody hate them. So I'm like, man, still care. I mean, I'm gonna go State.
My phone that got hot that fast. Oh, restore it. My phone got restored. Let me put my background right again. Let me see something. Yeah, he got me want to get on that. I might end up doing that Wednesday instead of TikTok. I get on TikTok Friday. I might just, that's how I'm going to do it. On Wednesday and Thursday, I might just do Clapper. And then Friday, Saturday, I'll be doing this one because I know this record the videos and stuff.
Yeah, I love the way TikTok got that big platform. I ain't even gonna count the way they got that. It's like it's so much stuff we could use in that and put it somewhere else. So I understand that part. Yeah, they got
Yeah.
the platform right with the editing, like on your app, the editing and doing this and doing that. Yeah, I still use this just to make the videos and then save it without the tag and just post that there everywhere else.
Right. That's exactly right. When I put my stuff on YouTube, then I clip it. I'll be having to screenshot my stuff because the Clapper don't let you don't put the
What
you
you
can't
say?
put
Go
the
to bed.
watermark on there. So I screenshot it. Go to bed. Here you go. The vampire telling me to go to bed. I miss
Yeah,
watching
because
you.
then you're going to turn around and talk about something. I'm tired.
I'm up. You haven't seen me fall asleep yet. I think I did my little couple hours. I did actually should be proud of me. I ain't fall asleep all this time.
I am proud of you, sir.
I'm actually up. I am some. I be only doing these long hours because I know I don't be on Sundays. But now he made me think about that. I'm gonna do it like that. Then I'm gonna start doing like a couple of days of Clapper, then a couple of days of. So I got plenty of content on my YouTube, so I ain't really gotta keep saving so many videos a week. I already post content, so the clips.
All right. When you look me up on Clapper, it's the same name. I had to make one. I thought I did.
Oh,
No, I think I had just went on the Clapper and just like surfed it out and see what it was like and then about. That's what I think I did when I was put on to it.
see, third. That's what I be saying. That's what I like about TikTok. You be finding people. That's why I say it's a good thing. It can be a good or a bad. It just depend on your intentions of what you on here for and stuff. Cause I done ran into some good
Like,
people. That's this other dude.
man,
What's his name? I met him last week too. Somebody, and it's actually a group though. His name is Emerge Emerge Music something. They got some good stuff too. They be on the same talking points and stuff for real. Like I'm be
and
like,
another
duh.
thing, it's another group that I be with. They fun though. They funny though. They'll have you laughing.
Oh
But
yeah, I like that too. That's why when I'm laughing, I learn.
yeah, it'd be funny. Well, damn, I forgot what I was gonna say.
That was funny. So, oh, there you go. I found you. Third child.
But yeah, man,
What the-
trying to get to make stuff happen. We got too much. I be feeling like sometimes we be having a discussion and talk. I'm like, bro, this supposed to be posted somewhere. This supposed to be posted somewhere. This is the start of something.
Mhm.
Everybody got bright ideas, man. You need to post that somewhere. Let people know. Like, I'm intelligent. I know. I care. I care about the world, goddamn.
Exactly. And that's what it is. That's why I be. Man, though, I am about to do that though. Man, you got that stuck in my mind ever since I talked about. I do gotta build this up. I got like 225. I said I do need to do
I'm a,
my lives on here.
that's
Cause
what I
that's
was
how.
gonna say. That's what I'm gonna say about the attentions what you do when you get on the platform. Just like sometimes the reason why some people go in depression when they get on platforms because you on it for the wrong reasons. I heard people say like, "Hey man, I'm on the bad side of TikTok," and I'm sitting there like, "What you mean?" Because when I go on mine, it be comedy, intellectual stuff that I'm learning from. ideals like stuff that's beneficial when I go on my page. I don't know how you got on the bad side when you see all nothing but negativity. So that's basically, I guess that's what you over there liking,
That
negative stuff.
algorithm, yeah. What you watch for too long, what you send to your friends and all that stuff catch up. It's gonna keep showing you what you sharing. I made a post about that too. It's funny though. I made a post about that. Geo, oh, is this Geo? Geo with the he got with the little animation to get him to get some hair. I see that. Your stuff. What the heck? Your stuff. Your volume
What's
off.
up, man? We can't hear you, brother.
Yeah, your volume done.
Okay, I see you walking. You walking. No
Oh,
talking. You walking, no talking. Peace and
man.
blessings, Grand Rising.
What the? And the walk, the dog. Yeah, I'm about to do that, man. I guess that took me. That's the little jump I need to change some stuff up, man. I be loving it, man. Hearing people talk like how I be talking. I be like, I am a firm believer that everything happened for a reason. They didn't want that to be a tattoo, man. That's what stopped me from a lot of my excuses and stuff for real. Like, or just or being depressed about certain things because I look at stuff in that way, like. Like first thing would be that accountability thing. I'll be trying to be accountable for things that even if I don't feel like I should be accountable for, I'll try to be accountable for everything that happened in my life anyways. That's what stopped me. Then I look at the second thing is I look at everything happened for a reason and it's either it's gonna be better to me, it's for me to adapt to or grow from or learn from. So that's why I just look at everything. That's how you look at things in a positive type way or have a positive mindset. But a lot of times, is a lot of us have, and which is we in a negative type world and stuff. So we look at stuff in a negative way, and it started from which I thought about when I was at work. It started from disappointment. When it go from disappointment, and then you start looking at stuff in a negative way and all that. Feminine code, what's the deal? What's up, man? What's up? Feminine code, I'm gonna start being on my man's that got me he done amped me up, made me want to start. I saw on Wednesdays and Thursdays I'm gonna start doing my clapper, I'm start building that page up. I might do it on the radio part, just to see if I do it like cause I think that's more a podcast type way. So I'm gonna start trying to build that up and stuff. For my
Yeah.
man's third child, you should add him. He cool.
Now I wanna go into it, but my other phone dead, so I can't really tap in there. But I wanna go. I'm gonna mess with it. I'm just gonna take some like some videos that's inside my TikTok to see, you know what I'm saying, see what, and just post like certain stuff and see what happens. You know,
Mm-hmm.
just to put it out there. I'm like, let me see how they react to this. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that makes sense though. Just make sure it ain't got no watermark on there because they don't do. They want it. They call it. They want the original video. That's the reason why I gotta. That's why I
Okay,
gotta
gotcha.
screenshot my stuff.
Why they
That's on.
see? I thought this is my how I looked at the watermark. Like, say you created something and it got the watermark, but the watermark is basically your name on it, right? Why they
Yeah.
be tripping about that? Like, I don't know. I'm just
Use Snap Tick to remove the logo. Oh, all right. I'm about to say I know feminine code because I met her over there. Or I met actually Kanai is the one that put me on the app. Well, somebody talked about before. Then she was one, and feminine code was one of the first ones I added to.
that's game. Appreciate that. See what? See, it's no nines.
Yeah, she put people on game. That's what I'm
There
saying.
you go. So we can still use our content.
Snap tick or to remove the road. Okay, man, we on something. We on to something, man. Might use some stuff. Yeah, man. That's what I'm trying to do, man. Make some moves for real, man. That's my thing, man. The only way I can really, cause I mean, I understand like I don't know, but yeah, we gotta get some stuff that's at least on the same page. Cause when you like, it's good to have, I would say, opposition and all that stuff, which is gonna be there every now and then. But it's just gotta be that main intention behind it. That's what get things together, or main purpose, or if it got an alignment or same type of alignment though. Like I said, my main thing is I'm big on unity and stuff, and that's what I would have to connect with. If I won't be able to do if somebody like I'm on unity, right? And then I have which everybody gotta have a point though, but I'm just saying as in like the main thing is that I would have to have it like a fair type thing or somebody that ain't just talking BS in there. I'm gonna put it that way. Just talking it just to talking and then leading people the wrong way.
Basically, you
Like
gotta
okay.
have your front line. Your front line gotta make some sense, and you can't come in there with emotions. Like you can't be like, "Hey, you
Yeah.
supposed to talk like
There
this."
you go.
Nah,
There
you
you go.
supposed to be able to speak and teach what you're saying, and bring evidence or you know what I'm saying, and but also allow people to speak their opinions and their points. And
Yeah, there you
understand.
go. There you go. Yep. Exactly. Said it right. You said it just like yeah, exactly. Because I'm not trying to say that I'm not looking for opposition. Because everybody got you got to listen to different point of views too. But it just got to be some type of where we can
I
try to
want
build an
that's what
understanding.
I want opposition. That's what's gonna bring the people
Yeah,
together.
exactly. That's what I was saying. Right. Exactly.
But what like I get the basically you need your main line. Like basically if you gonna do something, you don't need the main line, but you need your main line basically like, okay, this is my people. We on the same page. We talked about this is what we discussed, this is what we finna put out there. Okay, who disagree? Or what do you have to say about this?
Yeah.
I
And
get it.
the thing is, I'm open. Like as long as or I ain't gonna say, well, as long as it makes sense, or it seems like it's some type of thing, I'm open to, different point of views and stuff or whatever. I'm open. And I'm open to learn. That's the thing. I try to be more open minded on certain things. I ain't stubborn and what. So if a person like I'm not scared to admit if I was wrong on a situation, but I just want it to make sense of whatever we talking about, or try to you get a good explanation, not just say, I'm just saying it just to say it, I'm just saying it, whatever. No, you got to tell me a reason and how this going to work or why you feel this going to work or something like that. So, but that's the type of opposition if it is, I ain't going to take no, oh, I'm just saying it because I'm in my feelings, I'm hurt. I'm not, forget all that. That's not going to work. But then again, that could be a lesson learned too, still on the views on the outside. You know what I'm saying? That's how people operate. That's how we all learn from each other. Some people don't learn from other, but they might have to take a later down the line, including myself. Later down the line, I might have to learn something at a different thing. So let's see. Oh, yeah, I already got this. All right. Go to bed, Island.
Sir, I've been slept. I slept earlier today.
I slept right. I did 2 hours. I guess that's why I'm up. Then I seen Tank go ahead to tear my boy up. So he said, "How long?" You already know feminine code. I'll be on for a long time. Actually, let me see how long I've been on. Let me take this background off
I
first.
damn that just woke up like 5. I'm about to go get up and go work out. So I'm up here.
I've been on for 6 hours and 48 minutes. Yes.
Man, next time you go live, make sure you send me that invite. I'm sliding.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Right, for sure, man. That's what I like about this, man. You be meeting some people, man. I ain't never realized there's a lot of people that's. I guess that's what make you meet, but I just never realized that you run into some people that be on the same. Cause it's weird, cause it feel like I be talking in aliens sometimes. Like, nah, it's no way that's not gonna work and all this. And why you thinking different? Oh, you must be against me. And it still be hard to talk to people, especially when
They
we
be
grew
having
up
you
a
thinking
certain
you
way. And
going
I can
crazy.
understand why people think certain ways. I can understand that though.
They be making you
But
sit back like, damn, what is I'm doing wrong? They be making you think like you crazy. Like, nah, you ain't crazy, bro. You just trying to make sense and make it make sense. You feel me?
right, exactly. What's that? Why you say wow, feminine? Oh, you said wow because of my time. Yeah. I be when I'm grinding, I'm grinding. But some of my stuff gonna change, man. I wanted to where my audience is there, where I only got up in a couple hours, then I had time to do other stuff and branch that off to something else. I really don't want to keep spending my whole entire time. I mean, but I gotta do what I gotta do to get to where I gotta get to where I want to get it. But I don't. I wanted to be able to spend time and then branch it off to something else. I could be doing maybe another live somewhere else or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I agree. I met like-minded people. Too many, exactly, and that's the thing. That's what I'm learning. Like the more I'm staying on here, just like I'm glad I met somebody else new. Nah, you know what I'm saying? Like if you more I keep doing it, I'm gonna keep linking up with people, and we can, get some stuff going for real. That's like really my goal, just so we can meet more on that. Because really, like it do take a team no matter what. We can't really do this on our own. Even like team is even just supporting. You know what I'm saying? Having a support, you ain't gonna be able to grow with just by yourself. You know what I'm
Fact,
saying? It takes
fact.
somebody to support you too. So
Right.
supporting or team. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So
Like when you dealing with a group of people, like everybody's supposed to be growing, everybody this and that. But you know what I'm saying? That support when you come through and you just speak. You don't even have to come up and talk, show your face. You come there and say something, drop a topic. You know what I mean? You know what
yep.
I'm saying? Oh, that's my
Yep.
friend right there. Add her. That's my friend right there.
Who that? Who that? Oh, I already know. I got you.
Let's see.
If I can get the team, get the people's big. Oh, she already had me. Oh, no, she already. Oh, okay. No. I was say she already had me. What, you must see my live already? Say, but I be saying so. I be running into people that I'm like, I didn't know y'all know my live and stuff. I guess a lot of people be seeing my stuff on here. Like, why y'all ain't trying to? Why y'all ain't trying to hold up? Oh, my stuff about to shut down. It look like TikTok isn't responding. No, I ain't trying
Grand
to
Rising
close
Betsy.
the
I
app.
see you been up early in the morning over there kicking it. I saw you. I closed the app and went to sleep. I was sleepy still.
Wow, wow. Hold up, I'm about to bring y'all back up. My channel got shut down. I don't know what happened. They like, hold up. There's too many people getting added in here. Y'all not about to get powerful on me. Oh, but I should be good now. Feminine code. I should be good now. Let me see some. Put my background back up again. That junk just shut down while I was in the middle. Dang, my effects not trying to.
Cause it's
Oh, I'm
telling
back
you to
here.
take your black butt to bed, cuz.
She
uh,
trying to make
uh. Let me see some real quick. Oh, there we go. We go. Got that. I might end up catching
the
some people
gift
waking up. You
to
know
the
what I'm
people that
saying?
sent me the gifts. I appreciate you for that. I'm so grateful. Thank you. Thank
Most
you.
definitely. Appreciation, man. That's why I be telling people, man. Some people don't even have to be here. That's why I be saying, like, I appreciate every moment, even if it's a body here talking to me. They ain't have to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be trying to teach people to be more appreciative, have less expect. You can have expectations, but I'm saying your appreciation should overpower your expectations. I'm put it that way. That's another way of looking at things in a positive way, because a lot of stuff we don't have to get. A lot of stuff, you know what I'm saying? We can appreciate our parents. We don't have to expect them to do it. You can appreciate them because the parents don't even have to parent. You know what I'm saying? They can have you, but there's so many
Thank
bad
you.
parents out here. You got to be thankful for that you got a good one. You know what I'm saying? You got to be thankful somebody even took the time to raise you and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm just, just basically, we got to be more thankful and stuff. That's all. Appreciation and be realistic in your expectation. Most definitely, exactly, which is right there. Gotta be realistic. I say the expectation you most definitely realistic in. You could be in is expect the unexpected, and we expect it to pass pass one day.
Right.
That's too big expectation.
I love stuff like this right here when people connect like that. Like when I used to be on my Facebook heavy, I ain't gonna lie. I used to post a lot of stuff on my Facebook. You know what I noticed? I go in my comments. I seen so many people connecting. I seen people like, "Hey girl, I ain't know you do this and that, blah blah blah, etc. etc. I'ma add you." And I'm like,
Hmm.
"Look at these mother, they friends now. They ain't even know each other, but." Because of something I posted, y'all came under that, just came together and start talking about it. Y'all became friends. That's wrong.
That's right. I love it. I love it, man. That's junk smooth too. And it motivate you too, don't it? Right after that junk motivates you, man. It make you wanna, make
Continue.
you realize that it show you that your work is happening. Like you know what I'm saying? That's how I be with even with my content and stuff. Like cause like I said, I've been doing content before I was doing these lives or whatever, making motivational videos and funny videos or whatever. But even with that, it's like when you see somebody coming and like, "Oh, this made my day" or something like that. That junk is it's like very motivated. It make you
Facts,
want to push harder.
facts, bro, facts, facts. Like
Man.
right. Like I try to mix mine up. I go with my thoughts, the way I think, and then I switch it up with some news, some conspiracy stuff, and then I hit you with some motivational stuff. It's inspirational things, and then it's high vibrations, something that gonna make you laugh. It's gonna make you, you know, fat.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Exactly. That's the reason why I got Laugh or Learn, because like we need them. We need them too. Everybody need a laugh, as sad as this world is every now and then, and you know what I'm saying? We gotta learn some things. For real. That unity, I'm like super big on that for real though, because I realize that this separation has been the problem for a long
Hold
time.
on, hold on, wait. The feminine code. What you mean by that? We are all KS fans. What why?
Oh, Kevin Samuels. Were you all cast? Yeah, I was most definitely a fan of him. Yeah.
Man, I ain't even gonna care. People can say what they want to say about Kevin. You supposed to eat the fish and spit out the bones. You know what I'm saying?
You talking about
Exactly.
Kevin
Do I
Samuels?
gotta add you for a fourth time now? I need you to chill, man. I can't keep adding you, dog.
For me?
Yeah. Well, he
I'm
talking
talking
some
about,
stuff.
I'm talking about third.
No, I'm just saying he taught me. He put some stuff out there, and it just made me consider some things
Yeah.
bro, like that. But like with the colognes, the way you dress, the how you blah blah blah. Said he was saying some things. I'm like, bro, you could be like, oh, you this and that. I'm like, bro, I'm a man. I'm trying to
Hmm.
apply things, and he put me on so much shit. I said, I put on
Man.
so much different type of cologne. I ain't even gonna make no sense. I was
Yep.
like,
Yep. But I was about to say, no, I know you probably when you thought feminine code, no, feminine code on our side for sure, man. I know it's rare to see a woman say that, you know what I'm saying? And probably when they usually say they put it in, making it, try to be offensive with it, like, you must be a KS fan. Nah, when she asked you that, she just trying to see where you at, cause she on board with it too.
that boy did me feel some suits. I got a couple of suits now. He said some
Mm.
other things that night. He was like, bro, I'm for real. I got suits, bro. I can't wait to put them damn suits on. I got some suits
Mhm.
right now that I in the archive. Yeah, I can't wait when I start wearing that shit. But with the suits, with the way you dress yourself, how your appearance, all that, man. Another thing where he was talking, the shoes, like most people they be having a whole bunch of tennis shoes, bro. I got work boots, I got steel toe work boots, I got dress shoes, I got a hell of tennis shoes, but I got shoes for different things, You know what I'm saying? I'm not just punk.
Mhm.
It was just stuff that he was saying that I'm like, bro, I'm
Yeah,
maturing.
he made me realize some stuff for sure. Made me try to up my standards and stuff and stop, made me be more disciplined. But that was with other people too though. Like I was listening to Fresh and Fit and all those too. Like I started to be a little bit more disciplined and
Bro,
all
I
type
want to
of
say,
stuff.
but I ain't want to trigger nobody,
I
bro.
know you ain't want to say what I just went on. I was like, forget
I
it.
ain't want to trigger
Make them.
nobody. I was gonna ask you. I said, bro, do you watch Fresh and Fit?
Yeah. I used to watch them a lot, but them, like you said, them are the ones you have to literally. Because I don't agree with everything they say, but them
Fact.
the ones you spit out, you chew the meat and spit out the bone. That's what I be trying to tell people. Like at the end of the day, you might not like like what was said or how the message was, but did you get the message? That's what I tell people. But people
You
always
might,
put their feelings in the way and miss the whole entire message. That's the
you
thing.
might not like the message, and you might not like the messenger and the way he
Hmm.
presented it. But a fact and truth is truth. So you can't argue a fact, and you can't
I
argue
got
truth.
blessed with feminine codes. Uh,
Good
great.
morning.
I can't even say the word, but.
You're so funny.
I
Good
got a
morning.
star in the box, y'all. I'm able to
Grand
see. I
Rising, how you
made it.
doing,
I
feminine
made
code?
it.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. I mean, Kev, I didn't even know nothing about the Lalabo and Tom Ford. Well, I did know about Tom Ford, but I'm like, I know there's ladies' fragrances in that whole, and I went and racked up. He had excellent information for the young men, like I just posted in your chat.
Hmm.
My 22-year-old son, I put him on that too as well, because his
Yeah.
dad, we were married for 15 years, and then his dad passed away 10 years ago. So I had to put male mentors around him, you know, so he can
Hmm.
get that. that instruction. I know as a woman I can raise an adult, but I can't raise a man to be
There you
who
go.
he is. You know what I'm saying? So this whole thing about
Facts.
I'm mom and dad or happy Father's Day to me because no, that's crazy to me. I don't.
You about to make my room jump to 500.
And to add to what you
But hey, I feel you for
and to add
sure
to
on
what you
that.
were saying, to
Yeah,
add to
I
what you were
mean,
saying. Go ahead. I'm
my
sorry.
no problem. I know that my son had that conversation. He says, as much as I love you, Mom, I need men in my life to give me that instruction on how to be a man. And I totally understood that. I said, son, I already know. I already know,
Hmm.
So,
That's
yeah.
because you put your feelings to the side and understood it. That's all it takes sometimes.
Yeah,
You know.
Yeah, I want
life
to say
is
what you saying facts because this is like I'm gonna just be real. I'm 30. I just turned 30 March 25th. And I'm gonna say about 20, 26. I'm gonna say 26. The things that you saying, and I'm starting to realize that at that age, like, hey, that I wouldn't say role model, but that mentality, that guidance and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Bum bum bum. Because I wasn't fortunate with that, but I'm like, you know what? This is what I'm trying to get to, and I understand you have to discipline yourself. You have to, you know what I'm saying? You have to look elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes to get the idea of what you're trying to do. So yeah, you did the right thing by putting on those type of things around him because like a lot of people don't really consider things like that nowadays.
Oh, y'all got me hyped up. I ain't gonna lie though. I want to get on there so bad. I can't wait till Wednesday. 'Cause I really hope I meet some more people like y'all. Dog. I'm man. This
Remember
would
what
be
you said, Sam.
lovely.
Remember what you said, Sam. It's your intentions behind what you're doing. You are what you attract.
Yep.
exactly.
Look at
I
what you
feel you.
attract. So wherever you go, that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna attract
Hmm.
more.
Yeah, I remember when Kevin came on the scene. I know he's been making videos since 2015 or 17. It was something like that because he started talking to the men first.
Hmm.
And then when he redirected the conversation to, modern women in late 2020, and I was really enjoying the content. I lost quite a few friends behind that, and I'm okay with that.
Right.
When I say it, when I try to have a conversation amongst other women, it kind of gave me an idea of who was around me, which is fine. So
Yep.
it's a lot of, well, that's when the whole being called a pick me and a pick Misha and a mammy and all this other stuff started. And I'm like, okay, well. I was picked to have my kids by my husband at the time. I was picked to also be, his wife. So yeah, I was picked to do that. You get picked for everything in life. You get picked to be selected for a job, to get selected to have a loan, to get selected to be admitted into college. You get picked for everything. So I don't know. It's just a disingenuous tactic, but a lot of his content rings so true in the fact that he spoke from data, facts, statistics, things like that. It's you can't dispute those things. It is what it is, and I like that type of mentality when it comes to having a genuine conversation with people. So,
Hmm. There we go, man. Man, I hope I run into some more people like that.
Tap that screen for us, y'all.
Oh yeah, man.
I can't believe y'all been on here for 6 hours. Y'all
Yeah, I
are
was. I
fast.
was. I'll be doing I'll be doing them long hours on the weekend. I already be working 6 days, but I usually be on long on Friday. But since I didn't get on this week and stuff or whatever, 'cause I only did Friday and what you call it. So I've been on.
Yeah.
Last week, I'm scared to say what the hours I did. I'm scared to tell y'all the longest hours I did on this thing. But shoot, I just be on here trying to get these messages off for real. Help as many as I can. That's just been
Yeah,
my
you know
focus right
what?
now.
You made a good point. If it don't, eat the meat, spit out the bones. And for people, if it don't apply, let it fly. I don't know
Yep.
why with some of these folks, it's almost like they thrive on being energy vampires. They get in these comments, they start problems, be agents of chaos and all this other stuff. And it's like if you don't like the message or the information, keep scrolling.
Why you here?
Why
But
you here?
yeah, why you here? You're like you don't like it, just go on. But I want to say something, and I just want us to be mindful of this right here. Now, I'm the type of I love technology. I'm a technology person. I just love it. Now, I want us to be careful. Sometimes when the people get inside the comments and cause chaos, because we got this little thing called AI that's going around doing weird stuff, making fake profiles and stuff, and its mission is not right. So sometimes I know it be real people, but it be like it's too much of the same thing. Like, why is you in the comments doing this? I be thinking that they be bots, they be sending that. You know what I'm saying? They
Mm-hmm.
be sending the bull stuff. You know
You
what I
know
mean?
what? I agree with you because you'll be talking about something like modern women and dating, right? And then somebody will drop in the comment section patriarchy. And it's like,
They'll be
and
in the
That's
what
the
did that
test.
come from?
comments. What
Right,
is you?
exactly. Exactly. I've even seen lives where somebody just, and these are also human agents of chaos. They'll jump in the boxes and, be talking about, okay, dating, relationships. And then they'll, when the person is able to speak, they'll be like, yeah, but don't you think it has something to do with patriarchy and this in the country? And and we'd be like, what?
You go squint your eyes like, what are you talking? It's like something. It's like a machine just trying to fit in the conversation. Ain't fitting in.
Yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
gonna put in any word I could think of. What about this? Error.
Yeah, just to kind of flip the conversation on its head. I mean, sometimes the conversation is flowing, people are learning, there's no, detraction or anything, and somebody will come in there and just blow the whole room up. It's just crazy.
And they don't be happy. That'd be the main thing. Most of them don't even be happy. That's some internal stuff they just be trying to let out when they speaking out their feelings and stuff. Oh, that's how I feel. To me, that's how I feel. So that's how I'm gonna say. That's what y'all saying. I'm just gonna put that in there and make it seem like it. Then you gonna have people that's gonna agree with that was either in the middle or they was already just on that tip anyway. They just couldn't wait to speak on it. They like, oh yes, they said the word. You right, it is patriot. You know what I'm saying? They gonna add to it after that. Been holding my tongue from saying that.
Or you'll have folks coming in there, chameleons, simps, and betas and stuff, and then they'll try to pander to the women, and it flips the whole conversation. And
Man,
it's like, come on, we were moving pretty good here.
I only got one guy I think about now that he been recently running on my For You page and stuff. Every time I hear that word now, but y'all already probably know that guy by now. That junk is annoying. I'm
Does it
like,
start with an N or a J?
no, not that. No, not the. No, he actually
Okay.
started with an R.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I call him the king pander for real. He just got on the scene really. I be seeing
Oh.
everybody in there though. I
You
actually talked
follow
to
a
him.
lot of YouTube content in the
Huh?
manosphere? Do you follow a lot of YouTube content in the manosphere?
Uh, do I follow YouTube content? You saying?
In the manosphere, in the red pill
name,
space.
name
Oh
different type of.
no, no, I'm on YouTube, so I really don't follow that much. I think if I did follow, I think only one I got is probably
Fresh and fit.
fresh and fit or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I
What's the
follow
difference? I
like
gotta know the difference again on that because I never got because I heard one of them is like I think blue pill and all that stuff. That one of them is
blue pill,
going
red
off
pill.
of reality, and the other one is some I forgot
Yeah, red
Matrix.
pill is more toward the content that we talk about, which is
Okay,
about traditional values and accountability. Blue pill is about pretty much beta mentality, pander to women, women are the this, that, and the third. Yeah, so,
okay.
and then there's also these other pills. You got black pill, which is more leaning toward just skip women in general. That's the far extreme side of it.
That's when you say misogyny.
Yeah, exactly. They just like,
The misogyny pill.
yeah, that's way out there. And then you got purple pill from all these different things. It's a combination of
I ain't
red
know.
and blue.
I
Yeah.
ain't even know all this. So you teaching me.
Right. I'm trying to learn that. I've
So
been hearing it a lot.
what's the type of people you follow on YouTube?
Well, Kevin was my biggest one, but I also follow a lot of
Thanks for
female.
following me. Sorry, not
Oh
talking.
yeah, okay. Kevin and Kevin. Kevin
Yeah, I gotta follow
Samuel and
you, bro.
Kevin
I got
Kevin. um, I follow a lot of the besides, that one. I used to well, sometimes I watch MTR mediocre tutorials. I dropped Pearl because of the whole mess.
Pearl, I love her.
No, I don't know. You better go and check out some stuff in the past 30 days. So,
Ooh.
yeah, they didn't put her on blast because of this whole white supremacist she had on her show and her agreeing with some of the stuff and saying that slavery was embellished and all this other kind of stuff. So she's been under fire for the last 30
Oh
days.
my.
So I had to cut that one. Plus, when you kind of look at the stuff that's coming out about her, she's actually a modern woman anyway. So yeah, I
Mm.
think she's just been regurgitating talking points. Whereas, me myself, I've been having these conversations with women since the 90s. So it's not like I'm just coming into space to grift. I don't even do lives on here. I like to just join other people's conversations. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
I've seen the
They
progression.
wait for you to go live though. I already know you popular around these streets.
You know about
Yeah.
Danica Marie dope discussions?
Yeah, I do. I do like Danica. I don't know if her and Six the Goddess were working together, but a lot of stuff is coming out about Six, so.
Oh.
But I do follow mainly like Crimson Cure. Yeah, she is hardcore when it comes to this space, and she comes from pulling up, data and documentation, and she speak to the women and try to get the hyenas in order. So,
What about Shalamakia? She on TikTok. I mean, I know Kanai been messing with her lately. I didn't even know she had a TikTok though. But her name is Shamaliki. I don't know how to say her name though.
it don't sound familiar, not to me.
She like a little she kind of on the she's a little chunky or whatever, and she be speaking. She speak just like how I'm actually. I'm gonna show you her YouTube right here. I knew her off of Facebook before I seen her. I was like, what the heck? I was like, I ain't never. I'm a fan. I was over
You
there
know,
turning to her.
you know what's so interesting, and I like that. You know how, all right, you got the side where you know, oh, males always getting put down. They don't this and that. They don't this and that. They don't look at. But I be feeling like you don't look for it because you just told me about Crimson Cure, and I just looked at her introduction, and the first 16 seconds of what she said, I'm like, okay, I'm finna subscribe to you.
Who that?
Yeah, she's the truth. She
The
comes
Crimson
at the
Cure.
yeah, she comes at the women because she don't teach men. There are of course a lot of men that follow her. Her thing is getting the hyenas in order, and she speak truth. And when she pull up why they're acting this way and why they should change and different things like that, I've been following her for a very long time. A lot of her content clips are on my TikTok account. I usually kind of take clips. Sometime I'll jump on um, her platform and the super chats, or we kind of communicate via email and stuff like that. So yeah, I love the conversations that she has.
I'm like,
I'll follow you. I'm gonna check your content out.
Oh, no
oh yeah,
problem.
she real. Yeah, Feminine Code got some good stuff. Actually, I seen her stuff before I even got to meet her. Her stuff was popping on my For You page.
Yeah, and if you guys are trying to move some of your stuff from TikTok to Clapper, and I think Black Guru and Kanai found another place. Hold on. Another place that you can go live that have 9 boxes or 10 boxes or whatever.
Hmm.
Just go to that app called Snapchick, and then just copy the link of your video from TikTok, drop it in that little box, and it'll remove the TikTok logo or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and download it to your phone, and then you can upload it to anywhere else.
Bet I got the that name Snap. I'm gonna do that. Appreciate that.
Hey, Kev,
So,
how is your Clapper Lives going? I usually see the notifications, but I'm either in the middle of something.
I haven't went live yet. I
Yeah.
think I did it one time. That was the first time when I first got it and stuff. But
Mm.
Oh, I haven't went live yet. I'm gonna start doing it though. Cause my man's actually just amped me up to start doing it. Like I'm gonna actually do the radio version though instead of the live. I'm gonna see how the
Oh,
radio
okay.
go.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
That's cool.
what happened to I seen the Pharaohs in. He must probably gonna come back. I'm still trying to look up that girl so I can
Is
show you.
that
I hate.
I know that
Pharaoh
ain't
that's in?
YP. I'm just playing.
Is that Pharaoh that's in Thailand?
Yeah, it's him.
Yeah, I'm trying
Uh,
to get in. Well, I'm trying to get to Thailand.
yeah,
Yeah.
Pharaoh for Thai from
Yeah, we
Thailand.
trying to be a passport couple over here, so trying to look
Oh
at
man.
trying to see where we want to go, even talking about trying to look at some land in another country as well. So
I gotta see if I can find. I'm gonna find. I don't like. I be saying some stuff, and I just can't find. Oh, hold up. Let me see. Put in the word.
is
It's. I'm gonna find her name. It's like Shella Kim. Shella Kim.
it Shalakemia?
Something like that. Yeah.
I heard of that name. I haven't watched her content though.
Yeah. She was. She actually ended up seeing her. Cause her and Kanai ended up linking up. And I was like, what? I was like, what the heck? Oh, here
Mm.
you go. Yeah, I am Shella. Kimia. Yeah, she got 100 and something K subscribers. You seen this? Oh man, this jump out horrible. Is it
Who is?
blurry?
Yeah, it's blurry. I can't really see.
Let me see something real quick. Let me switch it up real quick. Yeah, cause I met her. I ain't met her, but I ain't never got a chance to talk to her till TikTok. But oh, that was in the comments though too. But I used to see her content on my Facebook a lot. I'm like, oh, what the heck? A girl that know about accountability? What the frick? I was shocked.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. It's quite a few female content creators on YouTube that are like Dee Dee and Pink Book Lessons, Crimson Cure.
It's.
Um,
I'm sorry.
oh,
It's another content. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I had to because you had got me because you made me think. It's somebody that came for TikTok and she big on YouTube now. Because I remember when she started when we was at the beginning. Her name. Damn, I forgot her name. I'm gonna tell her your name, but I'm sorry for cutting you off. I'm sorry.
oh, no problem, no problem. Hey, go ahead. Who else? Um, Erica Lachey is another one.
hmm
I used to follow Melanie King, but I've been picking up chameleon vibes from her.
you see the video I seen? I showed you.
Yeah, is that her?
Yeah, it is her. You ever seen her on here before?
No,
I
I
seen her
have not.
before. I know. I seen. I'm familiar with.
Yep. Shelly. Yep. She yep. Her and Kana. You'll probably see her and shit. They end
I
up
haven't seen
seeing
her
each
since I had like I'm gonna say about 9,000, eight,
Hmm.
seven,
other.
seven, eight. I haven't seen her content since I had them many followers.
mm-hmm. Yep.
I will say, even though there are a few women content creators, it's not a lot. You'll find a lot of pink pill women on YouTube, which is the hyena clan, or
Oh.
the sisterhood.
Oh,
I,
sisterhood. I heard
I
about
found her.
that.
It's Tay Tay
Yeah.
Baby. Y'all familiar with her?
Tay Tay.
Let me show you her face. Hold up. Let me show you her face.
Okay.
I be acting like I don't know how to do the camera thing. Y'all familiar with her?
It's that Mark in the building, man. What's the deal, man? Go
What's
ahead,
her
hop up in the box.
What's her name?
It's Tay Tay Baby.
No, I've
Oh
never.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's Tay Tay. Yeah, I know about her. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
She came for.
She
She
got
came for.
mad at me one of them days too. I had her Instagram. I
Yeah.
said something. She like, what that? I'm like, what the heck? I was over here talking like, yeah, you talking. Now you want to take offense?
Oh
Yeah, she
Lord.
cool. I follow her. She real cool.
Yeah, I used to watch the Lapeef Network. I'm not so much now
hmm
because 18 is a lot of arguments and stuff, and sometimes I have to get away from that energy.
hmm
Who else I used to watch on YouTube in the male space? Got away from Obsidian.
Mm. Got me on that one.
Yeah, well, it's because he's been caping for Pearl for the last 30 days or so. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say who I watch, but it's so many. It's so much stuff. Like it's a lot. Like
Mm-hmm.
what's the dude name that be talking about what's the dude name that be talking about financial literacy? And he be talking about investing
Are you
and
talking about Anton Daniels?
huh, hold on, is that him? Is that the dude that be wearing the like the royal clothes and stuff like that?
Yeah, he's got a beard, bald headed, dark skinned
No.
guy.
Nah, not him, not him.
Okay, okay.
Not him. Hold on. The dude I'm talking about, he very popular right now.
Boyce Watkins?
Say it
Not
again.
Boyce, not Boyce Watkins, is it?
I follow him too. That's funny you said that. I follow him too, but not him.
Black Guru? Sorry, I'm talking to
It's on the tip of my tongue. Hold up. It's on the Black Excellence. No, hold on, hold on. Y'all can keep talking. When it comes to me, I'll let you know.
What about it's this other girl, I don't know her name because that's actually the first one because like I was I always loved hearing hearing a woman with accountability. I think I just started ending up getting attracted to that. That was like some years ago, and so I was like, what the heck? Because it was weird to me. Like I said, it was just something weird to me because I'm like, what the heck? A woman actually knowing what men go through and all this stuff. I was just like, what the heck? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But she a stripper. She basically a stripper though, but she got like a raspy type voice though, but she be going in though. She be going in, be cussing and stuff. Like, nah, you gonna do this, and she be getting mad at it. I wish I knew her. I don't know. I wish I knew her name though. But she basically like she just got a raspy voice. She got a nice body and all that though. But she straight up be holding. She on that red pill type stuff too though. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
wish I
that
could.
don't sound familiar.
Yeah, I used to follow her on Instagram and stuff.
Oh,
She
you talking about? I know who you talking about.
she be in her car sometimes, always talking and
Yeah,
stuff.
she's married too.
So, yep, she married. Yeah.
What is her name? Because I follow her as well. I got a couple of her clips
If
on.
you could remember her name, I could follow her back on. Because I lost her name because I lost my
What is that girl name? What is her name? I know who you're talking about though.
Mm-hmm.
Because I follow her on Instagram, and she was doing videos on YouTube. I haven't seen them lately though,
Yeah.
because she usually go live on Instagram.
Facebook Live too.
Mm-hmm.
She was literally one of the first ones I think I seen on it. Besides the Tay Tay baby, the one he just showed. Oh, I was like, because I was just shocked at that time. Like I said, I was never used to that type of stuff. Like, wow, what the
Me
heck?
either. Me either.
That's what I'm trying to tell people. I'm like, no, we literally been living in a world where it was always like one sided, and it was like blame all man, this, that, no good, milkman, all this stuff, whatever. We always thought our mothers was innocent. I'm put it that way. And then when that came around, I'm like, what the heck? That's some new language. So now it's considered bash, and when it comes to accountability and all that stuff,
You know
I'm
what,
like, what?
Kev? The interesting thing about that, they want the men to stop talking. I mean, you guys have finally been able to have that opportunity to have a conversation, probably since KS really opened the door, because those
Yep,
conversations happen in barber shops and places like that, right?
yep.
Or in the gym locker room, in the men's gym locker room, and that's the safest space that you've had to have those conversations. Now that you guys
Hmm.
are talking, they want to cut the conversation down when they've had the microphone for the last 53 years with media and talk shows and TV shows and movies and all this stuff. And then when you guys are talking, it's like, oh, well, why you shouldn't be able to talk. What's the solution? Well, you haven't been talking about the solution for the last 5 decades. What are you talking about? I mean, seriously. So, y'all keep doing what y'all doing. But I know at one point the men are just going to stop talking and just go.
I heard about that what they call it. It's gonna be like a silent.
Yeah, it's called a wall of
something.
It's the wall of silence.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be bad. Yeah, and they think it's a game because it's like I can understand why would that come about, come around, because it's like if they not especially if a lot of women not trying to listen to us and all that stuff or whatever, they don't want to hear and all that stuff. It's no point of talking to somebody that's not trying to change. So it's like whatever, you know what I'm saying. At the end of the day, you're gonna believe what you believe. So forget it. Whatever, we done talking from this point. We try to save you, so it is what it is. You want to stay in your ways, we gotta still keep on. You know what I'm saying? So. It is what it is.
His name 19 Keys. I found it. I had to do my research. 19 Keys.
19. I never seen that guy
I've never
before.
seen that one. Mm-mm. I mean, even the conversation with the passport bros that
Mm-hmm.
started at the beginning of last year, men just decided to have a conversation between themselves. Women interjected it and then decided to make it this big issue and
Oh,
start doing the sign language and, oh, you're horrible, you dusties, y'all broke out. Do you know how much it costs to travel to Thailand? To start up residence in another country?
And it's like 3,000 to get over there.
It's expensive, and if you are, just say a person has a mark on their record, you can't get a passport. So it's not the people that they're projecting that's going over there. These guys are even ex-military, or they just set aside money to do something different. You know what I'm saying? But that that conversation was happening amongst men, and women introjected themselves into it. And then the media jumped into it to make it this big old thing. So it's just crazy.
man. I ain't know all that. You done taught me something, though.
Yeah, because they like, oh, stop bashing black women on the way out. No, you jumped in the conversation. All they said is that, hey, we can find better over here. And then you
Mm-hmm.
got mad and then started making a ruckus, and then you attacked the women over there. So, it's just a hot mess.
And then they want to degrade them on the way or say that you ain't going there because they stupid. They can't fight for themselves and all that stuff. Uh-oh. Did I see some trouble in here? I'm call out every time. Did I see the name Landria in here? Well, yeah, I
Oh,
see you. I see you. I see you. I mess with her every time. So I know she come to cause trouble. She's like, I heard traditional in here too many times. It's time to come in. Oh my. I was seeing her go to work all today while I was at work. She's like, I don't care. I'm proving my point. I don't care what it is. I'm going. She don't care, dog. A laundry. My bad. Let me say it right. You know what I'm saying? A laundria. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Man. Here is trouble. That's what I'm gonna say every time. What's the deal? Stays is in the. I got another superstar here. I knew her before she was a superstar, but she a superstar now. So it's a celebrity in my. I got all the celebrities in my building now. That's crazy. What's going on tonight?
I mean, it's
I'm saying
7 o'clock in the morning. What are you talking about going on tonight?
I know. I thought about that too. Oops.
Yeah.
Uh,
But I just
hello.
wanted to jump in and say hello. I know we've been sending me videos on Clapper and stuff, so I will
That's
definitely.
probably you probably seeing my cause by you might be following my you got the bell probably up and stuff, and every time I send a video it probably pop up and stuff.
Right.
But yeah, I haven't been live yet though. But yeah, for sure, man. Good looks for stopping by, man. For
Oh,
sure.
no problem. I gotta
I,
get my day started. I'm gonna hit the gym and
oh yeah,
go get my pedicure. You gotta stay fit, feminine, and
there you go. Hey, pedicure. I like how you said that too. There you go.
hmm Yep.
Man.
So I will talk with you later. Thanks for
All
having
right.
me up.
Oh yeah, for sure. For
All
sure.
right.
Let's see. Trying to make sure I ain't following. I've been following. But yeah, man. You know my kid's dad is YT. Uh-oh. Hey, it is what it is. That's what you chose. I ain't got against it. I guess love is love, you know what I'm saying? Jumping in the shower. Still here. Okay, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. Did she fall asleep in? Hold up. Did I finally catch? Never mind. I
Who
thought
fell
I caught
asleep?
her. She knew exactly what I was talking about.
Listen,
Trying to
listen. I
whisper.
learned that when I disagree with something, just to stay muted. Okay,
Oh
so
yeah, I
that's what
knew
I
you wasn't gonna be on the game with that one.
You
That's
do
why I like
no,
what?
but
I know her. I seen that
you
box shaking
yo.
over there.
I was like, you know what? I don't want to start war. I don't want to shake the
Yep,
box.
you could always be a laundria. She good with that one. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and be that.
eh.
See, she give you that advice. I told you, she the opposite. She like, I'm gonna speak it.
No, 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 no. See, because I I learned that if you know, you know, and I'm just gonna leave it like
There
that
you
because
go. Right, and we say the same thing. If you know, you know.
I
We know,
disagree
we
with.
know. You know what I'm saying? Speak your
That's just what
mind
it is. Like
respectfully. What's the deal,
I just
Joshua?
totally
What's the deal,
What's
disagree.
man?
good? What's
A
good?
lot
How
of
y'all
the
doing?
people y'all like, so
Good.
I'ma just stay muted. Y'all
Yeah,
can have that
you were
conversation.
smart. You were very smart. I knew you. It was itching at you. I
It
know.
wasn't really itching me because I feel how I feel, and y'all feel how y'all feel, and y'all agree to what they agree on, and that's okay. I don't agree with that, but
I know you don't.
that's my
I
life.
see. I see. Like I said, I seen your box was like a frog in there when you hold it in. So like,
I would never agree with none of the shit that they agree with, but that's it. We just
right.
leave it like
It's and
that.
it's funny because it's like really it's like the opposite. It's the same way we would literally, but that show the difference in different mindsets and stuff. Because everybody, they got different. They just think different. That's all it is. That's the only thing we can respect. That everybody had their own way of thinking. Some people
Oh
get
Lord,
understand people. Some
Andre
people
in
don't.
here.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Oh wait. On this topic? Oh Lord.
But no, we was talking about another topic that she probably wasn't going to agree with. No, we know Alondra ain't agree with that. When it comes to straight, especially if we talking about traditional or something like that, it's a wrap on that though. But
Yeah,
Oh,
hey,
no,
you
you
would have
do
had
know
help
I
in
had a
here,
couple
Alondra,
of
Quote.
lives with Andrea. She's we have similar thought processes.
I know
Maybe
you
me and
do.
her a little different, but I've been in a couple of lives with her when she cut people up. But
Oh yeah, I already know, man. But that's what distinguish the mindsets. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens.
you know,
You gonna have
at the
people
end
that
of the
agree
day,
with you.
at the end of the day, Alondra, she's a sister. So at the end of the day, I'm rooting for you.
You
But
know
I'm
what I'm
rooting for
saying?
you to get out. Hey, but I'm rooting for her to get out.
not too much. We're not gonna do that.
Hey, Coach, we root for you to join this side, man. Join the side that's
She's
gonna
still
be
my sister,
very
though.
healthy.
Don't do it.
She's
Thank
still
Do
my.
you.
it. That'll be the day. But the day we get a laundria to join us. Look at Marky, man. They coming
That's like
laugh.
getting me to join. That ain't never gonna happen. That's gonna be no
Boy,
way in
but
hell.
her, I think she about 3 times worse than you. Cause
She
just
ain't
like you
nowhere
said,
near worse than
you
me.
know when to stay quiet. She would literally go to war with 14 people
But
at one
but you
time.
you I had to learn that though. It took me to get off of TikTok for a whole month to learn that though.
She
Like
don't care.
oh
Hey, but
I don't care
sister,
either. But I've learned to. It's not my job to change people's mindset. It is my job to inform them. And if they don't want to hear my information, it's not my job to beat it in their head. So I learned to mute myself. Like, why
There you
am I?
go.
Because I'm arguing with myself
I
at
can
that
agree
point.
with that.
and
There you go.
sister, that's how you truly stay in your feminine energy. That's the most beautiful. That is attractive.
Don't say that. You're gonna make the room shake. Don't say that.
I'm just saying,
Shut
brother.
up,
You can
Kev.
agree. You can agree. Even let's say if a sister doesn't agree, or she, but when she knows how to still be a lady, still do those things that's becoming of a woman, that's hey, look, that's where it's
Hey,
at.
it is. Maybe a little bit of that red pill rubbing off over there, Ireland. She know when to stay quiet. She got a little red pill in her.
Hey, but some can't help it. They're gonna bark, and they're
Oh
gonna
yeah, that's
try
in
to
there.
bark
It's in
louder
there.
than you.
Yeah. Mansplaining at his fun. Here she go. Here she go.
That's what you
I ain't
call
gonna
it.
lie, she is entertaining. I just be want to see how she just she make you she make. I'm gonna put it this way: it's good to have that because she can make you use your brain for real. That's why I be liking the. I love the challenges, man. That's why I be loving it though. It made me think. Make me think though.
At least sister, halfway there. Alondria, uh,
That's a wow,
you know,
wow. We ever get hurt, man? Anybody got it? The whole, I think the whole TikTok need to pat their back when they switch that. What? You got a laundry? Even TikTok know her name. It's gonna be the whole manager of the app. Like, hold on, wait, we got a new update. A laundry is. It's
and
gonna be a whole update for
right.
your
I could
app.
be wrong. I could be wrong, but I think it's just something. I think it's somewhere far back. It's a clog somewhere. It's some type of some type of kink in the chain somewhere that has not been undone or unclogged. That's
Hmm
just holding up everything else. I believe it's there somewhere. It is there somewhere.
hmm It is for sure.
'Cause she has a fit, feminine, submissive woman in there somewhere. She just lost.
It'll
You
be
know.
the hey, this is what they say. The right guy will do it. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna see.
And yeah, that's a crazy statement in itself.
The right
Uh,
girl gonna make me
right,
become
right,
masculine. I'm gonna stay feminine until then.
right.
Let me go
The
ahead and
right
wear me
woman
a
just
dress
gotta
for
bring
now.
it out of me. That sounds crazy as hell.
Hey, only women get away with that. That's one thing I noticed. They can play both of them, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
dudes are
brother,
still
we,
gonna
we
give
gotta
them
be
some
a
bun. I
man at
mean,
all times. We gotta be strong at all times. We gotta
oh
protect and provide at all times. If
yeah,
not,
what you
you
say?
know what we called, what light we looked in. So
hmm
why shouldn't the same thing apply? A woman should
That's
be
exactly what I
submissive,
explained.
feminine, you know, delicate, soft. She should be that at all times.
hmm
You should already be that.
hmm That's what I was. That's what I actually said that in one of my videos too. I was like that, like, cause that's the only way we even get them. Anyways, is we got to play our role. You know what I'm saying? Cause imagine
Right,
if we
right,
don't live up to our tradition. Cause men have no choice but to be traditional to a certain extent. So like
right.
that's like if I don't do my part, pay the you know what I'm saying, do this, pay for the first day, try to if I don't do none of that stuff, I will not even attract her already. That's what's crazy.
Right, right.
So then when we ask for the opposite way, then it's a problem. Like, nah, I gotta be half and half, and I need you to do this first. That's why I asked this. That's why I asked this question a while ago. I said, if do anybody feel like you naturally supposed to be a leader, or one of them got to be naturally submissive or something like that? I said because if that's the case, what the heck did I say? It was I forgot. My bad. I just messed up. I guess I skipped that.
Now
Submission goes both ways.
I'm not talking about that though, but it's still got to be. If the thing is, we talking about women that's asking for because majority of women want a leader. They want somebody, not a man they can run over. So it's like majority of them want that. Not that, and then it's a lot of them that wanted. I wanted to be the same as the man, but that's different. Because at the end of the day, most of the time, that women that ask for that still gonna be running a man over anyways. I can care less how they put it because there's no such thing. There's no equal thing. That just don't work like that. You know what I'm saying?
I just
Somebody
believe
is running over something at the end of the
I
yeah,
just
I,
believe the word leader looks different for every woman or a
yeah.
certain group of women.
I
Yeah,
can agree
leader
to
it
that.
do because when they look for a
I
leader,
don't
then
want
they
no
end up
man to
becoming a
lead
leader,
me
but
into
calling their
shit.
man a leader.
I don't want my man to lead me into shit. Okay? I'm gonna
I'm
make that
not
clear to you.
shocked. I'm
Wait,
not
hold on,
shocked.
hold on. Now, I know you have more backdrop than I do. You know what I'm saying? As far as that
What you
statement
mean?
that was just made. You don't want your man leading you into nothing.
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay, let's dip into that a little bit. You can elaborate?
Andre said he can lead me to the bed. I can't. Yo. Yeah, I love sis.
That's the
Oh,
problem. They always getting led to the bed. That's what creating the problem before they
oh.
even get in the marriage. That's the problem.
No. I do the leading to the bed, baby. I don't have no man lead
And
me to
that's
bed.
the problem.
That
While we
has
at
never
where
seen
we
So
here.
at,
so
that's
so
why
are
we
you
But
at
the
where
leader?
we at.
no.
Are you the leader in your relationships?
No, we're
We getting
partners.
led to the wrong
No
things.
one's
That's the
leading nothing.
uh-oh. The
But yeah,
smoke is in the building.
you know,
I
I'm gonna
smell
be real with you, brother.
smoke.
Hey, what's up, Mark? I'm gonna be real with you, brother. You know, I normally, jump on these lives every day and, dive into these talking points or what have you. And I will say this. It's being talked about every day. But I'm gonna be honest, it takes so much energy out of you to continue to, talk these points and try to, um, see the forest from the trees.
Yep.
It takes a lot of energy. So for a topic like that, like what she just brought up,
Hmm.
it's a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot to
Yep.
dive into. And I'll be real. Today is just one of them days I don't have the energy to
But
muster all that up.
look what you just did though, and this was going to happen. Which a lot of these women going to see this though. It's that what we just talking about earlier. That war, that silent war, is going to be coming soon. They don't realize how serious that's going to be because it's going to get to a point where we don't feel like explaining ourselves anymore. We don't feel like keep trying to express ourselves when they ask us to do this, but then they want this and that. They're gonna see. That's what I'm saying.
Brothers are
They're gonna
tired.
wish that they was listening to us because they're gonna see that when that silent wall come, we ain't gonna say no. We're gonna make our moves, and they gonna be by yourself at the end of the day, buying dogs and cats.
Brothers are
That's already
tired.
that's already in the making too already.
Yeah,
Brothers are
that's
tired.
and that's sad. That's I mean they don't see it. We
It's a
trying to
dangerous
help.
thing. Listen, when men as a whole, when we wash our hands, that's a dangerous thing for y'all.
I,
That is
I,
not
I'm
a place sisters want to be in. When we
I'm
just
gonna
wipe
say
and wash our hands.
right. I'm not disagreeing on that, but both sides gonna change. That's all I'm gonna say. Because I'm not disagreeing with you guys, right? When y'all go in y'all silent mode, like women have been doing that forever, and obviously nothing have changed. Y'all think if y'all do it, something's going to change? I just want a real honest answer because I'm gonna wait.
I'm gonna put it
Absolutely.
this way. I'm gonna try to help you out too.
Hold on. I
I'm
mean,
gonna put it this
can
way:
y'all
a
can y'all
man
hear
not
me?
gonna accept this Western behavior. None of these traditions gonna do it. So if you think you're gonna find you an Indian man that's gonna take that, they don't do that. They strict with theirs. If you think you're
That's
gonna
not
find
true.
anybody that's gonna
I had a
take
No,
that,
couple of Indian
listen.
friends that don't think
I'm
that way.
I'm gonna keep
okay,
it
Now,
real. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna just say this: our sisters over here in the U.S. they have it made.
yeah,
They have it made. You can't imagine
I'm glad you put it that way because it's
compared to
something I
other
want to say, but
sisters
I do not want to
the
trigger
amount
someone.
of liberty
Hey,
and leash that y'all have to behave these ways, to act these
mm-hmm,
ways,
mm-hmm,
especially towards us.
mm-hmm.
Listen, if you go over there to Akamir the
and
Baha,
what
they ain't playing that. Listen, some of the stuff that our sisters do to us over here, you will be beheaded for.
wait. You said other places like where?
Pick the cultures. All right,
Outside of the
we
United
Hey,
can
States,
we can
Alondra,
go.
you could come up here, man,
So
cause
so check
I
this.
see how
outside of
this
the United
get.
States, love.
Let me give you an example. Let's go with Asian culture. Okay, when a woman disrespects her husband in Asian culture, let's say she commits adultery or just talks crazy to him, the whole family will disown you. They will say you have dishonored the family name and just cut you off. They don't play that. I'm
Yes,
telling you.
the
You
Oh,
hierarchy.
I get what you mean by got it. Yeah, exactly. They got it way easier over here.
they listen. I'm telling you.
It's hierarchy, though. That's
And,
the whole point that we are making.
right. In other words, the way they act over there in other countries, I mean, the way women act in America, they do not act like that in other countries. That's just in America.
Right.
That's not true. In certain countries, yes, not in
I mean,
all.
you got exceptions to the rule. You got,
Yeah.
the little small situations or what have you. But as a whole, as a majority, them sisters ain't acting like that.
yeah, as a majority. But
Ain't no way. They see they are raised from birth to know how to be quiet. And don't get me wrong when I say this, but know how to be a lady, know how to be feminine, know how to cook, know how to keep her home, know how to treat men, know how to respect.
Can
These
I?
things these things are instilled that in them at an early age. Now you have sisters over here, you have a 19-year-old woman, 21-year-old woman still, oh, she's still a baby, that's still a child. That's crazy. She ain't ready for marriage. She ain't ready to start a family. But you go to other countries, they are starting families, in the whole nine at a much earlier age. We so far behind, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, we so
Ain't
far
gonna
behind,
see.
it's
Like I
crazy.
said, that silent
Hey,
walk
but
gonna be
hey,
serious.
can y'all
You
hear
will
me?
not see a
I'm not silent. I
22 year
was
Can,
old
letting him
woman
finish.
can
like
y'all
like
hear
you
me?
will not see a 22-year-old woman still living at home with her mom in most of those places in those other countries.
That's
At
false. They
18,
would
at
until
18,
they're
that
married.
listen, at
Until
18,
they're
that
married.
woman, she already has a husband and is building a family.
That's not all of them though, but
It's the
yeah.
majority. Like I
What you was
said,
saying,
it's
Mark? I
always
think
an
he was saying
exception to the
something.
rule, but it doesn't change the rule.
Yeah, I was trying to see if y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay. Because I think I heard, was it Island Queen that said black women have been being silent, and like
You
now, but they are and they're not. We have a situation where our women are the only women that's saying that they don't need us, and then we'll hear it be responded, and you never hear a black man say that because we know that it takes both of us, and it
That's
kind
not
of.
true. I've heard men on this
But see,
platform say we don't need y'all either. It's been
I haven't
said.
heard, but okay.
I mean, you
But
said
them, but I mean,
hold on. Let
from
me say
which
one
type of
thing.
men are? Hold on, bro. Is it from the men that like actually love women, or is that men who, you know? So I just want you to keep that in mind. I ain't gonna say because it's
Right.
still
What
early
type of
Sunday
men? Is
morning,
it the
you
and I
Pookies
ain't
and
right.
trying
Ray
to.
We
Rays?
you already
Queen,
know how
Yeah,
they
it's
get.
Or is
Queen,
it
you
the
said
real
yeah,
men?
either, meaning that's a
yeah. But see,
response. That's a reply. They replying to what they heard when you said either. That's what I took from that. But go ahead.
yeah, but I just want to like be. We got to make it clear. Like I don't understand how our women don't understand the benefit of just having us around. Because I think it was Alondra that said, "How many people have you protected? Keep it 100." And I'm gonna keep it 100. Just my appearance alone, my presence being in a room can change the whole vibe of somebody thinking of doing something wrong or crazy. When a
Absolutely.
real man steps in the room, so I just
Absolutely.
digress with that.
Yep.
Absolutely. Let me tell you something. When all hell breaks loose, the black man is looked to for protection over anybody else as the dominant force, as the dominant person, the black male. And let me say this. At the end of the day, we're the target. The best way to take down the black man is through his woman.
He go laundry
It's been
going for Mark.
listen, it's been happening since the beginning of time. How did the fall of man happen? The serpent didn't come to Adam, he came to Eve. He got to Adam through Eve. That's been happening time after time after time again. How did King
I'm glad
David,
that you
King
brought that up.
Solomon,
I'm gonna let you finish.
on and on and on. Abraham, Lot's wife, Job's wife, on and on and on. It was all who how did the enemy try to attack the man? Through the woman.
You're
Through
right.
her
And how did
rebellion.
man attack his own self through women? Because
Yeah,
Adam had a wife.
but a
Wait,
man not choosing
Listen,
the right,
Adam,
a man not
you're
choosing
right
the right
though.
wife
But
though, because that's
but
what happened with Samson.
men
He
cause
went
their own
outside what
downfall
God
as
told him to
well.
do.
no.
But
The
man
Yeah,
point
cause
I'm
but
his
making
own
is
downfall
that
as well.
the point I'm making is the agenda is to attack the man. We are the target. That's what I'm trying to say.
But you caused your own attack. The serpent
That's not
used,
true.
yes, he did. The serpent used the man's mentality against him. When Adam was first married to Lilith, because that was his first wife. Let's be technical. When he banished Lilith,
No,
this yes,
no,
yes, they
that's not
started doing
true, sister.
articles about Adam's first wife. But you can do your own research. I'm not going to get down on that. But
Yeah,
yeah, but
I,
hold
so-called,
I,
on. I
I
mean,
brought up our city because I know he for the what he the I know he gonna be an island side. I know I've talked to our
but
city.
hey, but
if
I
we're
mean,
gonna say
if we
that
going, but if we
the
gonna
so-called
keep it,
serpent use Adam's own manipulation against him, and yes, use the
But
woman against Adam, since Adam used the woman against his own self. Because why? Because if Lilith said we are equal and Adam said I am better than you, this is why this whole argument is starting from the beginning any old way. If you want to use history
Wait, where did
and
that come from?
political and religion.
Hold on. Yeah, I mean, I
So
mean, it's Sunday, so I mean, if y'all want to keep it a whole bean, if you want to keep it a whole bean, a lot of things that you're saying they are true. But a lot of people look at Adam and Eve as relationship goals, but we all know that there has been no man that has produced a child outside of a woman other than Adam,
Right,
because Eve
right,
came from his very own rib. So I
right,
just want
right,
people to know whenever they're making that reference, Adam and Eve is not relationship goals. They are of
right,
the
right,
same
right,
blood.
right. I'm bringing up the standpoint of like, like I said, the black man is being attacked, right? And the way that the enemy is attacking the black man is through our women. That's why they're so rebellious. That's why they've been tricked and beguiled into thinking they don't need us, that they're better than us, more educated than us, can lead better, all these falsehoods that they've bought into, right? That's how the enemy takes us down. It's through dividing the man and woman. Because like you said, not no real man out here is saying that we don't need our women. Come on now, let's keep it real. Now you got certain types of brothers that say something like that, but I know that we need our women. You know what I'm saying? What a woman provides, what's innate for I don't want to say innate, but what's the true nature of a woman, a man needs. We need that. We can't
Without women, there's no balance.
right, that's what I'm
Right.
getting to.
Right.
There's no balance.
And I
So
gotta say, oh, go ahead, my bad. So
our sisters are still buying into the tactics of the enemy. You know what I'm saying? Look at the welfare system. Sisters bought in.
Oh
Over
boy, you better
what?
call that smoking when them feminists start coming in here and you talk
Over
like
what?
that.
Some extra pennies? So they really believe that um the value of a check, well, a check held more value than what a man brings or what a man provides. Think about that. They
See,
said a
that's
But
check is
sad.
more valuable than a
but the
man being in
real
the home.
but really being honest, it's the assistance that they're valuing, because a man is supposed to be that one that's supposed to be that provider and that protector. And if they're looking for someone else, they're going to be looking for someone else to fill in that void. A lot of women will say, "Oh no, well I can do it on my own. I can do it on my own," but will steadily reach out for assistance, but then say, "I
Right,
don't need a man."
and the
Like that
government
doesn't
say
make
right,
the
it
government
don't make sense, because at the end of the day, I really get tired of women saying that black men are trying to be a part of this YT supremacy or patriarchy when we've never had a say so in any of the stuff that has been going on as a majority as black men. And now the fact that we are saying something and we telling you, dang, if you bind into the feminist movement, and we already know and understand that the feminist movement was created by YT women, and you're actually saying these are the things that we want the same things that they were getting or asking for, you got to admit that you're the one that's going into YT supremacy, not the black man, because we've always been excluded from power. And
right.
that's a fact.
For a sister to say I don't need a man, that equates to I want to do whatever the hell I want to do. I don't want to be held accountable. I want to be wild, reckless, do whatever. I want to be lawless. That's what
what I
it
was,
boils down to. They
what
want
I
to
was
do
just gonna
whatever
say.
they want to
The
do.
government took the men out the homes and said, "Hey, we're gonna be your husband."
Mm. It is these days.
Right, and but this is someone that you lay down to have that child with, because most of the time this comes after you have a child. Let's be real. When we start talking about this type of assistance and things like that, but the mere fact that women can lay down with a man and then turn around and tell that man, "I don't need you," but don't think about that child needing his father or her father. Like
Mm.
that blows my mind. The fact that you can talk about a check will never, ever replace that man's presence in their life. I don't care what people say. And at the end of the day, sometimes we do got to say we got to choose better. And that's for men and women. Just because the simple
Absolutely.
fact that people do change and people do their own things. But at the end of the day, it's supposed to be for the children. That's supposed to be at the forefront. And if you just taking a check just so you can make sure little Timmy got some J's on his feet, but his daddy can't even teach him how to dribble a basketball, I find that as a problem.
You know why? Because they don't give a damn about legacy. Men, we care about legacy. That's our thing. That means a lot to a man is legacy, our seed, right? What we are carrying down to the next generation. Our sisters don't give a damn about legacy. That's why they can do that type of stuff. That's why they can be okay with separating the child from the father. That's why they can be okay with him not getting male influence and the things he needs to grow up to be a productive man. They don't give a damn about legacy. They give a damn about themselves,
The happiness.
what they can gain, their
How
bag,
much
their
and how
career,
much do
their
make?
degree, their happiness. They don't give a damn about family, not for real, for
But
real.
and in all the while they doing all that, their children are being traumatized and basically putting on the fact that the father isn't there, not realizing that that is the main source of protection.
Crazy thing is, we complain about how we have it, how bad we have it as a people, right? All this oppression that we've gone through. And we say we're about breaking generational curses, right?
Right.
But the main way to break a generational curse is through generations. The man being in the home, the child having a proper family structure, being taught in real morals, ethics, values that they need spiritually, physically, mentally. And until that happens, the same cycle is going to repeat itself. We break generational curses by bringing our families back together and getting the proper family structure back in order. Until we do that, we're going to keep dealing with the same issues.
I totally agree, but black people haven't seen that in God knows how long. It's less married black couples than there is single. So I agree with you, but it's the blind leading the blind at this point. Men think they know what family is supposed to be, and they lead in this ideal of what they think it is, and this is why, because they so-called ideal is false.
Okay,
And
well, let
What's
me
your
ask you
I'm
idea?
something,
not, I'm
sister.
not, I'm not
No,
bashing
no.
men. I'm just saying that we all, like you said, we all need to learn from that. Like there
Okay,
aren't
well,
a lot of black married couples
would,
where we can learn these things from.
would you agree that we need structure?
Of course.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Um, what is your faith? Do you subscribe to the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Wow. You subscribe to the Bible, but you don't subscribe to the man being the head or the man leading. Am I right?
Yes, because my religion is different. I'm not Christian,
So you
so
like
I,
partial.
I'm not. I'm not. I
I'm not
don't. I don't.
partial either. But
You part. I'm talking
Here's
I
the
about
and
thing.
I
partial with
think
the
I would stand. No, but that I'll say this. I've learned
You say
that.
you Israelite, right?
Yeah, I'm Israelite.
Yeah, they okay. They interpret that the same way as Christians. They do the same thing. It's
not
still the
no
woman the
Well,
not
here's
head
the
of the
thing.
house,
Okay,
the
let
man
me
of the head of the
decipher.
household.
Now, let
no
me
no.
decipher. Okay, I don't subscribe to being a Christian either because modern day Christian is caught into paganism. So I wouldn't call myself a Christian. I believe in the Bible. I believe in the Most High. So I know I'm an Israelite. I'm a child of the Most High. Okay.
Right.
She says she believes in the Bible. The Bible clearly lays out the order and instruction for the family, for man and woman. Okay. Says to consider the woman the weaker vessel. Doesn't mean that you're weak. Doesn't mean that you don't hold power. It's just that you're the weaker vessel. Okay. Um, when it talks about the man being the head, you know, anything done out of order, you're gonna have chaos, and that's just real. That the Most High gave instructions in order with everything He ordained. everything. So until we follow that order, things are continue. It's gonna be chaos. That's why marriage is not working. That's why we can't get to where we need to get to. Um, you know, we're not following order. We're not following order, straight up.
Hmm? That's why I realize sin is sin. Why that's like that, because it affects us in some way when we do it. It's not
Yeah.
to deem us or make us feel bad. It's just stuff that's protecting us from stuff that we ain't really realize we're doing to ourselves and stuff. That's the reason why I be telling people we got to at least practice like some type of self control and self discipline, because this our flesh alone will make us do all type of crazy stuff that hurt our own selves. But we don't
Yeah,
realize it because we call it,
sister,
why you controlling me? Why you hurt me? I'm
Hey,
gonna have
that's
fun.
I
do
just
you
don't
have
like when
trust issues? How do you feel about a man leading? Like, did you have bad experiences with being led the wrong way or something?
No, I just don't believe a man should lead. That's just my opinion. It's
But
not
how,
a not believing in the Bible thing.
So,
It's
do
just
you
what I
believe
that don't
in
make
in
thought.
the
sense. That's a
order of
contradiction.
the Most
It's
High,
not a
Christ,
contradiction. I can
man?
believe in the Bible and not want to follow it word for word. That doesn't change my belief in it. It
That's
just
not
I
believing
want to
that.
do it with my life.
No, it just
Okay,
means she don't abide by everything that the Bible stipulates.
I get you. I get
So,
you. It's like
Exactly.
but see,
selective.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
but see,
So,
I can,
basically, you're picking and choosing what you want to believe out the Bible.
she said
Aren't you
that.
doing the
that
same?
yeah, I mean, that's basically,
my
I mean,
thing is
that's people
I
right.
don't understand. I don't understand when it's like males and when we wrong, it's y'all males wrong. But when we try to let y'all know like what's going on because we males, it's happening to us, so we could tell you what's going on.
What's good
It,
with you,
it'd be
Thomas?
it'd
My
be
bad, bro.
it'd be right to like sit there and just like listen to what we saying because this is what we going through, right? But when we say what y'all doing, it's everybody got to pay attention. What you mean? Like we been hearing this for the longest. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we've been hearing the same thing for the longest. We listening. We ain't got no choice but to listen. We ain't got no choice but to understand what's going through. But when we say, hey, we need y'all to understand where we coming from and what we going through, and this is what we see, it's like, okay, everybody wrong. Like, no, we women, we trying to tell y'all what's going on. Why it's going this way.
And
From the
I'm not
source, from the
disagreeing
direct
with that.
source.
What I'm saying is none of us are following the Bible word for word. We all had sex outside of
Exactly.
marriage, right or wrong.
You're right about that
Oh
We
though,
yeah,
but
I
all
know.
made it.
but
Y'all
we
So
are
holding
so
pick
ourselves
and
now
choose
accountable
on
as
for
which
it though.
one
us
to
as
follow out
individuals,
of the
we
Bible.
pick and choose, period, in life. What
No,
we
but
follow
we
and not follow. That's
But
all I'm
that's
saying.
why,
just
yeah,
because
that's
we
why.
did it, that don't
That's
mean we don't
not
believe in
necessarily
it though.
true. That's
I
not
didn't say I
necessarily
didn't
true.
believe in it. I said I'm not following everything. I never said
Hold
I
on,
didn't believe in it.
hold on, y'all, because we're gonna go down a different route. When we all understand that one of the greatest gifts that was given to mankind is choice, and that is a part of it.
Yeah.
When we talk about the Bible, some people feel like it's basic instructions before leaving Earth, and some people take it and try to follow it to the T, and some people pick and choose the things that's going to benefit their life. That's what we have going on right now. So there's no need in us arguing over matters of opinions in the way that people individually choose to live their lives. And me, I usually don't do this, but I can speak for me and my personal situation. I just celebrated a 11-year anniversary, and me and my lady, we're not married, but we've been together for 11 years because we made an arrangement and agreement under God. It don't have to be in front of a court, and that's where me and her stand.
Exactly.
Because at
That's
the end
good,
of the
brother.
day,
I'm
there's a
happy
lot.
to hear that, man.
Yeah, I got you. But see, at the end of the day, there's a lot of women. This is why I'm not married, because at the end of the day, two people can't drive a car. And
Right,
there are some women who don't feel like they need that. And as a man, if there's a role and a position that I am trying to play, I'm not going to force that on anybody. That's why people need to understand that marriage is two people that come together and make a union under the state. That's what
right,
people
right,
are leaving out. So it's
right.
very important that you understand and know the person that you're dealing with and the person that you choose to lay down with, and go out here and try to build a future and legacy with. Because I just had a son that turned 2 years old. I didn't have a child until I was 30. I'm 32 now.
Uh huh.
So everybody has a choice in the way that they choose to move. Some people may think that, oh, I'm crazy, or why haven't you married her, and all this and all that. But at the end of the day, everybody don't know the things that's going on. There are people in marriages right now that do not even respect the person that they lay beside at the end of the day,
Right,
nor do they
right.
trust them. So why would you lay down
So
with somebody that you don't even trust?
Now,
Some of
one
those
thing I
no,
can
marriages are
respect that the
arranged
sister said
marriages.
is at least she's admitting that she intentionally doesn't live by everything that's in the book. She's you know.
Well, neither do you, right?
I don't think everybody,
No,
but
no, no,
I
no.
think
Listen,
the point.
I,
But this is what I'm about to get to. Hold on, real quick, 1 second though. The thing is, I was never saying that she, because I know everybody do partial of it and all that stuff. But I was just saying the way she was putting it is making it seem like that it just wasn't in there. We were just trying to let
right,
them know that if you talking about the Bible, that's what it says in there. I mean, I
right.
understand she
That's
said I'm
it.
not
It
gonna
That's
is a
it.
do it, but
lot
she
in
was
there
saying I
Yeah.
that
don't
a lot
believe
of
in it.
y'all are not doing though. So that's why I was saying that's why you should have left it at it's a mute point. Let's not even get into it. And honestly, it destroys the whole argument that the man should be leading the house because if you concede that no Christians are actually following the Bible 100%, you don't have no argument for why the man should be the lead of the house
But if you
because
having a
every
problem in a
Christian is
relationship,
different.
But
won't you
but
think?
but that's the problem of Christianity, brother. That's not understanding the full concept. Modern day Christianity and what the book truly says is two different things.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to blame. Do this little. I know we do the little bashing thing, but because everybody got their own experiences and stuff. But I would say like we got to
How
do
you
the
doing, Dave?
research
How you
for
doing?
ourselves. That's one thing I learned to do. Because that's why I became more spiritual because I did come
Right.
from Christian, and then I see how Israelites do their thing. So I decided to be more spiritual. I'm neither one of them. I'm like in the middle. But I say if we talking about the Bible, we could just say that everybody interpret it different because everybody literally interpreting stuff different.
Yeah, I would just ask this, and uh, Surfer, you made a good point, brother. I would just ask the sister, with believing what you believe, having your mindset, are you truly getting the results that you desire
Right.
And results as in what?
in relationships, in life? Yeah, like, are you seeing the results that you desire? In all honesty,
Right now I'm not interested in dating anyone. But I have some successes in relationships. I've always left my relationships, so for whatever reason it could have been. But right now I'm just focusing on my co-parenting with my son's dad, my job, school. I'm more focused on
So if
that
you
stuff than anything.
so may
this
I
what
ask
I
your
don't
long term
understand
goal?
then. I,
Um,
I don't understand. This what I don't understand though. Hold on real quick. What I don't understand is if you're not looking for any of that, why are you making this argument about something that you're not even looking for?
I said right at this moment, right? That means I can still
But still, what's
learn.
the point of making that argument if you don't even know if it's gonna
Kevin,
work?
no, no, hold on, hold on,
Kevin,
hold on, hold on, because
Kevin.
we're getting somewhere. Hold on. So I want to ask you. Okay, I understand your current situation, but long term, what is your long term, desires? Do you desire to be married, long term?
I would rather have a life partner and not be married.
See, we're
Okay.
at a changing of the guard. What you guys are realizing is this is not realizing is this is a whole new generation. They grew up under less oppression than some of us did. If you an '80s baby like me, or even a
Right.
'90s
I'm
baby,
an 80s baby.
yeah, so like things are different for them. They grew up where gay people are not in the closet by default. You could just be who
Right.
you are. And whether you believe in that or not, they still came up around people that act and think differently than we do. So they are going about things way differently and they're going to vote different. They're going to pray different. They're going to do everything different. So, like, your idea of the way black society is supposed to move forward might be a thing of the past because there's not people around to carry on that legacy. And quite frankly, some of the people that were born in your generation were forced into it by religion, by society, by all types of things. And now all of those gates and barriers are down. So they're able
Hmm.
to live their life. So you're going to see black women become Buddhists. You're going to see black men become atheists, agnostic, and science. Like, this is not the time that we grew up in. This is not the time of Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, and Mike Tyson. This is a whole new era.
And you know what, brother? You're absolutely right. But one thing I want to add to that, you were right with what you said. At the end of the day, we still desire results, right? We still have, we know what we want, what we're striving for. how do we bridge that gap? Because like I said, I grew up in that, I'm an 80s baby. So I believe our generation was the last that really still received those morals, ethics, and values. Like the old, being raised old school, being taught to respect, people who's older than us, um, how to carry ourselves, what's becoming of a young man, what's becoming of a young lady, young women being chaste and modest, covering themselves and all these things. I believe my generation was the last that kind of got those teachings, right?
Yeah.
And it has not been
Up to
carried
about
down.
94. Up to about 94, I would say, yeah.
Okay, so let's just go with that. But at the end of the day, let's say the newer generation, what they call them Gen Zs or something.
Yeah.
Gen Zs still, let's say desire marriage, right? Um, how do we bridge that gap? Because the mindset has become more modern and liberal, right? And gone away from being more conservative and traditional. But at the end of the day, they still want those results.
And so
But
can I? Oh, my bad, bro.
this modern westernized way of living are not yielding them the results that they desire. That's the whole point.
Because and I think like right now, the biggest problem in any society that has this problem that we're having right now. So you can fill in the blanks on whoever you feel like that might fit that bill. But I think people are missing out on respect and honesty. Those two things can bridge a lot of the gaps, whether it be generational, whether it be between the genders, whether it be between the ages, or whatever the case may be. If we can have respect and honesty, I feel like we can get a long way. But a lot of people don't want to come out of themselves long enough to see the truth outside of themselves. Because a lot of people will be like, oh, well, there's three truths, which is not true. The fact is, you might not agree with the truth, or you might have your perspective on the truth, or interpret it how you want to. But the fact still remains that this is the truth. This is what works, and this is where if you want productive and positive results, you should live and do certain things. And if you want to just do them your way, then that's fine. But you still have to deal with those consequences of your actions, which is doing it your way.
Right, right. So I'm pretty sure the sister, she wants to be married someday and wants to be happy. I'm pretty sure she would love a family and the whole nine, right? What's going to get you those results? Is it how you've been doing things all along? Doing it the way you've always been doing them? Or is it doing something different? I want you to think about that. Because doing the same thing over and over and getting the same results is what? Insanity, right?
One could argue
So
that black
how do
people
we get, I mean,
subscribing to
I'm rooting for you.
Christianity
How
is
do we
doing
get
the
you to
same
the
thing
results that
over
you
and over
desire?
again.
Right? And that's the only thing I want you to, think about. But I digress.
I hear you.
I don't think the
Somebody
tools
mic was
of the
low. The guy,
master is going to dismantle his
Obsidian, he was
machine.
low.
Oh, it was me? I was low?
no, I
No,
think it's
Obsidian.
Surfer. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't think the tools of the master is going to dismantle the machine he used to oppress us. So we do need something to rally behind. But religion, especially his religion, is not going to work. Maybe our African spirituality systems, that might work. We haven't tried that in over 1,000 years. Speaking about insanity, we've been trying their way for several hundred years over and over again, and we're still oppressed. So maybe if we try the old ways, we'll be freed again.
I was saying that in another live.
The
I'm
key
being
is
And
to
that's
get
facetious. I
the
that's
know
what
black
what you're
I'm
man
trying to
saying.
and the
do.
black woman together in unity, on one accord, um, building healthy, strong families. That's the key. We have to start nation building all over again. And
Yeah, we
right
got
now,
to
we
get that
can't build a
harmony back.
nation if the man is against the woman, if the woman is against the man. If women have cut off their ways of reproducing by getting with other women, and same with our brothers, so that's the whole key. That's what overthrows the system. Is getting the black man and the black woman back together on one accord. You don't necessarily have to be, married as far as, you know, being on paper, right? But We have to get our family structure back together. That's the key.
Yeah, that sounds too
That's the
much
key.
like the nuclear family. That's their key.
Yeah,
That's how
but
they're gonna survive. That's how they're gonna make America survive, by getting this binary system back in order, where it's a man and a wife and a picket fence and 2.5 kids, which means you got 2 kids and a dog. That is literally their formula. That's how you drive
So did they
capitalism,
create
and
all
that's
these
how
Right.
you
other
feed
ones
the
too?
beast.
But
So so
I
Did they
don't think
create
that's
the other
what.
ones like the Muslims and the other religions that's doing the same thing?
Absolutely,
doing
They
what?
created all
every
that
every
too.
and I would
religions.
say if
But
that is the
I think what
problem,
people
right?
conflate.
Why are they trying so hard to keep us away from being families? Right?
Right.
They're
Why are they
not.
trying so hard to keep us away from being married? That's
No,
what you
they
They're
have
they
to pay
not.
attention
they
to.
are. They are.
The,
What they're doing is they're
quite the
actually.
opposite. They're saying the same thing as you. They want the nuclear family. They want one man, one woman, and no bi stuff, no lesbian, none of that. They're against that. The
No, but listen, they
Christian
don't want it
No,
for
I
alt-right
us.
don't.
They don't want it for
Yahtzee
us. They'll have it
sympathizers.
for themselves. They don't want it for us.
Yeah, but see, I
That's not true.
can,
They don't want
can
us to
y'all
be
can you
like
hear
that
me?
either.
Yeah, hear
No,
you.
that's what I'm
Right.
saying. They don't want us to be together. They don't want the I don't know how many
No,
ways I can
it's
say it.
yeah.
They
I
don't
got you,
want
bro. It's
the black family structure. They don't.
no, they
They
don't
Look,
want
want
to
man.
keep
us.
us
They don't
divided.
Because
they
the
don't want us to
ideal of the
have
structure you're
harmony.
talking
Hold on
about.
real quick, y'all. I'm gonna let Mark talk real quick. He been
My
talking.
bad. I didn't know if y'all could hear me or not. But
I can hear you.
my thing is what they're taking away from the black family, especially, which people don't want to see whenever they talk about one man, one wife, and the picket fence and all that stuff. It's the harmony that's within the home. Whenever you can combine two families, my mother, my father, her father, and you have harmony in that home. To me, marriage and that contract with the state is something totally different. And the reason
Right,
why you got to be, whenever you join together, you're going to be looked at as one to the state. So if something
right.
happens to one of you when you're together, it's going to happen to both of you. And in our society and the way that we come up, we don't necessarily have to have that in place in order for the home to be harmonious, for there to be peace. There not to be no backbiting and money is the problem. If you ain't got no money, you can get out my house. I go get it however I can. That's where they want us at.
And when we did
But
have that for a small pocket of time, look at Black Wall Street, for instance.
they
That's
came
what
and
happened when
destroyed
you
it.
have a strong black family structure. They fear that. That's what's going to overthrow the system.
I got to
So
give
what
some
did they
pushback
do?
to that.
They destroyed it. And they
That was
sought out to
actually,
divide. I'm
I'm
telling you,
sorry,
man.
that wasn't the family structure that built Black Wall Street. That was called communal living and communal economics that built Black Wall Street. That was black people
Separate
coming
from them,
together
though. That's the kicker. Separate from
regardless.
them.
Yeah, no, but regardless of your family structure, that was us coming together as a community. So no matter what you believed in, no matter what your religion was, no matter what your family structure was, we put our money together to build a community to protect us.
But
So
that's what I'm
that's
saying.
what
It doesn't
being
have to
pro-black
be.
is actually about. It's about inclusion of all black people, no matter who or what they are or what they believe in. So that's what actually built Black Wall Street, not Christianity and
No,
not
listen,
one
I
man,
actually
one
agree with that.
woman, and the picket fence.
Listen, I actually agree with that.
I
I,
just
I
I just
agree
had
with that
something to say.
concept. If I have let's say a Muslim brother, or a brother that believes in this, a brother that believes in that, you know, at the end of the day, they don't want us coming together. Period. Period. They don't want us building families. Period. They don't want us reproducing. Period. Even outside of spirituality, religion, and all of that. So I agree with that. But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, that's what they don't want. And once we get back to that, then that's what overthrows the system. Listen,
All
just
right. So
start coming together.
after
Forget
you get
about
done, Jay,
arguing
I'm gonna
about
have. Hey,
nicks
Jay.
and knacks about scripture and Bible. Just come
Jay.
together.
Jay, 1 second, Jay. I'm about to say after you get finished, I'm gonna have Eileen Quinn go, then Deborah. But you can finish.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, what I was gonna say was, we all have this ideal of what tradition is, right? So, Jay, what tradition is for you? Because in the black community, tradition that you got, most of you men speak, aren't our tradition. It is the TY man's tradition. And every time I see that, men argue with me. But this is a fact. So what, for example, what is tradition for you? For
The
the black
same
community?
thing that the
Tradi-
Chinese people doing, the same thing the Muslims doing, the same thing the Africans doing, the same thing. That's what I'm trying
It's
to get.
not
Why we
though.
trying to
that
give
lets
They've
credit
you
all
to this
been
It's
white
not.
group?
colonized.
that lets you know
Yeah,
that
That's
that's
false.
exactly what she's saying because they've all been colonized. So she's right.
What? Oh my
wait,
god.
hold up. Wait. You can't definitively say that.
They
Yes,
have though.
yes, I can definitively say
History
that
has
because we
told
have
that they have
history
all been
books.
So
colonized.
They've all
let's
been colonized.
okay,
But
let's just go with that. For the sake of argument, let's just go with that. Who's been oppressed and colonized more than anybody else?
Us.
Who's been
All right
oppressed and
then.
yeah, us. All right, yeah.
So
But
as far as
but
tradition,
point that I'm making though, Jay, let's stay on topic. The point that I'm making is right. What is your ideal of tradition? What it looks like for you?
my
the
ideal
same
of
thing that's making all
tradition
these other
is
problems.
the man um, leading the home. First is I'm put it like this: uh, the Most High God or the Creator, or how people say it, however you want to say it, but the Most High God, right? For me, the Most High, Christ, man, woman, children. That is the
Mm-hmm.
order, right? The man leads the home. He protects. He provides. He's the spiritual leader and the priest of his home. He covers the wife. The wife covers the children, right? The woman, she keeps the home. She's a teacher, and I don't subscribe to brother saying that a woman can't teach. A woman can teach, but it says that the woman should teach other women, or the elder woman should teach the younger women and teach the children, right? So she keeps the home, um, and you can go into all of that, what have you, right? Um, that is the basis, the basics of the traditional structure. Now, as far as how you want to put it, let me see. Was there anything else you would ask in as it relates to
Like like
tradition? Like,
yeah, like your structure. Like how does it look if you were married? Like how would your household run? Should I put it that way? If you were married.
well, again, I would protect and provide, which means that I'm not saying that my wife couldn't work, or that I wouldn't allow her to work. But at the end of the day, I should be the breadwinner. I should be the sole provider. Um, if she has a source of income that adds to the pot, then cool. I lead, I protect. I get my instructions from God, and I carry those instructions down to my wife, and carry those instructions down to the children. Right? We
Right.
move as one. We move as a unit. We move on one accord. Um, let's say when it comes to decision making, I include my wife. I get her opinion. I consider her perspective, and I gather all of that information, and then I make the best decision for our family. That's what it is to lead. It's not a dictatorship. This is what we're gonna do. I don't want to hear it. Your opinion don't matter. We're doing this. No, that's not how you lead. You consider variables and things around you, because you know what, that wife or that woman can see something that you may not see. So that's what it is to be a helpmeet. I don't understand this concept that when women hear the word submission, they think slavery or slave, or just you not being happy, you being you know told what to do all day, go cook my woman food.
Feminism.
Yeah, and that's
Right.
not how it is.
They
Because
At the
follow
end of the
that
day,
though.
it's
That's
just
made from the YT. Ain't
no,
that
right.
funny?
At the end of the day,
the
submission is
problem
nothing
is
but
right.
respectful cooperation.
Right.
That's
But
it.
the problem is, right, when having these discussions and when I'm glad you used the Bible too, and I do agree, when they say women are the weaker ones, they mean in arguments like this, right? Because yes, you're going to be naturally stronger than me in most aspects. You're physical. We're not talking about physical. When the Bible, when they say weaker, because if I tell you something, right? If women and women, we consider ourselves well, with another woman, I would consider myself equal, right? Because we could have a certain conversation and we could agree to disagree, right? And then be cool. We could kiki, drink liquor, have fun, right? When women debate with men, it's always some kind of pushback. It's always
Average woman,
majority of women,
because we got women that actually
but
talk to
it's
us.
but majority of women, it's an argument. So because
Yep,
9 out of 10 men feel like they're more superior because they are the stronger ones,
that's because
that's
they want to be
why.
superior with us.
But I'm not dismissing that. And we all women understand that you guys are physically stronger than us, biologically. That's not the argument. The argument is that most of the time, as black communities, and I'm only focusing on the black people, women
Okay.
has always been equal to our black men. Y'all have this mindset that we have not had to work. We've always been somebody's nanny, somebody's chef, somebody's whoever, not only to our own homes, to our own husbands, to somebody else. So when women say
Yeah,
we are equal in that same statement, because the same time you had to take that social burden, so did I. Now, I'm not comparing to the Asian people, because the Asian people didn't have to do the same struggle as us. Like you said, we as black community has been depressed more. So with that being said, I had to work twice as hard as that Chinese lady. I had to work twice as hard as the Filipino girl. So with that being said, when women say we are equal, we're saying we take on the same exact burdens, not
you ain't gotta work as hard,
biologically.
twice as
But
hard if
you
you
know
get
what?
you a
No, no, no,
man
no, no. Hold on,
that
brother.
that leads you.
Hold on, brother. I feel what she's saying, and when she says that, the only thing I hear is trauma.
It's
It's
not
been a
trauma, it's
hurt.
a
Listen,
fact.
listen.
No,
A
it's a
woman did
fact.
not
Because
look.
then somebody could say what you went through is trauma. Like we all
So,
go
so
through the
check.
same oppression here in
Okay.
America. And what
So
she's
check this
saying
out.
is before she meets this wonderful, mythical, magical man that's supposed to just take care of her for the rest of her life, she has to do stuff before she meets him. Like go to school, go to college. Is she supposed to meet him at 15 years old? See, this is where we get into the touchy subject of when are y'all supposed to get married? How old is this man in this situation? Has he been with multiple women and she's been with no men? Like this is where we get into the situation where, oh yeah, no, I think the optimal age for the man should be about 27 and the female, not the woman, should be about 17, 16 years old.
Listen.
That's where we get into that
I don't
situation,
want to
because
get
if
away from
you're
her point.
arguing for a 27-year-old woman to be chaste and not to have been with nobody and not to have no career and no job and nothing to hold on to and just be able to throw all of that stuff away to be your wife, then you are part of the
No,
problem.
no, 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 no. Listen, I don't want to get away from the sister's point because there's something
That
that she
didn't get
said.
away from her
The
point.
reason the reason I said trauma is because it's a lot of things that the black woman has been forced to do due to our conditions and our oppression that she
Same.
naturally wouldn't subscribe to doing. You know what I'm saying? And there's a hurt there. There's a pain and a hurt there for being forced to be hard, forced to get it out the mud, forced to protect themselves when they didn't necessarily have, the black man didn't have the ability to fully do that. There's a
But
hurt there.
nowadays they doing this themselves though. That's the thing though. They pick the wrong person, then they end up struggling. That's the thing. But if they
I,
So
had a
do we.
I know, but it's
We do
it's
the same
undoing
thing.
it's
okay,
undoing
right,
this
but I'm talking about
generational.
the person that's complaining about it though. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not complaining.
I'm just saying,
So
I'm
so
talking
check
about in
this out.
general because
No,
you're not
no,
the only. I'm not
I'm about
saying
to
it. I'm
make an
just saying the
example.
one that usually don't want a man to, because if it did work in that way, right, they wouldn't have no problem because both of them don't. One of them don't have to worry about I gotta work as hard because you got a
No,
man that's working for you.
but
You know
check
what I'm
this out.
saying?
Check this out. I'm getting to a point. So I'm gonna ask the sister. I'm about to show you a point. If you had a choice, right? If you could literally stay home and be taken care of, don't mean you don't have no hobbies or things you like to get into. But if you had the choice that you can stay home and be taken care of and be good, or go out there, work and get it out the mud, right? What would you truly choose?
Work.
Really?
Yes.
So you're not saying that
See?
just to be disingenuous.
No,
So you
I'm
would
being
Well,
rather
honest
what y'all
because
go
don't
out.
understand is that they're
Over your
people
listen,
family.
too.
and I don't need no help defending myself, but what I'm saying is Like I said, history have shown that we ain't listening because X, Y, and Z, and this worked in the past. History have shown that y'all men, like, and this is, and I don't mind taking accountability for being a woman and all the wrong things women do, right? And this is why I said we are saying the same thing, and this is why women feel like we're the weakest one, because the same thing I say men do these things and this is wrong, you try to justify it. Like, men have been mentally, physically, emotionally abusing women. You know how many women that have stayed home in the black community
What
and
the
they done
heck?
cheated, how outside families messed up money,
Yeah, that
all these things, stop. All these things, but once again, you want me to be okay with that. You want me to be okay
No,
to
yeah, that's
gamble,
hurt.
right? Because you could put up a,
yeah,
no, it's not.
that's
It's
what I'm
a
saying.
fact, though.
There's
It's
trauma there.
facts.
That's the trauma right there. Yeah,
It's
that's
not
for
a
I
You're
sure.
trauma,
can
it's
hear it.
minimizing
facts.
Yes, it
her.
is because you
You're
mentioned a lot of
minimizing
stuff.
her
Sir,
argument by
that's
trying
a
to
I can hear
pretend
it,
like
but
it's
it's
all
okay.
pain.
It's okay.
No,
It's
if you
okay though.
literally listen to what she
You're
was saying, right?
minimizing
She
her
mentioned
argument. That's
sir.
everything
what you're
that was
doing.
hurt behind it. So
I'm
this is
not
Sir,
like
and it's a
invalidating
legit.
it.
This
fact.
is
It's not
You're
legit.
I'm
hurt.
not invalidating it.
psychoanalyzing and minimizing her argument.
I'm
That is
not
a
invalidating it.
I'm
fact.
not. How's it minimized if you hear what she said? If you hear exactly what she said, she mentioned
I'm actually
everything that can
acknowledging it.
possibly hurt her. She said, "Men are doing this. They're doing this to
But
me. They doing
they
it. That
are not.
sounds
I
like
didn't
hurt."
say all men. I
Even
said
when
men
you
are
I'm
repeat
doing
what
just
it.
she's
saying
saying,
the
it's
fact that she
extremely
said that. I
nasally
mean,
and
no, we
annoying. Like
a fact is
you're
a
Hey,
fact.
proving my
brother.
point.
Hey, brother. Did I not acknowledge what she said?
Yeah,
I didn't not validate it. I didn't invalidate it. I acknowledged it.
You invalidate it by saying it's just trauma. By
but
saying,
she
I
"Oh,
did
so
not
is
validate.
say
she
We
it's
hurt?"
just
validating her
trauma.
hurt though. We validating her. What we want to say? Validate her feelings. Let's say that then. Do that sound better?
No, it's
So we're
black
validating her
trauma.
emotions, right?
It's
That's
not
what's
her
going on.
trauma. It's trauma on our whole entire race is what she's
Yeah,
talking
right.
about.
But we just talking
But
about the
I'm
subject right
acknowledging that.
now.
I literally said we have. They are dealing with that hurt and that trauma
Hmm.
from
Yeah, it's
having.
not woman trauma. It's race trauma. It's the trauma that's put on our
Nobody
entire
said that
race.
though.
Listen. As a whole, yes. I'm getting into the specifics because she's a sister. She's speaking on how women, pretty much had to do some of the how they're considered equal in her eyes. And my point was, it's a lot of things that sisters were forced to do that they didn't want to do, but they had to for survival reasons.
Right.
Hmm.
And I agree with you. But I also said why that had to happen. If I am married to you, right, for instance, and this is why I'm saying it is a fact, and it's not out of feeling. I've heard stories from mad women that are way older than us. And this is why we're taught as women, we start saying, hey, girl, focus on your career, get your own job, focus on your own money. Because a man, he going to come and go as he please. You get you pregnant, he can leave you tomorrow and start a whole new family. Now you stuck with that kid. This is what we're being told. So this is why I
So
say you
What
are
about
just
the
missing what I'm
successful
so
ones?
wait,
Why
saying.
wait,
you
wait,
ain't
wait,
mention
wait, wait, wait,
those?
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Kevin,
hold on, hold on,
Kevin.
hold on.
Hold on,
So
hold
that
on.
goes
Who's
back to
telling that? Oh, can you repeat? Can you repeat who?
Repeat
no,
what
I
part?
heard what she said. That goes back to choosing poorly, right? And that
No,
happens on
no. I
both
said
sides.
who the?
No,
Men
I'm
choose
not
poorly,
dismissing
women
that.
choose
She said
poorly.
who?
But I'm saying is, I'm agreeing with you why we had to fight through the mud and work hard because we're being told these things, right? The same way y'all are being told, like, hey, women like this back in the day, and you have your ideal of what traditional is, but that is a fact that these things happen to women. And why we're starting to be a different way. I'm not saying it's 100% correct because we do take it to the extreme, but that is a fact.
Right. So let's say, the things that we were forced into being or forced into doing, right? It wasn't that way originally before the oppression, right? So you're just gonna accept what you've been forced into and not get back to your original ways?
The original ways have to present itself first. I'm not just changing just
Oh,
because.
you know what? I got a good one now. Remember what I'm talking about culture, right? Let's see what we're gonna do with this one then. So we talking about culture, right? Do you believe this was already in our culture though? Like I believe in our culture we was already doing that, the man and woman thing.
Absolutely not.
So
Historically,
now
we
you
have
saying it's not.
proof
So we
that we
can
were
pick and
not.
choose what the culture is too now, huh?
No, we don't pick and choose what the culture is. Our
So
African
what is our what was we
spirituality,
doing? Then let me know what we was doing. What was our culture? What was we doing?
it was mostly matriarchal societies where, if anything, the woman would have multiple mates. but it was perfectly okay
Neutral.
for a man to have multiple mates, and it was
Nah.
perfectly okay for two men to be together, and it was perfectly okay for women to be together, and it was perfectly okay for androgynous people to exist. As a matter of fact, according to our African spirituality and ancient cultures, they would be the priest and the priesthood of a lot of our spirituality. It would not be religion. It still wasn't the organized religion that people subscribe to today, but the people that were the most prominent in those spiritualities and those systems were the ones that were closer to bisexual and or trans.
But
So, and
check
you
this
can go
out.
look
Those
all of that up.
check this out. I am a student of history. No, what you just said was fact, but those were not our people. Again, just because somebody looks like us doesn't mean they're us. And I'm gonna give a good example. Look at Asia for instance. You can call a person Asian as a general term, but within Asians, you have Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, Korean, so forth and so forth. They look very similar. You know, some are mistaken for others, but they're different people within the same country. So let's look at Africa, for instance. You have lots of groups you have groups of individuals who look very similar, but they're not the same people. Same example I gave with Asia. So the Negro or the black man, and I'm using modern terms, but the Negro or the black man was a different people from Hamite people, from
Mm.
the Philistines, from the Canaanites, from the Jebusites, and so forth and so forth. So you're right about those African cultures, right? But it didn't pertain to our people, the Negro.
All right, so look, this is what I'm gonna do because there's two people that ain't really get to talk. I'm gonna let Deb go, then I'm gonna let Mark go because that's how we about to do it
Yeah,
real quick.
boy. Hey, before I got ready to forget.
Mark, you can go ahead so you don't forget what you're going to
Okay.
say. And good
Thank you,
morning
Auntie
to
Deb.
that, Mark.
I
No
appreciate you.
problem. Go
Good
ahead, baby.
morning. I'm glad you're doing better. It's good to see you out
Oh
here in
yeah,
these
for sure.
TikTok streets once again.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want
Thank you,
when a
Mark.
lot of times when people start oh, you're welcome. When people start saying these things as far as matriarchal societies and women were allowed to have multiple husbands, I just wanted to go ahead and make it clear how people got to those matriarchal societies were because the men were unalive due to some type of tribal war or something like that. It wasn't purely matriarchal. The women that be the elders and things like that, they were wives of chiefs and things like that. That's how they got the status that they had. And when you would see a woman having a multiple husbands, it's because more than likely either her husband done died in war or something else like that. So it wasn't just that women were running things because the men were actually going out and had to fight. So
Mm.
I find it kind of disingenuous whenever we start talking about that in history, as if it was just woman led and men would just sit back doing toenails and cooking the food. No, these men actually sacrificed their lives for their village because we also understand and know that our women is what's going to keep our legacy, going to keep the future going. A man can
Yep.
just protect the village, but a woman protects the legacy. So that's why we always know that we will sacrifice for our women. And at the same time, and when we're talking about these cultures, please understand that for black men, especially here in America, our women do what they want to do. We don't put these restrictions. A lot of these standards and things that are coming out are coming from other people, other societies. You're not getting these things from us. So I find it very disingenuous when they be like, black men, once again, black men are trying to be the new white supremacists or patriarchy. And that's just not true. And it's bared out in history, but people keep constantly putting us in and lumping us in. And now that we have a voice and speaking about it, please, we got to start putting context behind a lot of these things because it's making us look like we're not doing our job. In which the one thing that they don't want to see black men do is fight back. And we've done everything except that up to this point.
And we cannot fight back without our women, without our sisters. They hold a vital role in us being in power. I'm gonna just say that. A man can go to war, he can be a mighty warrior, he can be a teacher, the whole nine. He can know how to protect, provide. But at the end of the day, when that man comes home from battle, that man needs to be cared for and nurtured and brought back to health. That's the true feminine spirituality of our women that we need as men, right? But that's what's missing. That's what's lacking. because women want to be masculine. They want to, it's just crazy, bro. It's just crazy. We need each other at the end of the day, but we can't get our
Definitely, that
sisters to
sound
see that they need us. We can
Yeah,
acknowledge
go
that we
ahead, go
need our
ahead.
women,
Hold
but
on,
they're
Jay. I think
unwilling
it
to
was
acknowledge that they need us.
my bad for interrupting you, bro. But we was gonna let Miss Auntie Deb talk next. We've been over
Yeah,
talking
go
her for
ahead,
the
go ahead.
longest. So my bad for interrupting you
Go.
again, though.
No, you good. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Good morning, you guys. Happy Sunday, all of that. Listen, I am older than all of y'all. I'm 62 years old. So I think what I would like to see um, you guys do as young people is focus on yourself. Quit worrying about the YT man and his values because he has always tried to put us in a box. Marriage back then was for tracking. That's what that was for. So marriage was introduced so that they could control us. And they've always wanted to control us. This is what they do. So I just want you guys to stop arguing with each other, come together, because at the end of the day, Mark, you're absolutely right about why black men were unalive because they were trying to protect the family. And it's still that way today. Young lady, I hope that you find what it is that you're looking for. Take time to focus on yourself, get yourself together, and do whatever it is that you need to do so that when you're ready to settle down, you're prepared. This is a different world that we live in, so we cannot, as women, totally depend on men, and men cannot necessarily totally depend on women. Well, as women, we have to try to be a little more effeminate because that's our role. I'm not saying that you have to cater to a man 24/7, but you definitely have to we as women definitely have to be more feminine and stop focusing on this YT man. The
Right.
YT man is the reason why we where we at now. Don't worry about what the YT man do. Do what the black man do and what the black woman do. And that's get back together because no matter what happened in the past, they were always together, whether they argue, whatever, they still was united as a family. And that's what we're missing. We're not united as men and women. I'm talking about black people. I'm not talking about no other race.
That's
And we
right.
got to stop focusing on the YT, the Asian, and this because see why you focused on them, they doing what they doing, and they getting they bank. But all
Right.
we doing is talking,
hmm
talking. Oh, the white man is the white man that, the white man that. I ain't never cared about the white man because I seen the white man do some stuff that y'all will never see. But he doing it now.
That's
Just
right.
in a different form. We're still in slavery. Don't get tricked by the white man. We are still enslaved. They do it in a different way. They
Fact.
try to take your women from you. They want your women more educated than you. They want
Fact.
your women to feel like they don't need you. They want your women just to use you to reproduce.
Facts.
And that is a problem. That's a problem.
Mhm.
Now I
Absolutely.
done seen it from I was born 1960. This 2023. I done seen a lot of stuff that the YT man had to. I could care less about the YT man. I don't need the YT man except for whatever it is that if I go to the bank or whatever it is that they're ahead of. I tell you right now how much they care about us. They don't. They tried to put me out the rehab. I only been
Oh,
here
wow.
2.5 weeks. I'm just starting to walk. Don't tell me about no YT man. The hell with the YT man, the Asian man, the any other man but the black man. I don't care nothing about. And I put that on everything because they tricky and they always going to be tricky. Now, I ain't saying 100% of them because it's good in every race.
Yep.
But
It's
as a
bad.
whole, they here to trick you and they doing it because guess what? You so focused on what they doing. Focus on yourself. They just allowing you to even wear men to wear your hair and drag locks, and then they want to say it's feminine. Why? That's what they did back in the day. Ain't nothing new under the sun.
That's
Nothing.
right.
So I just want you guys to focus on what you need to do. Thank you, baby locks. I got some too, but they raggedy right now. I just want y'all to look at
Uh-oh,
them
watch out.
beautiful locks that my baby got. I just want you guys to focus on coming together, keeping our generation on this earth. You are the key to our world. So we
Uh-oh.
cannot be fighting one another. We can't do that. We can't do that. Y'all got to figure it out a way to love one another and come together as man and wife. That's okay, Kev. You still looking good, baby.
Now
I
you want to
tried.
feel included.
I tried. They just
Yeah,
matched.
it's okay. You wear your hair like my son wear his hair, you know. But again, you guys, I just
Yeah,
want
we
you to
all got a
stop
role. We
focus.
all got a role to play.
Yeah, I
All
just
right,
want
for
you to
sure.
stop focusing on these YT people because
Right.
they not for you. They not for you. Everything we do, they try to do everything.
Right.
They want the butt. They want the lips. They want the tiny waist. They want this. They want that. You know, they don't. But when it come down to it, they don't want to be you. They want to emulate you, but they
Mm-hmm.
don't want to be you because it's privilege
Hey, Archie,
in
there.
their skin tone. Yes.
That's right.
They wanted locks, but they got dreads.
Right, right,
Right.
absolutely. And then
And that's
at the end of the day, they hate you. They hate you because they can't be you,
with a
and that has
perpetual hatred.
always been. Has always been. So again, focus on yourself and focus on being better women and better men, and
Mm-hmm.
come together as black men and women. Stop fighting against one another. Stop it.
Right.
Stop it.
Yep.
Because
Still
that's what they
understand.
want. They looking at this and they laughing. They like, we got them.
Hmm.
And I love
Yeah, I'm
y'all.
sorry, man.
Oh yeah,
Thank you
love you
so
too.
much. She hit on an important point. Like while we sitting up here arguing about the black man and the black woman being in the household and trans issues, they're erasing our history out of the history books. They do this every time. They're just using this trans and LGBTQ agenda to get us riled up against each other while they literally write things in school books like the slaves used to frolic in the fields with the master while singing
Hmm.
songs. I read that in one of
Right.
these little children's school books. So like this is what they're actually up to. So like while we worried about women being too masculine and men being too feminine, and also side note, in this masculine dominated society, having long hair as a man is presenting as feminine. So it's ironic that black men are coming back home to the original because men have long hair and women have short hair, according to our African traditional systems. And somehow, just through osmosis, we're still going back to it, even though out of our mouths we're saying we want it the way the white man wanted, but physically we're presenting as our old selves. So the old gods or the old spirits are coming back regardless of what we're saying out our mouth. But all
Right.
that being said, they are trying to erase all of that so you won't even have that to go look up. they're not going to teach your grandchildren that for sure. And your children are damn near out of luck too. Because if you don't know it, then you can't tell it to them. And DeSantis and them are trying to erase it out of the history books, but they're slipping it into those laws and provisions that are against trans people. And no disrespect to anybody on the panel, but I'm guarantee you 90% of y'all are willing to vote for or vocally speak out towards those trans bills, even though they've hidden the erase black people's history in those bills as well. But you're not going to wake up long enough to realize that, and you're going to vote against your own interests in the interest of trying to hurt trans and bi people. And that's
And you
just
know
what it
what?
is.
Isn't
And
that
you
the
know what?
same
You're
thing
absolutely
though?
right.
Isn't that a
That's
form of
listen.
erasing black people if we can't procreate?
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
So that's the
And
same thing.
see,
It's
here's
like
the
a
thing.
double-edged
It's
sword.
all an attack. They just do it in subtle ways. You know what that's called? That's called crafty counsel. They do it in
Mm.
very subtle ways. They slip it into legislation. They slip it into laws. And you're right. We're not paying attention. They causing distractions, right? While they do their dirt in the background. So we do have to pay more attention. We do have to keep an eye on these things, be sober minded because it's happening. So how do we counter? How do we counter that? These things has to be passed down. You know, certain things we're not carrying down to the next generation. We need to get the black family structure back together. Like this, that was wisdom. That's the point I was making the whole time. Y'all kept hearing me say the goal to overthrow the system is to get the black man and the black woman together back on one accord and raising a strong family,
That's
principles,
somebody.
morals, and values, and carrying those down. Because once it's lost, it's lost.
That's it. And we're losing it because we're focused on other things other than our own people.
Right. We know what they
And
did.
and
Like,
politically,
yeah,
we we're not aware of what's going on politically. They doing what they want to do right under our nose.
Yep.
Why? Because we're not taking the time to read or who we're voting for. We don't take the time to invest to see who is this person? What do they believe? What do they stand for? We don't do that.
Mm.
That's another thing. They told
Why
y'all
we
that
go ahead, I'm
they
sorry.
I'm sorry, but they told you America's population is dwindling and we're not having enough babies. But they didn't tell you what you should know already is their majority of the population, and not only are they their numbers dwindling, our numbers are rising. So it's not us that are not having enough babies, but some of us has taken on that rhetoric saying, yeah, they trying to stop us from having babies. We're having more babies than we've ever had out of wedlock and in wedlock. It's their numbers that are dwindling for multitudes of reasons. One, the sun getting too hot and they ass is crumbling in the fucking sun. Two, they call themselves white, so if you mix with anything other than white, you are no longer a white person. So that automatically makes their numbers
One
dwindle.
drop rule.
right.
Three, like three, their women are divesting from their community and decide not to have babies at an early age. So that actually is happening. Four, their women are actually
Feminism.
becoming lesbian and trans men. So yeah, that is a small contribution to their numbers dwindling. But what it actually is all of those things combined. But they're going to ban birth control. They're going to ban abortion for everybody because how would it look if they put out a legislation just for white women? So you got to open your
Fantastic.
eyes and
Isn't that a
realize what they're doing.
contradiction to abortion and ain't that still taking away the
Well,
babies?
they typically choose to push liberalism.
Yeah, what you trying to start now, man?
I'm not trying to do it, but I'm just saying I just heard what he
What
said.
you
It was
trying to
like kind
start?
of a
My bad.
contradiction at the same
Well,
time.
put it like this. At the end
Contradiction
of the
in what
day,
way?
well,
Because he was
I get
saying that he said that we basically trying to multiply or something like that. But then again, he said that they gonna end up banning abortion or something like that. And I'm
They
like,
already
maybe
did. They banned
they do need to
abortion.
ban that.
They banned abortion, so white women are forced to have those babies that they're graping them into having. They don't
That's
want them
it.
to be able to not
no.
have an
Listen,
abortion when
what
their
he's
uncle
saying is,
grapes them.
yeah, what he's saying is all the things that he listed, right, is to their detriment. It causes fear on their behalf. So what they're trying to do is correct their issues, even if it, just indirectly helps us as well. They're looking out for themselves at the end of the day. So we want to push liberalism and abortion and the alphabet community to the black people. We want to push that, but we have to survive because, like he said, all those things he named is to their detriment. So they have no other choice
Everything sounds like a double-edged sword
to
to me,
push,
though. I swear.
like these abortion laws, right? Because they're trying to survive, and it's out of fear.
You're a human just like everybody else is a human. So I will pose the question. If you think people can be convinced to be gay, then that means you can be convinced to be gay. So when did you choose to be straight?
Oh
Because
my, we going down
if you think letting people be LGBTQ and letting them be out and open and say who they are, that's not promoting it. That's just letting people live as they are. So if you think letting people live as they are will convince other people to want to live that way, one would argue with that logic, that means somehow somebody can convince you to live that way, because
Yeah.
the only other logical thing means is that you can't be convinced to live that way, which, if you still follow that same logic, means that you were born that way, and nothing and no one can convince you otherwise unless they suppress it out of you. So the only thing that you can actually do is keep somebody from being who they really want to be. But people promoting who they are does not convince other people to be like that
Listen,
unless they
listen,
were already predisposed
Hold on
to
real
be
quick.
like that.
listen.
So
It's
that
not
completely
promoting.
annihilates any
Listen.
argument against the
No, no, no,
LGBTQ
no,
as
Yeah,
no.
so
far as
no,
Listen.
no, look,
promotion
No, no,
look,
no. I
of a
got
this
this.
is
gay
I
what I
got
like to
this.
do. I don't
lifestyle
want to.
I got
leading
this.
to other
Yeah,
people wanting to be gay.
yeah.
I
Period,
got
So
point
this.
I
blank.
got something to
No,
say
no.
about
I
that,
got
but I'm
this.
not going to say
It's
it
not
because I don't want
promoting.
to. I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm not going to even talk about that. I don't even know how that even got into there because I'm not trying to set up a whole. I'm not trying
You
to
were
get the
just
room that
using
Yeah,
way.
it
yeah,
as
But
yeah.
an
I
example.
just
yeah,
want to
but
say
the
one thing in
example or
response to
not,
that.
I just can't talk about it because I do want to talk about it, but I don't. I'm not going to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But I
I'm
do
just
got.
gonna
I
say
got a
one thing in
rebuttal for
response
sure
to
for
that.
that.
Well,
If
you
you,
got
brother,
No,
if
I'm
you
not about to
think,
do that.
you got to back up. You got to
brother,
back
if
up.
you think there's not an agenda out here to promote those things,
All
then you
right.
are sadly mistaken. Look at the world around you, right? Look at the cartoons now. Look at the commercials. Look, just look around you. It's not them promoting themselves. It's programming, right? It's changing
If
the
I
mindset through programming.
if I do this,
It's
man,
They're just trying
it's
to
I
control
got
it's
to restart
listen.
the live
It's
then
it's
if that's the
called
case.
it's called psychological warfare. That's how they also attack us. They already attacked us physically, right? With physical enslavement, right? They attack us psychologically. They attack us by laws legally through the judicial system. They attack us in every way possible. So if you don't think that's part of the agenda, you are sadly mistaken. But I digress.
Yeah, I
That's
know it
Hey,
I,
is.
look,
that's not what
Media
he's saying.
control is a
look,
part
look,
of the
look. Hold
agenda,
up,
but
y'all.
not the part
Look,
with
look,
the
look.
LGBTQ.
Hold up. Before we talk about this, I'm gonna reset though, cause like I said, I be want to save my content and stuff. But before, cause I know this look like we gonna get deep on this one, though. But I
Oh,
hope y'all follow. I'm about to literally do a quick little reset real quick.
why you gonna
Yeah, I see you
reset?
because I want to.
Brother
Say
say
I've
he
been
not
on this
about to
thing
get
for so
banned.
many hours just to lose this content. I'll be mad. So I'm about to reset this. I'm gonna reset this and everybody can come back.
Yeah,
I'm
he
literally
got to
about to
say
set
That
up
brother say he not about to
the
get
topics.
banned.
that too. And if they do shut down, at least I got my content. Or some,
I
Yeah,
cause
digress,
you
but
know, once that go down that rabbit
yeah, you
hole,
got to
be a
reset the
bunch of
topic.
people in here, and one of y'all gonna get bananas.
yeah,
Ain't
I
nobody gonna be
digress from it
banana.
Yep, I got to back up. Don't worry about it.
because that's not the point at the end of the day. So I digress.
Right.